Chapter 1. Dual Rebirth. A sword pierced through the chest, and a hairpin lodged in the throat. When the renowned young General Lu Yunzheng was discovered, he and his wife, Shen Jiasui, had met a tragic end in a secluded villa west of the capital. According to the investigation by the Dali Temple, the two had killed each other, resulting in their mutual demise. Miss? Miss. As the voices called out, Shen Jiasui had yet to recover from the excruciating pain in her chest. She looked up in confusion and was met with a familiar face. Baiye? Shen Jiasui murmured. The maid Bai Ji responded cheerfully, her expression soon tinged with playful teasing. Miss, are you not going? Going where? Shen Jiasui instinctively inquired. Bai Ji's smile broadened as she jested. Today, young Master Lu is here to propose. He must be at Yunzheng Hall right now. Did you not say you wanted to take a look? If the miss is truly shy, we need not go. After all, Bai Ji's words faded into indistinctness. As Shen Jiasui's mind buzzed, she surveyed her surroundings, feeling a chilling dread. She had clearly perished alongside Lu Yunzheng. Yet at this very moment, she stood in her home, in the familiar Qingfeng corridor. Miss? Bai Ji noticed Shen Jiasui's sudden pallor and was taken aback. But in the next moment, Shen Jiasui lifted her skirts and hurried towards Yunzheng Hall. Bai Ji paused for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. The miss was indeed anxious. However, young Master Lu, with his dignified demeanor, was indeed a fitting match for the miss. The two had long been betrothed, and now it was finally time for their joyous union. As Bai Ji thought joyfully, she quickened her pace to follow. Soon, they arrived at Yunzheng Hall, and just as Shen Jiasui stepped into the courtyard, a familiar voice resonated in her ears. Uncle Shen, Aunt Ji, today, Yunzheng has come to propose for Miss Gu. I hope you will grant your blessing. His tone was resolute. Filled with urgency, it was Lu Yunzheng. Shen Jiasui abruptly halted, her face a canvas of astonishment. On this very day, in her past life, Lu Yunzheng had sought her hand. This was different. In a flash, a thought crossed Shen Jiasui's mind. Could it be that Lu Yunzheng had also, what did you say? At the head of the table, General Shen Jingsheng and his wife Ji Wan stood up, their expressions incredulous. Lu Yunzheng straightened his back and reiterated loudly, I am deeply enamored with Miss Gu Shiji and have come today to seek. At that moment, the hurried Bai Ji caught the tail end of his words and couldn't help but exclaim. The three people in the hall turned their gazes toward her. Upon seeing Shen Jiasui's pale face, Shen Jingsheng and Ji Wan's expressions changed dramatically. Sway. Ignoring the anger welling up towards Lu Yunzheng, Ji Wan rushed forward. Upon seeing her daughter's ashen complexion, her heart ached, and she quickly enveloped Shen Jiasui in her embrace. Both the Shen and Lu families were military clans. The head of the Lu family, Lu Yongzhu, had once served as Shen Zhengsheng's left deputy general and had now risen to the rank of Jiayong general, succeeding Shen Zhengsheng. When Shen Jiasui was 10, Lu Yongzhu personally came to propose for his eldest son, Lu Yunzheng. Seeing the two children of comparable age and recognizing Lu Yunzheng as a promising young man, Shen Zhengsheng, knowing Lu Yongzhu was his old subordinate and that their families were well acquainted, felt assured that Shen Jiasui would not suffer any grievances if she married into the Lu family. Thus, he agreed to the match. The two children became acquainted, practicing martial arts and playing together, forming a harmonious bond. Everyone believed this was a match made in heaven. Today marked the day of Lu Yunzheng's proposal, and Ji Wan had taken great care to prepare Shen Jiasui early in the morning. Remembering her daughter's bashful demeanor while dressing, Ji Wan felt her heart wrench. Her daughter had genuine feelings for Lu Yunzheng, and now she must be heartbroken. In the instant Bai Ji spoke, Shen Jiasui swiftly adjusted her demeanor, her pale face and frightened eyes perfectly suited. The moment her gaze met Lu Yunzheng's, she did not miss the confusion etched upon his face, an intricate mix of hatred and fear, tinged with sentiment and bewilderment. Indeed, Lu Yunzheng had also been reborn. Scoundrel! At that moment, Shen Zhengsheng suddenly roared, slamming his palm down on the tea table, shattering it. Lu Yunzheng, how dare you betray Sway? Do you not know that this engagement was your father's earnest request, which I only consented to out of respect? Lu Yunzheng had also harbored doubts could Shen Jiasui have experienced the same rebirth as he. Yet at this moment, he saw no signs of deception in Shen Jiasui, He believed he understood Shen Jiasui, while her bold and passionate nature would compel her to confront him if she had indeed returned to life. With this thought, Lu Yunjin gradually withdrew his gaze. The pressing matter was to marry Shiji as soon as possible. Recalling Gu Shiji filled Lu Yunjin with warmth. She was his beloved, the one who cherished him most in this world. Since he was destined to become a renowned young general, why should he cower as he did in his previous life, marrying Shen Jiasui out of fear of offending Shen Zhengshen? With newfound conviction, Lu Yunjin spoke with growing determination. Uncle Shen, I have only ever regarded Sui as a sister. My heart belongs to Miss Gu. The engagement of old was merely my father's unilateral desire. I was too young then to comprehend love and could not make my own decisions. Furthermore, Uncle has always treated Miss Gu as his own daughter. Should I marry her, it would continue the bond between our families. Indeed, Shen Zhengsheng and his wife had treated Gu Shiji as their own child. Years ago, during the war between the Sheng dynasty and the Northern Desert Kingdom, Shen Zhengsheng had been embroiled in a fierce battle. During the retreat, Gu Changshen, serving as the right deputy general, sacrificed his life to cover Shen Zhengsheng, who lost his left arm in that battle. When the news reached the border city, Gu Madam, unable to bear the blow, fell ill. When Shen Zhengsheng visited to offer condolences, Gu Madam entrusted her young daughter, Gu Shiji, to him before passing away. Overwhelmed with guilt and gratitude for the life-saving grace of Gu Changshen, Shen Zhengsheng brought Gu Shiji back to the capital, raising her as his own. At that time, Gu Shiji was 11, and Shen Jiasui was 12. The general's wife, Jiwan, had once suspected that Gu Shiji was Shen Zhengsheng's illegitimate daughter from the borders, causing quite a stir. Later, upon learning the truth, Jiwan felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards Gu Shiji, ensuring that whatever Shen Jiasui had, Gu Shiji would have a share. Shen Jiasui similarly regarded Gu Shiji as her own sister, protecting her and bringing her along wherever she went. Thus, it was only natural for Gu Shiji to become acquainted with Lu Yunjin. Gu Shiji possessed a gentle disposition and was exceptionally understanding, endearing herself to everyone. Therefore, Ji1 did not believe Gu Shiji would betray Shen Jiasui. She felt that Lu Yunjin was not only ungrateful, but had also taken an interest in her other daughter. Filled with furious indignation, she coldly rebuked, "What an unprincipled and shameless scion of the Lu family. You claim to be enamored with Shiji, but she is gentle and courteous, deeply bonded with Sui. How could she possibly look upon you? If you have only ever regarded Sui as a sister, why did you not propose to dissolve the engagement sooner, but waited until the day of your proposal? Have you consulted your father regarding this breach of promise? Have you questioned your own conscience?" Chapter 2. Breaking off the engagement, Shen Jiasui leaned against her mother's embrace, listening to her mother's stern voice advocating for her. Memories of their heart-wrenching farewell in the previous life flooded back, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Yet, witnessing her mother's unwavering trust in Gu Shiji filled Shen Jiasui's heart with a mingled sense of bitterness and sorrow. She had once bared her soul to Gu Shiji, caring for her even more than for her own brother. After all, the debt of gratitude for saving her life was immeasurable. Had it not been for the valiant protection of Vice General Gu, she would have lost her father as well. Strangely, Gu Shiji got along well with everyone, save for Lu Yunjin, to whom she remained cold and distant. Shen Jiasui had once inquired whether Lu Yunjin had secretly tormented her, but Gu Shiji had resolutely replied, "Master Lu is your fiancé, and, as a woman, and your companion. I must avoid any misunderstandings. With one being a familiar fiancé, and the other a life-saving friend akin to a sister, Shen Jiasui had never harbored a shred of doubt." How laughable it was that only when the Shen family fell did she realize Lu Yunjin and Gu Shiji had been clandestinely communicating behind her back. Lu Yunjin, in his quest to marry Gu Shiji openly, had gone so far as to destroy the entire Shen family. The thought made Shen Jiasui tremble uncontrollably, filled with a desire to thrust her sword through Lu Yunjin's heart. Yet reason prevailed. The conspiracy against the Shen family was shrouded in mystery and deeply entwined, far beyond what a mere Lu Yunjin could orchestrate. Unless she uncovered the overarching mastermind, the Shen family faced endless repercussions, with the enemy lurking in shadows. This was also the primary reason she feigned panic, unwilling to let Lu Yunjin discover her rebirth. She intended to use him as a means to trace back to the hidden puppet master. However, her immediate concern was to make her parents see Gu Shiji's true colors, lest they be ensnared by those close to them. Mother, wait. As this thought crossed her mind, Shen Jiasui hastily called out to stop Jiwan. Jiwan, seeing her daughter still defending Lu Yunjin, felt a mix of pity and helplessness. Jiasui, it is our fault as parents for being blind and thinking Lu Yunjin would be a suitable match for you. Now you see, this man is treacherous, daring to covet Shiji. Such a person is best left behind. At this moment, Lu Yunjin noted Shen Jiasui's lingering affection for him, and memories of their childhood friendship stirred a rare hesitation within him. In truth, had Gu Shiji not appeared, he would have willingly spent his life with Shen Jiasui. Yet, emotions are complex and opaque. Moreover, in the previous life, Shen Jiasui's fierce last stand, as she drove a hairpin into his throat, remained vivid in his mind. He could never accept her again in this life. Furthermore, the General's household was doomed, and after marrying Gu Shiji, he must sever all ties with the Shen family. At this juncture, Shen Jingsheng hastened to Shen Jiasui's side, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Jiasui, do not be stubborn. Lu Yunjin is unworthy of you. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you, no matter what. That old Lu fellow has raised a son without morals. I, Shen Jingsheng, will never let this matter rest. His last words were spoken with a hardened tone, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yunjin. The latter's expression shifted at the words. In his previous life, he had reluctantly adhered to the engagement with Shen Jiasui, fearing the wrath of the General's household, and because his own father was a scoundrel. Though he was the legitimate son, he was not favored, for his father doted on Lady Zhou, the concubine, and he had a host of half-siblings. Regretful? Shen Jingsheng, with his vast experience in reading people, could easily discern Lu Yunjin's change in demeanor. Clenching his fists, Lu Yunjin quickly straightened his lips, acknowledging his wrongs, but asserting that it was better to speak frankly now than to become a pair of resentful spouses after marriage. Shen Jiasui understood where Lu Yunjin's confidence stemmed from. In the previous life, during the battle that sullied the Shen family's name, Lu Yunjin's father, Lu Yongzhu, had commanded the forces, yet met a heroic death. Following that, Lu Yunjin had taken up his father's banner, defeating the armies of the desert nation and earning renown far and wide. The world hailed him as having surpassed his predecessor. Shen Jiasui dared not speculate whether Lu Yongzhu's death had anything to do with Lu Yunjin, and that was a matter for later investigation. With this thought, she stepped forward, meeting her parents' worried gazes, and approached Lu Yunjin. A flicker of fear crossed Lu Yunjin's eyes as he instinctively took a half-step back, but soon steadied himself. Shen Jiasui's deep-rooted feelings for him made him fear she might not give up easily. He needed to extricate himself from her entanglement to secure his marriage with Gu Shiji. With this in mind, Lu Yunjin adopted a sincere demeanor, speaking in a low voice. Jiasui, today I have wronged you. Name your price for compensation, and I shall comply, but I assure you, I harbor no romantic feelings for you. I hope you will not cling to this. Before Lu Yunjin could finish, Shen Jiasui, without hesitation, raised her hand and slapped him. He instinctively recoiled, but too late. The slap landed squarely, and he felt stars explode behind his eyes, his cheek burning with pain. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Shen Jiasui might not match Lu Yunjin in strength, but in speed and agility, she was more than a match. Lu Yunjin, you have wronged me. The engagement between our families is hereby nullified. Shen Jiasui spoke coldly. From this day forth, the General's household will publicly declare that the eldest son of the Lu family is of poor character and unworthy of the Shen family. Henceforth, our family shall have no further dealings. However, you dare to covet Gu Shiji, my family's daughter? Not a single finger shall you lay upon her. As Shen Jiasui's words fell, Jiwan immediately stood by her side, affirming, indeed, Lu Yunjin, you shall not set foot in our General's household again. Though he had just received a slap, Upon hearing Shen Jiasui's firm decision to break off the engagement, Lu Yunzheng begrudgingly accepted it. Yet, he was unprepared for the shift in Shen Jiasui's focus to Gu Shiji, which instantly darkened his expression. Breaking off the engagement is one thing. No matter how you malign me outside, I will not complain, but I must marry Gu Shiji. Malign? Shen Jiasui scoffed. I have only spoken the truth. Which of my words do you find unjust? Shen Jiasui had always been one to differentiate sharply between love and hate. When she loved, she could offer her heart entirely. But when she loathed, she would not yield an inch. Lu Yunzheng, well aware of Shen Jiasui's nature, wished to avoid further debate, firmly asserting, I must marry Gu Shiji. No one could obstruct this. Seeing the moment was ripe, Shen Jiasui retreated to her parents' side, frowning as she spoke coldly. Father, mother. It seems Lu Yunzheng is unwilling to relent. If he is allowed to roam about, he may tarnish Gu Shiji's reputation. I propose we invite Shiji to confront him directly. It would be best to sever his delusions. However, Gu Shiji was timid. Would she be frightened? Upon hearing this, Shen Zhengsheng and Ji Wan frowned. Ji Wan, being decisive, contemplated briefly before announcing, if it must end, let it end today. Lu Yunzheng must be made to give up this obsession. Otherwise, Gu Shiji may suffer unending distress. Bai Shuang summoned the second miss to Yongan Hall. Chapter 3. Willing to marry by the way. When you inform Miss Eyre of the matter here, remember to be gentle in your words, lest you frighten her. Jiwan pondered for a moment and added, feeling a twinge of concern. Over the years, Gu Shiji had been referred to as Miss Eyre in the household. Bai Shuang, Jiwan's trusted maid, was naturally meticulous in her actions and promptly took her leave. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while their parents were still angrily reprimanding Lu Yunzheng, Shen Jiasui quickly approached Bai Ji, leaning in to whisper something in her ear. Bai Ji's eyes widened in shock as she glanced at her young mistress. However, Shen Jiasui firmly grasped Bai Ji's hand and nodded solemnly. Bai Ji, having followed Shen Jiasui since childhood, possessed both courage and unwavering loyalty. Witnessing her mistress suffer such humiliation today, she felt distressed for being unable to alleviate her troubles. Although she did not fully understand Bai Ji's intentions at that moment, she resolutely nodded and turned to leave Yongan Hall. When Shen Jiasui returned, she noticed her mother watching her with concern and managed to muster a faint smile, softly saying, Mother, I am still worried about Shiji. Let Bai Ji accompany me to comfort her. Yvonne, seeing that Shen Jiasui had endured great grievances yet still prioritized Gu Shiji's well-being, felt a surge of emotion and gently reassured her, Jiasui, do not fret. There are plenty of good men in this world. We shall look again. If you do not wish to seek, your father and I will support you for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui leaned against Ji Wan's shoulder, her nose stinging with unshed tears. Father, mother, I wish to stay by your side forever. Good, good. Ji Wan tenderly caressed Shen Jiasui's back, her voice betraying a hint of moisture. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng, aware that Gu Shiji was on her way, felt his heart soar. In his previous life, after triumphantly returning from the frontier and clearing all obstacles between him and Shiji, he believed they could finally be together. Yet, he had not anticipated that his mother would be powerless to restrain Shen Jiasui, allowing her to follow him to the western villa. In that moment, Shiji had witnessed his death, leaving her heartbroken and terrified. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lu Yunzheng's longing and affection for Gu Shiji reached its zenith. He fixed his gaze intently on the entrance of the courtyard, unwilling to look away for even a moment. After a quarter of an hour, a slender figure finally emerged into view. The newcomer bore an enchanting visage, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly imbued with a touch of sorrow. When she lifted her gaze in this direction, her long lashes fluttered, and her innocent, crystalline eyes exuded a captivating charm. Only Bai Shuang accompanied her. At this juncture, the onlookers were too preoccupied to ponder why Bai Ji, sent by Shen Jiasui, had not joined them, for Gu Shiji's eyes were reddened, and her hurried steps appeared particularly pitiful. Shiji! Lu Yunzheng could not contain his emotions, calling out from afar, his voice laden with deep sentiment, prompting Gu Shiji to turn her gaze toward him. As their eyes met, an unspoken affection seemed to surge between them. Yet Gu Shiji quickly averted her gaze. On the other side, Shen Jiasui closely observed Gu Shiji, determined not to miss any change in her expression. After a long moment, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Gu Shiji appeared not to have truly been reborn. No rush, let's observe further. By this time, Gu Shiji had reached Shen Jiasui's side. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she tightly grasped Shen Jiasui's hand, her voice trembling as she said, "Jiasui, you have suffered, even in this new life." Shen Jiasui could not help but admire Gu Shiji's acting skills. In the previous life, Lu Yunzheng had refrained from breaking off their engagement due to various concerns. This time, he finally mustered the courage to propose directly to Gu Shiji. Such fervent affection would surely have delighted her heart. Isn't it all just a performance? Shen Jiasui shook her head. "Shiji, I am all right. Being able to see a person's true nature before marriage is a blessing. However, Shiji, Lu Yunzheng professes his love for you. I know you have never treated him with disinterest, nor are you the kind to betray a sister. You must clarify matters with him swiftly, and we shall have someone drive him away with a beating, so we need not see him again." Upon hearing Shen Jiasui's fierce words about betrayal, Gu Shiji's eyelids twitched slightly. No more entanglements. No need to meet again? How could that be? She intended to be with Yunzheng forever. Gu Shiji lowered her eyes, not responding immediately. Seeing this, Shen Jiasui grew anxious. "Shiji, what is it? Could it be that you also—" "Jiasui, do not be alarmed. Shiji is merely a bit startled." Jiwan stepped forward at the right moment, gently patting Gu Shiji's shoulder before speaking softly. "Do not fear, for your godfather and godmother will support you. Just refuse him, and we shall never see him again." Beside them, Shen Zhengsheng nodded encouragingly. Shen Jiasui, witnessing her mother's advocacy for Gu Shiji, sighed discreetly but understood that impatience would not yield results. Her parents held far too much trust in Gu Shiji, their protective intentions evident, as they had been in the previous life. However, this time she possessed irrefutable evidence. Gu Shiji nodded gently, then turned to look at Lu Yunzheng not far away. As their gazes met, it seemed they reached a silent understanding. The next moment, Gu Shiji suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, as if overcome by guilt, covering her mouth and sobbing softly. "It is my fault, all my fault. Your godfather and godmother took me in with kindness, and you treated me like a sister, yet I have caused such trouble. Shiji, this is not your fault." Ji-wan hurriedly stepped forward, embracing the trembling Gu Shiji. Yet, Gu Shiji seemed overwhelmed with guilt, sobbing uncontrollably as if she might faint at any moment. She had been frail since childhood, and extreme emotional fluctuations had often led to such reactions, which was why Ji-wan had been so cautious when asking Bai Shuang to summon her. Shiji, Ji-wan was deeply worried, urging Bai Shuang to fetch the family physician immediately. Shen Zhengsheng, witnessing the chaos caused by Lu Yunzheng, with both of his daughters distressed, felt the urge to expel him. However, at that moment, Gu Shiji lifted her tear-streaked face from Ji-wan's embrace and made a surprising declaration. "Godfather, godmother, I am willing to marry." Shen Jiasui, overhearing this, coldly curled her lip in disdain, while Shen Zhengsheng and Ji-wan were left utterly dumbfounded. "Shiji, what did you say?" Gu Shiji took a breath, then spoke with tear-stained grace and understanding. "Godfather, godmother, I cannot be so selfish. The borders remain unsettled, and godfather has lost an arm. Should war arise, the imperial family will still rely on General Lu. Since General Lu has intentions of forming a union, and young Master Lu is so insistent, let me marry him. This is to preserve the bond between our families and to spare Godfather and General Lu any difficulties. I feel indebted for your nurturing over the years, and this way, my heart will be at peace for the rest of my life, without regret or complaint." As she spoke, Gu Shiji gently closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Lu Yunzheng, hearing her words, felt his heart swell with admiration and affection. Indeed, Shiji was wise and acted with greater foresight than he. Her words moved even him. Seeing Gu Shiji so selflessly considering the greater good, enduring countless grievances for the sake of the Shen family, Shen Yunzheng and Ji Wan's affection for her deepened, and they simultaneously exclaimed, "No." Ji Wan's voice sharpened with authority as she admonished, "Shiji, General Liu was once your godfather's subordinate. If he were present, he would never allow Liu Yunzheng to act so recklessly. If he dares to protect Liu Yunzheng and break his promise, our Shen family will not fear him. Rest assured, you and Jiasui need not marry. Your godmother will never allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance." Upon hearing this, Gushiji repeatedly shook her head, gripping Ji Wan's hand tightly as she wept. "Godmother, no. The enmity between our families is not something Shiji wishes to witness. If General Liu and young Master Liu were to become estranged due to this, it would weigh heavily on my heart. Allow me to marry into their family, so that this entanglement may end with me alone." As Shen Jiasui observed Gushiji's eloquent manipulation of her parents' emotions, she felt a chill at the thought of someone so adept at disguise being in their constant company. She couldn't help but wonder if, in her previous life, Gushiji had also penned some of the incriminating evidence against the Shen family that Liu Yunzheng had presented. After all, Gushiji knew her father intimately, while he remained completely unsuspecting of her. With this thought in mind, Shen Jiasui anxiously turned her gaze toward the courtyard. Just then, Bai Ji hurriedly approached, carrying a small box. Shen Jiasui and Appo's eyes brightened. Finally, it has arrived. Chapter 4. Never Let Her Down by Ji and Appo's complexion turned ashen, feeling as though the box in her hands weighed 1,000 pounds. Just moments ago, when the young lady had instructed her, she was still bewildered. However, upon seeing the contents of the box, she was struck as if by thunder. She hurried along the way, fearful of making any mistakes. But when her gaze met that of her mistress, tears streamed down her face. She felt a profound sense of injustice and unworthiness for her young lady. Shen Jiasui knew that Bai Ji was wholeheartedly devoted to her, and seeing her in tears was both heart-wrenching and somewhat amusing. She quickly nodded at Bai Ji. Bai Ji, being perceptive, immediately wiped away her tears and nodded firmly. She was determined to assist her mistress in performing this act splendidly. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Shen Zhengsheng and his wife were still trying to comfort Gushiji. Suddenly, Bai Ji rushed in, cradling the box, exclaiming in distress, "Miss!" This exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. Shen Jiasui anxiously inquired, "Bai Ji, what has happened?" Bai Ji replied hastily, "Just now, I followed your command to fetch the second miss from Qiushi courtyard, but it seems I crossed paths with Bai Shuang. By the time I arrived at Qiushi, the second miss had already been taken away by Shuang." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right, come here." However, Bai Ji shook her head, her face pale. "Miss, I have not finished speaking. I intended to leave, but I suddenly noticed a maid acting suspiciously in the room. Sensing something was amiss, I approached to investigate. To my shock, she turned out to be a thief. When I called out loudly, she covered her face and fled, knocking over items from the dressing table and scattering them everywhere. Gushiji, who had been deeply engaged in conversation, felt her plans unraveling at Bai Ji's unexpected entrance. If her guardians remained resolute, it would be challenging for her to marry Yunzheng. Realizing this, Gushiji felt a surge of impatience and feigned a slight sway, successfully redirecting Shen Zhengsheng and Ji Wan's attention back to her. "Shiji, how are you?" Ji Wan asked eagerly. Gushiji gently shook her head, her eyelashes glistening with unshed tears. Ji Wan, concerned that Gushiji might not endure much longer, thought it best to resolve the matter of Liu Yunzheng first. She turned to Bai Ji and said, "As long as that thief remains in the estate, there is no reason we cannot catch her. Losing some valuables is a minor issue. We can discuss it later." Seeing Ji Wan regain her composure, Gushiji felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, Bai Ji, lacking awareness, insisted, "Madam, I fear that the second miss might lose something valuable. I had no time to pursue that maid, so I bent down to tidy up for the second miss, only to discover certain items." Suddenly, Gushiji broke into a fierce fit of coughing. Ji Wan furrowed her brow, raising her hand to soothe Gushiji's back while inwardly scolding Bai Ji for her lack of discretion today. It was worth noting that Bai Ji was a maid Ji Wan had personally chosen for Jiasui, attracted to her cleverness. Enough, Bai Ji, you may leave now. Ji-wan waved her hand in displeasure. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Shiji lifted her head, feigning sorrow as she said, Uncle, Aunt, look at my frail condition. I fear it cannot last long. Over the years, I have been cherished by you both, and I have lived a life of luxury. I now understand why my father would go to great lengths to protect you. True hearts exchange true hearts. My father did so willingly, just as I today am willing to marry into the Liu family to repay your kindness. Uncle, Aunt, I implore you to grant me this wish. As she spoke, Gu Shiji suddenly broke free from Ji-wan's support, taking a step back to solemnly bow before Shen Zhengsheng and his wife. Bai Ji was about to speak again, but Shen Jiasui quickly shook her head at her. Not yet. The more pity the parents feel for Gu Shiji, the more they will realize how easily she has manipulated them. Gu Shiji was a masterful actress, and the debt of gratitude owed to Gu's father was tangible. If they did not deliver a decisive blow against Gu Shiji, Shen Zhengsheng and his wife would surely soften under her sweet words once more. Indeed, observing Gu Shiji's unwavering determination to remain bowed, Shen Zhengsheng and his wife began to waver. Gu Shiji had laid bare her heart so resolutely that if they refused her now, they would appear as unforgivable villains. At that moment, Yunzheng, who had been silent for a long time, stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Shen Zhengsheng and his wife. Lifting his robe as he earnestly spoke, Uncle, Aunt, if you grant me the hand of Shiji, I swear that I, Yunzheng, shall cherish her alone for my entire life, never taking a concubine, never betraying her. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji trembled slightly and turned to look at Yunzheng. Her eyes reddened with emotion. Yunzheng, sensing her feelings, met her gaze, and they exchanged a look filled with deep affection, a perfect pair of kindred spirits. Shen Jiasui, witnessing this scene, nearly burst into laughter, not at others, but at herself. She had no doubt of Yunzheng and Damp Oppo's sincerity towards Gu Shiji, for in her previous life, after their marriage, Yunzheng indeed remained faithful to Gu Shiji. On their wedding night, he had been thoroughly intoxicated, unaware of their union. They had not consummated their marriage. Subsequently, Yunzheng had continually evaded her, concocting various excuses to avoid intimacy. She, being proud, had assumed he had developed feelings for another and had promptly requested a divorce. Yet at that moment, Yunzheng had gently coaxed her, and just as she had resolved to confront him and sever their ties, a sudden war erupted in the north, leading him to accompany his father to battle. Coming from a military family, she understood the gravity of war and did not wish to entangle him further at such a time, stating that she would only consider the divorce upon his triumphant return. Little did she know, as she waited, the Shen family would be implicated in treason, leading to their downfall. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Shen Jiasui's breath quickened. Shen Zhengsheng and his wife found themselves in a dilemma. Yunzheng was originally meant for Jiasui. Allowing him to marry Gu Shiji would make Jiasui the laughingstock of the entire capital. She was their cherished jewel, their heart's delight. Why should she suffer such indignity? Yet, Gu Shiji had saved their lives and shared a bond with them over the years. At this moment, Shen Jiasui stepped forward, her eyes glistening with tears as she softly said, Father, Mother, you need not worry about me. Since Shiji is willing to marry and Yunzheng is devoted, let us fulfill her wish. I do not care for the whispers of the outside world. Besides, Mother just said she would care for her daughter for a lifetime. As she spoke, Shen Jiasui forced a smile, though it was laden with sorrow. This feigned lightheartedness shattered the hearts of Shen Zhengsheng and his wife. Meanwhile, Gu Shiji and Yunzheng exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes shining brightly, realizing that their wishes were finally coming to fruition. However, just then, Bai Ji suddenly cried out, No, why should the young lady be wronged? Master, madam, you have all been deceived by the second miss. Chapter 5. The revelation of deceit. Bai Ji's words seemed utterly nonsensical, causing everyone to turn their gaze toward her. Shen Jiasui, particularly perplexed, inquired Bai Ji, What nonsense are you speaking? Bai Ji shook her head, her voice urgent. Miss, I am not speaking foolishness. I found this in the second Miss's room. We have all been deceived by her. As she spoke, She raised the box she had been holding. Gu Shiji, upon hearing this, turned abruptly, a flicker of horror crossing her eyes. Yet, she quickly forced herself to regain her composure. She did not recognize the box. It was certainly not from her quarters. Moreover, she had hidden those items with utmost care, ensuring they would not be discovered by anyone, especially a petty maid with unscrupulous hands. By G, what do you mean by this? Gu Shiji's complexion drained of color as she questioned, her voice tinged with a sob. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotions, she swayed slightly. Lu Yunzheng could not bear witnessing his beloved suffer such indignity. He immediately rose to support Gu Shiji and coldly rebuked, "How dare a lowly servant slander her master? Uncle, aunt, is this how you regard Shiji, as your own flesh and blood? To watch her be bullied by a maid? If you are unwilling to punish this servant, I shall gladly take it upon myself." His words were urgent and fierce, as if he were the lord of the duke of the state's residence. Bai Yi, having received a hint from Shen Jiasui, realized the moment was ripe. Without hesitation, she opened the box, revealing a thick stack of letters within. If this servant has truly erred, the master and mistress, along with the miss, have the right to impose punishment. There is no need for you, young Master Lu, to intervene. With a clarity reminiscent of Shen Jiasui, Bai Ji fearlessly continued, "Master, mistress, please observe. This is what I discovered in the second miss's room. It clearly states that the second miss and young Master Lu have been clandestinely communicating, engaging in secret dealings behind the young lady's back. Master, mistress, my lady has suffered tremendous injustice. The second miss is clearly the one who has betrayed her sisterhood, deserving of divine retribution, while young Master Lu is a despicable man who has forsaken his conscience for mere carnal desires." Bai Ji's voice broke as she spoke the last words. Her lady had been grievously deceived by Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji. Having merely glanced at a few letters, Bai Ji felt overwhelmed. "What did you say?" Shen Jingsheng and Ji Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as they hurried forward to retrieve the letters from the box, trembling hands flipping through them. Shen Jiasui, committed to her act, staggered closer. Gu Shiji and Lu Yunzheng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. At this moment, Gu Shiji could no longer maintain her faade. She quickly straightened, eager to defend herself, but found no words to begin. Impossible. Those letters and tokens were so well hidden. They could not possibly be discovered by an outsider, let alone a thieving maid. How could Bai Ji have stumbled upon them so fortuitously? As her thoughts raced, Gu Shiji suddenly had a revelation. No, Shen Jiasui is simple-minded. She and Yunzheng have been adept at concealing their affair. Over the years, Shen Jiasui has never suspected a thing. Furthermore, given Shen Jiasui and Appo's impulsive nature, if she had discovered the truth earlier, how could she have waited until Yunzheng's proposal to act out? Could it be that Shen Jiasui, envious of Yunzheng's desire to marry me, has orchestrated this performance with Bai Ji? With this thought, Gu Shiji's mind steadied. Shen Jiasui was attempting to deceive her. Had she not remained composed, she might have unwittingly played into Shen Jiasui's hands. With this realization, Gu Shiji cast a calming glance at Lu Yunzheng and promptly voiced, "Foster parents, I assure you, I am innocent." Bai Ji, feeling aggrieved by young Master Lu and Appo's actions today, has resorted to this desperate measure. I understand her loyalty to Shen Jiasui, but her slander against me is equally unjust. Lu Yunzheng, receiving Gu Shiji's cue, hastily added, "A lowly maid dares to employ such vile tactics. Shen Jiasui, keep your servant in check. If you don an Appo's, believe me, how can you doubt Shiji? She has been nothing but sincere to you, yet you allow her to be so mistreated. How can you live with yourself?" Shen Jiasui turned to see her parents still frantically sifting through the letters, realizing they were reeling from a tremendous shock and had yet to regain their composure. She was aware of the existence of these letters, thanks to Lu Yunzheng and Appo's mother, her former mother-in-law, Madame Lu. Madame Lu had always disdained her, believing her too brash for a woman and unfit to be a dutiful wife. In her previous life, when the Shen family fell from grace, Madame Lu had secretly drugged her to prevent her from crying out for justice, mocking her all the while. Were it not for the power of the Duke of the State's residence, my son would have long since married Shiji and brought her home, rather than engage with a coarse, reckless woman like you. Suddenly hearing the name Shiji, she raised her head in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. But Madame Lu laughed with satisfaction, pouring a box of letters over her. Upon seeing the signature and familiar handwriting on the letters, she felt as if the sky had fallen. She knelt on the ground, frantically tearing open letter after letter, each filled with the tender affection between Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji, along with schemes and mockery directed at her. She recalled every word, especially when Gu Shiji had written, "The letters gifted by Lu Lang are cherished deeply. In the stillness of the night, I take them out to admire, feeling a sweetness in my heart, unwilling to betray his sincere affection." It was then she realized Gu Shiji must be hoarding these letters and tokens between them, which had inspired this plot. Bai Ji was indeed a meticulous maid, and she had found them. Watching Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji remain unperturbed, Shen Jiasui seized an item from the box and turned around. Sincerity? Shen Jiasui let out a bitter smile. I have laid bare my heart for both of you, yet you have shown me naught but deceit. Gu Shiji, hearing this, rushed forward to offer an explanation, but Shen Jiasui had already opened her right hand, revealing an object. Lu Yunzheng, do you recognize this? This is your family's ancestral jade pendant, adorned with a dragon motif and inscribed with the character Lu on the back. You gifted this jade to Gu Shiji, and your letters are filled with flowery words of affection. Do you believe I will still listen to your denials? Today, you both have performed a grand play. Had it not been for Bai Ji fortuitously discovering these letters, the Duke of the State's residence would have been preparing to marry Gu Shiji off to your family in splendid fashion. The depths of human treachery are chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. At the moment she saw the jade pendant, Gu Shiji finally lost her composure. Her heart trembled. Instinctively, she shook her head in denial. But Shen Jiasui's expression remained unyielding, impervious to her pleas. Foster parents, I am innocent. You must believe. Silence. Ji Wan suddenly turned, her eyes red and fierce, as if she were ready to devour someone. The effort and affection she had poured into Gu Shiji now ignited a burning hatred within her. The letters from the box made her feel nauseated. Ah, what a shameless pair, engaging in a clandestine affair, using my goodwill from the Duke's residence to humiliate us so. I was prepared to show compassion to Shen Jiasui, believing in your sincerity. Gu Shiji, how could you be so despicable, so shameless, perfectly matched with the unprincipled Lu Yunzheng? In the next moment, Ji Wan flung the box forward, and dozens of letters were cast into the air, cascading down upon Gu Shiji and Lu Yunzheng like a flurry of autumn leaves. Gu Shiji instinctively took a step back. She had never witnessed such a profound expression of grief and fury on Ji Wan's face. In that instant, a wave of dread surged within her, leaving her feeling as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. It was over. Chapter 6. A portion of me. Gu Shiji, after Ji Wan finished her words, she quickly stepped forward and tightly embraced Shen Jiasui, tears streaming down her face. Her sway, so utterly innocent. Shen Jiasui naturally felt a multitude of grievances within, yet compared to the hatred of a family being annihilated, these grievances were insignificant. Upon witnessing Ji Wan's ruthless demeanor, Gu Shiji turned to Shen Zhengsheng, her eyes brimming with tears as she called out, "Godfather." Shen Zhengsheng slowly shook his head, his heart burdened with more sorrow than anyone else. He could not comprehend whether he was the one who had corrupted Gu Shiji or if it was the innate wickedness of humanity that had ensnared him in her web. Seeing that Shen Zhengsheng, who had always cherished her, now disregarded her entirely, Gu Shiji felt her composure crumble. She was afraid that if today's events were to leak, the Lu family would no longer welcome her. After all, without the Shen family, she was merely an inconsequential orphan. Gu Shiji bit her lip. No, after years of effort, she must by all means marry into the Lu family with the grandeur befitting the daughter of the general who stabilizes the nation. With this thought, she slowly lifted her head, the usual frailness of her demeanor gradually dissipating. Godmother, Gu Shiji glared at Ji Wan, who stood beside Shen Jiasui, her eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. You always claim to care for me, yet the suitor you have chosen for Sui Sui is Yunzheng, a dragon among men, while you have offered me your family and amp, Appo's, his nephew. Is this what you call treating us equally? Sui Sui is destined to marry the eldest son of the great general, while I am deemed worthy only of the lesser son of a noble house. Furthermore, if Sui Sui truly desired Yunzheng, she should have been wary of me and kept a close eye on him. Love cannot be forced. I have feelings for Yunzheng that are mutual. If you genuinely care for me, godmother, then you should be contemplating how I might take Sui Sui's place and marry into the Lu family with honor. Upon hearing Gu Shiji's bold declaration, Ji Wan's eyes widened in shock, realizing how foolish her years of concern had been. Her eldest nephew was the legitimate son of the loyal and brave Marquis, already married, while the second nephew, though unable to inherit the title, was talented and gentle, an exemplary young man. After much deliberation, she had chosen the second nephew, believing that once Gu Shiji married him, due to her connection, her brother and sister-in-law would certainly treat her well, ensuring that she would never face hardship. She had worried tirelessly for Gu Shiji, only to discover that her pride and arrogance rendered her contemptuous of the second son of the Marquis. Gu Shiji, unwilling to witness Ji Wan's reaction, turned to Shen Zhengsheng and said, Godfather, you have always treated me kindly. I know that upon hearing of this matter, you must feel disappointed in me. However, please do not forget, my father lost his life to save you, and my mother left me because of it. It is because of you that I have become an orphan with no one to rely on. As the ancients say, a drop of water should be reciprocated with a fountain of gratitude. How much greater is the debt of life-saving grace? Therefore, the wealth and prominence of the general's household should rightly include a share for me, Gu Shiji. Regardless of my actions, you have no right to criticize me. For all that I have is earned through the sacrifice of my parents and amp, Appo's, lives. Clearly, over the years, Gu Shiji had accumulated a great deal of resentment, which she finally unleashed today. In her furious emotional state, her beautiful face twisted slightly, revealing a hint of madness. Shen Zhengsheng had never witnessed such a side of Gu Shiji, leaving him both astonished and bewildered. Even Lu Yunzheng, standing nearby, wore a look of astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. After all, in everyone's eyes, Gu Shiji had always been gentle and weak, speaking softly and kindly to everyone, embodying beauty and innocence. Once Gu Shiji finished speaking, a wave of satisfaction surged within her, but she soon noticed Lu Yunjing's peculiar expression, causing her countenance to shift. In the next moment, she suddenly bent over and began to cough violently, her already frail frame appearing even more delicate and helpless. Lu Yunzheng, regaining his senses, hurriedly supported her. Shiji, are you all right? As Gu Shiji coughed uncontrollably, trembling, her eyes reddened, and not a single member of the Shen family approached to offer concern. Lu Yunzheng felt a surge of indignation on her behalf and surveyed the room, speaking coldly. Shiji, do not fear. Even if the Shen family is ungrateful, you still have me. Ji Wan, hearing Gu Shiji's previous remarks, felt her heart chill to the core. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Jiasui patted her hand and stepped forward. 1963, Shen Jiasui stated coldly. At this moment, Gu Shiji paused her coughing, and Lu Yunzheng raised his head, frowning impatiently. Shen Jiasui, what nonsense are you spouting? Shen Jiasui met Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji's gazes and slowly replied. This is the number of soldiers who fell in battle during the fight, where Vice General Gu sacrificed himself. Lu Yunjing's expression shifted at her words, and Shen Jiasui continued. The Shen family has always valued Vice General Gu's contributions. Over the years, we have been striving to compensate Gu Shiji, pouring our heart and soul into it. However, this does not grant Gu Shiji the right to hold us hostage with gratitude and trample upon the genuine goodwill of our family. Lu Yunzheng, born into a military family. You should understand as well as I do that defending the homeland is the duty of every soldier. The moment they step onto the battlefield, they have already cast aside their lives. Even if they die wrapped in horsehide, they have no regrets. When my father went to war, each time was a farewell. Though it was inauspicious, he would pass on his last words early on, for he never regarded returning alive as his goal. Instead, he only wished to protect the land for one more day, to slay one more enemy. Lu Yunzheng, did not your father, General Lu, think the same? If you lack this awareness, I suggest you abandon the path of a military officer, for you are unworthy of it. Shen Jiasui's gaze bore into Lu Yunzheng's eyes, each word resonating with conviction. Lu Yunzheng, provoked by Shen Jiasui's fierce demeanor, experienced a shift in his expression. At this moment, Shen Jiasui turned to Gu Shiji. Noticing her still defiant demeanor, her tone growing increasingly frigid. Gu Shiji, do you know how your father lost his left arm? Jiasui. At this moment, Shen Zhengsheng suddenly interjected. However, Shen Jiasui did not respond to her father, but coldly unveiled the truth of that year. In that battle, the ambush was laid upon the very team led by your father, Vice General Gu. My father, upon hearing the news, led troops to rescue them, to save your father. He lost his left arm to the enemy and Oppos, S-Blade. Later, as the army retreated, the enemy pursued relentlessly. It was then that Vice General Gu sacrificed his life to cover my father and Oppos, S retreat. I recount this, not to belittle your father and Oppos, S kindness, but to express my disdain for your attempt to wield gratitude as a weapon, trampling upon the sincerity of the Shen family. Chapter 7. Taking someone away upon hearing the words, Gu Shiji and Oppos. S complexion turned ashen. She cast her gaze downward, momentarily revealing a flicker of panic in her eyes, yet quickly clenched her sleeves and vehemently denied. You are lying. Shen Jiasui, if what you say is true, then the battle from years ago was my father's fault, and my godfather lost his left arm while saving my father. Why do you still feel so indebted and go to such lengths to compensate me? You must still be unable to let go of Yunzheng, unwilling to allow me to marry into the Lu family, which is why you concocted such a lie to deny my father's kindness and force me to retreat. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui displayed a look of disbelief, feeling as if she had only truly come to know Gu Shiji today, after 2 lifetimes. Lu Yunzheng, do you think the same? She ceased her attempts to reason with Gu Shiji and turned her gaze towards Lu Yunzheng. Lu Yunzheng's expression subtly shifted. Years ago, when Shen Zhengsheng returned from the border with a severed arm, he had also felt curious and had asked his father, Father, was there a formidable figure among the troops of the Desert Kingdom that caused Uncle Shen such a grave loss? At that time, his father had merely mentioned that a certain general was too eager for quick success and thus fell into an ambush set by the enemy. Uncle Shen's left arm was lost in that battle. Seeing Lu Yunzheng's troubled expression, Shen Jiasui realized he must know some underlying truths and felt no more hesitation. Today, she must expel Gu Shiji, this hidden danger, from the residence. Lu Yunzheng, you're so deeply infatuated with Gu Shiji that you cannot marry anyone else, right? Very well, then take her away today. As soon as Shen Jiasui spoke, Gu Shiji abruptly raised her head, her face pale as a sheet. Was Shen Jiasui truly intending to cast her out? If she left with Lu Yunzheng, wouldn't she be left with no name or status? Lu Yunzheng also lifted his head, but his eyes sparkled with joy, eagerly asking, Really? Shen Jiasui turned to look at her parents. This matter required their approval. Jiwan, feeling immense pain for her daughter and enraged by Gu Shiji's earlier words, immediately nodded in agreement. If she wants to leave, let her go. Jiwan, consider these years of sincerity wasted. However, Shen Zhengsheng, being more rational, cast a complex glance at Gu Shiji and solemnly stated, If you are willing to stay in the general's residence, I will ensure you want for nothing, but you must never see Lu Yunzheng again. Upon hearing Shen Zhengsheng's resolute words, Gu Shiji felt a chill run through her heart. She trembled, pointing at the Shen family, her heart swelling with unwillingness and grievance, and cried out, You are so heartless and ungrateful. Do you not fear the scorn of the world? Shen Jiasui directly addressed the still ecstatic Lu Yunzheng, inciting, Since Lu Yunzheng holds you in such high regard, he will surely bring you into the Lu family as a legitimate wife. Is that not what you desire? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzheng immediately nodded and assured Gu Shiji, come with me. If you remain in the Shen family, we may never meet again. Moreover, after today, the Shen family will surely no longer treat you kindly. I will take you back to the Lu family now, and I will immediately inform my parents. They will understand my true intentions and permit me to marry you. Lu Yunzheng spoke earnestly, a hint of pleading in his expression. Shen Jiasui had no doubt of Lu Yunzheng's sincerity at this moment. She knew Gu Shiji would not refuse. After all, today, her hypocritical facade had been stripped away, and if she lingered any longer in the general and Appo's residence, she would find no peace. Indeed, the next moment, Yunzheng, I will go with you. Gu Shiji's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes reddening as she looked at Lu Yunzheng, her fragile face filled with trust and admiration. Lu Yunzheng could hardly contain his joy. This time, he would finally marry the girl he adored. Very well, let us go. He boldly took Gu Shiji's hand before the Shen family, causing her cheeks to flush with shyness as she lowered her head. Seeing this scene, Shen Zhengsheng and his wife's expressions darkened. Ji-Wan hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Shen Jiasui's view. As the two walked hand in hand towards the exit, Shen Zhengsheng still offered one last piece of advice. I, Shen Zhengsheng, am a man of my word. If you stay, the general's residence will not treat you harshly. As a wife or concubine, once you step out of this door, your future will solely depend on Lu Yunzheng. Think carefully. Gu Shiji paused slightly, causing Lu Yunzheng's heart to leap with worry, fearing she might change her mind. Just as he opened his mouth to reassure her again, Gu Shiji coldly interjected, Godfather, this is the last time I will call you that. The next time we meet, I will not be a lonely girl under your roof, but the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family. I hope, then, that General Shen will not hold today's events against Yunzheng, hindering his bright future, for that would be the last shred of affection between me and the Shen family. From now on, let us act as if we are strangers. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhengxing's heart surged with indignation, and he finally felt utterly disappointed, closing his eyes and ceasing to retain her. At that moment, Gu Shiji and Appo's gaze crossed over Shen Zhengsheng and fixed upon Shen Jiasui. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she wished to witness Shen Jiasui's despair at losing her fiancé and the mockery that would soon befall her throughout the capital. However, Shen Jiasui merely smiled and nodded at her, as if to say, congratulations. Gu Shiji furrowed her brows upon seeing this, while Lu Yunzheng tightened his grip on her hand, urging Shiji, let us go. At his words, Gu Shiji's brows instantly relaxed, and she left with Lu Yunzheng, unhesitant and carefree. The Yong and Appo's and courtyard fell into silence with their departure. Who could have predicted such a sudden turn of events? After a long while, Shen Zhengsheng turned around, appearing somewhat weary, and gently spoke to Shen Jiasui, Su, come in for a moment. I have something to ask you. Shen Zhengsheng proceeded directly into the main hall. Shen Jiasui realized that this matter could not be concealed from her father, especially since Bai Ji was the one she had sent out, and the evidence had arrived too promptly. However, she never intended to hide it from her father and mother. There was a deadly predicament in the general's residence that had to be resolved. As Shen Jiasui followed him inside, Bai Ji was about to catch up when Ji-Wan called out to her. Madam? Bai Ji thought Ji-Wan was going to inquire about the letters, feeling anxious and unsure of how to explain, when suddenly something was pressed into her palm. Looking down, she saw it was the heirloom jade pendant from the Lu family. Ji-Wan's expression was cold as she quickly instructed, Bai Ji, take this jade pendant and ride swiftly to the Lu residence, informing General Lu and Madame Lu of everything that transpired today in the courtyard. You must hurry and get there before Lu Yunzheng and the others. Just say that General Lu has raised a fine son, and this marriage is one my Shen family cannot afford. Bai Ji was momentarily stunned before her eyes lit up with excitement. She had learned martial arts from Shen Jiasui and was adept at horseback riding. Moreover, she had accompanied Shen Jiasui to the Lu residence many times, making her well acquainted with the route. I will not fail you, madam. Bai Ji responded earnestly and hastily departed. Ji-Wan watched Bai Ji leave briskly, a cold smile playing on her lips. Did Lu Yunzheng think he could escape unscathed after wronging Su Su? This farce was not yet over. It was time for the Lu family to take their turn. As Ji-won thought this, she felt a little relieved and was about to step into the hall when she saw her daughter standing at the door. Smiling up at her, Ji-won's lips curved slightly. One could say that no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Shen Jiasui, naturally aware of her mother's character, anticipated this turn of events the moment her mother sought the Lu family and Amp Oppo's heirloom jade pendant from her. At this moment, Shen Jiasui could not help but recall the unkindness of the Lu matriarch towards her in her previous life and the troublesome concubine Zhou from the Lu residence. Shen Jiasui and Aunt Zhou have crossed paths on several occasions. Such individuals truly possess the astute intelligence to understand and manipulate human emotions. Chapter 8. The Scourge by Ji encountered General Lu and Madame Lu with remarkable ease. General Lu, a tall and imposing figure, wore a smile on his face. Today, his eldest son had gone to propose to the Shen family, and he had meticulously advised him beforehand. He was absolutely satisfied with the prospective daughter-in-law, Shen Jiasui. It is worth noting that this match had been a hard-won endeavor for him in years past. Madame Lu sat beside her husband, appearing dignified despite her 36 or 37 years. However, she seemed to carry a sense of dissatisfaction, her lips perpetually taut, revealing a weariness amidst her stern demeanor. Bai Ji respectfully performed her greeting, prompting General Lu to inquire with surprise, "I heard from the doorman that you urgently sought an audience. Did Jiasui send you?" Bai Ji shook her head and presented the family heirloom jade pendant with both hands, enunciating clearly, "I come on Madame's orders to return the heirloom to the estate, and to convey Madame's words. The General's household has raised a fine son, but this marriage is beyond our Shen family's reach." "What?" Both General Lu and Madame Lu sprang to their feet, their faces ashen with shock. In the back courtyard of the Lu residence, Aunt Zhou reclined lazily on a couch, while a lovely young girl, Lu Yunyao, sat beside her, deftly threading a needle. The mother and daughter shared laughter and seemed content. Just then, a servant hurriedly entered the room, exclaiming, Aunt, a remarkable event has occurred." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhou propped herself up slightly, chuckling, "Lin Mama, you've been in the household for quite some time. Such exaggerated reactions do not suit you." Lu Yunyao, intrigued, turned her head to listen. Lin Mama, who typically attended to Aunt Zhou, disregarded the jest and leaned closer to the couch, speaking urgently. "Aunt, it's truly astonishing. News has just arrived that the eldest young master has rescinded his engagement to the Shen girl and has instead expressed a desire to marry the adopted daughter of the Dingwood General's household." "What?" Aunt Zhou shot upright, with Lu Yunyao gasping beside her. "Lin Mama, is this true?" Aunt Zhou's eyes widened as she eagerly sought confirmation. Lin Mama nodded emphatically. "Indeed, Aunt. The maidservant closely attending Miss Shen is currently in the main hall, having come to return the jade pendant as instructed by Madame Shen." Her words were unyielding, suggesting that Lin Mama made a decisive gesture. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight as she could hardly contain herself and stood up. "Excellent. I had thought that Lu Yunzheng's marriage to the Shen family was a foregone conclusion, and that Shungu would forever remain overshadowed by him. Little did I expect that Lu Yunzheng would abandon the path of virtue and make such a foolish move." Seeing Aunt Zhou's scheming demeanor, Lin Mama quickly asked, "Aunt, what should we do next?" Aunt Zhou smiled faintly, her expression laden with meaning. "Lin Mama, we shall not harm others directly, lest we diminish our own virtue and complicate matters for the general. However, Lu Yunzheng is digging his own grave. It would be quite effortless for us to add fuel to the fire. Come, let us go and observe the situation." As Aunt Zhou took a few steps forward, she suddenly turned back to tousle Lu Yunyao's hair, saying with a smile, "Yao, you are still young. Do not involve yourself in the affairs of the household. I have always acted with caution, and there is no need for you to worry. Upon my return, I shall inspect the patterns you have embroidered, so do put in your best effort." Lu Yunyao obediently nodded. With that, Aunt Zhou departed, a glimmer of resolve flashing across her face. "Yao, I shall surely strive to secure a bright future for you and Shang Gu. The carriage halted before the gates of the Lu residence. As the curtain was drawn, Lu Yunzheng leapt down first, extending his hand back into the carriage. Soon, a delicate hand grasped his, and a woman clad in a hooded cloak stepped down. It was Gu Shiji. Since leaving the Dingwa General's household, Lu Yunzheng had not ceased smiling. Shiji, we have arrived. Gu Shiji raised her gaze, peering through her hood at the imposing entrance of the Zhaoyong General's manor. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She had visited the Lu residence numerous times, yet each occasion had found her trailing behind Shen Jiasui, all eyes fixated on her. With that thought, Gu Shiji clenched her hands. From now on, it would be different. Yunzheng, have you considered how to explain our situation to the general and madam? She had already posed this question during their carriage ride, and Lu Yunzheng had assured her that he had a plan to ease her mind. Yet now, standing at the threshold of the general's estate, she could not shake her anxiety, especially since General Lu favored Shen Jiasui as his future daughter-in-law. With her departure from the Shen family, she was now placing all her hopes on Yunzheng. Lu Yunzheng inhaled deeply, aware of the tempest awaiting him within. Nevertheless, with the advantage of second chance, he felt confident in persuading his father. The Dingwa General's household was destined for ruin, and severing ties with them sooner rather than later was indeed the wisest course. With this thought, Lu Yunzheng grasped Gu Shiji's hand and spoke softly to reassure her. Shiji, I will undoubtedly persuade my father. My mother has always cherished me, and there is no reason she would refuse. However, you may have to endure a bit of hardship for a while. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji felt a wave of relief. A fleeting inconvenience for a lifetime of glory was worth it. Her expression softened, and with unwavering trust, she replied, Yunzheng, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Lu Yunzheng, deeply moved by Gu Shiji's unwavering faith in him, felt a surge of determination. Hand in hand, they entered the Lu residence. And just as they crossed into the main hall, they encountered Bai Ji, who was about to leave. It's you, Bai Ji. Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji exclaimed in unison, instinctively sensing trouble. However, Bai Ji ignored them and attempted to pass, only to be halted by Lu Yunzheng, whose expression darkened. Stop! That despicable Shen Jiasui pretends to be magnanimous and detached, yet she cannot let go, sending you here to report on me. Does she think that by having my parents pressure me, I will reconsider marrying her? Her duplicity and vile tactics only serve to sicken me. Why doesn't she come herself? Is she too ashamed to face me and Shiji, hiding away like a coward? Gu Shiji, filled with indignation, chimed in, unsure of what Bai Ji had said, fearing it would further displease the general and madam towards her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzheng felt his temper flare. You wretched maid! You disrespected the hierarchy at the Shen household, and now you dare to come to the Lu residence and twist the truth. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will only grow more arrogant and overstep your bounds. Bai Ji, seeing Lu Yunzheng raise his hand, stood her ground, unflinching and boldly declared, General Lu, your esteemed eldest son is the one who broke the engagement, and I am here on orders to return the jade. Am I to endure such humiliation? No sooner had Bai Ji finished speaking than General Lu strode out of the hall, his expression dark and teetering on the brink of fury. His voice thundered, You wretched scourge, come here and kneel before me. Chapter 9. Making her a concubine, Lu Yunzheng turned his head and beheld his father, consumed by fury, yet a hint of daze washed over his features. He had witnessed his father fall amidst the chaos of battle. Who could have imagined that fate would grant him this rare opportunity to reunite with him once more? Bai Ji, noticing Lu Yunzheng's momentary stupor, elegantly bowed once more to General Lu before departing with poise. In truth, she wished to linger, for the revelry had yet to unfold before her eyes. But having relayed her message, she had no grounds to remain. As Lu Yunzheng observed Bai Ji stepping out of the main hall, he abruptly regained his senses and sought to halt her exit. You shall not leave. How dare you slander Shiji? I must confront you directly. Fool, are you not embarrassed enough? General Lu could no longer contain his wrath, striding forward with indignation that suggested he might strike Lu Yunzheng. Lady Lu hastily pursued, her complexion pale and her steps frantic, positioning herself before her son. Husband, Quell your anger. Those were merely the words of a young maid. Who can say she was not exaggerating? Why not allow us to hear what Zheng'er has to say first? Upon hearing this, General Lu let out a cold laugh. Very well. Let's hear what this wretch has to say. Lady Lu, relieved, quickly turned to grasp Lu Yunzheng and Appo's hand, speaking urgently. Zheng and Appo's. Do explain what transpired today. Wasn't the engagement with the Shen family already settled? Why are you? In her heart, Lady Lu harbored disdain for Shen Jiasui. The prospective daughter-in-law was skilled in martial arts, headstrong, and exuded an air of restlessness, hailing from too lofty a background to be easily managed. She feared that in the future, Shen Jiasui would not respect her as a mother-in-law. Yet, the thought of their families uniting and the potential support for her son from the General's residence made her acquiesce. Who could have foreseen such a discord today? Zheng'er seemed bewildered. Had he harbored feelings for another? Why had he not consulted her sooner? In her view, it was only logical to marry Shen Jiasui first. If Zheng and Appo's could not let go of Gu Shiji, a mere solitary girl, he could negotiate with the Shen family later, finding a day to bring Gu Shiji into their home. Was that not a solution that satisfied all? As Lady Lu and Appo's thoughts raced, Lu Yunzheng had already knelt with Gu Shiji, his sincerity palpable as he declared, "Father, Mother, today I have indeed acted rashly in breaking the engagement, and I acknowledge my wrongdoing. However, there are reasons that necessitate a private discussion. Furthermore, Gu Shiji and I are deeply in love. She is gentle and kind, my confidant, and the one I wish to accompany for life. Now that the dissolution of the engagement with the Shen family is a foregone conclusion, I implore you, Father and Mother, to grant your approval for me to marry Gu Shiji, as a testament to our earnest hearts." Upon witnessing the furious General Lu, Gu Shiji was engulfed in fear. Yet upon seeing Lu Yunzheng uphold his promise, her heart stirred, and she instinctively knelt alongside him. Lady Lu, hearing this declaration, felt her heart race with anxiety. The next moment, General Lu bellowed, "Fool! Mutual affection? Earnest hearts? You two are clearly engaging in secretive conduct without proper mediation." Gu Shiji and Appo's face drained of color, her strength waning. Seeing this, Lu Yunzheng hastily steadied her, anger bubbling within him. His father had always favored his younger brother, harboring grievances, and now even his beloved was met with such unrelenting contempt. General Lu, observing Lu Yunzheng's defiance, clenched and unclenched his fists beneath his sleeves, finally inhaling deeply to regain his composure before reprimanding. "Lu Yunzheng, I have painstakingly secured this match for you, and you show such ingratitude. How shall I face General Shen in the future? Regardless of your reasons, your unilateral decision to break the engagement today reflects poorly on your character. In a broader sense, such treachery will render you untrustworthy in battle. Who would dare to follow you? If you possess any conscience, come with me to the General's residence and apologize, seeking forgiveness from General Shen and his daughter." Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji clutched Lu Yunzheng and Appo's hand tightly. Without hesitation, he reciprocated, retorting, "Father, this is merely a family matter. How does it pertain to leading troops in a battle? Moreover, I have already offended the Shen family. To return now would only invite humiliation. I refuse to bow to outsiders." General Lu, nearly laughing in frustration, replied, "Ah, so you have severed your own retreat? I, Lu Yongzhu, have dedicated my life to loyalty and integrity. Yet I never imagined raising such a rebellious son. Do you not insist on marrying this girl? Let me enlighten you. It was her father's greed and folly that led to General Shen's catastrophic defeat. Her father's sins are beyond redemption, and it is only General Shen's mercy that allowed her to exist today. Now you wish to marry her, while others shall see you as a heartless beast." Gu Shiji, upon hearing these words, turned pale, unable to move. Lu Yunzheng, intolerant of any slander against her, even from his own father, asserted, "Father, that is all in the past. Regardless, Shiji is innocent. Why harbor such prejudice against her? If you truly understood her nature, you would not speak thus." Lady Lu, witnessing her son repeatedly confront his father for Gu Shiji, felt her aversion towards the girl peak. She detested women who feigned fragility, adopting such seductive airs. Did Gu Shiji truly believe others were oblivious to her sordid intentions? With Zhou Fu lurking in the background, eager for Lu Yunzheng to falter so he could elevate his own illegitimate son, Lady Lu felt her hopes dashed. She had believed that the alliance with the Shen family would secure her son's future, only to have Gu Shiji emerge and ruin everything. Contemplating this, Lady Lu and Oppose, S expression darkened as she urged, Zheng and Oppose, if you truly care for this girl, once the Shen daughter enters, you may take her as a concubine. Why act so impulsively to ruin both families' unions? Your father is right. You must go to the Shen family and apologize. It is not too late. To be a concubine? To make her a concubine? Gu Shiji's mind whirled, her world spinning. The next moment, she could no longer maintain her kneeling position. Swaying to the side, Lu Yunzheng, quick of reflex, caught Gu Shiji, exclaiming Shiji. Gu Shiji dared not speak, yet tears streamed down her face. Her gaze filled with longing and reproach directed at Lu Yunzheng, as if to say, Yunzheng, you just promised to marry me. Lu Yunzheng's heart raced with panic as he hastily assured her, Shiji, do not worry. I shall never go back on my word. If I do, I am unworthy of being human. Raising his head, Lu Yunzheng met the gaze of his parents, almost pleadingly exclaiming, Father, Mother, I shall marry no one but Shiji. Now that this matter is settled, why will you not grant me my wish? General Lu and Lady Lu watched their son, seemingly entranced, and gasped in disbelief. Just then, a somewhat sultry voice drifted through the air. Oh, this young lady possesses remarkable skills to so thoroughly enchant the eldest son, leading him to defy his elders. Chapter 10. Take me away. Lu Yunzheng turned his head and saw Aunt Zhou approaching gracefully, fanning herself with a round fan. His brows furrowed momentarily, yet his heart bore no remnants of the apprehension from his past life. In his previous existence, Aunt Zhou had indeed caused him considerable trouble, leveraging his father's favoritism, which had instilled a deep-seated animosity in his mother. However, after his father's death in battle, Aunt Zhou lost her support and was dealt with by his mother. Lu Yunzheng was unaware of the specifics of that resolution, but by the time he returned to the capital from the frontier, there was no trace of Aunt Zhou left in the household. As for his half-siblings, he had not encountered them either, too eager to see Shiji to inquire further. As Lu Yunzheng reminisced about his past, Aunt Zhou had already approached him, and it was unclear how long she had been eavesdropping from a corner. Upon seeing Aunt Zhou intrude, Mrs. Lu felt uneasy, and General Lu slightly furrowed his brow, not wishing to witness discord within the household. Aunt Zhou was astute. She understood General Lu's thoughts well, and thus did not target Lu Yunzheng directly, her beautiful eyes instead fixating on Gu Shiji. Indeed, she possessed a countenance that evoked pity, which explained why the eldest young master was willing to forsake the marriage alliance with the Duke of State's family. If memory served, this girl had visited the Lu residence several times alongside Miss Shen. Noticing Aunt Zhou's sarcastic tone, Lu Yunzheng felt a surge of impatience. Yet he remained wary of her father's influence, responding coldly, Aunt Zhou, this matter does not concern you. Aunt Zhou nodded obediently, but continued, I truly have no authority over the affairs of the household. Yet having observed for a moment, I must caution the eldest young master. This woman harbors deep schemes and excels at acting. You must be vigilant. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji and Oppose, tears flowed even more profusely. In that moment, she began to regret her situation. She had not anticipated that the grievances Lu Yunzheng spoke of would entail such humiliation for her. Yet now, just as her godfather had foretold, the only person she could rely on was Lu Yunzheng. Yunzheng, take me away, please, she pleaded, clutching his garment, her voice trembling as if she could no longer endure the humiliation. Her tear-streaked visage resembled a fragile porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Retreating to advance, she had no other choice. Seeing Gu Shiji in such a vulnerable state pierced Lu Yunzheng's heart. This was the girl he had loved across 2 lifetimes. Aunt Zhou, your opinion is unwelcome here. Lu Yunzheng suddenly raised his head, his expression fierce. Aunt Zhou appeared startled and quickly retreated behind General Lu. Yet her words did not cease. Eldest young master, look at yourself. You are completely under her spell. A mere few tears, and you are deeply affected. If she truly is as you say, knowing you are betrothed to Miss Shen, she should keep her distance. Even if she has feelings, propriety should dictate she abandon such thoughts. I believe she has set her sights on you, a dragon among men, and wishes to become the mistress of our general's household. This time, Mrs. Liu surprisingly refrained from interrupting Aunt Zhou. Zheng is likely bewitched by this woman. Someone ought to awaken him. Gu Shiji, upon hearing this, felt her private thoughts laid bare, leaving her nowhere to hide. Her face turned pale as she bit her lip, quickly persuading herself in the face of her shame and anger. Is it wrong to strive for a worthy suitor? Should I merely obey my godmother's wishes and marry the mediocre second son of the Duke's household? As the situation escalated, fearing Aunt Zhou would utter even harsher words, Gu Shiji inclined her head and fainted. This caused Lu Yunjin to panic entirely. Shiji. Aunt Zhou smirked subtly. With such feeble tactics, it truly is laughable. Fainted? Eldest young master, a pinch on the wrist or a press to the philtrum will suffice to awaken her, Aunt Zhou kindly suggested. Be silent, Lu Yunjin shouted furiously, swiftly scooping Gu Shiji into his arms. He felt a profound sense of indebtedness for the humiliation she had endured and, facing his parents, declared resolutely, Father, Mother, I will marry no one but Shiji. As I mentioned before, my decision to abandon the match with the Shen family stems from another reason. Mrs. Liu, in a state of distress, implored what reason. Zheng, do tell. As long as you can convince your father, everything can be negotiated. Lu Yunjin, having made up his mind, stepped forward and lowered his voice. Father, the Duke of State's family will face ruin within 2 years. My actions today are to sever ties with the Shen family early to avoid future entanglements. Absurd. General Liu interrupted, his disappointment palpable. The Duke of State's family is flourishing, and General Shen enjoys the Emperor's favor. For the sake of a mere Gu Shiji, you fabricate such lies. Lu Yunjin, you have deeply disappointed me. Mrs. Liu, gazing at her once proud son, was equally incredulous. Zheng, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yunjin, desperate, insisted, if you do not believe me, I can provide more evidence. But we must go to the study first. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Aunt Zhou. The matter of his rebirth was enigmatic. To successfully marry Shiji, he could divulge part of the truth to his parents, but he could never allow outsiders to learn of it. However, General Liu had already dismissed even half of Lu Yunjin's words, shaking his head in despair as he urged once more. You must accompany me to the Shen family to apologize and return Miss Gu. If she can still forgive you, our families can remain in kinship. Even if the marriage does not materialize, at least there remains goodwill, preventing you from ruining your future. Mrs. Liu chimed in, Zheng, heed your father's advice. This woman is cunning. Do not let her manipulate you. Seeing that his parents were intent on obstructing his relationship with Shiji, Lu Yunjin felt a profound chill and despair. He and Shiji had already missed one lifetime. He would not let a second chance slip away. Did his parents believe he would falter without the Shen family support? They did not realize that in his previous life, he had accomplished feats his father had never achieved, defeating the desert nation and becoming a great hero of the flourishing dynasty. This time, with every advantage, he would shine even brighter, earning even greater admiration. With this thought, Lu Yunjin took a few steps back and resolutely declared, I will never return to the Duke of State's family. In this life, I want no one but Shiji. If you insist on obstructing me. At this point, he abruptly turned, cradling Gu Shiji, and strode away. Mrs. Liu, pale with fear, hurried after him, her voice trembling. Zheng, what are you doing? Let him go. General Liu bellowed. Lu Yunjin had already halted, but resumed his pace upon hearing the command. Mrs. Liu, now in tears, cried out, Zheng, do not act rashly. General Liu scoffed. Lu Yunjin, do not think you have grown wings. Outside the general's household, you are nothing. Lu Yunjin continued walking, coldly retorting, Father, you will regret today's decision. Your son is not a mere fish in a pond. He stood tall and unwavering, carrying the unconscious Gu Shiji straight out of the Liu residence. Behind him, Mrs. Lu's cries went unheeded as she desperately sought to change his mind. Aunt Zhou obediently stood behind General Lu, her face betraying her surprise while a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 11. An apology at the general's residence at this moment. Shen Jiasui had already relegated the memories of her past life to the realm of dreams from the previous night, recounting them verbatim to Shen Zhengsheng and his wife. If there were any secrets left untold, they pertained to the sleepless nights she endured after marrying into the Lu family and the harrowing struggle at the Western Villa. The hall was enveloped in silence, as Shen Zhengsheng and his wife were momentarily at a loss for words, fearing that her parents might doubt her. Shen Jiasui hastily explained, "Father, Mother, I assure you that I am not speaking nonsense. The letters I discovered in Gu Shiji's chamber serve as irrefutable evidence. Perhaps it is heaven's unwillingness to see our Shen family suffer unjustly that has sent me this dream as a warning. You must believe in your daughter." Lu Yunzhen's demeanor was markedly different from that in her dream, and her suspicion of him grew. This man would henceforth warrant caution. Shen Jiasui's expression grew serious. She understood the gravity of the situation, and even if her parents were skeptical, they must remain vigilant. At this moment, Ji-wan unexpectedly stepped forward. Just as Shen Jiasui was about to speak, Ji-wan opened her arms and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Shen Jiasui appeared momentarily bewildered, but Ji-wan's trembling voice broke the silence. "As long as it is you, my dear, who speaks, I shall believe it. I cannot help but think that in that dream, both your father and I walked ahead, leaving you alone with the weight of our family's grievances. You must have felt so frightened. My strong daughter, if heaven truly turned a blind eye, how could you bear to live alone?" Shen Jiasui was initially taken aback, but her heart ached and tears streamed down her face. Despite her attempts to conceal her own grievances and tragic fate, those who love her will always worry. Her mother not only chose to believe her, but even feared for her well-being in the dream mother. Shen Jiasui whispered softly, unable to restrain her tears as she buried her face in Ji-wan and Appo's shoulder. Ji-wan and Appo's eyes reddened, gently stroking Shen Jiasui and Appo's back in comfort. At that moment, Shen Zhengsheng approached, ruffling Shen Jiasui's hair with a tender touch. Though he remained silent, his actions spoke volumes. He understood that his daughter would never fabricate such a tale. Was it truly heaven's warning that their family might one day face utter annihilation, leaving no one unscathed? He preferred to believe there was some truth to it rather than dismiss it entirely. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Shen Zhengsheng's expression grew increasingly grave. Just as his daughter had said, Lu Yunzhen was hardly capable of orchestrating such a grand scheme. Now that they were on guard, they must take the initiative to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Bai Ji, having left the Lu residence, remained vigilant outside, waiting for quite some time. It was only when she saw Lu Yunzhen emerge, carrying Gu Shiji with a disheveled appearance, that she returned to the general's residence with a smile. Upon entering Yunzheng courtyard, she happened upon Shen Jiasui in tears, comforted by the Yunzheng Marquis and his wife. Bai Ji's heart sank, and she quickly reported her observations from the Lu residence. Ji-wan snorted in response, and upon learning that Lu Yunzhen had failed in his advances, a look of satisfaction crossed her face. Suddenly, Shen Zhengsheng spoke. "My lady, prepare yourself. It seems old Lu will be paying us a visit soon." Ji-wan and Appo's brows furrowed in disbelief. How dare he show his face here? If it were up to me, I would have driven him away with a broom. The Marquis of Loyalty and Valor had earned his title through military merit and had a rather unrestrained temperament. Ji-wan, having been nurtured under his care, possessed a particularly fiery disposition. However, her indignation was merely venting. Lu Yunzhen's expulsion from the Lu residence clearly indicated his stance. Moreover, as Shen Jiasui had mentioned, Lu Yunzhen was short-lived and likely carried many hidden secrets. Perhaps her husband had other considerations at play. Shen Zhengsheng was well aware of his wife's feisty nature, which belied her strategic mind. Having shared a loving partnership for 2 decades, he understood their dynamics deeply. He nodded resolutely, a fierce determination in his gaze. "Soon, I shall certainly give him a taste of his own medicine." His words resonated with Ji-wan, who immediately relaxed her expression, nodding in approval. Seeing this exchange, Shen Jiasui could not help but smile through her tears. At that moment, a messenger arrived, announcing the arrival of General Lu and his wife. Ji-won chuckled coldly. How prompt of them. Let's leave them waiting for a while. When Lady Lu was ushered into the inner courtyard, she had already spent a quarter of an hour in the reception hall, sitting in silence with General Lu. No tea had been served, nor were there any attendants to cater to them. General Lu remained stoic, acknowledging his shortcomings, while Lady Lu felt a simmering dissatisfaction. Finally, seeing Ji-won, Lady Lu, constrained by her pent-up frustration, forced a smile and offered apologies. Ji-won maintained her icy demeanor, refusing to engage. Lady Lu's smile faltered, her expression stiffening as she thought, truly, like mother, like daughter, no wonder Shen Jiasui is equally unappealing. In this light, could it be that Lu Yunzhen's change of heart was not at all attributable to Shen Jiasui? After all, she was utterly incapable of holding onto his heart. As these thoughts churned in her mind, Lady Lu dared not reveal her feelings, exhaling softly before continuing her forced pleasantries. Sister, you know I hold Jiasui dear. It is Lu Yunzhen who is unworthy, and my husband has chastised him severely. I would like to meet Jiasui and personally apologize on his behalf. Only then will I feel at ease. In truth, Lady Lu had her own motives. Her husband was genuinely enraged by Lu Yunzhen's actions, and should this matter remain unresolved, Lu Yunzhen's standing in his eyes would diminish further. Shen Jiasui had long been betrothed to Lu Yunzhen, and feelings must have developed over the years. Furthermore, Lu Yunzhen was a distinguished young gentleman in the capital, handsome and charismatic. How could a young maiden like Shen Jiasui remain unaffected? If she could ascertain today that Shen Jiasui had not given up on Lu Yunzhen and still wished to marry him, she would urge Lu Yunzhen to take her back, even if it meant resorting to desperate measures. As for Gu Shiji, whether kept as a concubine or maintained outside, it would not be of great consequence. Shen Jingsheng and his wife might object, yet ultimately, a daughter-s is not bound by her mother-s desires. Thus, the crux of the matter lay with Shen Jiasui. With these thoughts in mind, Lady Lu became increasingly obsequious, showering compliments, and her demeanor suggested that if she did not see Shen Jiasui today, she would be consumed by guilt. Ji-won remained unmoved, even rolling her eyes in secret. At that moment, Shen Jiasui unexpectedly emerged from the inner chamber, lifting the curtain with determination. Ji-won immediately stood to greet her, unperturbed by Lady Lu's presence, and boldly stated, "Jiasui, you need not consider familial ties. If we do not wish to meet, then we shall not." Lady Lu was taken aback by Ji-won's lack of decorum, her teeth clenched in silent fury, yet she could not resist approaching Shen Jiasui. Upon catching sight of Shen Jiasui's red-rimmed eyes, her own eyes sparkled with delight. It was clear that Shen Jiasui had been crying. It had only been a couple of hours since Lu Yunzhen had proposed the annulment of their engagement, and yet Shen Jiasui appeared so deeply affected. Her feelings for Lu Yunzhen were evidently profound and entangled. Excellent, excellent. A breakthrough at last. With thoughts of the future when she would be Shen Jiasui's mother-in-law, Lady Lu eagerly reached for Shen Jiasui's hand, saying, "My dear girl, I'm so sorry for the grievances you have endured." Chapter 12. Only acknowledging you as my daughter-in-law, Shen Jiasui first cast a reassuring glance at her mother before turning to face Madame Lu. Although Madame Lu wore a smile, Shen Jiasui could easily discern the underlying aloofness and reluctance concealed beneath her facade. Prior to the downfall of the Shen family in her previous life, she and Madame Lu had maintained a relatively peaceful relationship, leading her to believe she had encountered a commendable mother-in-law. It was only when the Shen family faced sudden turmoil that Madame Lu and Appo's true colors were revealed. Now, with merely a moment and Appo's closure of her eyes, the memories of Madame Lu's venomous deeds and her incessant humiliation would flood her mind. Shen Jiasui understood that Madame Lu's current display of cordiality was laced with ulterior motives. She emerged from the inner chambers solely to fulfill Madame Lu's intentions. "Aunt Lu, today's events have come to fruition, and there is no need for further discussion. Please take your leave." Shen Jiasui said, her voice trembling as she withdrew her hand. She was strikingly beautiful, particularly her pair of bright, sparkling eyes that radiated vigor. The slight arch of her brows added a touch of spiritedness to her exquisite features, making her appear fiercely determined. Thus, Shen Jiasui deliberately lowered her head, allowing Madame Lu to catch a glimpse of her long lashes, dampened and her lips slightly pursed, contrasting her usual brightness and conveying a sense of grievance. Madame Lu's eyes gleamed with increasing intensity, and she stepped forward, gently patting Shen Jiasui's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Jiasui, that boy Zheng has truly been bewitched. Yet, as your elder, I know he still holds affection for you. Upon hearing these words, Shen Jiasui lifted her head abruptly, as if invigorated by a spark of encouragement. Witnessing this, Madame Lu felt her conviction solidify and continued to flatter her. In the past, Zheng would mention you almost daily, proclaiming that he could marry no one but you. I believe that after a few days of contemplation, he will come to regret his actions. I shall persuade him to apologize to you personally. Jiasui, would you consider giving Zheng another chance? Shen Jiasui hesitated, her thin lips trembling as if grappling with indecision. Observing this, Madame Lu seized the moment. In my heart, dear Jiasui, you shall always be the only daughter-in-law I recognize. At this juncture, Jiwan could scarcely contain her indignation, feeling that Madame Lu was utterly shameless. Her son had only just severed his engagement, and here she was brazenly deceiving Jiasui. Had Jiwan not been certain that Jiasui harbored no lingering feelings for Lu Yunzheng and that everything was part of Jiasui's scheme, she would have swiftly dismissed them. Finally, Shen Jiasui managed to portray a woeful expression, frowning as she shook her head. Aunt, please, do not say any more. Let it be known that my previous sincerity was misplaced, and from now on, I have no ties with Yunzheng, Mr. Lu. Mother, please see our guests out. After her declaration, Shen Jiasui covered her face and fled, her retreating figure embodying profound heartache. Jiwan, unyielding, coldly instructed, Madame Lu, please leave. At this moment, Madame Lu was evidently unfazed by Jiwan's demeanor. It was clear to her that Shen Jiasui had not yet lost hope. Now, all she needed to do was persuade Zheng to approach Shen Jiasui and apologize. Then the union could still be salvaged. Madame Lu felt quite confident in this regard. No matter how Gu Shiji endeavored to win Zheng's heart, could she possibly surpass the woman who had given him life and nurtured him? With a polite farewell, Madame Lu departed, escorted by a maid. Meanwhile, Jiwan hastened into the inner chamber, where she found Shen Jiasui applying a cold cloth to her face. Jiasui, were you reluctant to apply the cloth before, only to prepare for this moment? Prior to the arrival of General Lu and his wife, Jiasui had wept over a haunting dream, her eyes and nose reddened. She had initially intended to personally tend to her face, but had insisted there was no need to rush. Suddenly, she had emerged to greet Madame Lu, leaving the latter to assume that Jiasui was still unwilling to let go of her feelings for Lu Yunzheng. Shen Jiasui removed the cloth from her face, revealing a mischievous smile. In her past life, Madame Lu had openly called Gu Shiji a dutiful daughter-in-law before her, accusing Shen Jiasui of usurping the position of the Lu family's legitimate daughter-in-law and obstructing the destined union between Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji. This time, Shen Jiasui was curious to see how Madame Lu would refer to Gu Shiji and what method she would employ to sway Lu Yunzheng's heart back to her. Of course, Shen Jiasui had additional motives for her actions today. To break the deadlock, she had instructed Bai Ji to retrieve some letters, knowing Lu Yunzheng was not a fool. After he regained his composure, he would likely harbor doubts about her intentions. She intended to use Madame Lu's words to further entangle Lu Yunzheng, ensuring she would maintain the upper hand in the ensuing game. In the Western Villa, Lu Yunzheng was initially reluctant to return, for this place was where he had met his demise in his previous life. However, his options were limited, and this villa was well maintained, allowing for immediate occupancy. Lu Yunzheng dismounted the carriage with Gu Shiji and hurried towards the guest room. As they passed through the main hall, his pace faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his stride. An elderly servant had long been in charge of the villa, and Lu Yunzheng urgently commanded, quickly summon a physician. The old servant hurriedly departed, just as Gu Shiji stirred, softly awakening. Yunzheng? Gu Shiji, momentarily disoriented, gazed at him with wide eyes. Where are we? What? What is this place? This villa had once been a sanctuary filled with sweet memories of Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji, and now, standing within its confines. Lu Yunzheng felt his heart soften. He gently apologized. Shiji, I am sorry for the trouble you have endured. This is my villa, where we can stay temporarily. Upon hearing his words, Gu Shiji sat up straight. Lu Yunzheng had expected her to resent him for breaking his promise. Yet he was taken aback when she gazed at him with concern, suddenly pushing him away. Yunzheng, it matters not where I stay, but you cannot remain here. You must return and apologize to the general and his wife. It is I who am unworthy of you. I cannot hinder your future and cause discord between father and son. There is still time. You must return and clarify matters with the general and his wife, and apologize to Shen Jiasui. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. You need not worry about me. You need not worry. Hearing this, Lu Yunjing's heart swelled with affection, longing to offer her everything he possessed. He embraced Gu Shiji tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Shiji, how could I not care for you? I cannot live without you. In this vast world, you are the only one I desire. As Gu Shiji listened to his fervent declarations of love, her tears finally fell. You fool, she murmured, wrapping her arms around Lu Yunjing's waist. The two held each other tightly, Gu Shiji resting her chin on his shoulder. Yet, unbeknownst to Lu Yunzheng, the fervent affection in Gu Shiji's eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of unwillingness. No, she could not remain in such ambiguity. She demanded recognition, a rightful place as his wife. While Lu Yunzheng remained lost in his feelings, repeatedly assuring her, Shiji, I will not make you wait long. I will ensure you become the future general's wife, bestow upon you a title, and grant you the finest life. In Gu Shiji's eyes, thoughts churned, yet she softly responded, Yunzheng, I believe in you. I trust you. Chapter 13. Whispers abound under the bright light of day. Lu Yunzheng resolutely departed from the Lu residence, and at this moment, he had no intention of returning. Instead, he shared an evening meal with Gu Shiji at a nearby courtyard. Gu Shiji, lacking appetite, furrowed her brow at the delicious dishes before her and suddenly murmured, something still feels amiss despite the many trials he had faced that day. Lu Yunzheng felt a deep sense of contentment simply being in Gu Shiji's company. With the advantage of his rebirth, he firmly believed that he would soon rise to prominence, which further eased his heart. Thus, he found his appetite returning, and upon hearing Gu Shiji's words, he casually inquired, Shiji, what troubles you? Setting down her chopsticks, Gu Shiji replied earnestly, Yunzheng, I still find this rather strange. The letters we exchanged were meticulously hidden. Even my ever-watchful Bai Lu was unaware of them. Could it be mere coincidence that a thief invaded my room, discovered those letters, and was caught by Bai Ji? Everything seemed to be going smoothly until it all collapsed at the last moment. Gu Shiji felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for the sudden discovery of those letters, she was confident she could have persuaded her guardians to grant her a splendid marriage into the Lu family. At her words, Lu Yunzheng slowly lifted his gaze, a realization dawning upon him. His eyes widened in shock, causing his chopsticks to clatter to the ground. Startled, Gu Shiji rose in concern, asking, Yunzheng, what is the matter? In truth, Gu Shiji wished to ask why Lu Yunzheng had so confidently declared before General Lu earlier that the General's household would meet its demise within 2 years. However, she had been feigning faintness at the time, and to inquire now would be to reveal her pretense. Lu Yunzheng stood, his mind racing as he replayed Shen Jiasui's every action from the day. Could it be that she, but it didn't seem likely, given Shen Jiasui and Appo's impulsive and reckless nature, and the murderous look she had given him when they last parted, how could she appear so composed upon their next encounter? Had he truly never understood her over the years? Doubt clouded Lu Yunzheng and Appo's mind, and he felt an urgent sense of foreboding, as if a prickling sensation were at his back. He longed to confront Shen Jiasui immediately to clarify the matter. Yunzheng? Gu Shiji called out, alarmed. What is wrong? Snapped back to reality. Lu Yunzheng surveyed his surroundings and gently said, Shiji, this courtyard is under my name. My parents will inevitably come looking for me. After dinner, we should leave. I will rent a new place. Regardless of whether Shen Jiasui has experienced a rebirth like mine, this place is inauspicious and must not be our dwelling any longer. His abrupt statement puzzled Gu Shiji, yet she obediently nodded in agreement. Wherever you go, I shall follow. As Lu Yunzheng gazed at Gu Shiji, who trusted him wholeheartedly, he felt a surge of tenderness. He hesitated for a moment, but chose to conceal the truth of his rebirth. Shiji was inherently timid. If she were to learn he had perished at Shen Jiasui's hands, she would surely be terrified, losing her peace of mind. Why should he burden her with fear? For now, the priority was to find an opportunity to test Shen Jiasui. In just one day, the affairs between the Shen and Lu families spread throughout the capital. Shen Zhengsheng, as the general of the state, had lost an arm in battle, yet upon returning to the capital, he remained a favored figure in the emperor's court. Following his retirement, Lu Yongzhu became a stalwart defender against the Mongolian nation, making the potential union between the two families a subject of great interest. However, when Lu Yunzheng approached to propose marriage, he unexpectedly left the general's residence with a young lady, only to return to the Lu residence and then depart in haste. The astute citizens of the capital quickly sensed that something was amiss. The general's household soon released a statement claiming that Lu Yunzheng was disloyal and unworthy of marriage, and they chose to withdraw the engagement. The Lu family did not refute this publicly, seemingly accepting the narrative. Those in the know rapidly pieced together the story behind this engagement debacle. It was revealed that Shen Zhengsheng had a foster daughter, rumored to be the orphan of a subordinate, possibly a remnant of his past indiscretions at the border. Ultimately, it was said that Lu Yunzheng had lost interest in the Shen family's legitimate daughter and was instead infatuated with the foster daughter, seeking to annul the engagement. The result? General Lu disapproved, and Lu Yunzheng, steadfast in his feelings, defied his family, leaving in a fit of passion with the beauty at his side. The capital buzzed with tales, claiming that the foster daughter must possess extraordinary beauty to have so captivated Lu Yunzheng. Others suggested that the Shen daughter was a tomboy, skilled in martial arts, and thus deemed unworthy. Society's scrutiny of women was unforgiving. Within a day, Shen Jiasui was cast as ugly and unrefined, spurned for her lack of charm. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng merely gained notoriety for his romantic escapades. Yet, some rational voices condemned Lu Yunzheng for his betrayal and fickleness, declaring such behavior unbecoming of a gentleman. Discussions of Gu Shiji arose, with accusations that the Shen family had raised a thankless child, usurping the rightful daughter's marriage. In the end, the private matters of both families were laid bare for all to see. At the general's residence, Shen Jiasui returned to her quarters, drenched in sweat after practicing her spear techniques. She gulped down a cup of tea, feeling invigorated. In her previous life, after marrying into the Lu family, Lu Yunzheng had treated her with indifference, while her mother-in-law criticized her for practicing martial arts, sending maids to reprimand her time and again, in a bid to maintain peace. She had put away her spear, only to never see it again. Upon returning to her room, she spotted the spear standing on the rack and felt an irresistible urge to wield it. Somewhat rusty, she thought nothing of it. From now on, no one would restrain her. As Shen Jiasui reveled in her newfound freedom, Bai Ji entered, her expression grim. Noticing Shen Jiasui's gaze, she quickly masked her demeanor with a forced smile. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Jiasui questioned, "Have you heard something?" Seeing her mistress was already aware, Bai Ji's face fell, and she exclaimed, "Mistress, I wish I could sew their mouths shut." Shen Jiasui chuckled, loosening her garments as she walked towards her inner chamber. "Then you'll have your hands full. How many mouths are there in the capital? You would need until the year of the monkey to finish." Bai Ji, growing frantic, insisted, "Mistress, you cannot imagine how vile their gossip has become." Of course, Shen Jiasui was aware. In her past life, when the Shen family faced false accusations of treason, they endured countless slanders and curses. She had witnessed the aftermath at the general's gate, the ground soaked in dark blood, a testament to the vitriol hurled at them. This Shen family daughter, spared by marriage, had been subjected to the most vicious insults time and again. The more people spoke, the more monstrous the rumors became. If she were to succumb to despair and perish at the General's gates, that would be the true definition of folly. By G, if you let their words trouble you, you might as well drive yourself to despair. Come help me style my hair. I need to freshen up. Bai Ji stood in stunned silence as she watched Shen Jiasui walk into the inner chamber with an unburdened expression, feeling a sense of bewilderment. She sensed something was different about her mistress today, a change from the past. Chapter 14. The young master is bullied on the following morning. Shen Jiasui awoke from her slumber, momentarily dazed. Suddenly, she threw off her covers and stood barefoot in her room, surveying her surroundings. At that moment, her complexion was far from pleasant. Bai Ji, hearing the commotion, entered and was taken aback by the sight. She hastily inquired, "Miss, what troubles you?" Shen Jiasui pressed her hand against her chest, murmuring, how wonderful everything that transpired yesterday was not a dream. She had truly returned to the past. Standing in her own boudoir, Bai Ji, prepare yourself quickly. I must pay my respects to Mother. She needed to see her mother in good health to feel completely at ease. Bai Ji carefully observed her and, realizing Shen Jiasui was indeed unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. After tidying herself, Shen Jiasui impatiently made her way to the main courtyard. After partaking in breakfast beside Ji Wan, she finally felt assured. At that moment, Shen Zhengsheng was off to the morning court, and thus was not present in the residence. The two women were engrossed in intimate conversation when suddenly, Bai Shuang hurried in to report, "Madam, Miss, Bai Mu is outside seeking an audience." Shen Zhengsheng and his wife had one son and one daughter. Their legitimate daughter, Shen Jiasui, was 17, skilled in martial arts, while their legitimate son, Shen Jiaheng, was 15 and fond of literature. Currently, Shen Jiaheng was studying at the Imperial Academy, and Bai Mu was his personal attendant. The academy had strict regulations. Aside from seasonal breaks and holidays, students typically had only 2 breaks each month, on the 1st and 15th days. Although many highborn youths attended the academy, the emperor valued education and promoted respect for teachers, so no one dared to disrupt its rules. Today was the 21st, and ordinarily, Bai Mu should have remained with Shen Jiaheng at the academy. Ji Wan and Shen Jiasui exchanged glances, instantly aware that Shen Jiaheng must have encountered some trouble at the academy. If their speculation was correct, it likely pertained to the annulment of his engagement with Yunzheng from yesterday. "Quickly, let him in," Ji Wan commanded urgently. Before long, Bai Mu rushed into the courtyard. He did not enter the room, but stood outside, raising his voice to relay the news. "Madam, the young master is being bullied at the Imperial Academy." "What?" Ji Wan, protective as ever, swiftly exited, her expression stern. "Bai Mu, speak carefully. What exactly transpired?" Shen Jiasui followed closely behind, her face a mask of urgency. As Bai Mu began to speak, he caught sight of Shen Jiasui and suddenly fell silent. Realizing the implication, Shen Jiasui calmly interjected, "Bai Mu, speak honestly. Do not conceal anything." Bai Mu nervously clenched his hands, and upon seeing Ji Wan nod, he summoned his courage to continue. Early this morning, rumors circulated at the academy, stating that the young lady was scorned by the Liu family's young master and that the engagement was annulled. Naturally, the young master did not believe it and argued with those individuals. However, their words were exceedingly harsh, claiming the young lady was unattractive and manlike, which is why the Liu young master sought another. Unable to tolerate the insults, the young master resorted to violence, but there were too many opponents, and he sustained considerable injuries. I could not intervene, and seeing the situation escalate, I dared not report it to the academy's supervisor, as it was the young master who struck first, fearing he would face punishment. Hence, I returned to inform you, madam. Bai Mu's voice grew softer, his gaze evasive, revealing his unease. Shen Jiasui's brows knitted together as she pressed further. Whom did Jiaheng strike? The Shen family had established a prominent standing in the capital. Ordinary individuals would not dare to speak ill of her at the academy. Moreover, although Jiaheng was young, he was principled in his actions. It was evident that his assailants had crossed a line, prompting him to retaliate. Given by Mu and Appo's concern about escalating matters to the supervisor. It seemed the aggressors were of noteworthy lineage. Bai Mu, relieved that his mistress had discerned the situation, confessed the aggressors are the sons of the Minister of Personnel. The young master broke one of their noses, causing a considerable amount of bloodshed. Shen Jiasui's heart sank. The Minister of Personnel was none other than the Chui family. Chui Shangshu and Appo's daughter was the current Shu Fei, the mother of the second prince. No wonder Bai Mu was so anxious. It turned out their adversaries were of royal lineage. Well done, Ji Wan exclaimed, her satisfaction evident. What of the Minister of Personnel? His son initiated the insults. Even if this reaches the emperor, the Chui family will not emerge unscathed. Ji Wan declared, her determination evident. Your father will be occupied for a while longer. I shall visit the academy. Mother. Shen Jiasui hurriedly intercepted her mother. Do not rush. This is merely a minor squabble amongst the youth. I shall handle it. If you go, the situation will escalate. The capital was rife with the powerful and influential, and the youth, often brimming with pride, inevitably clashed. As long as boundaries were not crossed, elders typically turn a blind eye. Today would be no different. Should her mother intervene, it would only amplify the situation. Ji Wan frowned. But the rumors in the capital are rampant. If you go, you may hear those unpleasant things. She understood the logic, but was unwilling to see Shen Jiasui harmed, hence her inclination to intervene. Hearing this, Shen Jiasui grasped Ji Wan's hand and smiled. Mother, you underestimate your daughter. The mockery and slander of others are but whispers in the wind to me. If I were to take them to heart, I will be falling right into their trap. Furthermore, to claim that I am unattractive and manlike. Shen Jiasui opened her arms and twirled before Ji Wan, her eyes sparkling. I shall go and shatter these rumors. Ji Wan scrutinized Shen Jiasui closely, noticing her calm demeanor, and finally relented with a nod. Shen Jiasui prepared to depart with Bai Mu. In the Shang dynasty, the restrictions on young men and women were not particularly stringent, though it was uncommon for young ladies of noble birth to venture out. However, as the daughter of a military family trained in the arts of war, Shen Jiasui was not bound by such conventions, and her parents did not wish to confine her. Thus, she enjoyed considerable freedom in her outings. As a woman, Shen Jiasui was not permitted entry into the academy, and even if Ji Wan went, she would be barred from stepping through its gates. Yet, being at the center of this rumor, Shen Jiasui was confident that her mere presence would compel those who mocked her to witness her true appearance. Just as Shen Jiasui stepped outside, Ji Wan suddenly pulled her back. Wait, change your clothes first. Shen Jiasui, bewildered, protested. Change clothes? At this time? Mother, Jiaheng might still be suffering. Ji Wan waved her hand dismissively. There's no rush now. Given the Chui family's lineage, they are shrewd. Even if they are reckless with their words, they will exercise restraint in action. Jiaheng will not be in peril. They dare to call you unattractive? I shall ensure they see for themselves just how captivating our Jiasui truly is. Come, I happen to have tailored several autumn outfits for you, which just arrived yesterday afternoon. Ji Wan spoke as she swept Shen Jiasui towards the inner chamber, not allowing her to refuse. Shen Jiasui could only acquiesce, while Bai Ji followed joyfully, eager for her mistress to deliver a resounding rebuttal to the mockery. Bai Mu, standing to the side, thought, Young master, I saw nothing. The madam is clearly very fond of you. Chapter 15. You doghead in the Imperial Academy. Shen Jiaheng fiercely wiped his nose, staining the back of his hand with crimson. His hair was disheveled, and his exquisite brocade robe was wrinkled beyond recognition. He appeared utterly disheveled. Yet his face was filled with fierce determination. Beside him, a youth clad in azure brocade offered a handkerchief and spoke soothingly. Cousin, why not take a step back? A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiaheng shot an indignant glare at the youth and retorted angrily, Cousin, do not bolster his arrogance. Chui Mingjue has uttered vile words, insulting my sister. I shall not let him go unpunished. The cousin Shen Jiaheng referred to as Jiasui, the third son of the loyal Duke's estate whom Ji Wan originally intended to speak to Gushiji. Seeing that he could not persuade Xinjiang, Jiasui shook his head in resignation. Ever since childhood, Jiaheng had been a shadow to his elder sister, unable to tolerate any disparagement directed at her. Now that he had grown older, his protective instincts had only intensified. What could he do but indulge him? Jiasui reached out to wipe Shen Jiaheng's nose, causing him to yelp in pain. Yet Jiasui laughed. You do have a flair for dramatics. When the fight resumes, hide behind me. I shall bear the brunt while you seize the moment to strike back at Shui Mingjue. Shen Jiaheng, with tears welling in his eyes from the pain, raised his head abruptly and solemnly proclaimed, Cousin, you truly embody loyalty. Jiasui? I was merely jesting. If my parents were to learn that I stood idly by, they would surely reprimand me severely. Meanwhile, the commotion across the way had escalated. Leading the group was a 16-year-old youth, his features handsome yet obscured by a cloth covering his nose. His demeanor, reminiscent of a celestial body surrounded by a constellation, clearly indicated that he was Cui Mingjue, the grandson of the Minister of Personnel, Cui Daoyuan. Between the two factions stood another youth, thin and scholarly in appearance. He was Lu Yunzheng, the illegitimate brother of Lu Yunzheng. Earlier, when Shen Jiaheng expressed disbelief regarding Lu Yunzheng's intention to withdraw from the engagement, Cui Mingjue had brought Lu Yunzheng forward as a witness. However, having spent all his time within the Imperial Academy, Lu Yunzheng had little closeness with his legitimate brother and was unaware of the engagement withdrawal. Thus, he shook his head, expressing ignorance. As the two sides began to clash, Lu Yunzheng inadvertently received a punch from Shen Jiaheng, leaving him with a bruised cheek, a sight most unfortunate. Shen Jiaheng, a man of reason, recognized that Lu Yunzheng was not involved in the matter. Observing him standing still, he called out, Lu Yunzheng, I shall sincerely apologize to you later. Please step aside. My fists have no eyes. As Shen spoke, he cast a fierce glare at Cui Mingjue. Unwilling to back down, Cui Mingjue shouted in anger, Shen Jiaheng, come at me. I stand here unyielding. Ouch! This pain is unbearable. I have never suffered such a grievous injury. Surrounding Cui Mingjue were numerous youths, children of families allied with the Cui household. When they heard him speak, they eagerly chimed in. Today, it was Shen Jiaheng who struck first. We all witnessed it clearly. When the supervisor arrives, he shall not escape punishment. Indeed, it was an undeniable fact that his sister had been spurned by Lu Yunzheng. The entire capital buzzed with the news. How could one expect to remain silent about such matters? Indeed, I have heard whispers that she is a towering figure, strong as an ox, like a female demon. Laughter erupted at this remark, filling the room. Cui Mingjue frowned at this. Yet when he saw Shen Jiaheng's eyes redden with fury from mere words, he could not help but feel a sense of triumph. The tales of the Shen and Lu families had spread throughout the capital. What harm was there in exchanging a few jests with those nearby? Without hesitation, Shen Jiaheng lunged at Cui Mingjue like a rabid dog, as if he were some docile creature. Seeing that Cui Mingjue did not intervene, the onlookers assumed he was pleased and continued to escalate their insults. Lu Yunzheng is from the Five Cities garrison. I once saw him patrolling the city from afar. He truly possesses an imposing presence. Surely, he has long harbored discontent regarding this marriage. Pray, who would dare inquire whether Shen Jiaheng's adopted sister is as beautiful as a celestial being? Even if she is not, she must surely surpass his sister by 100-fold. What reason would he have to forsake a noble daughter for an adopted one, if not for unbearable circumstances? It is no wonder we have not seen the Shen family's young lady at the spring feast in years. She must possess enough self-awareness to hide away from the world. Laughter and banter filled the air as the crowd focused on disparaging remarks. Completely indifferent to the truth behind the Shen and Lu families' broken engagement, they were more concerned with currying favor with the young master of the Cui family. The Imperial Academy was akin to a miniature court, where each of them would one day seek to enter the ranks of officials. Jiasui, being a year older and more composed than Shen Jiaheng, had initially suggested that they take a step back. However, upon hearing the crowd's incessant slander against Shen Jiaheng's sister, Jiasui could no longer contain himself and erupted. To speak ill behind someone's back is not the mark of a gentleman. Shen Jiaheng, cousin, after holding your tongue for so long, this is all you can muster? What gentlemen? They are merely a gaggle of sycophants, brazenly committing slander. They may appear refined, yet their knowledge is as shallow as a dog's belly. Jiasui. Cousin, are you certain you wish to use such crude language? Shen Jiaheng. When others hurl slander at you, should one respond with elegance? How could the noble Duke's household raise such a cultured cousin? Shen Jiaheng gritted his teeth, speaking in a low voice. Jiasui. Those sycophants, if they have the courage, let them confront us directly and refrain from insulting my sister. Seeing Jiasui falter in his retorts, Shen Jiaheng felt a surge of frustration. His cousin had completely deflated his momentum. He raised his chin, pointing a finger at Cui Mingjue, and coldly declared, Cousin, the rest are mere flatterers wielding power. To capture the thief, one must first seize the ringleader. Cui Mingjue, you scoundrel, promptly apologize to my sister. Otherwise, this matter shall not rest. Cui Mingjue, incensed by Shen Jiaheng and Appo's harsh words, threw down the claw from his hand, revealing a bruised nose. You, Shen Jiaheng, think I fear you? This will not end today. With sleeves rolled up, Cui Mingjue charged forward, and the youths around him followed suit. Yunzheng, upon seeing this, quickly retreated to the side. Jiasui, embodying loyalty, instinctively reached out to shield Shen Jiaheng. Yet to his surprise, he found Shen Jiaheng had already darted behind him. Cousin, let us employ the same strategy as before. Avoid the blows to the face. They truly hurt. Jiasui. He had indeed spoken with conviction, now shielding Shen Jiaheng like a hen protecting her chicks. Incoming, Shen Jiaheng called out, as several fists swung toward them. Jiasui became momentarily dizzy, and in the chaos, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh, yelping in surprise. Who engages in such dishonorable tactics? Amid the turmoil, the door of the room was suddenly flung open, and an urgent voice rang out. Young master, the young lady has come to find you. Chapter 16. Not a bit painful upon hearing the words. Everyone in the room halted their movements and turned their gazes toward the door. They saw Shen Jiaqing's servant returning, panting heavily as he looked at them. Shen Jiaqing peeked from behind Jiasui, his eyes wide with inquiry. Bai Mu, who did you say has come? Facing a room full of bruised young masters, Bai Mu felt quite pressured. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he replied, It's the young lady. She has come to see you and is waiting outside. At this, Shen Jiaqing slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, Who told you to go back and inform my sister? I can handle this myself. Despite his protestations, he dared not keep Shen Jiasui waiting, and with a wave of his sleeve, he made his way outside. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, he suddenly turned back to cast a cold glance at everyone in the room, his expression serious. Who dare speak carelessly in front of my sister? I will not spare anyone. Once Shen Jiaqing left, the room instantly fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. It was Jiasui who first recovered, quickly rushing out after him, calling, Brother Chung, wait for me. The remaining individuals turned their eager eyes toward Cui Mingjue, filled with anticipation. They had only heard of the young lady from the Shen family in passing, and today, most of their comments were exaggerated tales from others. However, to provoke Shen Jiaqing, they had embellished their descriptions to sound even more disparaging. Now that they heard Shen Jiasui had truly arrived, their curiosity piqued. They all wished to see just how unattractive she must be to have caused Yunzheng to risk offending the general and Appo's household by calling off the engagement. At that moment, someone noticed Yunzheng, who was about to leave, and suddenly realized he must have seen Shen Jiasui before. Hey, Yunzheng, you met the young lady from the Shen family, right? What does she look like? As soon as this was said, all eyes turned to Yunzheng, his brows furrowed in displeasure. His aunt had instructed him to focus on his studies at the Imperial Academy, to rely on his own abilities to achieve greatness in the future. Being a secondary son, he had often been looked down upon by these individuals, which led him to keep to himself, avoiding trouble. He never imagined Yunzheng would mishandle his personal affairs to the point of dragging him into it. I have not seen the young lady from the Shen family. If you are curious, why not see for yourselves? In truth, he himself had been quite surprised to hear about the broken engagement that morning. After all, he had met both Shen Jiasui and Gu Shiji. In terms of background, appearance, and temperament, he could find no reason for Lu Yunzheng to abandon Shen Jiasui for Gu Shiji. Hearing Lu Yunzheng's words only fueled the other's eagerness. Mingjue, why don't we go take a look? Just to catch a glimpse, it wouldn't hurt. The group began to chatter excitedly, and Cui Mingjue, clearly already intrigued, could hardly resist their persuasion. All right, I want to see what the fierce daughter of the Shen family looks like. With that, the youths cheered and surged forward, leaving the room in a somewhat disheveled state, drawing the attention of their classmates as they hurried along. Before long, they exited the Imperial Academy and spotted Shen Jiaqing and Jiasui standing beneath a nearby Chinese scholar tree, gazing expectantly into the distance. Bai Mu had hurried back to the academy ahead of the others, as Ji1 insisted on giving Shen Jiasui a proper appearance. She and Bai Ji lagged behind. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves grew louder, and soon a young girl appeared within their line of sight. The group couldn't help but stand on tiptoe in curiosity, but soon their faces fell in disappointment. Deep down, they had never truly believed that the young lady from the Shen family could be as ugly as a demon. After all, Shen Jiaqing was renowned for his handsome looks at the academy, and since he and Shen Jiasui shared the same mother, it was hard to imagine her being exceedingly unattractive. They had harbored some expectations, but upon seeing her, they were left feeling let down. Shen Jiasui was indeed not ugly, but rather she was simply graceful and elegant, far from the beauty of Shen Jiaqing. Let us go back. Honestly, only Shen Jiaqing would treasure his sister so much, even going to such lengths for her. It's quite laughable. The youths exchanged banter, and Cui Mingjue too felt disheartened. Just as they were about to turn away, they suddenly heard Shen Jiaqing call out, "Sister." In no time, a clear voice traveled toward them. "Bai Ji, why are you running so fast?" At the sound, everyone turned abruptly, only to see a glossy steed charging toward them, entering their view. On the horse, a girl clad in a fiery red outfit exuded confidence, her features radiant as her lips curved into a bright smile that was truly captivating. As the horse reached the base of the Chinese scholar tree, she pulled on the reins, and the horse neighed in protest, rearing back gracefully. The girl dismounted, her long hair flying behind her, light and agile. This vibrant and carefree demeanor immediately captured everyone's attention. Bai Ji dismounted first and approached Shen Jiasui, casting a playful glance at the group not far away, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. Earlier, upon catching sight of the academy, she had impulsively spurred the horse forward, leading the way ahead of her mistress. What do you call this? A clever ploy to draw attention? Perhaps that is not quite right. No matter, the effect is splendid. Just look at those bewildered youths, their eyes nearly popping out. Shen Jiasui, noticing Bai Ji's expression, finally understood her intentions and shook her head helplessly. Bai Ji, like their mother, was relentless in her desire for Shen Jiasui to shine. At this moment, Shen Jiasui had no time to ponder anything else. Her gaze was firmly locked onto Shen Jiaqing beneath the tree. In her previous life, when the general's household was imprisoned, she had exhausted every means to secure a chance to visit him. Back then, her brother, once so spirited and bright, had appeared so haggard, yet his first words were filled with concern. "Sister, has anyone troubled you? Has the Liu household treated you harshly?" He had only been 17 at the time of his execution, a brilliant young man with untold potential, yet he had met such a tragic fate. As these thoughts coursed through her, Shen Jiasui felt her heart twist painfully. "Brother," she called softly, her fingertips resting gently on Shen Jiaqing's bruised nose. Her voice tender. "Does it hurt?" Fearing that his sister might worry, Shen Jiaqing quickly shook his head with a smile. "It doesn't hurt at all, not a bit." Upon hearing this, tears instantly blurred Shen Jiasui and Appo's vision. In her previous life, as their visit came to an end, her brother and Appo's parting words had been, "Sister, don't worry. Beheading doesn't hurt, not at all, so please don't worry about me anymore, all right?" Seeing his sister's eyes suddenly glisten with tears, Shen Jiaqing panicked. "Sister, I truly don't feel any pain. Look." He then pinched his own nose hard, causing him to shudder from a sting. Jiasui, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Brother Chung, you're being too harsh on yourself. Shen Jiasui couldn't help but chuckle softly. In her previous life, it was always like this. Whenever her brother and cousin Ji were together, they would indulge in playful banter, often leaving her in stitches. She realized she had let her emotions get the better of her and quickly composed herself, wishing to conceal her unusual sentiments. Just as Shen Jiaqing was about to ask her about the broken engagement, Shen Jiasui raised her hand to pat his shoulder. Sister is fine. I will explain everything in detail when we get home. For now, let us address the immediate situation. With that, Shen Jiasui turned to the group, standing not far away, and, after pausing, smiled as she asked, I heard someone has been speaking ill of me behind my back. At that moment, no one noticed a nondescript, green-topped cart quietly parked not far away, where it had been observing for quite some time. Chapter 17. The ingenious and eloquent young lady inside the carriage. A faint fragrance pervaded the air, where two individuals sat facing each other. The man on the left, with frost-white hair at his temples, appeared to have surpassed the age of 60. His eyes, though somewhat clouded, exuded a benevolent calmness, imparting a sense of wisdom and composure that suggested a profound understanding of the world. At that moment, he held a slightly yellowed book in his right hand, yet his gaze was directed outside, through a corner of the lifted curtain. The young man sitting opposite him, who had just drawn aside the curtain, had half of his face cloaked in shadow, making it difficult to discern his features. However, from the side, one could observe his pronounced nose and serene expression. It was indeed a rarity to encounter such a spirited young man, instantly bringing warmth and delight to those around him. As Shen Jiasui dismounted from her horse, the elder suddenly chuckled, his voice rich and resonant, revealing that despite his advanced years, he remained remarkably vigorous. The young man across from him replied with a nonchalant acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. The elder remarked, I have already stated that we would not share the same carriage, yet you insisted on joining me. It is exceedingly dull to be in your company, which has dampened my spirits. He set the book aside, and although his words carried a hint of reproach, the smile on his face revealed a genuine fondness and closeness to the youth. At that moment, a somewhat muted voice from outside the carriage interrupted. Master Lin, young sir, I have gathered information. The rider is Miss Shen from the Duke of Ding's residence. The attendant, Nan Feng, recounted the news he had learned, including the uproar concerning the engagement dissolution between the Shen and Lu families that had transpired the previous day. Meanwhile, Shen Jiasui found herself at an impasse with a group of young men. Her direct inquiry left them momentarily speechless. Noticing the silence, she cast her gaze upon the youth with a dark bruise on his nose. You are young Master Chui, are you not? Chui Mingjue suddenly called out, felt a pang of anxiety, yet he raised his chin defiantly and replied, Indeed, I am. What of it? Shen Jiaheng, concerned that Chui Mingjue might utter something offensive, hastily followed. Shen Jiasui, maintaining her calm demeanor, pressed on, I have heard that young Master Chui has commented on my appearance, claiming I resemble a man. Chui Mingjue found himself at a loss for words. He had never encountered a young lady so forthright in confronting him. The others, witnessing Chui Mingjue's discomfort, could not help but chime in, Miss Shen, there is no need to seek retribution. The news of your broken engagement has spread throughout the capital. Everyone speaks of it, yet you do not seem to hold them accountable. Indeed, it is rather absurd to feign indifference now. You must have shed tears in private, another added. Most young ladies would know to lay low in such circumstances, but since you have appeared now, you are merely seeking trouble. Shen Jiaheng, upon hearing this, flared up, his eyes reddening as he prepared to confront them. However, Shen Jiasui swiftly grasped the back of his collar, restraining him. His defiance waned, and he looked back at his sister. Sister, they were the ones who spoke ill first. Shen Jiasui's expression turned cold. The taunts she received paled in comparison to the curses of her past life. Yet, if she did not intervene, her brother's protective nature would hinder his academic pursuits. She scanned the crowd and spoke in a measured tone. I, Shen Jiasui, am indeed unrefined and wish to see the individuals who spread rumors and echoed the sentiments of the crowd. What she initially thought to be mere gossip had now revealed the presence of those who found joy in spreading malicious tales, even amidst the esteemed halls of the Guozijian. Shen Jiasui's composed demeanor unnerved the young man, who looked to Cui Mingjue for guidance. Unwilling to lose face in front of the assembly, Cui Mingjue met Shen Jiasui's gaze and replied indifferently, "One is not a sage. We were merely exchanging words." It was Shen Jiaheng who initiated the altercation. "Before you lecture us, perhaps you should discipline your brother." Shen Jiasui, clearly protective of her sibling, shielded Shen Jiaheng behind her and retorted with a cold smile. "Exchanging words? Young Master Cui, your tongue is sharp and deadly. Have you considered that your frivolous banter could easily lead to someone's demise?" Cui Mingjue, feeling the pressure of her words, turned serious. "Miss Shen, everyone speaks of it. The whole city knows. Why must you single us out? If you possess the ability to silence the entire city, then I shall concede your prowess and apologize," he added, prompting laughter from the others. "If Miss Shen is humiliated, I wonder if General Shen and Madame Shen will soon arrive. After all, what will happen when the elders come to confront us?" The crowd erupted in raucous laughter, provoking disdain from the elder within the carriage, who furrowed his brow at their behavior. Just as he prepared to speak, Shen Jiasui and Appo's voice rang out with authority. "One should not speak ill of others, expose their shortcomings, or pry into their private matters. I, a martial woman, understand these principles. You, gentlemen of the Guozijian, who study the teachings of the sages, should grasp them as well. I lack the ability to silence every voice, nor do I concern myself with others' opinions. But you must not engage in such behavior. The Guozijian cultivates fine talents and promotes the worthy. You enjoy the blessings of the heavens today and should embody the way of a gentleman. Otherwise, when you enter the court as officials, you may find yourselves merely occupying positions without merit." As Shen Jiasui concluded her speech, the elderly man in the carriage brightened with admiration, silently commending. "What a clever and articulate young lady." Cui Mingjue, unaccustomed to being so ruthlessly reprimanded, felt a rush of embarrassment. The others were equally taken aback by Shen Jiasui's eloquence. Despite their numerous taunts, she remained undeterred and responded with unwavering conviction. Yet they could not allow a woman to gain the upper hand. Within the carriage, the elder, observing the continued obstinacy of the young man, could not suppress a cold snort. To speak ill behind another's back is already a transgression. To flaunt your wit now is truly disgraceful for a scholar. "Xiaoji, you go." The elder nodded slightly, indicating his desire to end the farce. The youth known as Xiaoji acquiesced, bending to exit the carriage. Upon landing, he rubbed his brow, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. The previous night had been plagued by restless dreams. He dreamt of a figure kneeling outside the Dali temple, clad in white, clutching a petition and weeping bitterly. The surrounding onlookers, filled with rage, hurled refuse at the individual, their curses laced with deep-seated animosity. Though he recognized her as a woman, her features remained obscured, and he could not discern her words, yet her desperation suggested a grievous injustice that had driven her to seek the temple. Each time he approached, he awoke at the moment her gaze met his, only to find himself ensnared in the same cycle of dreams until dawn broke. Lost in thought, he was brought back to reality by Nan Feng's concerned voice. "Young master?" He regained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "I am well." As he lifted his gaze toward the commotion, he strode forward with renewed vigor, the weariness in his brow dissipating like morning mist. Chapter 18. Apologizing to the young lady of the Shen family as the verbal skirmish continued, Shen Jiasui found herself distracted by the incessant chatter before her. She absently touched the whip at her waist, imagining how satisfying it would be to silence them with a swift strike. Just then, a voice rang out in surprise. Lord Jiang. Noticing the sudden change in Cui Mingjue's expression, Shen Jiasui turned to follow his gaze. The newcomer was clad in a deep blue brocade robe, tall and poised, with a countenance like jade. In stark contrast to the restless youths around, he appeared to be in his early 20s, calm and composed, his steps unhurried. As he approached, it became evident that his arched brows and cool demeanor exuded an air of aloofness. It was him, Shen Jiasui felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. She had met Lord Jiang before. The previously arrogant group, led by Cui Mingjue, along with Shun Jiaheng and Jiasui, immediately subdued their demeanor and bowed in respect. Shun Jiang, assuming Shun Jiasui was unfamiliar with the visitor, leaned in to whisper, "Sister, this is Lord Jiang-kun, the Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review and a disciple of Dr. Lin. He is also our teaching assistant." Shun Jiasui nodded slightly, her expression returning to its usual composure, though she was far from a stranger to Jiang-kun. In her past life, when the Shun family fell from grace, former friends avoided her like the plague. In her desperation, she had sought him out, beating the drum for justice and attempting to intercept the Minister of Justice's procession. It had never caught a glimpse of his face. In her darkest hour, she had recalled Lord Jiang, the Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Her knowledge of Jiang-kun stemmed from a casual conversation with Yunzheng. A case of forced prostitution had surfaced in the capital, claiming many lives. After a thorough investigation, the Ministry of Justice concluded the matter. However, when the case files reached the Court of Judicial Review, Jiang-kun identified discrepancies and insisted on reopening the case. It turned out that the true culprits were members of the royal family, and the sentenced were mere scapegoats. While everyone else turned a blind eye, Jiang-kun pursued the truth relentlessly, earning countless enemies along the way. Shun Jiasui, who harbored a deep-seated aversion to injustice, admired Jiang-kun greatly, while Yunzheng dismissed him with scorn. He argued that Jiang-kun's brashness and propensity to make enemies would have led to his demise were it not for the emperor's favor. The fickleness of royal favor could one day render him vulnerable, leaving him with no chance of survival. Though I tread the path of martial officials, I am aware that a prudent official must safeguard himself and remain in harmony with the world. Shun Jiasui and Yunzheng exchanged a few retorts, yet neither could convince the other. Regardless, she remembered Jiang-kun distinctly. He was a good official, due to the widespread implications of the Shun family's treasonous case. The court ordered a joint trial by the three ministries. With nowhere left to turn, Shun Jiasui clutched her petition and sought out the Court of Judicial Review. This act drew a crowd of onlookers who hurled insults and curses at her. Undeterred, she proclaimed loudly, "By the grace of the emperor, my Shun family is loyal to the throne, willing to die on the battlefield to build a prosperous era, unwilling to be wrongfully executed by the hands of the unscrupulous. I am Shun Jiasui, here to voice the injustices faced by my family. I beseech all esteemed officials to uphold our honor and restore our name." Shun Jiasui could not recall how long she had cried out that day, as refuse rained down upon her from all directions, leaving her filthy and hoarse. Despair began to creep in. Suddenly, a chorus of voices arose around her. Blinking back tears, she looked up to see a figure in a scarlet robe stepping through the filth, standing firmly before her. Slowly raising her gaze, she could not discern the face of the newcomer, but a clear voice reached her ears. "In this vast universe, justice must not be tarnished. It is our duty to rectify wrongs, and you do not need to plead." The memory of that voice echoed in her mind, pulling Shun Jiasui back to the present. She looked up abruptly to find Jiang-kun standing a few feet away, his attention directed towards Cui Mingjue and his companions. Upon hearing his words, disbelief spread across their faces. "Is there any dissent?" Jiang-kun asked calmly. The other young men, filled with indignation but afraid to speak, turned their gazes to Cui Mingjue. His complexion paled, fists clenched tightly, revealing his unwillingness to concede. He could apologize to Shun Jiasui, considering her gender and the fact that she had come personally to refute the rumors. He had no desire to quarrel with a woman. However, if forced by others to apologize, he would not comply. Besides, Jiang-kun was only a few years older than him, the son of a mere earl, hardly worthy of his esteem. He respected Jiang-kun only because of the emperor's emphasis on honoring teachers. In truth, Jiang-kun's rise to his current position was due to a stroke of luck beyond the ordinary. Otherwise, as a powerless earl's son, he would have faded into obscurity, living off his ancestors' remnants. "Cui Gongzi, if you are aggrieved, my master is in the carriage," Jiang-kun said, showing no desire to prolong the discussion and gesturing toward a nearby carriage. At this, everyone present changed their expressions and the other youths hastily urged Cui Mingjue. When the current emperor was still in hiding, Dr. Lin was a grand scholar and a mentor to the princes. After the emperor ascended the throne, he offered to retire, but the emperor was reluctant to let him go. After several entreaties, Dr. Lin accepted the position of a scholar in the Hamlin Academy while also serving in the National University, although his rank was lower than before. Even the emperor referred to him as the imperial teacher. Thus, Dr. Lin held a prestigious position in the court, respected and revered. Though proud, Cui Mingjue, as a member of the Cui family, understood the situation clearly. His anger dissipated, and he bowed deeply toward the carriage. The other young men followed suit. After rising, Cui Mingjue's demeanor had transformed, and he turned to Shen Jiasui with a respectful bow, sincerely stating, "Miss Shen, I apologize for my inappropriate words today, which were hurtful and unbecoming of a gentleman. I have failed to live up to the teachings of the sages. I humbly seek your forgiveness. Moving forward, I shall govern myself strictly and speak with caution. I hope Miss Shen can show me leniency." As Shen Jiasui withdrew her gaze from the carriage and looked at the contrite Cui Mingjue before her, she could not help but think to herself, what a timely and astute Cui Mingjue. His willingness to apologize at this moment revealed no trace of reluctance. Watching the group of young men offer their apologies in unison, Shen Jiasui lightly gestured to dismiss the matter, allowing the issue to be resolved with ease. After all, it was merely a verbal dispute. Her earlier fervent words could be overlooked. "Let's not dwell on it. I appreciate your understanding," she said, providing them with a graceful exit. As expected, her words eased the tension, and the young men collectively relaxed, expressing their reluctance to press the matter further. The atmosphere lightening considerably. When Cui Mingjue raised his head, he caught Shen Jiasui smiling at him warmly. "With that, I shall take my leave," he said, now exhibiting proper decorum, bowing respectfully toward the carriage and nodding at Jiang Kun before turning away. The group, a sea of youthful faces, followed Cui Mingjue as they departed. After they had walked some distance, one of the other youths cautiously approached Cui Mingjue, whispering, "Mingjue, did we not just receive a lesson from the young lady of the Shen family? That rumor was to blame. They called her a she-demon, yet clearly she possesses beauty and grace." Another chimed in. "What do you think of Lu Yunzheng? Miss Shen is skilled in martial arts. Did you not see that? Her words are sharp as well." "I have no desire to cross her," said another. "Mingjue, what say you? Why is your face so red?" The other youths gathered around, expressing their concern. "Get lost. Quickly find something for me to apply on my nose." Cui Mingjue shouted angrily, pushing aside the crowd and hastening his pace. Chapter 19. He was once a fool at this moment. Shen Jiasui turned her gaze towards Jiang Sun. "Thank you, Lord Jiang." She bowed respectfully, sincerely offering her salute. In her previous life, Jiang Sun indeed risked his life in pursuit of the truth, just as he had claimed. She had waited outside the Dali Temple, watching him pass by several times, always in a hurry. On one occasion, she even witnessed him with a severed arm. Yet in the end, aside from her, as the only married daughter, the Shen family faced total annihilation. She never saw Jiang Sun again until her last moments. As her thoughts wandered to this point, Shen Jiasui couldn't help but glance at the hem of Jiang Sun's robe. Before she took her last breath in the western suburb of the capital, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a crimson stain. However, she was uncertain whether it was the blood of Lu Yunjin that obscured her vision or if she had seen something else entirely. At this moment, Jiang Sun had already turned away, not acknowledging her gesture. "No need. It was my master's instruction. It has nothing to do with me." With that succinct statement, he turned and departed. "Sister, Lord Jiang has already left." Shen Jiaheng noticed that Shen Jiasui remained seated for too long and hurriedly whispered a reminder. Shen Jiasui took a deep breath and smiled as she straightened her back. "All right, it's all settled now. You mustn't be so impulsive in the future." As she spoke, she playfully tapped Shen Jiaheng's forehead. Shen Jiaheng not only did not shy away, but also grinned, eagerly replying, "I will change, I will change, I will listen to you, sister." Seeing Shen Jiaheng and Amp, Oppose, as half-hearted response, Shen Jiasui shook her head in resignation. Acknowledging his faults yet refusing to amend them was indeed her brother and Amp, Oppose, S style. At this moment, Shen Jiaheng could no longer contain his curiosity about the broken engagement. Shen Jiasui did not withhold the truth, recounting the events that left Shen Jiaheng grinding his teeth in anger. That scoundrel Lu Yunzheng, I have long been displeased with him. I just didn't oppose to expect that Sister Gu would. In Shen Jiaheng and Appo's heart, his elder sister always took precedence. Compared to the affection that Shen Jingsheng and his wife held for Gu Shiji, Shen Jiaheng even harbored a subtle hostility towards Gu Shiji, as he viewed her as a rival for his sister's affection. Observing Shen Jiaheng's fervent indignation, Shen Jiasui felt reassured that his injury was inconsequential. Regarding her rebirth, she thought that when her brother returned home for his break, she would find a quiet moment to share the news with him. All right, you and your cousin should head inside. I must return home. Mother will be worried. Shen Jiasui was untroubled by the thought that Cui Mingjue and his companions would seek revenge. As her mother had said, having met them today, it was evident that the Cui family's young men were quite cunning. If they pressed too hard, it would transcend mere playful skirmishes. Reluctantly, Shen Jiaheng held onto Shen Jiasui, continuing to chat as Bai Ji could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Bai Mu, who was at Lord Jiang just now? He looks young, yet others seem quite fearful of him. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu immediately perked up, but before he could respond, Shen Jiaheng eagerly took the lead. Sister, that Lord Jiang is a role model for us young people. He is the most admired person by me and my cousin. Nearby, Jiasui nodded in agreement, his frail yet handsome face radiating admiration. Sister Sui, you surely do not know. Speaking of Lord Jiang, on the other side, within the confines of the prison cell, a group of young men sat in a circle, some applying facial masks, others rubbing their hands, as they were part of Cui Mingjue's group. At this moment, Cui Mingjue lay on the couch, a cloth obscuring half of his face, making it difficult to discern his expression. Someone immediately chimed in, it's true, Jiang Sun was born a fool. The Duke of Anyang considered him a disgrace and hid him away. However, my uncle has some connections with the Duke of Anyang. When he visited, he saw Jiang Sun twice. Indeed, he was mentally impaired, even struggling to speak. Gasps of disbelief filled the room. Is that really true? I thought it was just a rumor. How did he recover? And where did he become like this? The one who had spoken before wore a mysterious expression, lowering his voice to say, it seems that when Jiang Sun was 10, the Duke's household held a banquet, and the other children mocked him, leaving him alone in the back garden. Perhaps he was frightened. It is said he fell into a high fever, and even the imperial physician was summoned, declaring there was no hope. But somehow, he recovered after 2 days. Moreover, that fever seemed to burn away his foolishness. It was as though a door had opened in his mind. Not only did he become extraordinarily intelligent, but he also developed an exceptional memory, quickly rising to prominence. You all know what happened next. He was chosen to be the companion reader for the Crown Prince, and even caught the attention of Master Lin, becoming his only closed-door disciple. It is said that before the Crown Prince passed away, he held Jiang Sun in high regard, often keeping him by his side. The Emperor's favor has clearly extended towards him. Look, Jiang Sun is still in his youth, yet he has already been appointed as the deputy minister of the Dali Temple. What great favor that is! The Duke of Anyang and Appo's household was on the verge of decline, yet unexpectedly, with Jiang Sun, they have truly turned their fortunes around. As the crowd listened in awe, eager to hear more, Cui Mingjue suddenly coughed sharply, his voice cold and authoritative. Do not speak recklessly. The Emperor and the Crown Prince are not figures you can mention lightly. Startled, the young men quickly realized their faux pas and hastily shifted the conversation. The Crown Prince had passed away 2 years prior, only 21 years of age, leaving behind a grandson who was not yet 3. The Emperor, mourning the loss of a young life, had wept bitterly, suspending court for over half a month. Currently, the oldest prince was the second prince born of the virtuous consort, who happened to be Cui Mingjue's aunt. If I hear you speak of this again, do not expect to remain in the National Academy. Cui Mingjue pulled down the cloth covering his face, his tone dark and uncharacteristically serious. The young men nodded in fear, falling into a hushed silence. Bai Ji covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing her gasp of astonishment. Shen Jiasui had not anticipated that Jiang Sun possessed such an extraordinary past. She remained cautious and immediately advised, Jiaheng, Jiasui, do not mention these matters to anyone else in the future. Shen Jiaheng and Jiasui understood the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for Shen Jiasui's presence, they would not have dared to utter a single word. All right, hurry inside. Remember what your sister said. We do not seek trouble, nor do we fear it. Focus on your studies. Shen Jiasui waved her hand at the two. Shen Jiaheng and Jiasui nodded obediently, preparing to leave when Shen Jiaheng suddenly recalled something and paused. Sister, I accidentally hit Lu Yunzheng earlier. Now that we have broken off the engagement, do you think the Lu family will think I did it on purpose? I'm not worried, but I'm concerned that Lu Yunzheng might hold a grudge, thinking you still care. Shen Jiasui was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that Lu Yunzheng was indeed the son of Aunt Zhou. A glimmer of insight flashed in her eyes as she patted Shen Jiaheng's shoulder. Since it was unintentional, simply apologize later. As for the Lu family, I will handle it. Chapter 20. A letter of apology upon returning to the residence of General Dinghua. Shen Jiasui first recounted the tumult at the Imperial Academy, assuaging her parents and Appo's concerns before making her way to Chunhua Courtyard. Baiji, prepare the ink, she instructed as she entered the room. Although Baiji was puzzled by the request, she dutifully complied. It was only when Shen Jiasui positioned herself at the desk, poised to write, that Baiji was taken aback. Miss, are you writing to Aunt Zhou of the Lu family? Indeed, Shen Jiasui affirmed with a nod. Baiji hesitated, her lips trembling as she ventured, Miss. The young master's actions were merely a slip of the tongue. He apologized in person to young Master Lu at the academy. I believe that suffices. Shen Jiasui remained silent, patiently waiting for the ink to dry before sealing the letter and handing it to Baiji. Very well, Baiji, please deliver this for me. Upon hearing this, Baiji and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. You wish for me to go personally? While she was eager to alleviate her mistress and Appo's burdens as Shen Jiasui and Appo's chief maid, she also represented her mistress and Appo's dignity. Not to mention, the Shen and Lu families had recently quarreled over a marriage arrangement. It seemed rather unnecessary for a lady of such esteemed lineage to send an apology to a concubine. However, Shen Jiasui clearly had her reasons. Realizing she could not sway her mistress, Baiji reluctantly accepted the letter, although her lips were still pursed in discontent. Amused by Baiji's reaction, Shen Jiasui gently took hold of her hand and whispered something into her ear. Baiji's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and as she turned to leave, her steps were almost buoyant. At the residence of General Jiayong, upon learning of Baiji and Appo's arrival, Madame Lu assumed her kind words from the previous day had borne fruit, and her heart swelled with joy. See, Shen Jiasui could no longer contain herself and has reconsidered. Quickly, bring her in. A maid, upon hearing this, prepared to fetch Baiji. But Madame Lu waved her hand, changing her mind. Do not rush. Let her wait a while. I want Shen Jiasui to understand that this marriage is one she is now eager to secure. The maid complied, deliberately slowing her pace. Madame Lu was accompanied by Mama Zhao, who wore a smile and cheerfully remarked, Madam, what did I tell you? No matter which girl it is, once she meets our eldest son, she is bound to be smitten. Moreover, Miss Shen is already betrothed to him. She has one foot in our Lu family. How could she possibly back out? Madame Lu nodded vigorously, her previous gloom lifting. Now, if only she could manage the situation with the Gu family and persuade Zheng to return, everything would be perfect. Mama Zhao, have you located him? Lu Yunzheng was on duty at the Wuqing Military Command, a position arranged by General Lu for him. Today, he was scheduled to serve. Madame Lu intended to hide Gu Shiji while Lu Yunzheng was on duty, thus compelling him to comply. Mama Zhao quickly replied, Yesterday, the young master took Miss Gu to the villa in the western part of the capital, but after dinner, they departed. This morning, we received word that he traded a jade pendant for a new residence. We should have results by this afternoon. Upon hearing that Lu Yunzheng had traded a jade pendant for Gu Shiji, Madame Lu was filled with exasperation. Tell them to hurry. This matter must be resolved today. Mama Zhao, you did not see how smug Zhou Fu was yesterday. She would be delighted if this marriage were to fall through. Before Madame Lu could continue, someone entered to report that Baiji had arrived. Madame Lu immediately silenced herself, straightened her back, and calmly said, "Let her in." Baiji stepped into the main chamber and was quickly met by Madame Lu's gaze. The latter wore a faint smile, a stark contrast to her fervent demeanor from the previous day when Baiji had come to apologize. Before Baiji could even bow, Madame Lu eagerly began. "Has Miss Jiasui finally seen reason? I said yesterday that she and Yunzheng are a match made in heaven. Please assure her that I am quite pleased. And by tomorrow at the latest, I will bring Yunzheng over, and we can discuss the marriage further. I know Miss Jiasui is strong-willed, and for her to send you here today is no small feat should she enter our family. I, as her mother-in-law, will cherish and care for her." Baiji thought to herself, "A match made in heaven? Don't you dare involve our young lady in this." Madame Lu believed she had said all the proper things, considering she was addressing merely a maid, thus showing great courtesy to the Shen family. However, Baiji maintained a look of indifference, igniting Madame Lu's irritation. Why is it that she cannot let go of Yunzheng and sends her maid to plead, and yet she still acts so haughty? "You," Madame Lu began again. But Baiji interjected, "Madam, I am here today on the orders of my mistress to see your Aunt Zhou." Madame Lu's expression soured. "What business do you have seeing me?" At this point, Madame Lu suddenly widened her eyes, a mix of shock and disbelief crossing her face. "You say that Shen Jiasui sent you to see that lowly concubine?" Mama Zhao, noticing Madame Lu's voice rising and her change in address, quickly cleared her throat. Madame Lu, regaining her composure, now wore a stormy expression. Baiji, undeterred, continued, briefly mentioning the events at the Imperial Academy before proceeding. "Miss Jiasui feels remorseful and wishes to send me to speak with Aunt Zhou. Might you direct a maid to show me the way?" Madame Lu clenched her hands tightly on the armrest, her upper body leaning forward, her knuckles turning white. Were it not for her lingering connection to the Shen family, she would have been tempted to throw Baiji out. In a household with a matriarch, regardless of the circumstances surrounding illegitimate children, matters should be presented to the mistress. Yet Shen Jiasui insisted on seeing a concubine, an affront to her dignity. Rumors had long circulated about the Zhaoyong general's residence, suggesting that concubines could overshadow the legitimate wife. But these whispers had faded due to the promising prospects of Lu Yunzheng. Now, with Lu Yunzheng expelled from the household and the engagement with the Shen family dissolved, it seemed the rumors were on the verge of being confirmed. Shen Jiasui's actions today were a blatant slap in the face to Madame Lu. Mama Zhao, observing Madame Lu's rapid breathing and flushed face, sensed her impending loss of control and quickly gestured to a nearby maid. "Quickly, take her to the back." Baiji, understanding the situation, followed the maid out. As they exited the courtyard, a crash of teacups resonated from within. Mama Zhao, startled, hurriedly attempted to soothe Madame Lu, but the latter suddenly shot up, her expression twisted, eyes ablaze. "Quickly, find that gu. Zheng'an must marry Shen Jiasui. It is imperative. Only then would Zhou Fu be relegated to the shadows. And as for Shen Jiasui, once she became her daughter-in-law, Madame Lu would have countless ways to instruct her on how to respect her mother-in-law and serve her elders." Chapter 21, The Opponent's Opponent, as by Ji traversed halfway. Mama Lin, who was by Aunt Zhou's side, came personally to greet her. It was evident that Aunt Zhou was well aware of the happenings within the residence. The moment Baiji stepped into the courtyard, Aunt Zhou approached with a smile, extending a polite welcome. Following Shen Jiasui's instructions, Baiji exchanged some pleasantries and then produced a letter from her bosom. Upon hearing that Lu Yunzheng had been struck by Shen Jiaheng, Aunt Zhou's expression remained unchanged. She smiled as she accepted the letter and began to read it on the spot. Baiji felt a sense of uncertainty. She had witnessed the young lady compose the letter and knew its content, which was merely trivial matters, leaving her curious about the young lady's true intentions. After carefully reading the letter, Aunt Zhou spoke gently. "Miss Shen is too courteous. Such playful antics among the younger generation are indeed commonplace. To have Miss run an errand for this, I am truly flattered." Turning to Mama Lin, she added, "Prepare the ink," with Miss Shen being so gracious. I must not be remiss in my response. After a while, Baiji, clutching Aunt Zhou's reply, was escorted out of the residence by Mama Lin. Mama Lin hurried back into the courtyard, unable to contain her curiosity, and asked, "Auntie, what does Miss Shen intend?" Aunt Zhou reclined on the beauty couch, languidly fanning herself, and countered with a question, "What news from the main house?" With that, Mama Lin was animated. On her way back, she had received word that the lady of the house was furious, having shattered several items, and it seemed she could not wait to confront Shen Jiasui's adopted daughter. As Mama Lin pondered this, she suddenly realized, could it be that Miss Shen's actions were deliberately intended to provoke the lady of the house into dealing with that adopted daughter? However, should that be the case, Miss Shen would also have offended the lady, and life would be quite difficult for her upon entering the family. Mama Lin concluded that Shen Jiasui was doing everything possible to confront Gu Shiji in order to reclaim Lu Yunzheng. Aunt Zhou, upon hearing this, placed her fan down on the couch and scoffed, "Mama Lin, do you truly regard Lu Yunzheng as a treasure?" After all, the marriage between the two families had been brokered by the general, who had humbly sought the hand of the Shen family. As the legitimate daughter of a military family, Miss Shen's status was esteemed. Did she truly need Lu Yunzheng? Furthermore, she is exceedingly intelligent. Mama Lin was engrossed in her thoughts when Aunt Zhou abruptly fell silent, leaving her feeling quite intrigued. She had served Aunt Zhou for 20 years. Truly fortunate to have such a wise and considerate mistress. If there was a downside, it was that Aunt Zhou's brilliance often made her seem somewhat dull-witted, as she could never quite fathom Aunt Zhou's thoughts. Seemingly unwilling to elaborate further, Aunt Zhou merely twirled her fan in her hand, casting a subtle smile. She appeared to hold a considerable regard for me, as if she understood me deeply. Perhaps, indeed, an opponent's opponent is a helper. I was just lamenting my lack of strength. Bai Ji hurried back to the general's residence, making her way directly to Chunhua Courtyard, where Shen Jiasui had been waiting for some time. "Where's the letter?" Shen Jiasui smiled, extending her hand towards Bai Ji. Startled, Bai Ji finally grasped the situation. "Miss, you deliberately penned an inconsequential letter to Aunt Zhou merely to provide her with a reason to reply?" As she spoke, she presented the letter with both hands. Shen Jiasui nodded with a smile and began to unfold the letter. Bai Ji, noticing that Shen Jiasui did not shy away from her presence, leaned in with curiosity. What she saw was astonishing. Aunt Zhou's reply was anything but mundane. It explicitly detailed Lady Lu's schemes, even mentioning Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji and Appo's whereabouts for the next couple of days. Bai Ji and Appo's eyes widened in shock, stammering, "Miss this." With a fold of the letter, Shen Jiasui's smile deepened. She had always asserted that Aunt Zhou was a rare intellect, while others believed her to be still enamored with Lu Yunzheng and filled with hatred for Gu Shiji. The clear-sighted Aunt Zhou would certainly perceive her true intentions beyond mere romantic entanglements. In the previous life, when General Lu fell in battle, the news devastated the Lu residence, with Lady Lu wailing inconsolably and Aunt Zhou shedding tears without end. Yet that very night, she caught sight of Aunt Zhou gathering her belongings. She did not call for anyone, for she understood that with General Lu's death, Lady Lu would no longer tolerate Aunt Zhou. Nonetheless, Aunt Zhou remained composed, prompting her to ask, "Aunt Zhou, how do you truly feel about General Lu?" After all, General Lu had showered Aunt Zhou with affection and respect for 2 decades. Aunt Zhou tidied her loose strands of hair, her smile tinged with tears. "Young madam, the general provided me with a foundation and a place to reside. I respect and love the general, yet I cherish myself even more, as well as the children we share. Now that he is gone, I will continue to live well and often remember him." Reflecting on Aunt Zhou's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a stirring within her heart. Returning to the matter at hand, Aunt Zhou's actions today, showing no mercy towards Lady Lu, indicated her complete disassociation from Lu Yunzheng and his mother. Whether driven by revenge or mere frustration, for Aunt Zhou, an enemy's enemy was a friend. Aunt Zhou enjoyed considerable favor within the Lu residence, possessing her own network and sources of information. Aligning with Aunt Zhou would undoubtedly yield greater efficacy in dealing with Lu Yunzheng. After all, as the legitimate eldest son of the Lu family, he would inevitably return to the Lu residence one day. Shen Jiasui remained lost in her thoughts when Bai Ji cautiously inquired, "Miss, now that we are aware of Lady Lu's plans, what shall we do?" Shen Jiasui regained her focus, lightly tapping the letter with her fingertip before asking, "Bai Ji, do you recall where Lu Yunzheng is stationed?" Bai Ji nodded eagerly, remembering it was at the East City Command of the Five Cities Military Division. Shen Jiasui smiled, patting Bai Ji's head. "Did father not mention yesterday that half of the guards in the front courtyard are at my disposal? Go convey my message. Send out 2 groups of people. One should closely monitor the Lu residence, while the other waits at the East City Military Command. As soon as Lady Lu steps out, dispatch our people to inform Lu Yunzheng that Gu Shiji is in danger. Remember, choose someone with a loud voice." Shen Jiasui pondered for a moment before adding meaningfully, "Lady Lu will surely seize the opportunity to confront Gu Shiji while Lu Yunzheng is on duty, wanting everyone at the command to know that he has not only abandoned his post for Gu Shiji, but has also thoroughly severed ties with his family." Bai Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded fervently, even suggesting, "Miss, we should also send someone to follow Lady Lu to the courtyard rented by Lu Yunzheng, just to ensure we don't miss an intriguing scene." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui's smile widened. "Very well, let be as you say. Off you go." Bai Ji cheered and swiftly exited. Shen Jiasui leaned back against her chair, her brows slightly curved, though her smile soon faded. There was no rush. She would take it step by step. She intended to gradually erode Lu Yunzheng's influence, provoking him to desperation, ultimately compelling him to seek out the mastermind behind the scenes for collaboration. She awaited the moment to unveil that person's true identity. Chapter 22. Miss Gu is in danger in the early afternoon within the General Zhao Yang's residence. Lady Lu reclined on the couch while a maid gently massaged her head. Mama Zhao hurriedly entered the main room, clutching a note, and announced, "Madam, I have found it." Upon hearing this, Lady Lu abruptly opened her eyes, pushed the maid aside, and sat up. "Where is it?" she inquired, her expression fierce. Mama Zhao quickly unfolded the note, revealing the words, "Ronghua Alley in the western part of the capital." Lady Lu let out a cold laugh. "Let us go." The maid hurried forward to assist her in putting on her outer garment. Seeing this, Mama Zhao urged, "Madam, she is merely an orphan maid and has severed ties with the Shen family. It suffices for me to handle this. You needn't tire yourself. You barely slept last night. At least take a moment to rest. I assure you, I will handle it splendidly." As Mama Zhao continued to plead, Lady Lu's fierce demeanor gradually softened, and she could not help but sigh. "Mama Zhao, even you express concern for me. Look at Zheng'er. He is utterly captivated by that Gu girl. I have devoted my heart and soul to him since he was little, always wary of Zhou Fu's hidden daggers. Just as we were about to see the fruits of my labor, he acts so thoughtlessly. I must personally handle this matter. Tonight, Zheng'er must return and apologize to his husband, and tomorrow we shall go to the Shen family to make amends. There is still time." By the time she finished speaking, Lady Lu was fully dressed. Resolute, she departed the estate with Mama Zhao and 4 loyal maids bound by oaths. News reached concubine Zhou immediately, causing Mama Lin to fidget anxiously. "Auntie, if Madam truly succeeds in this venture, the engagement between the eldest son and the Shen family may yet be salvaged. Should we not intervene?" Concubine Zhou remained composed, handing Mama Lin a small porcelain bottle. "Mama Lin, take this ointment to the Guozijian and check on Zheng'er. Remind him to avoid any entanglements and focus solely on his studies." "Yes." Mama Lin repeated, "Puzzled." "Go quickly," concubine Zhou urged. Mama Lin clutched the ointment tightly, perplexed yet inclined to trust her aunt, and nodded as she exited. Once alone, concubine Zhou sighed softly to herself. Miss Shen is indeed quite capable. Who would have thought she would profit from this affair? Even Mama Lin is clamoring to take action. If something goes awry with Lu Yunzheng, they will undoubtedly suspect me first. Although it was Miss Shen's doing, I would emerge unscathed. Concubine Zhou shook her head in resignation, but soon, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in her eyes. If Miss Shen refrains from intervening, she too will not remain idle. Thus, it wouldn't be in vain. To shoulder the blame and gain a clever ally hidden in the shadows is not a loss. After all, her only recourse lies in the inner workings of the household, and she can only hope Miss Shen does not disappoint her in the future. As the carriage exited the General Zhao Yang's residence, those lying in wait outside perked up. Third brother, you follow them. Sixth brother, go relay a message to the command post. I shall return to report to the young lady. Understood. In the East City Military Command Post, unlike many highborn youths who chose to enter the Guozijian, Lu Yunzheng, as the son of General Zhao Yong and a gifted martial artist, had early on joined the Wuqing Military Division for training. He was now a deputy commander in the East City Military Command Post. After the uproar regarding the broken engagement between the Shen and Lu families, Lu Yunzheng was inundated with inquiries from colleagues and subordinates while on duty. Being astute, Lu Yunzheng understood that he must secure his position at the command post to ascend in the future. Thus, he avoided discussing personal matters. Despite this, his silence on Miss Shen led others to assume he was tacitly accepting the stigma of betrayal, and they praised him as both a romantic and a man of character. After all, with General Dinghua highly esteemed and well-known, marrying into the Shen family would create a formidable alliance, furthering Lu Yunzheng's prospects. He had indeed sacrificed much for a Shen foster daughter. Lu Yunzheng reveled in the accolades, contemplating how soon he would achieve merit while on duty. Capturing the attention of the influential, he felt increasingly confident. See, without the Shen family, I can still rise to prominence. Eventually, my father will regret his decision and call me back home with kind words. Then I shall be able to openly marry Shiji. The mere thought of Shiji waiting for him after his shift filled Lu Yunzheng with warmth and motivation. No more idle chatter. Let's patrol the city, he urged, his demeanor resolute, instructing his subordinates to remain diligent. As they nodded in agreement, once they turned away, their expressions darkened. Many among them had already passed their 30s, laboring diligently and faithfully, only to attain the rank of city patrol officer. Yet Lu Yunzheng, still in his youth, had leveraged his family background to become their deputy commander, and this position was merely a stepping stone for him. Resentment simmered among the group, and Lu Yunzheng's broken engagement only compounded their disdain. A romantic? Bah! He is merely fickle and disloyal. As they exchanged glances, exiting the command post, a figure rushed in, panic etched across their face. The patrol officer, responsible for maintaining order in East City, assumed a disturbance had occurred and quickly approached, inquiring, "What brings you to the command post?" The newcomer called out, "I seek Deputy Commander Lu. Lady Lu is causing trouble for Miss Gu. She is in danger." The person's voice rang out loud and clear, startling everyone present. The patrol officers turned in unison, witnessing Lu Yunzheng's face pale as he dashed out. "What did you say?" Lu Yunzheng seized the messenger's collar, teeth clenched as he pressed for answers. The messenger appeared frightened, legs trembling, stammering, It's Miss Gu who sent me for help. Lady Lu is furious, accompanied by numerous maids. Miss Gu is likely in grave peril." "How infuriating!" Lu Yunzheng exclaimed, shoving the messenger aside as he snatched a horse from a nearby officer, mounting it swiftly. The officer, alarmed, cautioned, "Deputy Commander, if you wish to leave, you must notify the commander. Otherwise, it would be considered dereliction of duty. Do not forget, just moments ago you sternly instructed us to uphold our responsibilities." Of course, he did not dare voice this thought aloud. However, Lu Yunzheng was preoccupied, his mind filled with images of Miss Gu's fragile and helpless form. The thought of his mother forcing Miss Gu to suffer for his compliance ignited a fire of urgency within him, and he was utterly discombobulated. "Inform the commander on my behalf," Lu Yunzheng declared, spurring the horse into a furious gallop. Chapter 23. The first letter. Lu Yunzheng, in a state of urgency, suddenly pulled on the reins midway, sensing something amiss. The messenger he had just encountered was a complete stranger. How could Shiji possibly entrust an unrelated outsider to seek help on her behalf? The position of deputy commander was arranged for him by his father, who had warned him upon his appointment that holding a position acquired through connections would naturally invite discontent. Thus, he must adhere strictly to his duties to earn the trust of his subordinates. His absence from duty not only solidified the rumors of a falling out with his family, but also constituted a dereliction of responsibility, likely attracting even more criticism. Clearly, Someone was scheming against him under the guise of Shiji and Appo's name. With a frown deepening on his brow, Lu Yunzheng immediately turned his horse around. Yet, after a few steps, he hesitated again, tightening the reins. What if it were true? Shiji was different from Shen Jiasui. After marrying Shen Jiasui, he could comfortably leave her in the inner chambers, remaining indifferent. Besides his lack of affection for Shen Jiasui, he was also aware of her resilience. She would never allow herself to be wronged. He even worried that his mother would fare poorly under Shen Jiasui and Appo's influence. However, Shiji, being gentle and kind-hearted, would likely endure any hardship his mother imposed upon her in order to spare him discomfort, swallowing all grievances in silence. With this thought, Lu Yunzheng gritted his teeth and once more changed direction, heading straight for Ronghua Alley in the western part of the capital. Gu Shiji reclined on a soft couch in the side courtyard, her expression weary yet laced with anxiety. This courtyard had been rented by Lu Yunzheng after he received a jade pendant the previous day, and Appo's events had unfolded abruptly, leaving him with little cash on hand. The situation only heightened Gu Shiji and Appo's sense of urgency. Now that they had left the general and Appo's residence, Lu Yunzheng would be unable to provide her with a good life, let alone grant her the status of a young mistress. Before yesterday, she had lived a life of luxury in the Duke of State's household, pampered by her foster parents. Unlike her current confinement in this desolate little courtyard, she resolved that she must devise a way to ensure Lu Yunzheng returned to the general and Appo's residence swiftly. Just as Gu Shiji pondered this, a sudden loud crash outside interrupted her thoughts, followed by a cacophony of approaching footsteps. Startled, she sat up abruptly, and before she could gather her wits, Madame Lu burst in, accompanied by Mama Zhao and 4 burly maids. "Indeed, she is here," Madame Lu exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Quick, take her away." The 4 stout maids rolled up their sleeves and advanced toward Gu Shiji. The moment she saw Madame Lu, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Surrounded by the 4 maids, she cried out in fear, "Madam, if Yunzheng returns and does not find me, you will surely not let this go." Madame Lu responded with a cold laugh. "That is perfect. Once Zheng and Appo's marry Shen Jiasui, I shall ensure he sees you again. However, by then, it is uncertain whether he will still remember you." Gu Shiji, powerless against the 4 strong maids, was swiftly overpowered and forced to kneel on the ground. Unable to move, Madame Lu stepped forward, lifting Gu Shiji and Appo's chin. Observing her disheveled hair and reddened eyes, she sneered disdainfully. "Did you think I would and Appo's see through your intentions? Surely, this was how you managed to ensnare Zheng's heart, causing him to turn his affections elsewhere. Though Shen Jiasui was detestable, she lacked the cunning and schemes that you possess. The Duke of State's residence has indeed welcomed a wolf into its fold. I fear that General Shen now regrets his decisions." Gu Shiji's arms were gripped painfully by the maids, and tears streamed down her face as she fervently shook her head in denial upon hearing Madame Lu's words. "Madam," Shiji did not. Madame Lu and Appo's smile grew increasingly frosty. "I entered Zheng and Appo's chamber last night. Though he hid it well, how could it escape the eyes of a mother like me? The hidden box contained letters you wrote to Zheng and Appo's. Every word I read in its entirety. The first letter was written by you of your own volition. At just 14 years of age, you already harbored such base thoughts?" With a swift motion, Madame Lu struck Gu Shiji across the face. "Shameless wretch." Gu Shiji and Appo's head was knocked to the side, the sting of the slap igniting a fiery pain across her cheek. Her fair skin bore the mark vividly. Inside, her heart felt ablaze with a mix of fear and trepidation as she recalled the many things she and Lu Yunzheng had written to each other in those letters. Madame Lu leaned closer, ready to utter more, when Mama Zhao hastily interjected, "Madam, let us take her away first. You can decide how to punish this girl later." Upon hearing this, Madame Lu regained her composure and waved her hand toward the maids. "Take her away." Gu Shiji understood that once she stepped out of this courtyard, regardless of whether Lu Yunzheng would compromise and marry Shen Jiasui for her sake, she would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Thus, she immediately struggled and pleaded, "Madam, Yunzheng and I are mutually affectionate. I never intended to obstruct his marriage to Jiasui. If you truly read the letters, you must have seen my wishes for him to be happy." It was Yunzheng who suddenly changed his mind yesterday. Wishes for his happiness? Was it not a feigned retreat to advance, a ploy to ensnare him? Madame Lu interjected coldly, interrupting Gushiji and Appo's desperate defense. Her gaze scrutinized Gushiji and Appo's features, and her smile took on a meaningfully sinister tone. "You possess a lovely appearance, yet your heart is as venomous as a serpent's. Zheng may not perceive the true meaning behind your every word, for he envisions you as an innocent. I, however, see through you clearly." At this, Gushiji felt an inexplicable tremor in her shoulders. Madame Lu continued softly, "At the age of 14, you accidentally fell into the water, and Shen Jiasui unhesitatingly dove in to save you. In your fear, you pulled her down several times. Had Zheng not arrived in time, both of you would have perished. You expressed boundless gratitude in your letter, calling Zheng your savior, praising him to the heavens. This was the first letter you wrote to him, correct?" As Gushiji listened, her gaze began to wander, unable to meet Madame Lu's eyes. Madame Lu leaned closer, whispering gently in her ear, "If I am not mistaken, you can swim, can't you? You wish to replace Shen Jiasui and become the sole daughter of the Duke of State in Appo's residence, do you not?" The last word floated lightly into Gushiji and Appo's ear, and her pupils constricted abruptly, her breath growing heavy and rapid, her complexion paling to the shade of paper. She opened her mouth, but at that moment, not a single word could escape her lips. Seeing her reaction, Madame Lu understood everything. With a derisive laugh, she straightened up and coldly commanded the maids, "Take her away." At that moment, a voice rang out from the doorway. "Mother." Chapter 24. For your own good. Upon hearing the commotion, Madame Lu turned her head, and when she beheld Lu Yunzhen standing at the door with a face of astonishment and fury, her eyes widened in disbelief. Shouldn't Tizhener be on duty at the military command at this hour? Ultimately, Lu Yunzhen could not take the gamble. He avoided the bustling streets and hurried back to Ronghua Alley. Upon seeing a carriage stationed at the alley's entrance, his heart sank to the depths of despair. Once he dismounted and rushed towards the courtyard, he was confronted with the most unwelcome scene. Gushiji's hair was disheveled, and she was forcefully pressed to the ground by two matrons. Tears stained her cheeks, and the left side of her face was swollen, bearing a distinct handprint. Lu Yunzhen and Appo's breath caught in his throat, a surge of anger and heartbreak flooding his chest. Heaven had granted him a second chance at life, and now he harbored two desires: to recreate the glory of his past life and to be forever entwined with Gushiji. Yet astonishingly, on just the second day, he almost lost her, and the orchestrator was not Shen Jiasui, but rather Madame Lu, who had cherished Shiji in his previous life. Gushiji had already begun to feel despair. The deepest secret within her heart had been discovered, and the one who uncovered it was Lu Yunzhen and Appo's mother, who was meant to be her mother-in-law. Consequently, Madame Lu would undoubtedly go to great lengths to prevent her union with Yunzhen. A torrent of thoughts surged within Gushiji, but the moment she heard Lu Yunzhen's voice, an inexplicable calm settled over her, for she realized that all was not yet lost. As long as Lu Yunzhen steadfastly stood by her side, even Madame Lu would not be a cause for fear. With this thought, Gushiji abruptly lifted her head, crying out to Lu Yunzhen, "Yunzhen!" Her voice trembled, tears streaming down her face, but in an instant, she shook her head. "Yunzhen, I'm fine. Please do not blame Madame. She only wishes for your good. She has not harmed me." As she spoke, she tilted her head, deliberately revealing the stark handprint on her face. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzhen felt a pang of pity and guilt, his resentment and anger towards Madame Lu intensifying, and he immediately strode towards her. However, Madame Lu was consumed with rage. This woman was not only cunning, but also adept at playing the victim. Did she truly believe that in Zhen's heart, she could surpass the role of a mother? Moreover, Gushiji's every word seemed to exonerate her while, in reality, each phrase was an accusation, clearly aiming to sow discord between her and Zhener. In her fury, Madame Lu raised her hand to strike Gu Shiji once more. In that instant, a glimmer of defiance flashed in Gu Shiji's eyes, and she did not flinch. "Mother, what more do you wish to do?" Lu Yunjin had arrived just in time, seizing Madame Lu's wrist, his voice seething with anger. Madame Lu felt a sharp pain in her wrist, and when she looked up, she met Lu Yunjin's fierce gaze. Initially taken aback, disbelief soon filled her eyes. "Zhen, seeing the shock on Madame Lu's face, Lu Yunjin regained his composure, reluctantly releasing her wrist, yet his heart remained heavy with resentment. He had not anticipated that his mother would be so relentless, even choosing to confront Shiji while he was on duty, injuring her and forcing him to abandon his post. He bent down, witnessing the two matrons still restraining Gu Shiji, and exploded with rage. "You vile servants, begone." The matrons, terrified of Lu Yunjin's wrath, hastily released her. Freed from their grasp, Gu Shiji stumbled forward, and Lu Yunjin caught her in his arms. "Shiji, are you all right?" he asked urgently, his face etched with concern. Gu Shiji slowly lifted her head from his embrace, her expression a blend of sorrow and reluctance. "Yunjin, there is no longer a place for Shiji in this world. You must go back to the general's residence. I can no longer dare to dream of being by your side." After saying this, she pushed him away gently, but Lu Yunjin, with reddened eyes, pulled her even closer. "It is my fault, Shiji. It is my fault for not protecting you properly." Madame Lu stood aside, watching as Gu Shiji's few words utterly captivated Lu Yunjin. Feeling a storm of frustration rising within her, her vision darkening. "Zhener, do not be deceived by her. This woman feigns weakness to bind you to her side. She shamelessly wrote letters to lure you, and with a heart full of malice, she seeks to replace Shen Jiasui. If you remain with someone like her, you will inevitably suffer. Shen Jiasui still harbors feelings for you. Return with me to the general's residence, and everything can still be salvaged. Do not be foolish." "Mother," Lu Yunjin interrupted sharply, turning his head, his eyes reddened as he spoke vehemently. "Shen Jiasui, what kind of enchantment has she cast upon you that you insist I marry her? Shiji is gentle and kind. Even now, she refrains from speaking ill of you. How can you be so blind to her virtues?" Seeing Lu Yunjin's eyes bloodshot and his words icy, Madame Lu took a step back, feeling as if she were encountering a stranger in the son she had loved for over a decade. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she pressed a hand to her heart, imploringly saying, "Zhener, I only wish for your good. This woman is full of schemes. Look at yourself. What have you become for her?" "All for my good?" Lu Yunjin echoed softly, yet shook his head. He gazed deeply into Madame Lu's eyes, solemnly stating, "Mother, you are not acting for my benefit. You are acting for yourself. You believe that as long as I marry into the Shen family, you will have bested concubine Zhou and regained your dignity. Is that not so? You have fought with concubine Zhou for over a decade. Yet father-s affections have never been yours. Do you not understand the pain of unrequited love? Why then do you obstruct my union with Shiji? If you truly cared for my welfare, you would advise father to permit me to marry Shiji, so that our family may be united." At this moment, Mama Zhao exclaimed, young master, knowing Madame's grievances, why provoke her further?" Lu Yunjin was already in a fury, and Mama Zhao's sharp words made him realize he had spoken too harshly. Regret washed over him as he opened his mouth to amend his words, but just then, Gu Shiji trembled slightly. Lu Yunjin immediately turned his attention to her, bending down to offer comfort. Madame Lu stared blankly at Lu Yunjin, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she were lost in a haze. After a long pause, she seemed to regain her senses, slowly raising a hand to cover her mouth, a bitter smile of despair spreading across her face. Indeed, he was her own flesh and blood, acutely aware of how to strike at her heart. She had reached middle age. Did he think she still cared for those matters of love? Did he believe her relentless efforts were for her own sake? Although the general held no affection for her, as long as she did not err, she would surely retain her position as madam. Zhou Fu's son was increasingly successful, and the general had sent him to the Imperial Academy. She had secretly inquired, learning that Lu Yuxing was diligent and had already risen to a commendable status. All her actions were for Zhen's promising future, to ensure he would not be overshadowed by a mere commoner, to prevent him from losing face in the capital. Yet, in Zhen's eyes, all she had done was for herself, and this mother, who had painstakingly nurtured him, was overshadowed by a girl he had known for only a few years. Chapter 25. The child lives again. Madame Lu felt a relentless pain in her heart. To claim she was not disappointed would be a falsehood. Yet, Lu Yunzheng was, after all, a piece of flesh that had come from her own body. Even if he was currently lost in his own delusions, as his mother, she could not abandon him. If gentle persuasion failed, then it was time for a firmer approach. With this thought, Madame Lu bent down and seized Lu Yunzheng by the collar, her voice cold as she said, "Zheng and Appos, return home with me. It matters not that you do not comprehend a mother's anguish now. In time, you will." Gu Shiji remained silent, trembling as she clutched Lu Yunzheng's garment, silently pleading for him to stay. Lu Yunzheng knelt on the ground, holding his beloved woman in his arms, while his revered mother stood behind him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Ultimately, Gu Shiji had the upper hand. Suddenly loosening her grip, she gazed at Lu Yunzheng with tear-filled eyes, tenderly encouraging him. "Yunzheng, please go back. Perhaps fate has played us false. We are destined to be apart. In the next life, should we meet again, I hope it will be a match made in heaven, free from obstacles." Unbeknownst to Gu Shiji, her mention of the next life struck at the softest part of Lu Yunzheng's heart, for, to him, this was already a second chance at life. At the same time, her words sparked a realization in Lu Yunzheng. He thought of a way to persuade his mother. Gently releasing Gu Shiji, he softly reassured her, "Shiji, do not fear. Wait for me here. I will find a way to convince my mother." Seeing Lu Yunzheng release her, Gu Shiji felt her heart tighten, yet she managed to force a smile and nodded gently, displaying her unwavering trust in him. Only then did Lu Yunzheng raise his head to look at his mother. "Mother, I have something to say to you." Madame Lu, believing her son had finally awakened, responded eagerly, "As long as you are willing to return with me, you may say anything." Lu Yunzheng did not answer directly, but turned to Zhao Mama beside him. "Zhao Mama, take good care, Shiji. I need to speak with my mother alone. If I learn that you have harmed her, I will not spare you." Zhao Mama felt a chill at his words. She had been by Madame Lu's side for many years, having watched Lu Yunzheng grow up and never expected to be so ruthlessly warned by him today. However, she maintained her composure and, acknowledging her place, raised her eyes to Madame Lu. Only when Madame Lu nodded did Zhao Mama respond respectfully. Lu Yunzheng gave Gu Shiji a reassuring glance before leading Madame Lu to his bedroom in the courtyard. He had not been intimate with Gu Shiji the previous night, as it was her wish, and he respected that. They would save such matters for their wedding. "Zheng, what do you wish to tell me?" Madame Lu asked, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she offered her son patience and opportunity. Lu Yunzheng glanced around, his expression growing serious, before he finally asked solemnly, "Mother, do you believe in me?" Without hesitation, Madame Lu nodded. "Of course I believe in you." With a slow exhale, Lu Yunzheng lowered his voice, saying, "Mother, I have actually lived again." Madame Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Yunzheng recounted his past life's experiences, omitting certain critical details for fear of jeopardizing his plans. Once he finished, he looked earnestly at Madame Lu, hoping she would accept Gu Shiji now, knowing that in his previous life, she had held Gu Shiji in high regard. However, the next moment, slap, Madame Lu's face turned ashen as she struck Lu Yunzheng across the face, catching him completely off guard. As he turned back in disbelief, he found tears welling in Madame Lu's eyes, her trembling finger pointing accusingly at him. How could you have become this way? To be with Gu Shiji, you not only spun such a colossal lie without a second thought, but also cursed your father's death on the battlefield. Even if your father favored Zhou Fu and doted on your half-brother, despite my grievances and anger towards him, he remains a hero of the Shang dynasty. I only wish for his longevity, free from illness or calamity, devoted to protecting our homeland. Lu Yunzheng, you have disappointed me beyond measure. Are you still my Zheng and Damp? Appos. As she scolded him, tears streamed down her face. Where'd she gone wrong? How had her prideful son transformed into such a person? Gu Shiji must be to blame. That wretched girl. With a heart filled with anguish, Madame Lu felt a chill envelop her. Again and again, she questioned herself, ultimately clinging to the notion that all blame lay with Gu Shiji. She refused to acknowledge that her son had, perhaps, always harbored such flaws. In that moment, she grasped Lu Yunzheng and Appo's sleeve, almost pleadingly saying, "Zheng and Appo's, come home with me, back to the general and Appo's residence. If you admit your mistakes, your father will surely forgive you. And about Shen Jiasui, I have seen her. She cried bitterly over your broken engagement. She cares deeply for you. If you speak kindly to her, she will still be willing to marry you. I will not make things difficult for Gu Shiji. I will send her away first. Once you marry Shen Jiasui and everything is settled, you can take Gu Shiji back as a concubine. I will not interfere. Will that suffice?" Lu Yunzheng looked down at Madame Lu, hearing her words still centered on Shen Jiasui, unwilling to support him. His heart turned cold. He had revealed his greatest secret to his mother, yet she did not believe him. In this world, aside from Gu Shiji, even his mother could not understand him. Gradually, Lu Yunzheng and Appo's expression hardened as he withdrew his sleeve from Madame Lu and Appo's grasp, shaking his head, disappointment lacing his tone. "Mother, I did not lie. Yet you refuse to believe me. I will say this one last time. In this life, I will not marry anyone but Gu Shiji, and I will surely achieve great things to prove myself to you and father." After delivering this declaration, Lu Yunzheng bypassed his stunned mother and strode away without a glance back. He had already pushed open the door when suddenly, Madame Lu called out sharply, "My son, do you not care for your mother's life?" Lu Yunzheng's expression changed drastically. He turned abruptly to see Madame Lu bracing herself against the table. Holding a hairpin in one hand, its pointed end poised against her own neck. She was pressing down with force, the pin's tip sinking into her skin, turning pale. Lu Yunzheng's face turned ashen. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him, leaving him utterly fatigued. "Mother, why do this? You know I cannot bear to see you harmed." Madame Lu, her body trembling and tears streaming down her face, sobbed, "Zheng, I am doing this for your own good. After all this, you still refuse to return with me?" Lu Yunzheng was tormented, caught in a struggle between love and obligation. He gazed deeply at Madame Lu before uttering one last sentence and turning to leave. "Mother, if you were to die, I would follow you." As Lu Yunzheng marched resolutely toward the exit, Madame Lu cried out, her grip on the hairpin tightening, a sharp pain radiating through her neck. She was still gambling on his response. Yet, Lu Yunzheng did not look back, nor did he slow his pace. Clink! The hairpin fell to the ground. Madame Lu slumped against the table leg, her eyes vacant, her heart ashen. Chapter 26. Invitation when Mama Zhao hurriedly arrived. The sight that greeted her was that of Madame Lu in a state of utter disarray and despair. Her keen eyes quickly caught sight of the bloodstains on Madame Lu's neck, prompting her to tremble and exclaim, "Madam, Madam." It took Madame Lu a moment to regain her composure, and upon meeting Mama Zhao's sympathetic gaze, her heart ached and tears streamed down her cheeks. The human heart is indeed tender. Although they were merely mistress and servant, their bond forged over 2 decades meant that Mama Zhao had remained fiercely loyal and respectful toward her. Yet her own son, Zheng, had cruelly betrayed her trust with a dagger of words. Mama Zhao hastily produced a handkerchief to wipe Madame Lu's tears, her face etched with concern as she asked, "Madam, what shall we do now?" Madame Lu shook her head, leaning on Mama Zhao for support as she murmured, "Let us go home. Let us go home." Upon hearing this, Mama Zhao was alarmed, realizing that this time Madame Lu had been profoundly wounded by the eldest young master. As Madame Lu's steps faltered slightly, she made her way to the courtyard entrance, clinging to a flicker of hope. However, as she exited the courtyard, Lu Yunzheng did not come to see her off even once. Finally resigned to her fate, with Mama Zhao supporting her, Madame Lu left the alley without a backward glance, boarding the carriage to depart from this place of sorrow. Behind the window, Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji observed Madame Lu's retreating figure through the gap. Gu Shiji frowned, pondering that if Madame Lu had indeed been persuaded, she ought not to appear in such a manner. Lu Yunzheng could not suppress a long sigh. For reasons unknown, since his rebirth, apart from successfully bringing Shiji out of the Duke Dinghua's residence, everything else had been fraught with difficulties, leaving him utterly exhausted. Gu Shiji, perceptive to his mood, gently comforted him. Yunzheng, every parent has their reasons. Although Madame Lu was quite firm today, I know she means well for you. Do not let anger fester between you. Wait a few days and find an opportunity to speak with her again. She will surely forgive you. At her words, Lu Yunzheng withdrew his gaze and embraced Gu Shiji, helplessly sighing, Shiji, what must I do to ensure that others recognize your worth? As he spoke, he tenderly caressed Gu Shiji's reddened cheek, asking, does it hurt? Gu Shiji shook her head, about to smile and say it did not hurt, but the movement caused her facial muscles to ache, prompting her to wince. Lu Yunzheng frowned, his heart aching for her. You still insist on being strong. I shall bring back some ointment from the command center tonight. At this juncture, Gu Shiji suddenly came to her senses and asked anxiously, by the way, Yunzheng, weren't you on duty? How come you returned so promptly? Lu Yunzheng had already contemplated this matter and proceeded to explain that someone had gone to the command center for assistance. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji immediately shook her head. But Lu Yunzheng, confident in his deductions, stated solemnly, if I am not mistaken, the messenger must have been sent by Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou? Gu Shiji was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implications. Lu Yunzheng had never concealed the family dynamics from her, and she was well aware that Aunt Zhou was a significant concern for both Lu Yunzheng and Madame Lu. It appeared that Madame Lu had been careless, allowing Aunt Zhou to catch wind of the situation. Moreover, Aunt Zhou was the least inclined to see Lu Yunzheng allied with the Shen family, hence her intervention. Both Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji reached a mutual understanding, yet he could not help but feel a sense of relief. Shiji, regardless of the circumstances. Had Aunt Zhou not acted swiftly this time, I would have been forced to part ways with you. Gu Shiji echoed his sentiments inwardly, urging him, hurry back to the command center, Yunzheng. Leaving your post suddenly may lead to punishment. Lu Yunzheng shook his head, unperturbed by the potential repercussions. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, he spoke with an air of mystery. Shiji, rest assured, I shan't remain at the command center for long. Matters will soon take a turn for the better. Though he had intended to reveal his rebirth to comfort Gu Shiji, the memory of Madame Lu's earlier reaction caused him to suppress the thought. He dared not imagine what might occur if Shiji were to doubt him. Soon, Lu Yunzheng exited the courtyard and mounted his horse, hurrying back to the command center. This outing had consumed over an hour, his mother truly. As Lu Yunzheng's thoughts raced, he felt a twinge of resentment while recalling Madame Lu's frequent mentions of Shen Jiasui. According to his mother, Shen Jiasui still harbored hopes regarding him, which seemed contrary to the reality of his rebirth. Regardless, he needed to ascertain her intentions personally to find peace of mind. On the other side, after Lu Yunzheng left the courtyard, the hidden guards of the Shen family swiftly made their way back. Soon, Shen Jiasui awaited eagerly for Bai Qi's vivid account. Miss, when Madame Lu departed from the courtyard, she appeared as though she had lost her soul, and there seemed to be blood on her neck. It remained unclear what transpired between Lu Yunzheng and Madame Lu in that private moment, compelling her to depart in such a state. Given Lu Yunzheng's formidable skills, the guards dared not approach too closely. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui's mind began to formulate a hypothesis. It seemed likely that Lu Yunzheng had disclosed the truth of his rebirth to Madame Lu, believing this revelation would lead her to accept Gu Shiji. Yet, it was evident that Madame Lu remained unconvinced. Thus, the plan had backfired. How could one who betrayed trust expect others to believe unconditionally? Especially when Lu Yunzheng had already committed numerous indiscretions for Gu Shiji. He likely had not yet recognized that today he had wounded the very person who loved him most in this world. With the scheme in motion, Shen Jiasui found it difficult to relax. In her previous life, she recalled that shortly after Lu Yunzheng proposed to her, he was reassigned from the Wuqing military command to the Jingwei division, where he quickly climbed the ranks. Lu Yunzheng had never confided the reasons behind his promotion, and regrettably, her curiosity had waned at that time, preventing her from inquiring further. Thus, in this life, to obstruct Lu Yunzheng and Appo's rise, she had to continuously probe, beginning with exacerbating the disdain within the military ranks towards him. As Shen Jiasui and Appo's thoughts deepened, Ji1 unexpectedly entered from outside, holding a piece of paper. Mother? Shen Jiasui immediately rose to greet her. The mother and daughter clasped hands as they entered the inner chamber, where Ji1 presented the paper to Shen Jiasui, smiling as she said, Sway. Open it and take a look. Shen Jiasui's curiosity piqued, and she accepted the invitation, unfolding it to reveal an invitation to a flower appreciation banquet. Ji1 observed Shen Jiasui and Appo's reaction with subtle scrutiny. Given the status of the Duke Dinghua and Appo's residence in the capital, they had always been invited to such gatherings. However, due to Shen Jiasui and Appo's prior engagement and her lack of interest in these affairs, she had never attended. After all, while the flower appreciation banquet sounded elegant, it was merely an opportunity for the younger generation to observe one another. Seeing that Shen Jiasui did not appear resistant, Ji1 gently suggested, Sway. This flower appreciation banquet is hosted by the Princess of Rome, scheduled for the first day of the month. Coincidentally, Hunger will return home then. Why not take him to see the world? Ji1's words were delicately phrased, yet Shen Jiasui understood her mother's intentions perfectly. Turning to observe her mother's cautious demeanor, her heart softened, and she could not bear to disappoint her. All right, I will heed mother's advice and go take a look. Shen Jiasui beamed, responding with a bright smile. Chapter 27. At a tender age, Lu Yunzheng hurried back to the Eastern City Command Center, only to find that his subordinates had yet to return from their patrol. Upon spotting Lu Yunzheng, someone quickly spoke up, reminding him, Deputy Commander, the commander has instructed that you seek him immediately upon your return. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Yunzheng made his way to the command center, his brow furrowing in silent concern. The commander of the Eastern City Military Command, Lin Zhouji, a man in his 40s who hailed from the Imperial Examination System, was known for his stern demeanor. Under his command, as long as one fulfilled their duties diligently, all be well. However, having abandoned his post without notice today, Lu Yunzheng knew he was likely courting trouble. In theory, as the son of the valiant General Zhao Yong, he was merely undergoing training at the military command, and the position of a mere commander should not intimidate him. Yet, Lin Zhouji was not to be underestimated, for few were aware that he was the nephew of the esteemed imperial tutor, Master Lin. As Lu Yunzheng's thoughts wandered, he arrived at Lin Zhouji's office. Come in, a deep, resonant voice beckoned from within. Just as Lu Yunzheng entered, an inkstone unexpectedly struck the ground at his feet, startling the clerk beside the desk. Almost hit by the inkstone, Lu Yunzheng's anger flared. Never had he been treated with such disdain, not even by his father. Yet, recognizing his own transgression, he swallowed his fury and respectfully admitted, Commander, A cold snort interrupted him as a figure rose from behind the desk. Lin Zhouji, with a dignified presence and piercing eyes, was clad in official attire that exuded authority. As officials, we must comprehend the weight of our responsibilities and execute our duties faithfully. Only then can we honor this position and the trust placed in us by the court, when public and private matters are clearly distinguished, and one remains steadfast in their duties. Only then can we ensure stability and benefit the people. Your abandonment of duty is clear, and your failure to distinguish between public and private matters suggests that our Eastern City Command Center is too small to accommodate the son of General Zhao Yong. Lin Zhouji's words were heavy, causing not just Lu Yunzheng, but also the clerk to change color in concern. Despite the rumors surrounding Lu Yunzheng's strained relationship with General Zhao, he was still the man's son, and one could not simply overlook such matters. Lu Yunzheng's face turned ashen, especially upon hearing footsteps behind him and discovering that it was his subordinate, the patrol officer, returning from duty. He had not anticipated Lin Zhouji's ruthless demeanor. Seeing Lu Yunzheng's defiance, Lin Zhouji felt a surge of displeasure. He did not wish to delve into Lu Yunzheng's personal affairs, but it was a truth universally acknowledged that without integrity one could not stand firm. Lu Yunzheng and Oppos, as private shortcomings were one thing, but now he was muddling through official matters as well, proving himself unworthy of the responsibilities he bore. Today, I shall invoke my authority as commander to reprimand you, mandating that you amend your ways, and I shall deduct a month's salary as a warning to others. Upon hearing this, a vein throbbed on Lu Yunjing's forehead. He opened his mouth to protest, but Lin Zhouji had already turned away, his hands clasped behind his back, stating coldly, "If the deputy commander is dissatisfied, perhaps General Zhao Yong should seek alternative placement for you." Fists clenched, anger surged within Lu Yunzheng. Throughout his life, he had enjoyed a smooth path, respected and revered by others, save for his father and aunt, Oppos, as strictness. This was the first time he had been so publicly humiliated, especially in front of his subordinates. His indignation nearly spilled forth, but the last moment, clarity dawned upon him. No, he must not act impulsively. He needed to leverage his position as deputy commander to gain favor in the eyes of that individual. If he could establish a connection as he had in his previous life, he would soon escape the Eastern City Military Command. There was no need to quarrel with Lin Zhouji at this juncture. With his thoughts settled, Lu Yunzheng suppressed his anger. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully and stated solemnly, "Commander, your teachings are well taken. I accept my punishment and shall henceforth distinguish between public and private matters, fulfilling my duties diligently." Seeing that Lin Zhouji had no further remarks, Lu Yunzheng turned to leave, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. How dare Lin Zhouji treat him with such disdain? Just wait. On the day he soars to prominence, all those who belittled and insulted him would find themselves crushed beneath his feet. As the patrol officers witnessed Lu Yunzheng exiting, they quickly masked their contempt, reverting to their respectful demeanor. At the first watch of the night, Lin Zhouji finally emerged from the office and rode home. Master Lin, having never married, treated Lin Zhouji as his own son, and the two lived together with their extended family. After dinner, Lin Zhouji hurried to the Hanbai courtyard, unexpectedly spotting a familiar figure. "Xiaoji," Lin Zhouji and Oppos. S face lit up with joy as he took a seat opposite Jiang Sun. When Jiang Sun turned 20 and underwent the ceremony of donning the cap, it was Master Lin himself who performed the rite and named him Xiaoji, signifying his commitment to integrity and fairness. Clearly well acquainted, Lin Zhouji noted Jiang Sun as concentrated gaze on the chessboard, casually inquiring, "It's nearly the hour of the pig. Are you planning to stay here tonight?" Jiang Sun looked up, the orange candlelight casting a warm glow on his face. Yes, since becoming Master Lin's close disciple, Jiang Sun often stayed at the Lin residence during his off-duty hours. Master Lin, concerned for his disciple's travels, had prepared a room in the Hanbai courtyard specifically for him. Having grown accustomed to Jiang Sun's quiet nature, Lin Zhouji didn't mind the lack of conversation and jokingly remarked, "It's perhaps for the best that you don't return to your own home." Seeing Jiang Sun remain silent, Lin Zhouji touched his nose, worried he might have inadvertently touched a sore spot. He quickly changed the subject. "Xiaoji, have you heard about the recent uproar regarding the engagement dissolution between the Dingwu general's household and the Zhaoyong general's family?" Before Jiang Sun could respond, Master Lin emerged from the inner chamber, speaking in a calm voice. "Zhouji, do you also enjoy discussing such trivial matters?" Lin Zhouji promptly stood to offer his uncle a seat, a smile gracing his face. "Not at all. It's quite a coincidence, really. The son of General Zhaoyong is my deputy commander, and today," he briefly mentioned Lu Yunzheng's situation, shaking his head in disapproval. "This Lu Yunzheng is overly proud and impetuous, in my opinion. The dissolution of his engagement with the beloved daughter of the Dingwu general may not be such a bad thing." Master Lin nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "It is indeed a coincidence. I encountered that young lady from the Shen family earlier today. Her spirited demeanor is truly delightful, unlike some individuals who at such a tender age seem utterly lifeless." Jiang Sun interjected, "Teacher, Brother Zhouji, I shall retire for the night." Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Jiang Sun decided it wise to excuse himself. However, just as he stood, Master Lin firmly pressed him back down and tossed a letter into his lap. "Look at this," he said meaningfully, furrowing his brow, Jiang Sun opened the letter, glancing over it before promptly declaring, "I want to go." Curious, Lin Zhouji leaned in for a look, exclaiming, "Ah, it's the flower viewing banquet hosted by the Prince Rong's household. I received word of it today as well. It said that the Princess Rong herself is organizing it, and many dignitaries from the capital will attend. On the first day of the month. They might even need to borrow personnel from the Western City Command for increased patrols." Master Lin had anticipated Jiang Sun's reaction and, with a slight smirk, said nonchalantly, "You're no longer a child, Xiaoji. It's high time you considered marriage." Jiang Sun placed the invitation on the table, replying coolly, "Teacher, you just said I was still quite young." Master Lin, realizing the predicament, quickly grabbed the invitation and called out, "Xiaoji, this invitation is personally delivered by the Emperor to be handed to you by me. You must attend the flower viewing banquet, whether you want to or not. I advise you to seek a suitable maiden at your earliest convenience, lest the Emperor bestow a marriage upon you without your consent." Lin Zhouji replied, "Uncle, Xiaoji has already gone far away." Upon hearing this, Lin Lao raised his head, unable to catch even a glimpse of Jiang Sun's shadow. Enraged, he flung the invitation onto the ground, stamping his foot in fury, cursing, "That ungrateful wretch, rebellious disciple, little rascal." Lin Zhouji said, "It would be wise to tread carefully." Lin Zhouji, with his neck retracted, had barely taken 2 steps when Lin Lao suddenly clapped him on the shoulder from behind, revealing a broad grin. "Zhouji, dear nephew, since Xiaoji is on friendly terms with you, do persuade him. Simply say it is the Emperor and Appo's decree. Now go on." Lin Zhouji replied. Chapter 28. The swings on the following day, while on duty. Lu Yunzheng heard Lin Zhouji announce the flower viewing banquet hosted by the Prince of Rome. As the deputy commander of the Eastern City Command, Lu Yunzheng was obliged to personally lead the patrol that day. Lin Zhouji had initially refrained from broaching the matter from the previous day, but recognizing its significance, he took the opportunity to remind Lu Yunzheng privately before everyone departed. Lu Yunzheng responded with respect, his expression devoid of any resentment. Observing Lu Yunzheng and Appo's demeanor, Lin Zhouji nodded and left, while Lu Yunzheng clasped his hands in farewell, only to lift his gaze again, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The moment had finally arrived. That night, upon returning to the villa after his shift, Lu Yunzheng broached the subject of the flower viewing banquet with Gu Shiji. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji looked up, her face momentarily flashing with envy and longing. It must be quite a lively occasion. She murmured softly but fell silent, reminded of her current predicament. In the past, every time the general's residence received invitations to various banquets, she felt a deep yearning. Unfortunately, Shen Jiasui had never shown any intention of accepting such invitations. She could not comprehend why he was indifferent to opportunities for making friends and experiencing the world, though she had subtly encouraged him a few times. Shen Jiasui was solely focused on martial pursuits and found it difficult to fit into such refined gatherings, thus opting not to attend. She contemplated urging him again, but fearing it might come across as overly insistent, she abandoned the thought. Now, her chances of participating seemed slim, unless she were to become the general's wife. Otherwise, it appeared increasingly unlikely. Seated across from Gu Shiji, Lu Yunzheng noticed her downcast expression, prompting a surge of guilt within him. Soon, however, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. On the following day, upon completing his shift, Lu Yunzheng returned with 2 individuals. "Brother Yunzheng, are you not being too hard on yourself? Is this place even suitable for living?" "Indeed, Yunzheng, why did you not seek us out sooner? Had I known of your difficult circumstances, I would not have stood idly by." Gu Shiji had been counting the hours for Lu Yunzheng's return and rushed out upon hearing their voices. Yunzheng, lifting her head, she unexpectedly encountered 2 unfamiliar faces. Lu Yunzheng stood with 1 person on either side. To his left stood a youth of about 16 or 17, clad in a purple brocade robe embroidered with cloud patterns, a white jade belt cinched at his waist. His features were refined and warm, a smile gracing his lips. To his right stood a young lady with delicate brows like willows, her eyes sparkling, adorned in a light purple gown with hidden golden embroidery, shimmering as she moved. captivating all who beheld her. Remarkably, the two youths bore a striking resemblance to one another, as though cast from the same mold. Gu Shiji was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lingering on the young lady's exquisite gown, stirring a mixture of feelings within her. However, she quickly regained her composure and, with surprise, inquired, "Yunzheng, who are these two?" Lu Yunzheng swiftly approached Gu Shiji's side and replied with a smile, "Shiji, allow me to introduce my friends. The heir and heiress of the Bao Marquisate, Fengyu and Fengji." Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji recalled the rumors of the Bao Marquisate and Appos, as pair of dragon and phoenix twins, cherished dearly by their family. Yet, she had never heard Lu Yunjing mention that he was so close to them. "I have met young Master Ning and Miss Ning," Gu Shiji said, regaining her thoughts and speaking gently. "There's no need for formalities, Miss Gu." Ning Fengyu raised her hand in a gesture of modesty, a fleeting look of admiration crossing her eyes. Having heard of Lu Yunzheng's furious devotion to a lady just days prior, she was now struck by Gu Shiji's delicate beauty, akin to a willow swaying in the wind, undeniably exceptional. As Gu Shiji slowly rose, her gaze inadvertently met Ning Fengyu's, and she caught the flicker of admiration in his eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Miss Gu, I've heard from Brother Yunzheng that you are a month older than I am, so I shall call you Sister Gu." At this moment, Ning Fengji leaned in, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, clearly of a more vivacious disposition. Gu Shiji quickly composed herself, smiling at Ning Fengji. "In that case, I shall call you Sister Fengji, for both our names contain the character Ji, suggesting a certain affinity between us." Ning Fengji nodded vigorously, taking Gu Shiji's hand and exclaiming, "The moment I laid eyes on Sister Gu, I felt an instant fondness." As they conversed and strolled inside hand in hand, Lu Yunzheng observed Gu Shiji's radiant smile, finding solace in her happiness. Turning to Ning Fengyu, he spoke gently, "Fengyu, I entrust you and Sister Fengji to take care of Shiji during the banquet." Having discerned Gu Shiji's yearning the previous day, he had specifically sought out the Ning siblings to accompany her to the flower viewing event. Given that Shen Jiasui never attended such occasions, there was no need for concern about an encounter, and with the Ning siblings and Appo's support, Lu Yunzheng felt assured. Ning Fengyu, suddenly brought back to reality by Lu Yunzheng and Appo's voice, quickly withdrew his gaze from Gu Shiji and replied with a smile, "Yunzheng, do you doubt my abilities? Rest assured, I will ensure Miss Gu returns to you safe and sound." "Good brother," Lu Yunzheng exclaimed, pulling Ning Fengyu close as they made their way inside. "Do not mind the simplicity of our temporary abode. Let's have a good conversation." After bidding farewell to the Ning siblings, tranquility returned to the villa. Gu Shiji nestled into Lu Yunzheng and Appo's embrace, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Yunzheng." She had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from him, and her heart swelled with genuine emotion. Lu Yunzheng shook his head, saying, "Shiji, I apologize for the discomfort you and Appo's endured these past days. Fear not, we will soon return to the General and Appo's residence." "How soon is in Appo's?" "Soon in Appo's." Gu Shiji opened her mouth to ask, but after a moment in Appo's contemplation, she swallowed her inquiry. She responded softly. Yet for some reason, the striking visage of Ning Fengyu flashed in her mind unexpectedly. Since arriving in the capital from the northern lands, she had remained secluded within the general's residence. Her outings limited to accompanying Shen Jiasui to the Zhaoyong general's estate or to the southern outskirts for leisure. In retrospect, it seemed that Lu Yunzheng was the only male she had interacted with. She had always believed her choices were confined to this one individual. At that moment, Lu Yunzheng tightened his embrace around Gu Shiji, causing her heart to leap. She quickly averted her gaze, attempting to conceal her emotions. In this instant, she felt a whirlwind of anxiety, guilt, and an indescribable anticipation. Unaware of Gu Shiji's inner turmoil, Lu Yunzheng lowered his head slightly, gently brushing his chin against the top of her head, his eyes sparkling with determination. The upcoming flower viewing banquet held great significance for him. Whether he could soar to new heights, akin to his past life, hinged upon this very event. Chapter 29. The Flower Appreciation Banquet on the first day of October. Sister. As Shen Jiasui had just finished tidying up, Shen Jiaheng had already come rushing in with impatience. Today was the break from the Imperial Academy, and after school yesterday, Shen Jiaheng hurried home. After dinner, he had clung to his sister, conversing for quite some time. Upon hearing his voice, Shen Jiasui turned to glance at the entrance, startled to see the dark circles under Shen Jiaheng's eyes. "Brother Heng." Shen Jiasui approached him and scrutinized his face, letting out a soft sigh after a moment. "Did you not sleep at all last night?" Last night, she had revealed to Shen Jiaheng the truth of her rebirth, not shrouded in the guise of a dream, but directly expressing that she had been given a second chance at life. Shen Jiaheng had been left in shock, his expression dazed, and his steps unsteady as he returned from Chunhua Courtyard. Shen Jiasui felt a pang of guilt, for he was only 15. Yet, she quickly steeled herself. In the face of calamity, both she and her brother must rise together, alongside their parents, to uphold the Shen family's honor and alter their fate. "Sister," Shen Jiaheng softly called, his eyes glistening with unshed tears under her gaze. However, in the next moment, he took a deep breath and spoke resolutely. "Sister, do not fear. This time will be different." Hearing this, Shen Jiasui's lips curved into a smile as she replied cheerfully, "Indeed." Today marked the day of the Flower Appreciation Banquet hosted by the Prince Rong and Appo's residence. After having lunch at home, around noon, Ji-won set out with her 2 children. In the carriage, Ji-won quietly reminded Shen Jiasui of the banquet's important details. Shen Jiasui listened attentively. Although she had agreed to attend the banquet merely to appease her parents, she knew she could not afford to make any mistakes at the event. She had already resolved that, after greeting the elders alongside her mother, she would find a secluded spot to sit until the banquet concluded. As they arrived at the entrance of Shuntian Street, they encountered a blockage ahead, as far too many guests were arriving for the banquet. The Prince Rong, being the younger brother of the current emperor, maintained a close relationship with the sovereign. While he possessed a fief, he had never left the capital. This time, the Princess Rong was spearheading the banquet, and every family that received an invitation felt honored, with few declining the offer. Ji-won lifted the curtain to take a look and decided to have Shen Jiasui and her brother disembark and walk the rest of the way. Upon presenting their invitation at the entrance, the servant recognized it as belonging to the general of the state and hurriedly welcomed them inside. The Prince Rong's residence was vast, and although many guests were present today, it did not feel crowded at all. Guests conversed in hushed tones, while servants stood by attentively, everything orderly and well-organized. Ji-won led the 2 children to the main hall, where Shen Jiaheng, being a male, only offered his respect from the outside before being guided to the male guests. Ji-won then took Shen Jiasui into the reception room. As soon as Shen Jiasui raised her gaze, she spotted a young lady in a deep purple satin gown seated at the head of the table. Her brows were like crescent moons, and her eyes sparkled like clear springs, truly a celestial beauty. Yet, for some reason, she seemed enveloped in a veil of gentle sorrow. Ji-won pulled Shen Jiasui to kneel and respectfully said, "This humble woman and her daughter pay their respects to the crown princess." Shen Jiasui followed suit, her heart racing. So it was the crown princess. No wonder. The late crown prince had been a paragon of virtue and talent, beloved by the people. Yet fate had been unkind, taking him from this world at the tender age of 21 years prior. The crown princess and the crown prince had been a young couple, deeply in love. It was no surprise that she now bore an air of melancholy, unable to smile. As they rose, Shen Jiasui seized the opportunity to glance at the crown princess once more. If her memory served her correctly, the crown princess would soon meet her tragic end. In her past life, she had been taken aback by the news, as the crown princess had been astonishingly young. Later, she learned that the crown princess had never been able to let go of the late crown prince, ultimately succumbing to her overwhelming grief. At that moment, Ji-won led Shen Jiasui to greet the Princess Rong, who was seated next to the crown princess. The Princess Rong, in her 40s, possessed a gentle and radiant demeanor. At that moment, she wore a warm smile, her gaze filled with kindness and elegance. "Please rise, Mrs. Shen." This must be the beloved daughter of General Shen and his wife. Come, step forward. The Princess Rong beckoned to Shen Jiasui. Shen Jiasui promptly stepped forward, lowering her head respectfully. This humble daughter pays her respects to the Crown Princess and the Princess Rong. The Princess Rong nodded lightly, her eyes brightening as she carefully examined Shen Jiasui. The rumors had proven to be unfounded. This young lady from the Shen family, with her ruby-red lips and delicate features, was undeniably beautiful, especially her pair of bright, expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes. It was perplexing how Huaizhen had harbored such biases against the Shen family's daughter. The Princess Rong prided herself on her discerning eye, realizing her own daughter must have been mistaken. What a remarkable child with both grace and intellect. This place may feel a bit constraining for you. Why not head to the west courtyard? Huaizhen and the others are over there, and it's quite lively. As soon as the Princess Rong finished speaking, a maid stood by, ready to guide them. Shen Jiasui smiled and acknowledged, waiting for her mother's nod before following the maid out. Just before exiting the courtyard, she cast one last glance at the crown princess, a beautiful life that would soon vanish. Amidst the laughter and chatter of the ladies, she appeared particularly young and notably silent. Shen Jiasui could not help but frown slightly. The crown prince had passed away over 2 years ago. Although the crown princess still bore signs of sorrow, she had endured the most difficult times and had a young grandson of less than 5 years. How could she succumb to grief and despair? Though Shen Jiasui was filled with doubt, matters of the royal family were beyond her influence, and she could only sigh inwardly before turning to leave. On her way to the west courtyard, she beheld the pavilions and towers artfully arranged, with winding corridors and lush greenery, radiating a sense of luxury and elegance. Halfway there, Shen Jiasui turned to the guiding maid and said, "I shall not go to the west courtyard. I will rest in the pavilion ahead. You may proceed without attending to me." The maid's expression shifted slightly, and she cautiously suggested, "Miss Shen, the west courtyard is adorned with flowers and boasts an even more splendid view. Would you not want to see it?" Surprised by the maid and Appo's insistence, Shen Jiasui cast her a sideways glance. It seemed the maid was quite eager for her to visit the west courtyard. Coincidentally, Shen Jiasui was feeling rebellious today and had no desire to go there. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the suggestion, stating there is no need. "This place is quite satisfactory." She continued walking forward, ignoring the maid's perplexed expression as she turned to glance back. Shen Jiasui paid no heed. But just a few steps later, she heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind, and they showed no sign of stopping. Listening carefully, Shen Jiasui positioned herself to the side, just in time to see a figure in a pink dress rush past where she had been standing, hurtling forward. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against offering assistance, watching as the newcomer stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 30. Why did you push me? At the moment the anguished cries echoed, the maids from the 2 princely households turned pale and rushed forward to assist. Simultaneously, a crowd gathered at the windows of the pavilion across the lake, led by Cui Mingjue. "Look, Isn and Appo's tea to the young lady from the Shen family? Indeed it is. She never attended these gatherings before. Why has she come this time? Zhou Dan and Appo's tea, you understand? She was once betrothed to the Liu family, but now that the engagement has been broken, she must be on the lookout for a new husband. Everyone beware. If she sets her sights on you, you may find it hard to escape." Haha, Zhou is too flattering. After all, she is the legitimate daughter of a general's family. I once thought her plain, but it seems she has blossomed into a beauty. She may not even notice us. This commentary was quite fair among those present. It was indeed Mingjue who was most suitable in terms of social standing. Haha, Mingjue, right? Someone playfully nudged Cui Mingjue's shoulder. Get away. Cui Mingjue responded with visible annoyance, stepping aside, yet unable to divert her gaze from the figure across the lake. At that moment, someone stepped forward, eyes wide with astonishment. Isn't that Ning Fingyu's sister? Why is she confronting the Shen young lady? Look at how she charged straight at her. It must have been intentional. Did the Shen young lady offend her? What a spectacle to behold. After being helped up, Ning Fengji gazed at her bloodied palm, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Who would have thought that Shen Jiasui seemed to have eyes in the back of her head, dodging so swiftly. She had initially intended to use her as a shield. "Miss Ning, are you all right?" The two maids beside her were extremely anxious, especially considering Ning Fengji and Appo's close relationship with the princess. Ning Fengji shot them a glare, extending her hand. "Does this look like I and Appo's am fine?" The maids quickly begged for forgiveness. "Please forgive us, Miss Ning." Shen Jiasui glanced over and noted that it was merely a scraped palm, a trivial matter for someone trained in martial arts. She scrutinized the girl before her and, confirming she did not recognize her, turned to leave. Ning Fengji, uninterested in conversing with her maids, turned to see Shen Jiasui walking away and immediately blocked her path, glaring fiercely. "Why did you push me?" "Shen Jiasui, huh?" She even glanced back, suspecting the girl was addressing someone else. "It an amp, Appo's SU." Ning Fengji pointed at Shen Jiasui with righteous indignation. Shen Jiasui raised an eyebrow, realizing she was dealing with a troublemaker. "And you are?" she inquired, genuinely curious about who she had offended. "I am Miss Ning Fengji of the Baoan Marquis," she declared. Shen held high. "Oh, so you are Miss Ning. What business do you have with me?" Shen Jiasui widened her eyes innocently. Ning Fengji, taken aback by Shen Jiasui's feigned naivety, quickly recalled her purpose and raised her voice. "Why did you push me just now? Don't deny it." The maids from the princely household witnessed it. Shen Jiasui looked at the two maids, who were shifting their gazes until they nodded in unison after Ning Fengji's cold huff. Shen Jiasui grew increasingly intrigued. She did not even know who Ning Fengji was and could not fathom why she had singled her out. Furthermore, if the maids of the princely household were willing to lie, it must have been at the behest of the true princess. See, she had said she disliked such occasions. But she would not let herself be wronged. Shen Jiasui adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Miss Ning, putting aside our lack of past grievances, even if we had enmities, I would not resort to such beneath-the-table tactics. You claim I pushed you." As she spoke, she scanned the surroundings and abruptly walked toward a rock formation nearby. Ning Fengji, fearing Shen Jiasui would escape, followed closely behind. Just as Shen Jiasui placed her right hand on a large rock that appeared to weigh at least 70 to 80 pounds. Shen Jiasui turned her head and smiled. "Miss Ning, if I had truly pushed you, it would not merely be a scratch you would have suffered." As she spoke, she slightly bent her arm and, with a swift motion, sent the massive rock crashing to the ground, rolling twice in the process. Ning Fengji and the two maids gasped in horror and stumbled back. The young men in the pavilion across exclaimed, "Wow." At that moment, Shen Jiasui walked over to the rock, smiling as she said, "Of course. It would be quite rude to come as a guest and damage the host's property." In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, she bent down, lifted the rock, and with a thud, returned it to its original position. Ning Fengji, the maids, the young men, wow. Cui Mingjue's lips curled into a slight smile at this unexpected display. Shen Jiasui dusted off her hands and brushed her clothes, noticing Ning Fengji's pale face. She approached her with a warm smile and said softly, "Miss Ning, do you believe me now? If I had truly pushed you, you would likely be in the lake by now." Seeing Shen Jiasui drawing near, Ning Fengji quickly stepped back, her lips trembling as she stammered out a few words. "Aren't you a woman? You're so rude. A monster." As she spoke, she prepared to turn and leave. However, Shen Jiasui's expression turned serious, her voice icy. "Miss Ning, are you leaving just like that? You have unjustly accused me. Do you not owe me an explanation?" Ning Fengji felt a twinge of fear at Shen Jiasui's frown, but relying on the assumption that Shen Jiasui would not dare to retaliate, she straightened her back and huffed. "What? Is it permissible for you to slander others, but not for others to slander you?" Shen Jiasui was momentarily taken aback. "When did I?" As her words escaped, a shocking thought crossed Shen Jiasui's mind, and she tentatively asked, "Are you defending Gushiji? Or perhaps Lu Yunzheng?" She had never attended any gatherings in the capital nor offended anyone. The only people she could think of with whom she had a grievance were Gushiji and Lu Yunzheng. Ning Fengji, emboldened by Shen Jiasui's mention of these two, stepped forward, confronting her directly. "See, you admit it." At that moment, Shen Jiasui finally understood why. Ning Fengji believed she was in the right and immediately launched into a passionate tirade against Shen Jiasui. Shen Jiasui, Gu's father died saving your father, leaving her as an orphan under someone else's roof. But instead of being grateful, you envy her beauty and resent her for winning your parents' affection, thus subjecting her to endless humiliation. You know she is in love with brother Yunzheng, yet you shamelessly insert yourself into their relationship, using the general's influence to drive them apart. But no matter how hard you cling to him, brother Yunzheng's heart only belongs to sister Gu. Even if it means falling out with Uncle Lu, he will remain devoted to her. Shen Jiasui, I never knew there were such ungrateful and shameless people in the capital like you. Shen Jiasui blinked in astonishment, patiently listening to her tirade. Finally, when Ning Fengji fell silent, Shen Jiasui and Appo's expression turned curious as she tilted her head and asked with a smile, "Is that what she told you?" Chapter 31. Using their own methods, is it not the truth? Ning Fengji was astounded to see Shen Jiasui laugh, even after being publicly exposed. Shen Jiasui did not rush to deny it. Instead, she inquired, "Has Gu Shiji also arrived?" Ning Fengji recalled Shen Jiasui and Appo's earlier display of brute strength and felt a surge of caution. "What are you planning?" "Sister Gu has already voluntarily left the Duke of Dinghua and Appo's residence. Are you still unwilling to let her go? I tell you, my brother and I are entrusted by brother Yunzheng. Today we will not allow you to harm a hair on sister Gu." Upon witnessing Ning Fengji and Appo's reaction, Shen Jiasui realized that Gu Shiji must also be present at today's flower viewing banquet. At times, she could not help but admire Gu Shiji. If it were anyone else who had committed the treachery of betraying their sister and engaging in clandestine dealings, would they dare to appear brazenly in public? Yet, Gu Shiji not only showed no qualms, but also possessed the eloquence to twist the truth and deceive everyone around her. Of course, it was also because Gu Shiji and Lu Yunzheng were well aware of her past, certain that she would not wish to attend such gatherings. In the end, the truth would rest solely on Gu Shiji's tongue, while Shen Jiasui, sitting comfortably at home, would unknowingly become a notorious figure in the capital. When the time came for her to defend herself, she feared that few would believe her, and perhaps by then, people would no longer care about the truth, merely indulging in gossip for leisure. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Shen Jiasui suddenly froze as she began to comprehend some matters from her previous life. No wonder. After marrying Lu Yunzheng in her past life, she had attended several banquets in the capital as the young mistress of the General Jiasui. Yet, for reasons unknown, the other ladies had been reluctant to befriend her, leaving her with a sense of isolation and exclusion. Back then, she thought it was due to her infrequent attendance at such events and her unfamiliarity with others. Now, it seemed that during that time, her reputation in the capital had likely been tarnished, and she had been the subject of ridicule behind her back. If she had not considered attending the flower viewing banquet today, Gu Shiji would have succeeded once more. With this realization, Shen Jiasui's heart ignited with anger. In this world, there are only 1,000 days of thievery, but no 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Since Gu Shiji is so keen on distorting the truth, she shall be met with her own tactics, ensuring she can never show her face again. "Is Gu Shiji in the west courtyard?" Shen Jiasui asked coldly. Ning Fengji, upon seeing Shen Jiasui and Appo's demeanor, felt increasingly hesitant. She shook her head. "Sister Gu does not wish to see you. The princess is in the west courtyard. You cannot act recklessly." Upon reflection, Shen Jiasui realized that the maid had intended to lead her to the west courtyard, where Gu Shiji would certainly not dare to meet her in public, perhaps already hiding away. In such a vast royal residence, finding someone who wishes to avoid her would be no simple task. Thus, it would be better to employ a provocation. With this thought, Shen Jiasui smirked coldly. "Does she not wish to see me? I dare say she is afraid to face me." Ning Fengji immediately spoke in defense. "Even if you possess the strength of an ox, within this royal residence, with the princess in charge, what does Sister Gu have to fear? Her words were unfounded. She manipulates ladies like you with ease. Once confronted by me, her facade would surely crumble, and thus she would not dare to meet me." As Ning Fengji prepared to retort, Shen Jiasui raised her hand to halt her, saying coolly, "You need not argue with me here. I shall wait in the pavilion over there. You go and fetch Gu Shiji. It would be best to invite the princess as well for support. Let us debate in front of you. Do not rush. Allow me to make a guess first." Shen Jiasui, with a teasing smile, enumerated her insights into Gu Shiji. "If I am not mistaken, when you go to find Gu Shiji, she will surely graciously say, 'If I can spare you, then let us not dwell on past grievances,' or perhaps she will claim that seeing me recalls past sadness, and it would be better not to meet. Alternatively, she might even pretend to faint." After delivering her predictions with a mock seriousness, she waved her hand at the somewhat dazed Ning Fengji. "Miss Ning, off you go, but remember, I shall be waiting in the pavilion." Ning Fengji, momentarily taken aback, suddenly stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Why should I listen to you?" Shen Jiasui gestured towards a large stone beside her, prompting Ning Fengji to jump back, her face flushing red as she declared, "Shen Jiasui, just wait. When the princess arrives, we shall see how you act tough." With a swish of her skirt, she followed her two maids away. Shen Jiasui smiled lightly and walked toward the nearby pavilion. At that moment, she heard a voice call out, "Sister." Turning around, she saw Shen Jiaheng emerging from a corner. "Brother Heng, what are you doing here?" She approached him but halted quickly, for beside Shen Jiaheng stood a man clad in a dark embroidered robe, his expression austere, Jiang's son. Shen Jiasui could not help but wonder why her brother was with Jiang's son. In the next moment, she observed them step aside respectfully, allowing passage. Shen Jiasui's heart skipped a beat as she then saw a young man in a sapphire robe, holding a child of about 6 years old. The young man wore a golden crown, and although Shen Jiasui did not gaze directly at his face, she noticed the jade belt adorned with a dragon-patterned pendant at his waist, signifying his royal status. However, her attention was quickly drawn to the 6-year-old child beside him, who wore a small purple gold crown. His deep purple robe accentuated his fair skin and bright eyes. At that moment, he skipped forward, the jade pendant at his waist jingling merrily. Spotting Shen Jiasui, he smiled brightly, revealing 2 dimples as he spoke. "I just heard the Shen family young master call for his sister. So this must be the Shen family young lady?" Shen Jiasui, quick to respond, immediately bowed. "This humble girl, Shen Jiasui, pays her respects to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, and to His Royal Highness, the grandson." The current emperor had 3 sons. The eldest was the Crown Prince, Zhao Yuanye, who had passed away, leaving behind the grandson Zhao Yuanye. The second prince, Zhao Huilang, was born of the consort Shu and titled as the Duke of Rui, while the third prince, Zhao Huaixiang, was born of the consort Shen and titled as the Duke of Xiang. "Miss Shen, please rise. Today is a leisurely outing. There is no need for formalities," Zhao Huaixiang said, lightly raising his hand. Although Shen Jiasui did not lift her gaze, she could hear the warmth in his voice, indicating that the Duke of Xiang was indeed good-natured. At that moment, Zhao Huaixiang slightly leaned forward, smiling at Zhao Yuanye. "You honor, after running for so long. Let's take a rest." Zhao Yuanye looked around and spotted the pavilion ahead, nodding eagerly. "All right, I will listen to my third uncle." He bounced ahead, followed closely by 4 little eunuchs. Shen Jiasui promptly stepped aside, but unexpectedly, Zhao Yuanye turned back, inviting her with a smile. "Sister Shen, will you join us?" At his invitation, Shen Jiasui hesitated for a moment before smiling in agreement. It would be impolite to refuse the grandson's request, and thankfully, Brother Heng was present, so it did not seem to breach decorum. The royal entourage moved ahead, with Jiang Sun following closely. Shen Jiasui maintained her composure until Shen Jiaheng walked beside her, at which point she finally took a step forward. Before she could speak, Shen Jiaheng leaned closer and whispered, "Sister, why did you suddenly lift that stone earlier?" Shen Jiasui replied, "Did you all see that?" Shen Jiaheng covered her lips with her hand and whispered, "It was Lord Jiang who first caught sight of it. I merely followed his gaze." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui immediately looked up and saw Jiang Sun passing by the large stone. He turned his head, as if appraising it from top to bottom. Shen Jiasui. Chapter 32. Sweet delicacies. The pavilion was quite spacious, with Zhao Huaixiang and Zhao Yuanye seated while the others stood nearby. At this moment, Shen Jiasui dared to lift her gaze, discreetly observing the royal figures before her. Prince Xiang and the young royal grandson were indeed alike, sharing similar features. Zhao Huaixiang raised his hand to accept a silk handkerchief from a young eunuch, expertly wiping the sweat from Zhao Yun's brow while reminding him, "It is permissible to indulge a little now. Just remember to uphold your dignity when we proceed ahead." Zhao Yuanye, still young and likely feeling constrained within the palace, turned his eyes curiously and nodded vaguely. "Yes, I will listen to third uncle." Such perfunctory words reached Zhao Huaixiang's ears, prompting a tender shake of his head without further comment. Zhao Yuanye leaned against him, playfully saying, "Third uncle, I'm a bit hungry." Hearing this, the young eunuch immediately brought over a food box. In the royal household, one does not casually eat anything outside of the formal banquet dishes. And given the young royal grandson's age, extra care was warranted. The eunuch opened the food box, revealing an array of exquisite pastries, neatly stacked, indicating they had been well protected during transit. Another eunuch approached to carefully cleanse Zhao Yuanye's hands. "Try this," Zhao Yuanye said, reaching into the box to take a piece, biting into it and his round eyes sparkling even brighter. "Third uncle, this tastes good. I like it. You should try it too," Zhao Yuanye insisted, extending the pastry towards Zhao Huaixiang's mouth. Unable to disappoint the child, Zhao Huaixiang smiled and accepted the treat, taking a bite in front of him. Zhao Yuanye's eyes crinkled in delight, and he turned to Jiang Sun behind him, shaking his head. "I remember, teacher doesn't tea like sweets at all. What about the Shen family's young master?" Shen Jiaheng instinctively waved his hand. In his childhood, he had a penchant for sweets, once hoarding a stash in his room and consuming them all in one go, which resulted in a night of toothache. His sister had summoned the family physician, scaring him thoroughly. Thereafter, he had lost his taste for sweets. Zhao Yuanye's disappointment was evident as he turned to Shen Jiasui. "What about the Shen family's elder sister?" Shen Jiasui was taken aback. The young royal grandson, appearing so innocent and lively, was indeed quite different from her expectations, revealing how well protected he had been over the years. Since Shen Jiaheng had already declined, Shen Jiasui felt it inappropriate to dampen Zhao Yuanye's spirits further. She stepped forward with a smile, saying, "I would love to try some." Zhao Yuanye beamed with happiness and personally handed a piece to Shen Jiasui. After this round of inquiries, Zhao Yuanye had already consumed 2 pieces, prompting Zhao Huaixiang to signal the eunuch to take the food box away. Zhao Yuanye, still yearning for more, suddenly tugged at Zhao Huaixiang's sleeve, exclaiming, "Third uncle, these pastries are truly delicious. I want to take some to mother. She loves sweets." Children often speak impulsively, and once the thought occurred to him, he was ready to leave. Zhao Huaixiang had no choice but to follow, with Jiang Sun stepping out alongside them. Shen Jiaheng hesitated momentarily, but as Shen Jiasui finished her greeting and stood up, she gently pushed him. "Brother Heng, you should follow them." She had been concerned that with Prince Xiang and the royal grandson present, Ning Fengji and the others would not dare to come. Now that they were leaving, it was just right. However, Brother Heng could not be left behind. He was an outsider, and given his protective nature towards his sister, she worried he might become upset if matters escalated. It was evident that until misunderstandings were resolved, Princess Huaizhen would not treat her kindly. Shen Jiaheng obediently nodded, following Jiang Sun closely. It was unclear what he and Jiang Sun were discussing, but the latter's indifferent responses seemed to light up Shen Jiaheng and Appo's eyes, filling his face with joy. At that moment, Shen Jiasui suddenly realized something. It was likely that her conversation with Brother Heng about past events, particularly mentioning Jiang Sun's kindness, had led him to eagerly follow Jiang Sun today. After returning home, she would need to have a thorough discussion with Brother Heng about maintaining discretion. Others might be manageable, but she certainly could not let Lu Yunzheng catch any hint of their connection. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Shen Jiasui returned to her seat, eagerly pouring herself a cup of water. In truth, she did not have much fondness for sweets either, always feeling a sticky residue linger after indulging. Today, with the princess banquet set in the royal residence, filled with relatives and nobles, various fruits and teas were laid out, with attendants ready to replenish them promptly. Even if Princess Huaizhen had schemes against her, She would likely be well prepared in the west courtyard, and this pavilion was merely a spontaneous choice, not a cause for concern. With these thoughts, Shen Jiasui let her mind wander, deciding that from now on, no matter where she went, she would keep a letter containing the correspondence between Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji tucked away on her person. Should anyone speak ill, she would confront them with that letter. The mere thought of it brought a smile to her face. Meanwhile, at the adjacent Jinxiao pavilion, Ning Fengji hurriedly entered, calling out, "Sister Gu, are you here?" "Ah, yes, Fengji, I am here," came Gu Shiji's slightly flustered reply from within the pavilion. Ning Fengji lifted her skirts and climbed up the stairs, only to find her brother stepping out to greet her. "Brother, what brings you here?" she asked, her mind still preoccupied with Shen Jiasui. Ning Fengyu responded with calm composure. Smiling, "Didn't Ti promise Yunjin to look after Miss Gu? I came to check on her, but was surprised to find you gone." Ning Fengji linked her arm with her brother's, pouting as she began to vent her frustrations. "Brother, you wouldn't believe it. I just met that Shen Jiasui, and I have never encountered such shamelessness." As the siblings entered the reception room, Gu Shiji rose to greet them. Today, she wore a light pink dress with a sheer overlay that floated as she walked, resembling a delicate cloud, truly accentuating her beauty. Yet, perhaps due to the warmth inside the pavilion, a faint blush graced her cheeks, and her ears were slightly flushed. Ning Fengji, in her haste, failed to notice Gu Shiji's unusual demeanor, but Gu Shiji's gaze wandered, inadvertently glancing at Ning Fengyu. He remained composed and sat down nearby. At this moment, Ning Fengji grasped Gu Shiji and Appo's hand, her voice filled with indignation as she declared, "Sister Gu, I finally understand the hardships you endured in the past. That Shen Jiasui is utterly shameless and dares to confront you directly. Since she refuses to see reason, we should invite the princess and the other young ladies to confront her, so everyone can see her true colors." Gu Shiji's eyes flickered at her words, yet her brows furrowed slightly as she adopted a tone of tolerance. "Fengji, let go. Even if Shen Jiasui is ungrateful, my godfather and godmother have raised me. It is best to leave her some dignity. After all, everyone knows her true nature now. This will allow me to honor my ties with my godparents." Gu Shiji spoke with lofty principles, expecting Ning Fengji to praise her for her magnanimity, as she had before. However, to her surprise, Ning Fengji stood there, momentarily stunned. Chapter 33. All predicted. "Fengji, what troubles you?" Gu Shiji discerned the unusual demeanor of Ning Fengji, a sense of unease swelling within her, prompting her to inquire hastily. She had not anticipated that Shen Jiasui would attend the banquet, considering how indifferent she had been to her previous entreaties. Gu Shiji had assumed that Shen Jiasui would not show up, allowing her to fabricate a few words with Ning Fengji's support to turn the tide in her favor. Now, however, she found herself ensnared in a predicament. At this juncture, it was imperative that she avoid Shen Jiasui at all costs. Should their paths cross and her deception be unveiled, it would likely spell the end of her standing at such gatherings. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, stirred by Gu Shiji's words, recalled Shen Jiasui's earlier remarks. However, she shook her head and quickly reassured herself. "Your grace and kindness are beyond question, dear sister. After all, how else could Brother Yunzheng be so utterly devoted to you?" She mused. "Shen Jiasui is indeed cunning and nearly ensnared me in her web." Ning Fengji regained her composure and, with a serious expression, urged, "Sister Gu, dealing with such a despicable person as Shen Jiasui, leniency will only embolden her. Do not fear. I shall stand by your side, and the princess, who despises wickedness, will undoubtedly support you." Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji furrowed her brow, torn between affection and exasperation for Ning Fengji. She appreciated her naivety, but was vexed by her meddlesome nature. Exhaling softly, she softened her tone and replied, "Fengji, I know your intentions are pure, but from the moment I left the general's residence, I resolved never to see Shen Jiasui again. The mere sight of her brings back memories of my past torment. I have struggled to free myself from her grasp, and I wish to avoid any further distress." Gu Shiji gently placed her hand on her chest, convinced of her sincerity. Yet, When she lifted her gaze, she found Ning Fengji staring intently at her, a peculiar expression on her face. Gu Shiji's heart raced with an inexplicable anxiety, and she whispered, "Fengji, what is it?" Ning Fengji opened her mouth, momentarily bewildered. Was Shen Jiasui truly that formidable, or was it? No, it couldn't be. Ning Fengji clenched her fists, growing more obstinate in her thoughts. Sister Gu, she is the one at fault, and yet she confronts you boldly. Why must you shy away from her? Perhaps we should publicly vindicate you. The biases against you from Uncle Liu and others are too deep. If word reaches the Liu residence, it would serve you well. Gu Shiji never anticipated Ning Fengji's steadfastness and the logic in her arguments. To refuse further would only cast her in a suspicious light. Biting her lip, she struggled to conceal her turmoil and instinctively cast a pleading look towards Ning Fengyu. Ning Fengyu, meeting Gu Shiji's soft, imploring gaze, recalled the alluring scent that had enveloped him when he helped her earlier. He felt a stirring within him, an unprecedented sensation of excitement. After all, this was Gu Shiji, the very woman for whom Yunzheng would forsake familial ties. Their eyes locked momentarily, only for Ning Fengji to catch the exchange. A flicker of unusual feeling ignited within her as she realized that prior to entering the pavilion, only her brother and Gu Shiji had been present. Yet, she could not fathom that her brother and Gu Shiji shared anything untoward. After all, her brother was of impeccable character and shared a close bond with Yunzheng. The saying went, "Do not approach a friend's wife. Do not covet her beauty." As these thoughts cascaded through her mind, doubts arose, echoing Shen Jiasui's earlier predictions. The first two had come to pass. Only the final remained. What if? What if she, a lady of the Bo Wangho residence, had indeed been deceived and inadvertently misled the princess? Should the truth emerge, Ning Fengji would find her position in the capital untenable. With this realization, she felt a surge of anxiety and spoke again. Sister Gu, Shen Jiasui just stated that she would wait for us in the pavilion. If we delay, she may seek out the western courtyard herself, and it would be difficult to explain to the princess. Ning Fengji believed this suggestion to be entirely reasonable. Should Gu Shiji continue to resist, it would seem suspicious. Gu Shiji, having felt a momentary reprieve, now found her heart racing once more. She felt regret seep in. Had she known, she would have never attended today's gathering. Gu sister? Ning Fengji stepped closer. Gu Shiji, feeling cornered, clenched her hands and suddenly swayed, as if struggling to catch her breath, bracing herself against the table and oppose its edge. Ning Fengyu, witnessing this, sprang up, concern etched on his brow. Sister, what ails you? Gu girl has made her stance clear. Why press her further? At that moment, Ning Fengji's complexion paled. Ignoring her brother's inquiries, she fixed her gaze on Gu Shiji. Taking another step forward, Gu Shiji's face grew increasingly pale, her body swaying until, without warning, she fell backward. Ning Fengyu, quick to react, rushed to catch her just in time. However, Gu Shiji's eyes fluttered shut, unable to withstand Ning Fengji's relentless pressure, and she fainted. Ning Fengyu's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to chastise Ning Fengji, only to find his sister's face more ashen than ever. Sister Yu. Ning Fengyu was utterly bewildered. Ning Fengji, recognizing that Gu Shiji's every evasion and action had aligned perfectly with Shen Jiasui's predictions, could no longer feign ignorance. She stomped her foot in frustration, her voice laced with fury. Gu Shiji, you. In the next moment, she turned and dashed out, having no time to expose Gu Shiji's duplicity. Today, she had brought Gu Shiji to the prince's residence, where the princess, having heard of the Shen and Liu family's broken engagement, had consistently treated Gu Shiji with disdain. It was out of trust that Ning Fengji had defended Gu Shiji, discrediting Shen Jiasui entirely. She shared a bond with the princess, and, as the subject of the matter, Gu Shiji was naturally believed, prompting an inquiry into the invitations. Upon learning that Shen Jiasui was also in attendance, the princess had vowed to teach her a lesson. Little did she know, Ning Fengji rushed to the western courtyard, only to find it deserted. Grabbing a servant girl, she learned that the princess, having waited long for her return, had gone in search of Shen Jiasui with the others. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she nearly stumbled. Curse it! Gu Shiji is out to ruin me. Panic surged within Ning Fengji as she hurried towards the pavilion. Chapter 34. Tell her to go back, having savored the scenery and sipped her tea. Shen Jiasui grew increasingly curious as Ning Fengji failed to arrive. She had effectively blocked Gu Shiji's escape route in their earlier conversation. Could it be that Ning Fengji had been deceived? It seemed necessary for her to venture to the west courtyard herself. With this thought, Shen Jiasui rose decisively. In her previous life, she had endured too much injustice. In this life, she refused to be wronged, no matter who attempted to tarnish her reputation. As she stepped out of the pavilion, she soon heard the sound of lively footsteps approaching. Her eyes brightened as she looked up to see a group of young ladies marching toward her with fierce determination. Across the lake, in a nearby pavilion, one exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that Princess Huaizhen?" Another chimed in, "Hey, Yike, look, is that your younger sister? Oh dear, my little ancestor is here too. What could be the matter?" They seem to be heading straight for Miss Shen. One bystander remarked, "We are merely spectators. Miss Shen is known for her sharp tongue. We have all experienced it, and these girls may not be able to handle her." Liu, however, countered, "Ah, but you are unaware Princess Huaizhen is notoriously difficult to deal with. Miss Shen may not fare well today if no one comes to her aid." Just then, another voice called out, "Hey, Mingjue, where are you going?" Everyone turned to see Chui Mingjue descending the stairs, eager to get a closer look at the unfolding spectacle. "Of course, I must see this lively drama up close," he replied casually, quickening his pace. The other youths nodded in agreement and followed suit. As Shen Jiasui observed, she quickly spotted the young lady at the forefront of the group, surrounded by her companions. Dressed in a resplendent silver-red satin gown, she possessed almond-shaped eyes and arched brows, radiating confidence and a hint of arrogance, likely a result of being pampered throughout her upbringing. Upon closer inspection, Shen Jiasui noticed a striking vermilion beauty mark on her forehead, marking her unmistakably as Princess Zhao Huaizhen, the beloved daughter of the Rome Prince. The other young ladies glanced in Shen Jiasui's direction, their expressions morphing into surprise. Earlier during lunch, they had listened to Ning Fengji and Appo's tale of Shen Jiasui and Appo's supposedly harsh demeanor and crude behavior, and they had taken Gu Shiji and Appo's tacit agreement as confirmation. Yet now, seeing Shen Jiasui in the pavilion, her lively eyes and elegant figure adorned with a jeweled sash, they were left questioning whether it was indeed the same person. Just as the girls contemplated this, a maid swiftly approached Princess Zhao and whispered, "Your Highness, that is the Shen family girl." Shen Jiasui recognized her as the maid who had guided her earlier. Curiously, neither Ning Fengji nor Gu Shiji had accompanied her. Upon realizing that the true subject was present, Princess Zhao's brows furrowed, and she let out a cold laugh. Shen Jiasui, adhering to propriety, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "This humble servant, Shen Jiasui, pays her respects to the princess." As she began to rise, Zhao Huaizhen coldly replied, "Did I command you to rise?" Shen Jiasui hesitated momentarily, remaining in her bow. The other young ladies stifled their laughter at the scene unfolding before them. The princess was known for her fierce sense of justice. Shen Jiasui, having not attended the banquet, was now at her mercy. Zhao Huaizhen took a step closer, her gaze laden with scrutiny and disdain as she circled Shen Jiasui. The laughter from the crowd intensified. Finally, Zhao spoke. General Dingwa safeguards his homeland with unwavering resolve, but alas, typically, one subjected to such public humiliation would be overwhelmed with shame and anger, unable to maintain their composure. Yet, Shen Jiasui remained steadfast, seizing the opportunity to respond. "May I inquire, Your Highness, in what manner is it unfortunate?" Zhao Huaizhen was taken aback by Shen Jiasui's audacity, her irritation bubbling over as she retorted, "It is unfortunate that your upbringing has failed you, raising an ungrateful, tyrannical villain who forces orphan girls to flee out of jealousy." The surrounding ladies echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, Shen Jiasui, do not presume we are unaware of your misdeeds. Look at her, she dares to smile. Such shamelessness is unprecedented." No wonder Gu Shiji felt cornered by her. The crowd, fueled by indignation, readily condemned Shen Jiasui as if she were a villain of the highest order. Shen Jiasui remained silent, absorbing the accusations without rebuttal. Seeing her at a loss for words, Zhao Huaijin raised her hand, silencing the group. She stepped closer, lifting Shen Jiasui's chin, and with a mocking smile declared, "Miss Shen, has your true nature been exposed, leaving you speechless? You have heard the words spoken. We are all well aware of your wickedness. I have little respect for those who are two-faced. It is a shame that you possess such a beautiful exterior while your interior is rotten. If you recognize your errors, I shall not make it difficult for you. Return to the Shen residence, confess to General Shen, and bring Gu Shiji back. Furthermore, do not appear before me again. I find you repulsive." With that, Zhao Huaijin hastily wiped her hands, as if Shen Jiasui had sullied her. The girls behind her chimed in, "Yes, tell her to go back. The general's household has seen better days." After discarding the handkerchief, Zhao Huaijin turned to leave, dismissing the encounter as tedious. She had anticipated a formidable opponent, only to find Shen Jiasui meek and silent. As everyone followed the princess out, Shen Jiasui slowly straightened and called out, "Your Highness, is this truly how it is?" Hearing her, Zhao Huaijin paused and turned, her impatience palpable as she regarded Shen Jiasui. "I have afforded you enough face. If you do not leave now, I shall have no choice but to expel you. In this public setting, you may find it difficult to remain in the capital henceforth." Yet undeterred, Shen Jiasui scanned the crowd and remarked, "Your Highness and Appo's esteemed position, along with the noble lineage of the young ladies present, suggests that this may be their first time acting as mere instruments in someone else and Appo's scheme, is it not?" Chapter 35. No, Shen Jiasui had deliberately feigned weakness, seeking to provoke others into speaking freely. Gu Shiji was certain that she would not attend the banquet, and, aware of Shen's scarcity of friends in the capital, shamelessly distorted the truth without fear of exposure. Furthermore, she calculated that the princess and the other young ladies were proud and would hardly deign to inquire about the truth before her. Thus, the lines of right and wrong became blurred, allowing her to appear publicly with impunity from now on. Now, Shen Jiasui aimed to exploit the pride of the princess and the young ladies. They had expressed such sharp words and indignation, and when the truth was revealed, they would realize how thoroughly they had been manipulated by Gu Shiji. Now, she intended to add the final spark, fully igniting the ire of Princess Zhao Huai. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Huai's face turned cold, and the others exchanged glances. Shen Jiasui spread her hands. "I possess letters exchanged between Yunzheng and Gu Shiji. If you're interested, I can have them transcribed and delivered to your residences. I merely worry that some phrases might be too scandalous for your eyes." Shen Jiasui wore an innocent expression, even appearing somewhat eager. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in shock. "Shen Jiasui, what nonsense are you spouting? To tarnish another's reputation so callously? Are you trying to drive Miss Gu to her death? Indeed, what letters? She could fabricate anything upon her return. Who would know the truth?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui's previously smiling face abruptly turned serious. "So you are aware that tarnishing someone's reputation is tantamount to a death sentence. Is it not true that today, the princess and everyone else have come to interrogate me without understanding the truth? Are you not also attempting to drive me to my end?" Zhao Huai, taken aback by Shen Jiasui's sharp tongue, could not help but scoff. "Are you denying the deeds you have committed? I know the character of Gu Shiji well. She would never speak without cause. Although Miss Gu has been wronged, she still refrains from reproaching you in our presence. Yet, you dare to slander her with such accusations?" The more Shen Jiasui heard, the more ridiculous it seemed. With her confidence swelling, her words became increasingly cutting. "I have heard that the princess abhors wickedness and is a person of genuine character, but upon meeting you today, I see is not so exceptional after all." This declaration left everyone present wide-eyed in astonishment. How could Shen Jiasui dare to speak so boldly? At that moment, at the end of the path, Cui Mingjue and his companions arrived, their expressions shifting dramatically upon hearing Shen Jiasui and Appo's words. It was well known that Princess Huai was infamous for her temper, having only mellowed with age. If she were truly angered, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, Zhao Huai's face flushed crimson with rage at Shen Jiasui's audacity. Yet, Shen Jiasui, rather than retreating, pressed on with her accusations. Since the princess wishes to involve herself in my grievances with Gu Shiji, she ought to be impartial. Yet, you selectively listen and harshly castigate me. Is this not a form of bullying? The princess had spoken of gratitude and ingratitude, but that belonged to another generation. Let us discuss my broken engagement. I was betrothed to Lu Yunzheng at 11, while Gu Shiji entered the general and Appo's residence years later. How did I, the fiancé, become the interloper after their mutual affection blossomed? Lu Yunzheng had already shifted his affections, but, fearing my father's influence, dared not break the engagement. Secretly corresponding with Gu Shiji for years. On the day he came to propose, he abruptly annulled our engagement while feigning deep remorse. Had it not been for my maid discovering those letters, the general's residence would have condoned their union. I had refrained from revealing the truth out of respect for the past and for Gu Shiji, allowing her and Lu Yunzheng to maintain their dignity. Yet, she chose to come to the flower-viewing banquet to distort the truth and force me into this desperate situation. Princess, I may lack your esteemed status, but being born into a military family, I am naturally headstrong. Regardless of your favored position, to chastise me without understanding the full context is to disregard justice. If the princess still doubts my words, summon Gu Shiji here, and I shall confront her directly, revealing the truth. I fear she may have already concocted an excuse to avoid this meeting. Regrettably, the princess and the young ladies, blinded by their sense of righteousness, have unknowingly allowed themselves to be manipulated by Gu Shiji. Today, they come to chastise me, sowing discord among us. Having spoken thus, Shen Jiasui felt a sense of relief. She was justified in her actions today, and if it meant offending Princess Huai, so be it. She would rather escalate the matter, making it known throughout the capital, ensuring her safety and that of the general's residence. Perhaps it was the rush of emotions that stirred within her, for she felt a warmth coursing through her veins. In the silence that followed Shen Jiasui's declaration, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Huai had never been so openly insulted, and her face turned a mottled hue of anger and confusion as she struggled to find her voice. The other young ladies and the boys at the path's end were equally stunned, their breaths quickening in disbelief. This Shen Jiasui must be mad. No wonder she had never attended any gatherings before. Surely the general and his wife had kept her under strict watch to prevent her from offending anyone. At that moment, Shen Jiasui seemed oblivious, urging, "Princess, was my voice too soft for you to hear? It's quite simple. Just have someone summon Gu Shiji, and you will understand the error of your ways." As she spoke, she wiped her forehead, feeling an inexplicable heat rising within her. The crowd could only stare in disbelief. Zhao Huai's face turned a deep crimson. She clenched her fists, glancing around at the others. Though they remained silent, their eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if they were eager spectators to a dramatic performance. This realization left Zhao Huai feeling both embarrassed and furious, her breaths becoming rapid and labored. Finally, unable to maintain her composure, she stepped forward and raised her hand towards Shen Jiasui. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Feeling increasingly overheated, Shen Jiasui, without a second thought, grasped Zhao Huai's wrist as she attempted to strike. Unexpectedly, the force of her grip sent a wave of dizziness through her, the warmth within her dispersing, leaving her parched and weak. Something was amiss. Shen Jiasui shook her head, and Zhao Huai snapped out of her momentary fury. At that instant, Shen Jiasui's palm felt scalding against Zhao Huai's wrist, as if it were a branding iron. Neither moved, locked in a stalemate. The onlookers assumed they were engaged in a silent struggle. Fearful of escalating the situation, they stepped forward to separate Shen Jiasui from Zhao Huai. From a distance, Cui Mingjue observed the scene, his brow furrowing in concern. Hesitating for a moment, he hurried over to intervene. Just then, someone rushed from afar, panic etched on their face, shouting, "Princess! Princess! Wait! We have been deceived by Gu Shiji." In that moment, Shen Jiasui seemed to recall something, abruptly turning to gaze at the teapot resting on the stone table in the pavilion. Chapter 36. A disturbance upon hearing the commotion. Everyone turned to see Ning Fengji, her complexion pale, urgently waving her hand in their direction. Perhaps due to the haste of her journey, a few strands of hair had escaped her chignon, fluttering at her forehead. The crowd instinctively parted to let her through as she hurriedly approached, panting. Upon noticing that Princess Huaizhen and Shen Jiasui were already engaged in a confrontation, her heart raced with alarm. "No, no, Princess!" Ning Fengji exclaimed, nearly in tears. The others quickly caught on to her earlier words and began to question her in a flurry. "Miss Ning, Fengji, what do you mean we were deceived by Gu Shiji?" Zhao Huaizhen also turned to look at her, her almond-shaped eyes wide with realization. Ning Fengji swallowed hard before, in her flustered state, she spoke. "Princess sisters, I apologize. I too was deceived by Gu Shiji. I went to confront her about Shen Jiasui, but she evaded me, refusing even to meet Shen Jiasui. That's when I realized something was amiss, so I rushed here." Ning Fengji was still unaware of the full truth, only sensing something was off with Gu Shiji. However, everyone present had just heard Shen Jiasui speak with such conviction. Now, combined with Ning Fengji and Appo's words, the implication was clear. Gu Shiji had indeed conspired with Lu Yunzheng, betraying them first. No wonder Shen Jiasui had exclaimed that they were mere tools in others' hands. Gu Shiji had twisted the truth, exploiting their goodwill to shield herself. Now, they had wronged an innocent, their disgraceful antics laid bare, all orchestrated by Gu Shiji. As this realization dawned, the young ladies stomped their feet and waved their sleeves, their faces flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Shen Jiasui and Appo's gaze. They knew well how harshly they had just spoken. "Ning Fengji, what is the matter with you? We trusted you, which is why we believed Gu Shiji's words without question. Indeed, how could you vouch for Gu Shiji without verifying the truth yourself? Do you not realize that the princess was upset because of your words?" Ning Fengji stood there, overwhelmed by their collective reproach, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had believed in her brother Yunzheng's character and judgment, which led her to let her guard down around Gu Shiji. Moreover, Gu Shiji had spoken with such conviction and reasoning that she had no inkling of the depths of deceit that lay hidden. With tear-filled eyes, she timidly looked at Princess Huaizhen and stammered, "Princess, it's my fault. I'm truly sorry to everyone." Zhao Huaizhen closed her eyes, her face burning with humiliation. She wished she could sink into the earth. After a lifetime of maintaining her reputation, she had fallen into such a disgraceful predicament, and it was no wonder Shen Jiasui accused her of bullying. Her father always said she had a childlike heart, but her impulsive nature was ill-suited for royal life. Although she had tried to be more restrained, her innate impulsiveness had led her to create a spectacle before half the noble families in the capital. Earlier, she had noticed Cui Mingjue approaching swiftly, followed by a group of young men peering curiously at the unfolding drama. The young ladies were truly furious, each blushing with indignation. What about Gu Shiji? Bring her here? Yes. Ultimately, she is the most despicable of all. How dare she toy with us? How detestable! If she dares to show her face before me again, I shall give her a piece of my mind. Ning Fengji had initially wanted to inform everyone that Gu Shiji was currently at the Qingxiao Pavilion, but the thought of her brother being there too made her hesitate. She feared that if anyone saw him, it would lead to unfavorable gossip. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she recalled how her brother had stood by Gu Shiji's side not long ago. Once today's events concluded, she would certainly confront Gu Shiji and ensure that both her brother and Yunzheng saw her true nature. But for now, the priority was, "Princess, I'm sorry." Ning Fengji, filled with guilt and regret, hurried to Zhao Huaizhen's side, her eyes red and pleading. Zhao Huaizhen took a deep breath, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. Ning Fengji had been misled at first, and she had chosen to trust blindly, leading to a cascade of errors between them. "Fengji, you're truly going to be the death of me. You need not apologize to me. You should apologize to Shen Jiasui." Ning Fengji realized her mistake. However, the image of Shen Jiasui, fiercely lifting stones with her bare hands, made her fear for her safety. She shivered and hesitated to approach. Zhao Huaizhen, seeing this, felt exasperated. Even to apologize, you dawdle. Gritting her teeth, she mustered her courage and declared before everyone, Shen Jiasui, I am not one to shy away from admitting my mistakes. Today, I acknowledge my error and offer you my sincerest apology. Whatever compensation you seek, I shall accept. But Shen Jiasui merely hung her head, remaining silent. Zhao Huaizhen assumed Shen Jiasui was being obstinate, her pride flaring up, yet upon reflection, she recognized her own fault and tempered her tone. Shen Jiasui, I have apologized. If you wish to voice your demands, please do so. I noticed you spoke with confidence before. Let us resolve this matter swiftly. Still, Shen Jiasui did not respond. Zhao Huaizhen furrowed her brow, and the crowd fell into an uneasy silence, unsure of what to say. Shen Jiasui, as Shen Jiasui remained unresponsive. Zhao Huaizhen finally sensed something was amiss and shook her wrist, which had been grasped tightly. In the next moment, Shen Jiasui stumbled. Zhao Huaizhen gasped in surprise, instinctively calling out. Cui Mingjue had approached, and, seeing that Zhao Huaizhen had steadied Shen Jiasui, nonchalantly withdrew his hand. At that moment, Shen Jiasui finally lifted her head. The crowd turned their eyes toward her, and the next instant, they gasped in unison. Shen Jiasui and Appo's cheeks were flushed, her forehead beaded with sweat, and most alarmingly, a trickle of blood was seeping from the corner of her lips. You. Zhao Huaizhen, alarmed and close enough to see the blood, stammered in shock. Shen Jiasui's breath was hot, her thoughts in disarray. She shook her head vigorously and suddenly grasped Zhao Huaizhen's shoulders, her tone sharp and icy. Princess Huaizhen, did you tamper with that water? She had bitten her tongue, managing to cling to her rationality, but her body felt as if it were ablaze. Even though she had been Na'vi in her past life, she had learned enough before her marriage to understand something was terribly wrong. Zhao Huaizhen felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, Shen Jiasui and Appo's grip almost crushing her bones. Alarmed and frightened, she summoned all her strength to push Shen Jiasui away, shouting, Shen Jiasui, what madness is this? What water are you talking about? I have no idea. Chapter 37. The lake jumped. Shen Jiasui felt utterly weak, unable to withstand Zhao Huaizhen's push, and stumbled backward. Be careful, Cui Mingjue exclaimed, stepping forward just in time. He exercised great restraint, merely placing his palm gently against Shen Jiasui's back to steady her. Instantly, she regained her balance, and he withdrew his hand. Miss Shen, what is happening? He had been standing behind her, and only now did he notice her face, immediately sensing something was amiss, his expression shifting with concern. Not only was there a conspicuous trace of blood at the corner of Shen Jiasui's mouth, but her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes appeared dazed, entirely lacking the clarity and righteousness she had exhibited during their previous encounter at the Guozijian. Shen Jiasui parted her lips slightly, her breath hot and erratic. Hearing a male voice behind her sent a shiver through her entire being. She turned her head to find it was Cui Mingjue, and in fright, she pushed him away forcefully, retreating further. Don't come any closer. Cui Mingjue, taken by surprise, stumbled back a step, and when he looked up again, his eyes were filled with astonishment. The Cui family was a prominent clan. Having grown up in such an environment, he understood the darker aspects of the inner household. Shen Jiasui's current state was clearly indicative of having been drugged. He had observed all of Shen Jiasui's actions from a pavilion across the lake, and thus, his gaze instinctively darted toward the gazebo. Was it that pot of water? At this moment, Shen Jiasui felt her heartbeat reverberate distinctly, each thud echoing in her ears. Her consciousness began to blur, and her mind involuntarily conjured up various alluring images. These were from the Sunu Jing, which her mother had given her before her marriage. She had read it cover to cover with a mix of shyness and curiosity. Cui Mingjue pulled his gaze from the gazebo and looked back at Shen Jiasui, whose previously worried expression suddenly flashed with a strange light. His family was currently considering suitable matches for him. He had no authority over his own marriage. His grandfather and cousin must have already deliberated on the matter. Shen Jiasui, having once been engaged to Yunzheng and then called it off, was surely not on their list of considerations. If he approached her now, she had lost her senses, and in this public setting, Any slight impropriety could bind them together in scandal. If he had to marry, he wouldn't be averse to her, perhaps. This fleeting thought startled Chui Mingjue himself. The onlookers, unfamiliar with such a scene, exchanged glances, some speculating, yet none daring to intervene. Chui Mingjue, troubled by his thoughts, finally sighed and stepped closer to Zhao Huaizhen, lowering his voice. Your Highness, Miss Shen appears to have been drugged. She is, after all, the legitimate daughter of the general of the state. If this incident escalates, it could reflect poorly on the Prince of Rong's household. Zhao Huaizhen's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? The Prince of Rong had few concubines, and the status of the princess was secure, making the inner chambers of the palace typically tranquil. Moreover, as the cherished pearl of the household, Zhao Huaizhen had always been carefully protected and had never encountered such a substance. Your Highness, it would be prudent to escort her away quickly. If Miss Shen loses her composure today, the general of the state will not let this matter rest lightly. Seeing Zhao Huaizhen still unresponsive, Chui Mingjue frowned and urged her. Zhao Huaizhen was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and hastily approached Shen Jiasui. Shen Jiasui, are you all right? I will take you away. At this moment, Zhao Huaizhen could not help but feel wronged. No wonder Shen Jiasui had asked her earlier if there had been foul play in the water. It turned out she had been drugged. But she had been completely oblivious to it. As a noble princess, she would never resort to such despicable tactics. Distant yet near voices echoed in her ears. And Shen Jiasui slowly regained her senses, her vision blurring to reveal Zhao Huaizhen grasping her arm. Shen Jiasui shook her head. The drug was potent, and every inch of her skin screamed for relief, making even a woman's touch unbearable. There was no time left. As Zhao Huaizhen attempted to pull Shen Jiasui away, she suddenly broke free and staggered forward, heading toward. Amidst the gasps of the crowd with a splash, Shen Jiasui leaped into the lake without hesitation. Quick, someone help. Save her. Zhao Huaizhen was momentarily frozen, then realized her heart raced in her throat, and she hurriedly ran forward. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Chui Mingjue clenched his fists and followed suit, but just then, someone seized him from behind. Mingjue, don't go. If you dive in, Shen Jiasui will cling to you. Let go. Chui Mingjue snapped, shaking off the hand and pressing on. Zhao Huaizhen reached the water's edge, her heart pounding like a drum as she leaned forward. Chui Mingjue caught up with her, poised to jump in to save her. When suddenly, whoosh, someone emerged from the water, and it was none other than Shen Jiasui. The icy water significantly alleviated the heat within her, and she finally regained her composure. She pushed her damp hair from her face and immediately spotted the pale Zhao Huaizhen on the shore, along with Chui Mingjue, who stood frozen in place. I can swim. I'm fine. Shen Jiasui called out, her hands slicing through the water as only her head remained above the surface. Seeing this, Zhao Huaizhen patted her chest repeatedly, finally exhaling a long breath. Chui Mingjue gradually straightened up, his expression calm, no longer displaying any intention to jump in. Shen Jiasui understood that while the lake water could temporarily suppress the heat, the drug would require proper antidotes to be fully expelled from her system. She wiped her face and shouted to Zhao Huaizhen, Please, Your Highness, ask everyone to leave so I can come ashore. Now composed, Zhao Huaizhen nodded and turned to the crowd, stating firmly, Everyone, please disperse. This matter must not be spread further. Those present, realizing the seriousness of the situation, hastily bowed and retreated, eager to leave the scene. Chui Mingjue glanced at Shen Jiasui once more before turning away, leading the other young men with him. Everyone leave. With a wave of his hand, he commanded compliance. In no time, the area was cleared. Shen Jiasui turned around to survey the surroundings, confirming there was no one left. Before swimming to the shore, she now understood clearly. While she did not care about reputation, it could indeed ruin a person. If her drenched appearance were to be seen by others, it would lead to further trouble. At that moment, a maid hurried over, holding a cloak. It was the one Zhao Huaizhen had instructed to fetch earlier, arriving just in time. As soon as Shen Jiasui climbed up, Zhao Huaizhen quickly unfurled the cloak and wrapped it securely around her. Let us go. You need a change. Zhao Huaizhen pulled Shen Jiasui along, hurrying her steps. As they reached a fork in the path, and Zhao Huaizhen led her toward the left, Shen Jiasui, feeling a sense of wariness, abruptly shook off her hand. "Your Highness, the changing room doesn't seem to be this way, does it?" She recalled the maid's brief explanation of the various paths when they had walked toward the western courtyard. She remembered well. Seeing Shen Jiasui's guarded expression, Zhao Huaizhen and Appo's face flushed with urgency. "Do you think I would harm you? That direction leads to the guest-changing area, which is crowded and chaotic. I will take you to the inner courtyard." Chapter 38. The Unforeseen Calamity. Shen Jiasui tilted her head to scrutinize Zhao Huaizhen, observing her anxious demeanor that seemed devoid of artifice. Only then did she retract the stern expression on her face and follow her along the path ahead. It was widely witnessed that she had entered the water today. Should any misfortune befall her, Zhao Huaizhen would be inextricably implicated. Given her current disheveled appearance, it would indeed be fortuitous to evade the gaze of others. With this thought in mind, Shen Jiasui hastened to keep pace with Zhao Huaizhen, and as anticipated, the voices of the crowd gradually diminished, leading them into the inner courtyard. Zhao Huaizhen's mind was in turmoil. Today had truly spiraled into chaos. And although no irreparable consequences had arisen, she would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand from her father and mother that evening. Shen Jiasui had no desire to engage Zhao Huaizhen in conversation, yet she sensed that the heat within her was rekindling. Taking a deep breath, she spoke coldly. "Your Highness, is there a physician within the palace? The effects of the drug on me have yet to subside." Zhao Huaizhen had already anticipated this concern and responded promptly. "There are several female physicians residing in the inner courtyard, always at the ready." Shen Jiasui nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a slight sense of relief, while secretly chiding herself for underestimating human nature and not exercising enough caution. However, one question perplexed her. The visit to the pavilion had been entirely spontaneous. She could not fathom how Zhao Huaizhen had foreseen it. Had she perhaps laced the tea along the way? Such an elaborate scheme to teach her a lesson seemed utterly foolish. If others accidentally fell victim to the drug, Zhao Huaizhen, despite her princely status, would not escape culpability. As Shen Jiasui grappled with her thoughts, she prepared to inquire directly, but Zhao Huaizhen, filled with resentment, spoke first. "Shen Jiasui, what do you mean by suggesting I tampered with the water? I, as a noble princess, would never stoop to such filth. Perhaps you have offended someone else and unwittingly ingested the drug, only to shift the blame onto me. I admit, it was wrong of me to act on hearsay and come to chastise you so brazenly, but if you unjustly cast any aspersions upon me, I shall not accept it." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui turned her gaze toward Zhao Huaizhen, noting her genuine fury, her furrowed brow betraying no hint of pretense, causing Shen Jiasui to pause. Today, she had entered the residence of the Prince of Rome, and aside from the tea in the pavilion, she had only consumed a piece of cake handed to her by the young prince. As her thoughts progressed, she felt a chill wash over her. She had contemplated the possibility of being poisoned, but that cake had originated from the palace, surely subjected to rigorous scrutiny and testing. Moreover, not only had she consumed it, but so had the young prince and Lord Xiang, leading her to dismiss it as a source of contamination. Now, considering it anew, what if the issue lay within that very cake? What if she was merely an innocent victim of circumstance? In that moment, a thunderclap seemed to echo in her mind, leaving Shen Jiasui feeling cold and bewildered. Before departing, the young prince had mentioned that the crown princess enjoyed sweets and found the cake delectable, intending to present it to her. In the memories of her past life, it was during these very months that the crown princess, overwhelmed by grief, followed Prince Shen into the afterlife. Could it be that on this day, in her former life, during her absence, a momentous secret transpired at the flower-viewing banquet in the Prince of Rome's residence, directly or indirectly leading to the demise of the crown princess? Perhaps there had been an indiscretion in public, or worse, infidelity? As this thought crossed her mind, Shen Jiasui suddenly jolted, grasping Zhao Huaizhen's arm. Her voice urgent. "Your Highness, the crown princess may be in danger. We must seek her out." Shen Jiasui's words came as a shock to Zhao Huaizhen, who could not comprehend the situation and merely felt the painful grip on her arm. She shook her hand free expressing her disdain. What is wrong with you? Your grip is far too tight. The crown princess is right beside my mother. How could she be in danger? Ah, we've arrived at the dressing room. In this place, aside from royal kin, no one else was permitted. The princess had already made an exception for her. You mustn't. Zhao Huaizhen's words were cut short as Shen Jiasui abruptly covered her mouth. Zhao Huaizhen, taken aback by Shen Jiasui's actions, was about to protest, but her annoyance faded as she noticed the grave seriousness in Shen Jiasui's expression. Your Highness, listen. Zhao Huaizhen, growing increasingly impatient, was about to withdraw from Shen Jiasui and Appo's grasp when a faint, intermittent sound reached her ears, resembling soft moans drifting through the air. Zhao Huaizhen and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to peer into the courtyard. Indeed, there was a sound, and it sounded highly suspicious. At that moment, Shen Jiasui recalled Zhao Huaizhen's earlier statement. Only royal kin were allowed here. The crown princess, was she not part of the royal family? Your Highness, remain silent. Shen Jiasui commanded, and without hesitation, she stepped forward into the room. With a single glance, she instantly sensed something amiss. This was a dressing area, yet not a single maid stood guard inside or out. It appeared that calling for help was futile, if her suspicions were correct, and the crown princess was indeed being plotted against. The fewer people who knew, the better. Otherwise, the crown princess's life would truly be in jeopardy. Though Zhao Huaizhen was unaware of the unfolding drama, she was obedient, and upon witnessing Shen Jiasui's altered demeanor, she dared not delay. Keeping her lips sealed as she followed closely behind, Shen Jiasui's breath quickened and grew warmer. Shaking her head, she bit her tongue to sharpen her focus. A jolt of pain jolting her back to clarity. She approached the source of the sound step by step, finally halting before the innermost room in the courtyard. Zhao Huaizhen trailed closely behind her. Fearing that the interior might conceal danger, Shen Jiasui signaled for Zhao Huaizhen to step back, then steeled herself, raising her foot to kick open the door. With a resounding crash, the door flew open, and the sounds of moaning within became unmistakably clear. Shen Jiasui wasted no time. Striding inside, directing her gaze toward the inner chamber, she immediately spotted a man sprawled on the couch, his face flushed, clothing disheveled. Perhaps alerted by the noise, he turned to face her, his expression one of shock, yet he neither hid nor shunned her gaze, revealing his countenance without reservation. From her vantage point, Shen Jiasui could easily discern the woman lying beside him. Her complexion was akin to a peach blossom, her expression dazed, her clothing slightly ajar, exposing her rosy neck. Was it not the crown princess, whom she had only encountered once? Upon observing the man, he feigned composure, appearing flustered yet not panicked, clearly having awaited the moment for someone to catch them in the act. In that instant, Shen Jiasui felt a chilling wave wash over her heart. She could scarcely imagine the lengths of time and the intricate machinations that had led to this moment. How many connections have been made, and how many servants have been bribed to ensnare the crown princess in such a trap? Perhaps Shen Jiasui's composure was too evident, as the man, sensing something amiss, slowly sat up. At that moment, Zhao Huaizhen entered the room, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she recognized the woman on the bed as the crown princess and could not help but exclaim in shock. The man glanced over his shoulder. Seeing that no one else had arrived, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation and sprang to his feet. Shen Jiasui's heart raced. Before the crown princess could extricate herself, she must not allow this man to raise the alarm. As he turned to push open the window, Shen Jiasui sprang forward, calling out, "Your Highness, leave this rogue to me. You take care of the lady on the bed. If she suffers even the slightest mishap, the Prince of Rome's residence shall bear the consequences." At that point, she suddenly struck her chest with force, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, the warmth on her face gradually dissipating. Zhao Huaizhen, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright. Yet she evidently understood the stakes of the day's events, which involved the lives of hundreds within the royal residence, and promptly dashed to the bed, responding urgently, "Understood." As the man perceived Shen Jiasui advancing, he hastened his movements, pushing open the window, ready to call for assistance. Shen Jiasui unhesitatingly tore off her cloak and threw it over the man and Appo's head. She had a premonition, a remarkably strong one. The person scheming against the crown princess undoubtedly possessed immense power and was intricately connected to the conspiracy that ensnared her entire Shen family. It was even possible that they were one and the same. Chapter 39. The Siege. After a brief interval, Cui Mingjue returned to the lakeside pavilion, this time accompanied by a middle-aged man with a short beard, who carried a medical box on his back. Cui Mingjue pointed at the tea on the stone table and instructed the man coldly, "Inspect it," fearing that someone might tamper with the tea after he had left. He had not gone far and had sent for the court physician. Upon hearing this, the physician immediately set down his medical box, poured out a portion of the tea, and examined it meticulously. Cui Mingjue, observing this, added, "Do not overlook the teapot spout or the rim of the cup." The physician nodded respectfully and began his work. With his hands clasped behind his back, Cui Mingjue gazed out at the lake, his brows furrowed, a far cry from his usual carefree demeanor. After a considerable time, the physician wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke softly. "Young Master Cui, the inspection is complete. There are no abnormalities in the tea, teapot, or cup." Cui Mingjue, startled, turned abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. "None? No toxic substances?" The physician raised his voice slightly, then shook his head with conviction. "Young Master Cui, if you refer to a colorless and odorless poison, I might lack the skill to recognize it. However, I would certainly not overlook a foul drug, which is notoriously potent." Upon hearing this, Cui Mingjue's expression shifted from confusion to sheer horror. He had not been entirely aware of Shen Jiasui's every move since entering the estate. But at least under his watchful gaze, she had only consumed the tea and the pastries bestowed upon her by the crown prince. If the issue lies with the pastries, then the crown prince and the third prince. His thoughts raced, and Cui Mingjue's face paled as he swiftly exited the pavilion, beckoning to a figure in the distance. It was the very person who had earlier prevented him from diving into the water to rescue Shen Jiasui. Cui Mingjue inquired urgently, "Is it confirmed that the second prince did not visit the Rhone prince's estate today?" The second prince he referred to was the son of the noble concubine Shu, his cousin, Prince Rue. The man hesitated for a moment before nodding. "The princess has been unwell these past few days, and the prince canceled today's banquet." "Mingjue, what is the matter?" Cui Mingjue's brow tightened as he leaned closer and whispered his suspicions. The man's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly lowered his voice, shaking his head in denial. "Impossible. I have received no orders from a prince." Cui Mingjue paced back and forth before stopping with a grim expression. "You must go to the Rue prince's estate at once and report today's events to the prince. Be swift." The man, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded and hurried away. Cui Mingjue watched him depart, clenching his fists tightly. If the pastries were indeed the source of the problem, Shen Jiasui might be unwittingly caught in a perilous scheme, and both the young crown prince and the third prince could very well be implicated, leading the second prince to face suspicion. Since the death of the late crown prince, the political landscape had grown tumultuous, and the position of heir apparent had become a topic of contention. The second prince, Prince Rue, was the son of a high-born woman and now held an advantageous position. It would not be unthinkable for the title of heir to ultimately fall to him. However, the late crown prince had left behind a son, albeit still quite young. But he was a legitimate heir. The late crown prince had been revered for his virtues and talents, and the emperor had shown great affection for the young crown prince, garnering considerable support for him. Regardless of whether today's events had any connection to the second prince, it was imperative that he not be left in the dark and vulnerable. Lost in thought, Cui Mingjue was suddenly brought back to reality by the sound of familiar footsteps approaching, accompanied by an anxious voice. "Cui Mingjue, have you seen my sister?" It was Shen Jiaheng, her face etched with worry. Cui Mingjue snapped back to attention, recalling that Shen Jiaheng had been with the young crown prince earlier. He tentatively asked, "What happened?" Before Shen Jiaheng could respond, the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps and the clashing of weapons echoed through the air. Cui Mingjue turned sharply. Witnessing the royal guards standing resolutely along every path and wall, their expressions grave, signaling that something significant had transpired. A sense of dread washed over him, and he feigned confusion. What was happening? Shen Jiaheng cast a glance, her expression suddenly calm. I heard that a thief has infiltrated the inner courtyard, and Lord Jiang has been dispatched to apprehend him. Have you seen my sister? If she were to be caught in the chaos with these guards. Cui Mingjue understood that the thief was merely a pretext. With numerous guests present, such a commotion was unwarranted for a mere theft. Shen Jiaheng was likely instructed by Jiang Sun not to divulge any information. Aware that he could not pry further, Cui Mingjue replied softly, I just saw her being taken away by Princess Huaizhen. At this, Shen Jiaheng's taut nerves finally began to ease. If her sister was indeed with Princess Huaizhen, she would likely be safe. Who would have anticipated that the young crown prince would suddenly fall ill, followed closely by the third prince? Lord Jiang immediately suspected the pastries. Yet by the time they sought to investigate, not only was the food box missing, but even the eunuch who had carried it had vanished. In that moment, Shen Jiaheng recalled that her sister had also eaten the pastries, sending a shiver down her spine. Do you know where the princess has taken my sister? Shen Jiaheng could not quell her anxiety and pressed for more information. Cui Mingjue, already stepping away, gestured inward. Seeing that direction led to the inner courtyard, Shen Jiaheng's heart sank once more. It was rumored that the crown princess had also consumed the pastries, and Lord Jiang had sealed off the inner courtyard completely. There would be no way for her to enter and search for her sister. Speaking of which, my mother is still in the inner courtyard. My sister must not come to harm. In the inner courtyard at the dressing chamber, Shen Jiasui was engaged in a fierce struggle with a man. Having barely subdued the agitation within her after injuring herself, she knew she could not hold on much longer. Thus, her strikes were both fierce and hasty, and fortunately, her opponent was not particularly skilled, forced to defend against her relentless assault. Meanwhile, Zhao Huaizhen had already taken to the bed. The crown princess, heavily sedated with herbal medicine, was unconscious. The thought that hundreds of lives in the Rhone Prince and Appo's estate depended on her invigorated Zhao Huaizhen, and with newfound strength, she hoisted the crown princess onto her back. The man, recognizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to intervene, but Shen Jiasui would not allow him to succeed. She charged forward with reckless abandon. Quickly go, Shen Jiasui urged. Zhao Huaizhen, not daring to hesitate, stumbled out the door. Just before exiting, she could not help but glance back at Shen Jiasui, who appeared pale, drenched, her disheveled hair clinging to her cheeks. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. A truly horrifying sight. You must not die. I will call for help immediately. With a determined grit, Zhao Huaizhen dashed away. Unexpectedly, the man shouted, Don't go, and then leaped out of the window. Chapter 40. Come quickly. Zhao Huaizhen was startled, nearly losing her balance. Almost simultaneously, Shen Jiasui leaped forward, rolling onto the ground, and quickly rising to position herself between the man and Zhao Huaizhen. Without turning her head, she urged, Run. Do not let anyone see us. I have a plan for our escape. Zhao Huaizhen nodded fervently. As a princess, she had never encountered such perilous circumstances before, and now she was both frightened and astonished, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, she dared not let her guard down. With a determined push, she supported the crown princess and hurried onward. Navigating her own courtyard was second nature to Zhao Huaizhen, and soon she vanished down a narrow path amidst the sounds of struggle. The man, seeing that he could not break through Shen Jiasui's defense, became frantic, his eyes reddening as he bellowed, You seek death. Shen Jiasui's expression turned icy as she remained silent. Should the man attempt to advance, she would retaliate fiercely, ensuring he found himself trapped. She could not afford to be distracted, for the pain in her chest was growing unbearable, the heat within her surging. Should it erupt, it would lead to her demise. The sounds of the struggle and the man's shouts echoed around them, and as no one seemed to be coming to their aid, Shen Jiasui's suspicions were confirmed. The surrounding servants had likely been dismissed, and even if there were no traitors within the prince's residence, it was thoroughly compromised. Silently counting the seconds, she guessed that Zhao Huaizhen had already made a considerable distance before she dared to exhale a heavy breath. The moment the man noticed Shen Jiasui's momentary pause, he seized the opportunity to escape, dashing towards the courtyard. He had received his master's orders. Today's plan could not fail. After plotting for so long and sacrificing numerous pawns, he had even arranged for accomplices to catch them in the act. Yet, he had not anticipated that this woman would act first. Now that the crown princess was unaccounted for, he had no choice but to sacrifice his own life to disseminate the news. The man dashed out, his familiarity with the prince's back courtyard evident in his swift, assured steps. Shen Jiasui, seeing him flee, showed no signs of panic. Instead, she quickly crouched low, dragging her palm across the ground before smearing her face with the dirt, rendering it grimy and unrecognizable. The man, fearing Shen Jiasui would pursue him, hastened his steps while stealing glances back at her. He witnessed her transformation, but was too preoccupied to ponder it further, quickening his pace. He knew where the ladies were. Should he burst in, feigning panic and calling out the crown princess in Appo's name, even if she were absent, she would find it difficult to extricate herself. Sometimes, to end a life, tangible proof was unnecessary. Rumors could serve as potent weapons, especially against those of high rank. At that moment, his master only needed to fan the flames of speculation, and everything would fall into place naturally. As he contemplated his next move, a sudden cry rang out behind him. "Help! Someone come quickly! There's a thief!" Shen Jiasui had caught up, her strength waning. Whether it was the resurgence of the noxious medicine in her system or the exertion from her cries, her neck flushed red. The power of public opinion could be formidable, and Shen Jiasui was well aware of the man's vile intentions. In the midst of the struggle, she had reflected on the absence of scandal surrounding the crown princess in her past life, concluding that someone must have kept the situation under control. However, it seemed the crown princess had indeed been caught in a compromising position, leaving her no choice but to perish. Previously, the young emperor and the third prince had indulged in pastries, and with Jiasui by her side, Shen Jiasui found it hard to believe he was oblivious to the events unfolding. In her past life, she had not been present, but if anyone could contain the situation, it would undoubtedly be Jiasui. If he had already taken action, his first task would be to surround the prince's back courtyard to prevent any leaks. Therefore, her loud cries served to summon the guards of the prince and Appo's residence to apprehend the thief. As for the dirt smeared across her face, it was a necessary disguise. At this moment, her life and her reputation were of utmost importance. The grievances of the Shen family had yet to be resolved. Even if she were to save the crown princess, her own safety had to come first. Thus, Shen Jiasui had done all she could. She could feel the heat in her breaths intensifying. The potency of the noxious medicine was beyond ordinary. She dared not cease her cries until the sound of approaching footsteps reached her ears, invigorating her spirit as she shouted, "Here! Here! There's a thief! Come quickly!" Just as she finished speaking, a crisp voice rang out, "Sir, over here." The sound of clashing spears echoed, a sound she recognized without needing to look up. Had she possessed a spear today, she would not have been in such a precarious state. "Capture him alive," echoed a cold command. Realizing that the thief could no longer pose a threat, Shen Jiasui felt a wave of relief wash over her. But it was swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Without a second thought, she collapsed into the nearby grass, breathing heavily. As she lowered her head, expelling heated breaths, she became acutely aware of just how forcefully she had struck herself. Each inhalation sent sharp pangs through her chest. In her daze, she suddenly perceived a shadow looming before her. As she raised her gaze, she caught sight of a dark hem. "Miss Shen." The voice was clear and familiar. Shen Jiasui jolted, hastily retreating a few steps. Didon and Appo's come closer. She realized she had lost all strength to maintain control. In the next moment, something descended over her head, and as she looked up in confusion, warmth enveloped her, plunging her into darkness. A faint fragrance, reminiscent of ink, wafted into her nostrils. "Sir!" The man impaled himself on the spear, and just a wall away, a subordinate hurriedly reported back, only to find his superior had removed his outer garment, causing him to pause in surprise. He leaned forward slightly, only to discover that a figure was concealed behind his superior's cloak. "What did you find?" Jiang Sun asked. His brow furrowed, his tone cold. The subordinate straightened, standing at attention as he replied, "A wall away, we found personnel from the Eastern City Military Command. They have seemingly been lingering outside for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun raised his gaze slightly. "Where's the team leader?" The subordinate bowed and answered. "I inquired, and it is the Deputy Commander, Lu Yunzheng, from the Eastern City Military Command. I heard he is the son of General Zhaoyong." At that moment, Shen Jiasui and Appo's mind was adrift. Perhaps it was the prolonged suppression of the heat within her that had now erupted, leaving her feeling as though she were being consumed. In her chaotic thoughts, the name Lu Yunzheng pierced her consciousness like an arrow. Shen Jiasui and Appo's body trembled, recalling the day she had met her end alongside Lu Yunzheng. That day, she had followed him to a villa in the western outskirts of the capital, where she witnessed him tenderly embracing Gu Shiji, his hands resting on her noticeably swollen belly. She gritted her teeth and advanced stealthily, only to overhear Lu Yunzheng boast, "Shen Jiasui is truly foolish," repeatedly writing to me, begging me to plead for the Shen family. Little did she know, the evidence against the Shen family had already been expedited to the emperor. "Shiji, hold on just a little longer, and soon I will bring you into the Lu residence with great fanfare." In that moment, it felt as if the heavens had fallen, and her heart was shattered. Shen Jiasui, lost to the currents of time, was consumed with a hatred that threatened to burn her from within. Driven by fury, she lunged forward, shouting, "Lu Yunzheng die!" Chapter 41. At that moment, Jiang Jun turned in response to the sound, but before he could react, he was knocked off balance by Shen Jiasui. "Be careful, my lord." A subordinate nearby was startled, swiftly drawing a knife from his waist. Once Jiang Jun steadied himself, he shifted his stance, effectively shielding Shen Jiasui behind him, and coldly commanded, "Leave and ensure no one approaches. Inform Princess Huaizhen that the person she seeks is right here. I urge the princess to send someone at once." The subordinate was taken aback for a moment, instinctively lowering his gaze. He caught sight of a damp, soiled skirt trailing behind Jiang Jun, its original color indiscernible. Alarmed, he realized that the voice he had heard was indeed that of a woman. Comprehending the situation, he promptly sheathed his knife, clasped his hands, and withdrew, saying, "Understood, I will relay the message and have heard nothing." Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Jiang Jun furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. Last year, Jiang Jun had faced an assassination attempt that left him considerably injured. The following day, his teacher had dispatched 4 attendants, named East, West, South, and North Wind respectively. When he encountered Miss Shen at the Guozijian, North Wind had been by his side. Today, it was North Wind accompanying him again. North Wind, a skilled warrior, typically remained close to him during outings. Once North Wind and Appo's figure had vanished from sight, Jiang Jun turned around to find that a significant portion of his outer robe was pinned beneath Shen Jiasui, her head still covered. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jun crouched down, softly calling, "Miss Shen?" Suddenly, Shen Jiasui raised her hand and grasped Jiang Jun's wrist with considerable force. His brow furrowed, not only from the pain in his wrist, but also due to the searing heat radiating from Shen Jiasui's palm. At that moment, Shen Jiasui gradually lifted her head, the outer robe slipping away to reveal her disheveled face. Her vision was clouded, her will nearly shattered, yet she clung to a tide of overwhelming hatred. "Lu Yunzheng, you will pay with your life. You must pay with your life." Shen Jiasui and Appo's voice was hoarse as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment, but he suppressed his thoughts and bent down once more, speaking gravely, "Miss Shen, I am Jiang Jun. Princess Huaizhen will soon send someone to retrieve you." "Jiang Jun," Shen Jiasui murmured, her thoughts abruptly shifting as if she were again kneeling in front of the Dali temple, utterly distressed and pleading desperately. She strained to raise her head, but her vision remained as muddled as in her past life, rendering the face of the person before her indistinct. Her eyes stung with tears. "Master Jiang." "Indeed, it is I," Jiang Jun replied, his tone calm. Shen Jiasui finally released her grip on his wrist. Yet she wished to say more. However, her strength gave way, and she collapsed. Jiang lowered his gaze just in time to see her right hand sprawled on the ground, her fingers long and delicate. Yet the inner side of her index finger bore thick calluses. These were the marks left by years of wielding weapons. He glanced at his wrist, the pain having subsided, but a clear five-fingered imprint remained. What deep-seated enmity exists between Lu Yunzheng and the Shen family? If it were merely a matter of a broken engagement, Shen Jiasui would not have uttered the words "pay with your life." Jiang Jun's mind swirled with thoughts as he observed that Shen Jiasui seemed to be losing consciousness, pondering whether to assist her in sitting up. Just then, a commotion arose nearby. "My lord has issued orders. No one may approach. I come at the princess's command to seek someone," a woman's urgent voice called out, yet she did not reveal her identity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun quickly lifted his outer robe to shield Shen Jiasui and Appo's face, and then swiftly stood and stepped back, calling out, "Let her in." Before long, footsteps approached, belonging to a woman who moved with agility and urgency. At a glance, she spotted the figure lying on the ground, her face instantly paling. Jiang Jun stepped forward, positioning himself between them, and solemnly inquired, "Madam, please halt. May I ask whom you are seeking?" Jiang Jun's caution was warranted. Today, the plan of the assailants had fallen through, and most critical person was Shen Jiasui. Since he had encountered her, he was determined to ensure her safety at all costs. "I am her mother," the newcomer cried, nearly in tears. It was Jiwan. Moments earlier, she had been in the back courtyard chatting with several ladies when the wet nurse beside the Princess of Rome had come to find her. Disturbed by the sudden news of the incident in the back courtyard, she had rushed out to search for her daughter. Jiwan, too, was astute, like Jiang Jun. She had refrained from mentioning Shen Jiasui's name. The day's events were of utmost significance. It was best if Shen Jiasui could distance herself from the situation. The fewer who knew of her involvement, the better. Upon hearing Jiwan's words, Jiang Jun glanced at her expression and noted her urgency was genuine, prompting him to nod and step aside. Jiwan's eyes reddened. She hurried forward, lifting the outer robe to reveal Shen Jiasui's disheveled and weak appearance. Tears streaming down her face, she bent down, cradling Shen Jiasui in her arms, ensuring to cover her securely with the outer robe. Jiang Jun then pointed ahead, instructing, "Madam, exit from here, turn left at the second intersection. The dressing courtyard is there, where personnel have already been stationed." Jiwan nodded, her mind consumed with concern, offering only a brief thank you before hastily departing. Jiang Jun waited until Jiwan's figure disappeared from view before stepping out of the narrow path. By now, guards had been stationed throughout, and North Wind stood beside a male corpse. Upon seeing Jiang Jun, he immediately stood at attention. "My lord." Jiang Jun waved his hand dismissively and approached the body, crouching down to gently probe the man's jaw, temples, and neck, speaking softly, "Relate to me the details of what transpired." North Wind immediately followed suit and recounted the events. Shen Jiasui's timely call had alerted the guards, who quickly pursued the man. At that moment, the man had been cornered near the estate wall. Seeing no way to advance, he suddenly lunged towards the wall in a bid to escape. North Wind, realizing the urgency, had thrown his knife, aiming to capture him alive, but it had only struck the man in Appo's thigh, with half of his shoulder protruding over the courtyard wall. He fell back in pain, knowing escape was futile, and plunged directly onto the guard spear to end his own life. Jiang Jun nodded at this account and stood up. He had thoroughly examined the scene and noted that the individual had not been wearing a human skin mask. North Wind then rose, and Jiang Jun added, "You mentioned that the personnel from the East City Military Command have been loitering outside the wall for quite some time?" North Wind promptly affirmed, "Yes, my lord. I noticed the assailant attempting to flee and was concerned that someone might be waiting outside, so I ventured outside the wall to investigate. To my surprise, I encountered personnel from the military command, who informed me that they had been patrolling the area around the prince's residence for quite a while." Jiang Jun contemplated this for a moment, his expression revealing nothing, and then calmly instructed, "Have their deputy commander come to see me." Chapter 42. Jiang Jun and Lu Yunjin at the side entrance of the Prince Rome's residence. A small hall had been meticulously tidied. Lu Yunjin entered through the side door, and despite his careful demeanor, He could not conceal the somber expression on his brow. He had been eagerly anticipating this opportunity for several days. Yet, unbeknownst to him, something had gone awry. The lecherous man who had been entangled with the crown princess had not escaped over the courtyard wall as he had in his previous life. It was because he had captured that man that he had caught the latter's eye, gradually earning his favor and subsequently rising to prominence, achieving renown far and wide. Now, all of that lay in ruins. Without that person's connections, how could he have left the military command office to join the capital garrison? Vice Commander Liu, my lord is waiting for you inside. Bei Feng called from outside the hall, extending a hand toward Lu Yunjin. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yunjin suppressed all his chaotic thoughts. When he had heard that Jiang Jun wished to see him, he admitted to feeling a moment of panic. Thanks to the advantages of his rebirth, he was aware that today presented a chance for meteoric advancement, which made him restless, fearful of missing the opportunity. Thus, he lingered outside the Prince Rong's residence for quite some time with his subordinates. After all, patrolling the city was his primary duty at the military command office. Others might easily be placated with a few words. However, Jiang Jun was different from the rest. In his previous life, before he had made a name for himself, Jiang Jun was already a household name in the capital. The populace admired his integrity, praised his fearlessness in the face of power, and lauded him as a beacon of righteousness. While countless loved him, it was inevitable that an equal number harbored resentment toward him. Even that person had long viewed Jiang Jun as a thorn in his side. Upon returning to the capital from the frontier, he had heard that Jiang Jun had fallen from grace due to the Shen family incident. It was common knowledge that Jiang Jun was obstinate and had offended many. Numerous individuals sought his demise, eagerly seizing the opportunity to strike him down. Fearing for Jiang Jun's safety, Earl Anyang had taken it upon himself to confine him within his estate and reported the matter to the emperor. Upon hearing this news, he could not help but scoff. The evidence against the Shen family for treason was irrefutable, and everyone sought to distance themselves from it. Yet Jiang Jun chose to oppose this tide. Jiang Jun had no ties to the Shen family. Lu Yunjin could not believe that anyone would go to such lengths for those unrelated to them. After much contemplation, he arrived at only one possible conclusion. Jiang Jun must be a seeker of fame, much like those pedantic censors, desperately striving to secure a place in history. He looked down upon Jiang Jun's behavior, finding it hypocritical, yet he could not deny Jiang Jun's astuteness and capability. As his thoughts wandered, Lu Yunjin entered the hall. Jiang Jun sat in the upper seat, gazing down at his wrist, where the mark from earlier had begun to turn blue. Upon hearing footsteps, Jiang Jun lifted his head to meet the newcomer. Indeed, he possessed an imposing presence and striking features. Vice Commander Liu of the Eastern City Military Command Office pays his respects to Lord Jiang, Lu Yunjin said respectfully, performing a formal bow. Though his background was comparable to Jiang Jun and Appo's, the latter had enjoyed far greater fortune, now holding the position of Deputy Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Thus, whenever they met, Lu Yunjin had no choice but to bow in deference. Originally, he believed he would surpass Jiang Jun within 2 years. But today, as unforeseen events had disrupted his plans entirely. Just as Lu Yunjin was consumed by his discontent, Jiang Jun lightly uttered, "Vice Commander Liu, are you aware that something has occurred at the princess residence today?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjin immediately nodded, though a perfectly measured look of confusion crossed his face. He had only just heard the sounds of clashing weapons from within the residence and knew little of the details. "A thief has infiltrated the residence and has been dealt with," Jiang Jun replied coolly. Lu Yunjin's eyelids flickered at this revelation, and fearing he might reveal something amiss, he quickly lowered his head and humbly offered his apologies. "This subordinate has failed in his city patrol duties. I ask for your leniency, my lord." Lu Yunjin was fully aware that the person who had been dealt with was not a mere thief, but the man arranged by that person. At this moment, the crown princess must be seething with shame and anger. Jiang Jun and Appo's gaze, clear and piercing, rested on Lu Yunjin for a moment before he shook his head and replied softly, "Today's events were unforeseen. Vice Commander Liu has fulfilled his duties diligently. So what wrongdoing is there? Since the thief is dead, Vice Commander Liu may rest assured. However, I would ask that you remain vigilant around the prince's residence. Seeing that Jiang Jun had not inquired about his lingering outside, Lu Yunjin felt a sense of relief wash over him and silently mocked himself for having overestimated Jiang Jun. He was not that remarkable after all. This is within my purview. Please rest assured, my lord. This subordinate takes his leave. Lu Yunjin bowed once more and, feeling a bit lighter in heart, stepped back and turned to leave. However, he had not taken more than a few steps when Jiang Jun's voice suddenly rang out again. It seems Providence has smiled upon us. How fortuitous that Vice Commander Lu was stationed just outside that wall. Even if the guards had faltered, with you present, I am certain the thief would have been apprehended. With his composure momentarily slipping, Lu Yunjin's eyes widened at this remark, and he abruptly turned back to look at Jiang Jun. His heart, already laden with guilt, now felt a surge of anxiety. He sensed that this statement held deeper implications. Jiang Jun, noticing his reaction, raised an eyebrow in mild curiosity but maintained his calm demeanor. Observing Lu Yunjin's sudden disquiet, regaining his senses, Lu Yunjin hastily lowered his gaze to mask his unease, his heart pounding rapidly. He should have been more vigilant. Jiang Jun was indeed more complex than he appeared. What did that remark imply? Had he stumbled upon something? Or did Jiang Jun possess a similar stroke of fortune as his own? Vice Commander Lu, is something amiss? Jiang Jun inquired, his brow slightly furrowing in confusion. When Lu Yunjin lifted his gaze again, he could still discern no hint of Jiang Jun's thoughts. He slowly clenched his fists, exhaling a breath of frustration, and respectfully replied, "It is an honor to relieve my lord and amp. Appo's concerns. This subordinate takes his leave." "Yes, go ahead," Jiang Jun replied, lowering his head once more. No longer looking at him, Lu Yunjin gritted his teeth and departed hastily without pause. Only then did Jiang Jun slowly raise his head, absent-mindedly rubbing his bruised wrist, his eyes gleaming with significance. "Lord, His Highness the Crown Prince has awoken and requests your presence," Beifeng announced as he entered after Lu Yunjin had left. At these words, Jiang Jun stood up and strode purposefully toward the exit. Meanwhile, in Chaoyan Courtyard, Shen Jiasui, despite her frail constitution, awakened after taking the appropriate medicine, returning to consciousness within the hour. "Sui Sui," Ji-Wan exclaimed, her eyes red-rimmed as she hurried to her side, concern etched across her face. Shen Jiasui blinked and, taking a moment to gather her thoughts, softly called, "Mother." Her voice remained hoarse. "Sui Sui, do you feel unwell anywhere? Does your chest hurt? Are you still feverish?" Ji-Wan asked anxiously, reaching to touch Shen Jiasui and Appo's forehead. Shen Jiasui promptly shook her head, smiling as she replied, "Mother, Sui Sui is well." How is everyone? Was that scoundrel caught? Where am I?" Before Ji-Wan could respond, hurried footsteps approached, growing louder until they reached the bedside. "Awake! You scared me to death." Shen Jiasui looked up to see Princess Huaizhen rushing in, her face a mixture of tears and laughter, as if she were a different person altogether. Chapter 43. The invitation of the Crown Princess in a flurry of emotions and mixed words from Zhao Huaizhen. Shen Jiasui managed to discern the crux of the matter. They were in Zhao Huaizhen's Chaoyan Courtyard, where she lay in a side room while the Crown Princess rested soundly in the main chamber, accompanied by the Princess of Rome. As for her, she was brought back by her mother, with Jiang Sun standing guard at that time. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She had just had a lengthy dream involving Lu Yunjin and Gu Shiji, and she also dreamed of Jiang Sun. She was uncertain whether she had inadvertently let something slip in front of Jiang Sun. Noticing Shen Jiasui and Imp Appo's sudden daze, Zhao Huaizhen assumed she had not yet recovered and attempted to rise to summon the house doctor for another examination. Shen Jiasui quickly regained her composure and grasped Zhao Huaizhen's hand, urgently inquiring, "Princess, you weren't seen when you returned, were you? No ill rumors have spread, I hope?" Zhao Huaizhen shook her head reassuringly. "I was very cautious on my way back. No one saw her at all." Hearing this, Shen Jiasui felt a wave of relief wash over her. That's wonderful, she thought. It meant the Crown Princess's life was likely spared. Zhao Huaizhen, seated by the bed, Notice Shun Jiasui's pale complexion. Her heart filled with mixed emotions and suddenly stood up. What is it? Shun Jiasui felt a pang of anxiety at Zhao Huaizhen's serious demeanor. Was there still something amiss? With a grave expression, Zhao Huaizhen unexpectedly bowed deeply to Shun Jiasui, sincerely stating, Shun Jiasui, my mother just said that you are a great benefactor to the House of Rome. Please allow me to pay my respects. Shun Jiasui, taken aback by this gesture, hurriedly moved to assist her. There is no need for such formalities, Your Highness. I cannot accept this honor. Yet, Zhao Huaizhen stubbornly completed the bow before slowly rising. It was then that Shun Jiasui noticed tears welling in Zhao Huaizhen's eyes, her face etched with fear and worry. Shun Jiasui, you cannot fathom the wickedness of the plot against us. Do you know who else was lured to the dressing hall besides the crown princess? Shun Jiasui was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes widened in realization. Could it be? Zhao Huaizhen, seeing that Shun Jiasui had grasped the implication, nodded gravely and continued. If my brother had not happened to emerge from the male dressing hall and witnessed the eunuch leading His Highness Yang Wang towards the female dressing hall, a catastrophe would have unfolded. She paused, the weight of her words settling heavily in the air. If that had happened, it would not only mean the loss of imperial favor, the entire House of Rome might not survive such a disgrace. As Shun Jiasui processed this, a coherent thread of understanding suddenly formed in her mind, connecting all the events of the day. Thus, the mastermind's initial targets were the crown princess and His Highness Yang Wang, or perhaps the position of heir apparent. The crown princess and His Highness Yang Wang were the least guarded against the little prince. If the little prince had offered them pastries, they would have readily accepted. If a crown princess and a prince were discovered lying together, the scandal would be twofold, one for the act itself, and the other for betraying the late Prince Shen. In any case, both would be doomed. What struck fear into Shun Jiasui was the mastermind's ability to swiftly alter their scheme upon realizing that His Highness Yang Wang had not gone to the female dressing hall, substituting another man instead. What extraordinary means were at play here? This indicated that the puppet master was always in control, observing everyone's movements. Shun Jiasui did not know who this puppet master was, but if one looked at the ultimate beneficiary, all signs pointed towards the elusive Prince Rue. Yet, Shun Jiasui dared not jump to conclusions. The depths of this intrigue were unfathomable, and she could hardly touch the bottom. Was her family's downfall in her previous life merely one of many vessels adrift in this stormy sea? As Shun Jiasui pondered these thoughts, a maid outside announced, Your Highness, a noble wishes to see Miss Shun. Zhao Huaizhen quickly responded and turned to Shun Jiasui, asking, Are you able to walk? Ji Wan, who had just stepped aside, hurried over upon hearing the announcement, just as Shun Jiasui decisively threw back the covers. Though her chest still ached and her limbs felt weak, she maintained a facade of composure, smiling as she said, Do not worry. I am quite resilient. Mother, I shall be back shortly. Ji Wan, though anxious, nodded with a smile. All right, I shall wait for you here. Inside the main chamber, fragrant incense wafted through the air as the servants had been dismissed. Upon entering the bedroom, Zhao Huaizhen and Shun Jiasui found the Princess of Rome seated by the bed, holding the crown princess's hand and speaking softly. Hearing their footsteps, both turned to look. Shun Jiasui dared not meet the crown princess's gaze, but out of respect, she knelt. Before she could even greet her, a gentle voice interrupted. There is no need for formalities. Come closer, so I may see you. Zhao Huaizhen, upon hearing this, guided Shun Jiasui to the bedside, where the Princess of Rome had already risen to offer her seat. Miss Shun, the crown princess said, I have been informed that you and Huaizhen saved me. Only then did Shun Jiasui lower her gaze to meet the crown princess. Although her complexion was pale, her eyes were soft, and a smile graced her lips. The crown princess reached out, pulling Shun Jiasui to sit beside her. There is no need for restraint. Had it not been for you today, I would have had no choice but to sacrifice my life to clear my name. Perhaps noticing the concern in Shun Jiasui's eyes, the crown princess offered a gentle smile and spoke in a warm tone. At that moment, the Princess of Rome took Zhao Huaizhen and Appo's hand and stepped outside. leaving the inner chamber to Shen Jiasui and the crown princess. Shen Jiasui remained acutely aware of her surroundings, not allowing the crown princess's warmth to make her complacent. She solemnly assured, "Your Highness, I vow on my life that today's events will remain a secret." The crown princess, seeing the earnestness in Shen Jiasui's expression, could not help but chuckle lightly. "What, does Miss Shen think I would repay kindness with malice and silence you?" Shen Jiasui hastily shook her head. "Your Highness, that was not my intention at all." The crown princess also shook her head, her smile fading slightly as she gazed at the blue-hued drapes. "Miss Shen, you are still young and may not comprehend a mother's determination to protect her child. Since the plot failed to take my life today, I shall live on, for my child and in memory of those who have passed." At the mention of those who had departed, a deep sadness washed over the crown princess's face, only to be quickly concealed. "Miss Shen, I have called you here not only to express my gratitude, but also to ask for your cooperation with Lord Jiang. His Highness held Lord Jiang in high regard during his lifetime, and thus I also trust him. When the time comes, if Lord Jiang inquires, please speak candidly about what you have witnessed, without concern for me." As Shen Jiasui observed the crown princess's calm demeanor amidst the turmoil, she realized that the woman was far stronger than she had initially perceived. Filled with both respect and admiration, she nodded gently. "I will remember your words, Your Highness." Just then, Zhao Huaizhen re-entered the inner chamber and softly remarked, "Your Highness, Lord Jiang has sent someone to inquire about Miss Shen and Appo's as condition." The crown princess smiled at Shen Jiasui, who then stood to take her leave, feeling a wave of unease wash over her. Had she not spoken recklessly in front of Jiang Sun? Chapter 44. The heart of compassion. As the silk curtains fell, within the inner chamber sat Shen Jiasui, while Jiang Sun stood in the outer hall. This was the designated place for their conversation, arranged by the Princess of Rome. And due to its connection to the royal family, all attendants and maids had been dismissed. Shen Jiasui did not take the initiative to speak, but instead gazed through the curtains at a vague, tall figure outside. "Miss Shen, I would like to inquire about the recent events at the dressing hall," Jiang Sun said, observing her with a respectful bow. She hurriedly rose, bending her knee in return. "You flatter me, Sir Jiang. I shall speak without reservation." Jiang Sun slowly straightened, his voice resonating clearly and steadily, devoid of the previous tension. He relaxed his brow and said softly, "If Miss Shen does not mind, could we begin from when we parted at the pavilion?" Shen Jiasui nodded, aware of Jiang Sun's genuine capabilities. Perhaps what she deemed inconsequential, a word, a gesture, could be the key in Jiang Sun's eyes. Thus, she revealed everything without a hint of concealment. In the quiet of the autumn dusk, a cool breeze swept through the hall, causing the curtains to flutter slightly, and a glimpse of a cerulean skirt danced in and out of view. Jiang Sun inadvertently caught sight of it and promptly averted his gaze, turning away. Today transpired as such, Shen Jiasui concluded, drinking the tea beside her to quell the itch in her throat. The sudden blow to her chest had caused internal injury, prompting her to suppress the urge to cough. Jiang Sun nodded, bowing once more to Shen Jiasui. "Thank you, Miss Shen. Please rest well." After uttering these words, he turned to leave. Shen Jiasui unexpectedly found his departure swift. Rising in haste to call after him, "Sir Jiang." She was engulfed in questions, particularly since the assailant might be connected to the calamity of the Shen family. Her desire to know if Jiang Sun had any leads was overwhelming. Upon hearing her call, Jiang Sun paused, tilting his head to await her continuation. Shen Jiasui hesitated, then sighed softly. "Never mind. This matter concerns the royal family. Even though I saved the princess today, Sir Jiang may have nothing to divulge. It would only make me seem overly eager and arouse suspicion. If Jiang Sun could indeed uncover the mastermind behind the events, he would surely not let that person escape unscathed." Noticing her sigh and prolonged silence, Jiang Sun, after a moment of contemplation, proactively spoke. "There are matters that perhaps Miss Shen wishes to know. If the Shen family harbors a profound enmity with Yunzheng, then Miss Shen should be interested in his whereabouts. He was entrusted by His Highness to protect the young royal, and today, your rescue of the princess has also granted him a favor. Shen Jiasui was suddenly jolted from her thoughts, hearing Jiang Sun and Appo's calm voice. When the rogue was captured, Deputy Commander Lu Yunzheng was merely a wall away on Shuntian Street, lingering for quite some time. I noticed you called out for him while unconscious. I hope you did not take offense at my mentioning it. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui's expression transformed in shock. Had she truly spoken nonsense while in a daze? Beyond Lu Yunzheng, she wondered if she had inadvertently revealed anything else, just as she was consumed with worry. It dawned on her that Lu Yunzheng had indeed appeared today. Others were unaware, but she was certain he, like her, had been reborn. Thus, Lu Yunzheng must have known that something significant would transpire at the Princess of Rong and Appo's residence today. No, it was not a question. He certainly knew. He likely even knew the direction from which the rogue would escape the residence. This implied that Lu Yunzheng had already colluded with the mastermind. Present today to assist the thief? Wait, perhaps there was another possibility. She had previously struggled to understand the circumstances that led Lu Yunzheng to be reassigned from the military command to the capital's garrison without warning. Could it be due to this incident at the princess's residence? In her past life, he had captured that rogue while patrolling outside the residence, catching the eye of the mastermind, which initiated his unimpeded rise in officialdom. Thus, in this life, the prescient Lu Yunzheng might be taking risks, lingering outside to avoid missing any opportunity. With this thought, Shen Jiasui and Appo's eyes brightened. If her latter speculation held true, then, because of her appearance today, the rogue had been apprehended before escaping the palace walls. By a twist of fate, she had thwarted Lu Yunzheng's plan, gaining the upper hand. If Miss Shen has nothing further to say, I shall take my leave, Jiang Sun remarked, seeing Shen Jiasui's lack of response as he prepared to depart once more. However, at that moment, Shen Jiasui suddenly pulled aside the curtains and called out urgently, Sir Jiang. Jiang Sun halted again, unexpectedly meeting Shen Jiasui and Appo's gaze. A hint of surprise crossed his face as he noticed her approach, stepping confidently within 3 paces of him. Shen Jiasui, initially hesitant, found herself unable to resist her empathetic instincts upon witnessing Jiang Sun and Appo's upright demeanor. Reflecting on the news he had just shared about Lu Yunzheng, she took a risk and spoke, Sir Jiang, the human heart is inscrutable, and hidden dangers abound. Some may relish the sight of a favored one rising, while others may take greater joy in witnessing your fall into the mire, never to rise again. I know you're ever cautious, Sir Jiang, but what are those around you? Your kin, mentors, friends. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun's expression shifted slightly. Shen Jiasui bowed her head, acknowledging her impertinence. Today's words are indeed presumptuous, but I only wish for your safety, Sir Jiang, so that you may serve the people. After this statement, she dared not meet his gaze, hastily departing. She recalled vividly that in November of this year, a shocking witchcraft case would erupt in the capital. Historically, witchcraft invariably resulted in rivers of blood, leaving a lasting impression on her memory. It was said that the Earl of Anyang's household would be deeply embroiled in this incident at the eye of the storm. She was uncertain how Jiang Sun would handle this predicament, but knew that ultimately, this witchcraft case concluded with the fewest casualties on record, all stemming from the Earl of Anyang and Appo's household. On the night of November 21st, a fire consumed the Earl and Appo's residence, claiming the lives of Lady Anyang and numerous servants, leaving no trace of their remains. A man as astute as Jiang Sun would surely heed her warning to remain vigilant, yet at the same time, it might also expose her own suspicions. With these thoughts, although Shen Jiasui felt a twinge of anxiety, her gaze remained resolute. The secret of her rebirth was too enigmatic to share with anyone outside her family, lest it precipitate another catastrophe. Yet in her previous life, when she found herself in dire straits, only Jiang Sun had extended a helping hand. She could not repay such a profound kindness, and today's actions were imperative. Perhaps she could investigate the origins of this witchcraft case within her capabilities, for if she was not mistaken, the key to this case lay with Lady Anyang. Jiang Sun stood still, watching Shen Jiasui hastily depart, his brow furrowed in confusion. She and Liu Yunzheng both harbored secrets. Chapter 45. The Flower Viewing Banquet. On this day of the Flower Viewing Banquet, the inner courtyard was unexpectedly surrounded by the guards of the estate. Although not a whisper of the situation had leaked out, the guests were nonetheless filled with unease. After the princess consort of the Rong family had managed the affairs of the rear courtyard, she appeared at the banquet with an air of nonchalance, ordering the guards to withdraw and explaining that the gathering had attracted too many eyes, allowing a thief to blend in and steal items bestowed by His Majesty. Thankfully, with the presence of Lord Jiang today, the miscreant had already been apprehended. She requested the guests to forgive the disturbance to their enjoyment. Though the guests privately speculated that the matter was far from simple, they could not dispute the words of the princess consort. The banquet continued as planned. During this time, Ning Fengji stealthily made her way to the Zhenxiao pavilion, only to find that neither her brother nor Gu Shiji was present. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she recalled how she had been ridiculed by the other young ladies, leaving her with a sense of humiliation. Now, she could only endure until the banquet concluded before confronting Gu Shiji at that shabby villa to expose her hypocritical nature in front of Liu Yunjin. Originally scheduled to end at 1/4 the hour of view, the flower viewing banquet was brought to an early close due to the afternoon's unexpected events. Guests began to depart one after another, with the Shen family remaining until the end, where Zhao Huaijin personally saw Shen Jiasui to her carriage. Given the chaos in the estate today, let me take my leave for now. In a few days, I shall visit the Shan residence to express my gratitude. Do take good care of yourself, or I shall be left unsettled. In just a few hours, Zhao Huaijin had grown quite familiar with Shen Jiasui, and now they were addressing each other informally, dropping the formality of titles. Shen Jiasui had discerned that Zhao Huaijin bore no ill intentions, and thus she chose not to hold on to past grievances. Furthermore, Zhao Huaijin's straightforward nature made her easy to get along with. With a smile, Shen Jiasui replied, "In that case, I shall await your esteemed presence at home." The two waved goodbye, as if they had forged a friendship. Within the Rong prince's residence, the prince and his consort sat together, both wearing expressions of lingering apprehension. The crown princess, the young emperor, the third prince, and Jiang Sun had already taken their leave. With such a significant oversight occurring, the couple had initially planned to enter the palace to pay their respects. However, Jiang Sun had reassured them before leaving that he would report everything to His Majesty, and unless they received a summons, the Rong prince and his consort need not rush to the palace. As a decree had yet to arrive, they felt it unwise to intrude. Alas, the princess consort could not suppress a long sigh. "My lord, cannot you seek an imperial favor to depart the capital for your fief? The waters in the capital run deep, especially since the demise of Crown Prince Xianhui. The court has become increasingly turbulent, and now this fire has reached our doorstep." The Rong prince, tall and round-faced, with a hint of affluence in his cheeks, bore a frown, yet spoke lightly. "Staying in the capital or governing a fief is a matter of divine grace. His Majesty will decide. We of the Rong family need only to live without worry." The princess consort understood her husband and aunt, Apos, as concerns and refrained from pressing the issue, shifting the topic instead. Today's events owe much to Miss Shen. As Shen and aunt, Apos, are mentioned, it was an urgent situation. Had it not been for Miss Shen and Apos, as bravery and resourcefulness, who knows where we would stand now? Hearing this, the Rong prince drew his consort close and gently remarked, "Indeed, we owe a great deal to Miss Shen. I heard that Jenner and she had some misunderstandings." The princess consort shook her head. It was all a misunderstanding, now resolved. Miss Shen is quite magnanimous and did not hold it against Shen and Apos. Alas, speaking of Shen and Apos, she is of the same age as Miss Shen, yet lacks her composure. Perhaps it is time to find Shen and Apos a suitable match. Zhao Huaijin was their cherished daughter, and they had hesitated to part with her, delaying the matter until now. Upon hearing this, the Rong prince fell into deep thought. At this moment, the princess consort could not help but interject, "My lord, today I had the pleasure of meeting Lord Jiang, the young magistrate of the Dali Temple. He is truly a paragon of virtue and grace. Moreover, he is remarkably mature for his age." "Absolutely not. The Roan prince interrupted firmly before his consort could finish her thought. "My lord, why is that?" The princess consort asked, bewildered. The Roan prince sighed, expressing his admiration for the young man. "I hold him in high regard. Even Master Lin is willing to take him as a disciple, which speaks volumes of his exceptional talent. However," he paused, shaking his head lightly, "he treads a perilous path, fraught with uncertainty and danger. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences." Upon hearing this, the princess consort instinctively covered her mouth. "My lord, why do you say such things?" The Roan prince closed his eyes briefly, recalling a recent scene in the court. Jiasui stood alone, clad in a crimson official robe, his presence striking and commanding as he denounced the grandson of Duke Chonghua for his violent actions against the common folk. The duke attempted to argue, wielding his influence, but Jiasui's words rang out with clarity. "I wish to be a sharp sword in the hands of His Majesty, seeking a just governance and peace for the people. Such a person is destined to traverse the most arduous of paths." The princess consort, moved by his words, shook her head. "If that is the case, Jenner will indeed find it challenging to walk alongside him." Just then, the princess consort's eyes sparkled with realization. "My lord, I was so preoccupied with thoughts of matchmaking for Shen and Appo's, or that I failed to perceive the crown princess and Appo's implications." "What do you mean?" the Roan prince inquired, tilting his head. The princess consort rose suddenly and paced a few steps, her conviction growing. "If I'm not mistaken, the crown princess may be inclined to unite Miss Shen with Lord Jiang. Yet, judging by her demeanor at the time, she did not seem to press the matter, perhaps deeming Miss Shen's valor and wisdom as a fitting match for Lord Jiang." The Roan prince pondered for a moment before making a decision. "If the crown princess harbors such intentions, I shall take the opportunity to gauge General Shen and Appo's views. However, General Shen may not be willing, even if the two families had previously severed ties. Yet Miss Shen is blameless in this, and it bears no ill consequences. The situation with the Yunzheng Duke's household, however, is quite the mess." Upon hearing this, the princess consort nodded in agreement, recognizing Lord Jiang's exceptional qualities, though she was wary of the family he came from. "Father, mother," Zhao Huaijin and Appo's voice echoed before she arrived, prompting the princess consort to cease her musings. Meanwhile, a splendid carriage halted outside Ronghua Alley, and out jumped Ning Fengji, brimming with indignation. She had searched the Rong estate for her brother in vain, only to be informed midway through the banquet that he had been entrusted with an urgent matter and had taken the ailing Gu Shiji back to the villa before returning to fetch her. How could her brother abandon her to escort Gu Shiji home first? The banquet had ended prematurely, and she hadn't even seen him. Fuming with rage, Ning Fengji felt utterly betrayed by her brother and harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Gu Shiji. Today, she vowed to cause a scene. Chapter 46. He heard Ning Fengji lift her skirt, storming towards the courtyard with an air of indignation. Just as she was about to raise her hand and knock on the door, she suddenly noticed that the courtyard gate was ajar, leaving a narrow opening. With a swift change of mind, she slowed her pace, gently pushed the gate open, and entered quietly. "Young Master Ning, thank you. If it weren't for you today, Shiji wouldn't know what to do." The soft voice of Gu Shiji resonated from within a room. Following this, a warm male voice replied, "Miss Gu, please do not be so polite. Since I have been entrusted with a task, I shall care for you well." After a brief moment of silence, Gu Shiji spoke again, her tone laced with concern. "Sister Fengji must be angry with me. Moreover, since young Master Ning has escorted me home first, I fear that Fengji will only be." Ning Fengyu immediately interjected to comfort her. "Fengji is simply too innocent. She was easily deceived by that Shen Jiasui. When she returns, she may even blame you. Do not worry. I will explain the situation to Fengji later." Upon overhearing this, Ning Fengji and Appo's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Shiji's voice came again. "Young Master Ning, do not blame Sister Fengji. In truth, I may have exaggerated some matters. You know, I am but a lonely girl. After the Shen family cast me out, I was filled with anxiety and fear. Aside from Yunzheng, I have no other friends. Shen Jiasui despises me for taking the affection of my adoptive parents, and has always treated me with cold words and harshness. Fengji is so gentle. I simply wanted to keep her by my side. I am sorry. I was too despicable, but I only wish for a friend. Gu Shiji and Amp, Oppo's voice broke into sobs, her last words filled with remorse. Miss Gu, please do not be like this. Your tears are causing my heart to. At this point, Ning Fengji and Oppo's eyes widened in shock. No longer able to remain silent, she hurriedly strode forward and flung open the door with a bang. Inside, both Ning Fengyu and Gu Shiji were startled, turning their heads in unison. Ning Fengji and Amp, Oppo's eyes were red, her body trembling, as she pointed a finger at the two of them, unable to utter a word for a moment. Gu Shiji sat at the table, her face glistening with tears, while Ning Fengyu leaned down, his hands resting on Gu Shiji's shoulders. Such an intimate gesture could hardly be deemed innocent. Fengji, sister. Ning Fengyu and Gu Shiji were taken aback by Ning Fengji and Oppo's sudden arrival. However, they quickly regained their composure, each shifting away from the other. You both. Ning Fengji's lips quivered, her heart raging with anger, yet tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Seeing his sister in tears, Ning Fengyu felt a surge of panic and heartache, rushing to her side and speaking gently, Sister, it is not as you think. Miss Gu is simply sad. I was only comforting her. I had planned to come and fetch you right away. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji glared at her brother, her voice cold and biting. But you didn't come. Ning Fengyu was puzzled. The banquet was not supposed to end until the third watch, was it? I calculated the time perfectly. Ning Fengji's lips quivered in indignation. The banquet ended early. Everyone left in pairs, while I was left all alone. Because of Gu Shiji, they all refused to play with me, and they laughed at me. At this point, Ning Fengji remembered her purpose and turned her furious gaze towards Gu Shiji. It's all your fault. You, with your silver tongue and endless lies, deceived me. I trusted you so much, yet you exploited me. And now I have become the laughingstock of everyone. Gu Shiji and Oppo's face paled at these words, her mouth opening in vain as tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm sorry. Fengji. Ning Fengji let out a cold laugh, her tone sharper than ever. What good is your apology now? Why did you pretend to faint and avoid the situation, leaving me to face it alone? If you truly feel remorse, come with me now to explain everything to everyone. As she spoke, Ning Fengji stepped forward to pull Gu Shiji along. Ning Fengyu quickly intervened, taking hold of Ning Fengji's arm, frowning as he said, Sister, what are you doing? Miss Gu has already admitted her fault. She only wished to befriend you. Since she has apologized, why not show some compassion? Upon hearing her brother's defense of Gu Shiji, Ning Fengji was infuriated, her voice rising to a fervent pitch. Show compassion? If I forgive her, who will forgive me? Brother, do you know how much ridicule I have endured today? Now every young lady in the capital is aware of Gu Shiji's reputation. She has lost her virtue, engaging in illicit affairs. Moreover, she is so fickle. Having Yunzheng is not enough, and now she is attempting to seduce my brother. Enough! Ning Fengyu's face turned crimson, his hand raised in anger towards Ning Fengji. Seeing this, Ning Fengji's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, are you going to hit me? You would strike me for Gu Shiji? Ning Fengyu, seeing his sister's tear-streaked face, felt his heart soften, and he lowered his hand in frustration. Sister, how could I bear to strike you? But you are being unreasonable. After the banquet, everyone has gone home. Where do you intend to take Miss Gu? Ning Fengji felt a mix of sorrow and bitterness, her voice quivering. Anywhere will do. Even if I must explain to each and every household, I want everyone to know that I was deceived by Gu Shiji. Ning Fengji persisted, attempting to pull Gu Shiji again. Caught off guard, Gu Shiji stumbled, nearly falling, yet she did not resist, shaking her head vigorously with tears streaming down her face. Fengji, please slow down. I will accompany you. I will go with you, if it brings you peace. I will even go to the general's residence to apologize to Shen Jiasui. Seeing Gu Shiji's feigned sincerity, Ning Fengji felt a wave of rage wash over her. How foolish she had been to think Gu Shiji was gentle and kind, that she was delicate and beautiful. Stop pretending. You clearly slandered Shen Jiasui. having taken her fiancé first. Gu Shiji, do you truly dare to go to the general's residence to confront her? In that moment, chaos erupted within the room as the two tugged at each other. Ning Fengyu could no longer tolerate his sister's unreasonable behavior. He forcefully pushed Ning Fengji aside, steadying the swaying Gu Shiji, and sternly commanded, "Sister, enough. How long will you continue this unreasonable ruckus?" Ning Fengji lost her balance, stumbling several steps backward until her heel hit the threshold, barely managing to stand. She lifted her head sharply to see her brother pushing her away while comforting Gu Shiji, and in that instant, it felt as though the world had collapsed around her. At that moment, Ning Fengyu noticed his sister's despondent expression and felt a pang in his heart, rushing forward to offer comfort. However, Ning Fengji seemed greatly affected, her lips curling into a sarcastic smile as tears streamed down her face. "Brother, are you still my brother? Today, you would push me aside for a woman you have known for only a few days?" Ning Fengyu panicked at her words, releasing Gu Shiji to approach his sister, urgently explaining, "Sister, I am not. Not what? What is it?" Ning Fengji suddenly burst into tears, overwhelmed with grievance and unable to contain herself. "You have taken a liking to Gu Shiji, haven't you? You two were alone together at Chengxia Pavilion, thinking I wouldn't notice? One must not deceive a friend's wife. Do you not understand this principle, brother? And you, Gu Shiji, you have already taken Yunzheng away from Shen Jiasui, yet you continue to curry favor with my brother, feigning weakness. You are fickle, disgusting, and hypocritical. Did I say anything wrong? Ning Fengyu, I must inform you that I shall not grant you my forgiveness. I am returning home immediately to recount today's events to my parents." Ning Fengji raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears, her heart a tumult of anger and disappointment. She could no longer remain in this courtyard for even a moment longer. Suddenly, she turned on her heel, taking a step forward, only to halt abruptly. For at the entrance of the courtyard stood Lu Yunzheng, his brow furrowed and eyes shadowed, advancing towards her with an icy demeanor. Chapter 47. Do you regret it? Brother Yunzheng. Ning Fengji was taken aback upon unexpectedly encountering Lu Yunzheng. Inside the room, both Ning Fengyu and Gu Shiji's expressions changed drastically. They were uncertain whether Ning Fengji's previous words had been fully heard by Lu Yunzheng. Yunzheng, Gu Shiji, feeling a surge of anxiety, hurriedly stepped past Ning Fengji to greet him. With a smile on her face, she took Lu Yunzheng's arm and gently inquired, "Yunzheng, have you been working too hard today?" Lu Yunzheng slowly lowered his gaze, staring at the charming Gu Shiji beside him. His eyes were deep and inscrutable, revealing no emotion. Gu Shiji's heart trembled. In the past, Lu Yunzheng would have greeted her with a warm smile, showing concern for her well-being, but today, he had heard everything. Gu Shiji tightened her grip on Lu Yunzheng's arm and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Yunzheng, Fengji may have misunderstood me," which is why she spoke in anger. At that moment, Ning Fengyu also hurried forward, smiling as he explained, "Indeed, Yunzheng, you know Fengji. She can be a bit foolish at times and tends to say things without thinking." Ning Fengji had initially wanted to preserve her brother's dignity and maintain the relationship between her brother and Lu Yunzheng. However, upon seeing her brother and Gu Shiji unanimously placing the blame on her, anger flared within her. Fine, if what Shen Jiasui said was true, that Lu Yunzheng had already been secretly corresponding with Gu Shiji, then clearly she had misjudged someone. It would be better to sever their ties altogether, thus extinguishing her brother's hopes for Gu Shiji. How am I speaking nonsense? At that time in the Pillow Cloud Pavilion, it was only you and Gu Shiji present. When I ascended the loft, Gu Shiji had a shy demeanor, her cheeks flushed. How did she ingratiate herself with you? Sister. Ning Fengyu's expression changed dramatically as he scolded loudly. Yet Ning Fengji had made up her mind. No one could stop her now. Brother, you keep defending Gu Shiji. Haven't you fallen for her beauty? Yunzheng, I shall not delve into the grievances between you and Shen Jiasui, but Gu Shiji has been loudly proclaiming how Shen Jiasui has abused and mistreated her. I must ask you, is this true? I have witnessed Shen Jiasui's strength. If she truly intended to make things difficult for Gu Shiji, I cannot believe that Gu Shiji's frail body would remain unscathed. Ning Fengji spoke with fervor, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yunzheng. Upon seeing the fleeting look of astonishment on Lu Yunzheng and Appo's face, she felt a sense of realization within her. What abuse and mistreatment! It was all a fabrication. Gu Shiji had never spoken a word of truth. Sister, what has come over you today? What nonsense are you spouting? Ning Fengyu hurriedly grasped Ning Fengji, his brow furrowed, wishing he could sew her mouth shut. Ning Fengji and Appo's eyes widened, ready to speak again when Lu Yunzheng suddenly interjected. It's getting late. You both should leave. Ning Fengyu's heart sank, wanting to explain further, but Lu Yunzheng had already turned to lead Gu Shiji away, the intent to dismiss them unmistakable. Ning Fengji was eager to leave immediately, pulling Ning Fengyu along as they exited. As they passed Lu Yunzheng, they heard him coldly state, "Do not come again." Ning Fengyu was taken aback, turning to Lu Yunzheng, only to find his face stern and devoid of jest. Ning Fengyu opened his mouth, but could not utter a word as he was pulled away by Ning Fengji, until the sound of the departing carriage faded into the distance. The courtyard remained eerily silent. Gu Shiji's heart was in turmoil. Lu Yunzheng had always treated her with tenderness, never as cold and silent as he was today. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yunzheng suddenly pulled her inside. Caught off guard, Gu Shiji stumbled. Yet Lu Yunzheng did not slow his pace. It finally dawned on her that today, as events had escalated beyond control, if she could not appease Lu Yunzheng, she might lose her very place, let alone the prospect of becoming a general's wife. Yunzheng, you're hurting me, Gu Shiji cried out in pain, prompting Lu Yunzheng to finally halt. Seeing this, Gu Shiji slowly moved in front of Lu Yunzheng, wrapping her arms around his waist and softly saying, "Yunzheng, do you still not trust me? Don't you understand my feelings for you? For your sake, I willingly left the comfort of the general's residence, enduring criticisms and the scorn of Lady Lu, all while counting the days in this small courtyard. Yunzheng, is that not enough to prove my sincerity? Yunzheng, I have only you." At her words, Lu Yunzheng trembled. He had missed a crucial opportunity today, and his heart was already heavy with discontent, feeling as if the path ahead had suddenly dimmed. Upon entering the courtyard and hearing Ning Fengji and Appo's words, he felt deeply deceived and undervalued. He was well aware that his current predicament stemmed from his dedication to Gu Shiji. In this second life, he could have followed a smoother path, effortlessly achieving his ambitions and becoming a renowned general. Yet, he could not bear to see Gu Shiji remain nameless and without status by his side, which led him to break off his engagement with Shen Jiasui. Indeed, one misstep led to a cascade of errors. He not only failed to marry Gu Shiji, but also estranged himself from his parents, now trapped in this small courtyard. What was most unbearable was that he had forfeited the most significant opportunity of his previous life. A hint of bitterness flashed across Lu Yunzheng's brow. Had he known, he would have simply married Shen Jiasui. She had been devoted to him. He only needed to treat her as he did in his past life, and everything would have proceeded smoothly. Yunzheng? Seeing that Lu Yunzheng remained unresponsive, Gu Shiji felt a wave of panic. Could it be? Could he regret it? It was only at this moment that Gu Shiji realized she had no way out, yet Lu Yunzheng still had options. As long as he abandoned her and apologized to General Lu and Lady Lu, they would naturally not want their son to suffer. And what of Shen Jiasui? She and Yunzheng had been engaged for years. Whenever she playfully teased him, Shen Jiasui would shyly lower her head. If Yunzheng returned to apologize to Shen Jiasui, she might not refuse him. With this thought, Gu Shiji suddenly raised her head, her voice trembling as she asked, "Yunzheng, do you regret it? Do you regret choosing me on the day you proposed?" Lu Yunzheng snapped back to reality, quickly suppressing the turmoil in his eyes. Yet, he knew well that Ning Fengji was innocent, incapable of fabricating such lies. Perhaps his prolonged state of despair had led Gu Shiji to entertain other considerations, especially since Fengyu was a legitimate heir of a noble house. It was also his excessive kindness towards Gu Shiji that made her so certain he would never abandon her. With a sigh, Lu Yunzheng reflected on this. While he still wrapped his arm around Gu Shiji, his words were laden with meaning. "Shiji, I have sacrificed so much for you, and I willingly did so. However, I hope you did not make me feel that all of this was in vain. Upon hearing Lu Yunzheng's willingness to embrace her, Gu Shiji felt a slight relief. But the latter part of his statement pierced her heart, leaving her pale and frozen in shock. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Duke and Appo's mansion on that night. At the Duke and Yang and Appo's residence, a carriage came to a halt at the entrance. A figure stepped down, none other than Jiang Sun, returning from the palace. Beside him, Bei Feng could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, "My lord, are you here to retrieve something, or will you be staying the night?" "I shall stay at home," Jiang Sun replied tersely as he made his way inside. He headed towards the main courtyard. To be precise, the Duke and Yang and Appo's residence now had two main courtyards, the eastern courtyard, which housed the Duke, and the western courtyard, where the Duchess resided. Jiang Sun proceeded to the eastern courtyard. Upon seeing Jiang Sun's approach, a servant hurried inside to deliver the news. When he returned, he guided Jiang Sun to the study within the courtyard. At the door, the servant respectfully informed him, "Young master, the Lord has instructed that if you merely wish to pay your respects, a bow at the entrance will suffice." The study was brightly lit, and a shadow could be faintly discerned, hunched over. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun bowed respectfully in the courtyard, softly stating, "Son pays his respects to father. May father be well. I take my leave." After speaking, he straightened up and turned to leave. The servant, accustomed to this routine, escorted him to the courtyard gate. Bei Feng followed Jiang Sun, feeling rather uncomfortable. As they reached a fork in the path, Jiang Sun suddenly halted and bowed towards the western courtyard before finally continuing on his way. Bei Feng, witnessing this scene, hesitated to speak, but seeing Jiang Sun and Appo's calm demeanor, he swallowed back his words. Soon, a yellow-hued courtyard came into view, its vibrancy attributed to the numerous talismans plastered across its gates and walls. Even Bei Feng, a burly man, felt a shiver run through him at the sight. Yet, Jiang Sun remained unfazed, calmly pushing open the courtyard gate, which immediately set off a cacophony of jingling sounds. It turned out that numerous bells were attached above the courtyard, connected to the gate. Opening it caused all the bells to jingle in unison. "What is this?" Bei Feng exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a figure emerged from the courtyard. It was Nan Feng, who had been following Jiang Sun earlier. Noticing Bei Feng and Appo's astonishment, Nan Feng followed his gaze and remarked nonchalantly, "It's merely a Buddhist banner, old Bei. Haven't you seen one before?" Bei Feng's lips twitched slightly. He had seen them in temples, but never had he encountered anyone displaying such things at home. Nan Feng, uninterested in Bei Feng's reaction, hurried to Jiang Sun's side, respectfully reporting, "Young master, the Lord acquired a General Changsheng the other day and has been quite enamored with it, spending his days in the study playing with it, neglecting his meals. The lady went to Zhao Temple yesterday, leaving the residence at the hour of the snake and returning in the afternoon." At this point, Nan Feng cast a glance at the two large banners gleaming in the courtyard and continued, "This is what the lady brought back from Zhao Temple yesterday." Jiang Sun responded with a soft acknowledgement, but as he stepped into the room, he suddenly recalled what Shen Jiasui had said during the day. "I know that Lord Jiang is typically cautious and would not easily stray, but what about those around you? Your relatives, mentors, friends?" His brow furrowed tightly, and he turned to ask, "Do you know from whom the Lord purchased the cricket? Where did he buy it? And for what price? And what individuals did the lady encounter at Dazhao Temple? And what was said? Are you clear on all of this?" Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Given that the Lord and lady had always been the same, he assumed there was no difference this time and had not delved deeper. Observing Nan Feng's expression, Jiang Sun waved his hand, instructing him to investigate thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. With a face full of shame, Nan Feng bowed deeply. Yes. After bathing, Jiang Sun found himself alone in the room. He approached a locked cabinet, retrieved a key, and opened it to reveal a collection of small porcelain vials. Familiar with the task, he carefully took out the third vial from the right, opened the lid, and brought it to his nose for a whiff. Confirming its contents, he grasped the vial and sat down at the desk. On the desk lay two neatly stacked piles of books, with a candlestick standing upright between them. Jiang Sun rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a bruise on his wrist. He scooped out a pale yellow ointment from a vial and, with unhurried precision, applied it to the bruise before spreading it evenly. He was unconcerned about such a minor injury, but his mentor was meticulous. Should he notice anything amiss, he would undoubtedly inquire further. If the mentor discovered that the bruise was left by Miss Shen, he feared he would never find peace again. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of headache washed over him. His mentor was too fixated, obsessing over his lifelong affairs, although he himself remained unmarried. Why must he, as a disciple, be compelled to seek a wife? Jiasui shook his head, a gentle smile escaping his lips. The orange candlelight illuminated him, and in the solitude, he smiled softly, as if revealing his true self. After carefully locking the porcelain vial back in place, Jiasui returned to the desk. He spread out a sheet of white paper, his expression once again stern, and began to write down a series of names. The Crown Prince, Prince Yang, the Crown Princess, Prince Rue, followed by Shen Jiasui and Lu Yunzheng. As night deepened, flames flickered in the room, consuming the white paper entirely, leaving no trace behind. In the days that followed, Gushiji grew increasingly tender towards Lu Yunzheng, and their relationship blossomed anew. On one or two occasions, Lu Yunzheng found it difficult to contain his emotions, yet Gushiji seemed remarkably composed, steadfastly guarding the last line of defense. One day, upon returning from duty, Lu Yunzheng suddenly took Gushiji's hand and gently proposed, "Shiji, in a few days, it will be the 15th. I have a day off. Shall I take you to Dazhao Temple?" Gushiji's eyes sparkled at his words. She had been cooped up in the courtyard for too long, and she nodded eagerly. Lu Yunzheng embraced her, pleased by her joy, and added, "Every 15th, my mother goes to Dazhao Temple to pray. Shiji, I wish to seize this rare opportunity to dispel my mother's prejudice against you." Upon hearing that she would meet Lady Lu, Gushiji felt a twinge of apprehension. However, she understood that to marry into the general's household, she must pass through Lady Lu's scrutiny. Fortunately, during her time in the courtyard, she had not been idle, pondering how to win Lady Lu's favor, and had devised a plan. "Yunzheng, I will follow your lead." Gushiji nodded sweetly, obediently. Seeing her response, Lu Yunzheng gently caressed her shoulder, his heart filled with thoughts of his own. Since missing the flower viewing banquet, he had felt uneasy. Adding to his discomfort was the fact that when he had left the general's residence, he had done so hastily, taking little silver with him, and now found himself financially strained. Particularly concerning was that Lin Zhou had docked a month's salary, making matters even more pressing. He could not abandon Gushiji, yet he needed to regain his position at the general's residence, and it seemed he could only seek help from his mother. The two agreed to await an encounter with Lady Lu at Dazhao Temple on the 15th. At the general's residence, Bai Ji hurried into Chunhua courtyard, just in time to see Shen Jiasui putting away her spear. Having recovered from internal injuries sustained on the first day of the month, she could no longer resist the urge to practice. "Miss," Bai Ji called out softly, her face full of concern. Shen Jiasui quickly raised her hand in surrender. "Bai Ji, I assure you I am well now. Please do not inform mother." Seeing her mistress looking vibrant and full of life, Bai Ji swallowed her further words and handed over a piece of paper. "Miss, did you not send someone to inquire about the Duchess of Yunzheng a few days ago? We have news today." Shen Jiasui eagerly took the note, unfolded it, and saw the words, "October 15th, Dazhao Temple." Chapter 49. Coincidences in Literature in the General's Residence of the State of Ding, in the main courtyard. Ji-wan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Are you truly serious, my husband?" After returning home from court today, Shen Zhengsheng had mysteriously pulled Ji-wan into the inner chamber. Ji-wan initially thought that her husband was in a romantic mood and was about to decline, considering they already had 2 children. To her astonishment, Shen Zhengsheng revealed something extraordinary. The esteemed Prince Rong had inquired whether they favored Jiangsun from the Yanyang Marquis and Appos as household. "I would never deceive you, my dear." The prince also subtly mentioned that this was the wish of the crown princess. Shen Zhengsheng spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Ji-wan immediately grasped the implications. Wasn't and Appos this the result of the flower viewing banquet? When it came to Shen Jiasui and Appos, as future Ji-won straightened her expression and replied, "My husband, we must deliberate on this matter. Although I am but a woman, I understand that the relationship between the Crown Prince and Prince Rue is fraught with complications. If Jiasui truly chooses Jiang's son, even if we, the Shen family, wish to remain uninvolved, others will likely associate us with the Crown Prince. Moreover, this matter also depends on Jiasui and Appo's feelings." Shen Zhengsheng shared the same concern. In his view, Jiang's son was not a suitable match for Jiasui. However, he continued, "You may not be aware, but just a few days ago, Jiasui instructed her servants to investigate the news regarding the Yunzheng Marquis's wife." Ji-won was taken aback. "What do you mean by that, my husband? Could it be that Jiasui has intentions?" At this point, Ji-won couldn't help but ponder. She had indeed met Jiang's son during the flower viewing banquet. He was exceptionally distinguished, a true gem among men, especially since he had saved Jiasui and helped conceal her identity. Could it be that Jiasui had developed feelings for Jiang's son? "My husband, perhaps I should ask Jiasui." Ji-won, with her spirited nature, immediately moved to leave. Shen Zhengsheng quickly restrained her, gently saying, "Do not rush, my dear. There is recently a matter concerning a broken engagement with the Liu family. Although Jiasui claims to have lost all feelings for Liu Yunzheng due to a dream, it has undoubtedly affected her. Isn't it true that she has been inquiring about the Yunzheng Marquis's wife? Let us observe what Jiasui intends to do, if she truly has feelings." At this point, a flicker of hesitation crossed Shen Zhengsheng and Appo's face, but he soon regained his resolve. If Jiasui genuinely has feelings, we must not let her suffer for any reason. We shall support her. Ji-won and Appo's heart softened upon hearing this, and she nodded in agreement. "You are indeed thoughtful, my husband. We shall prioritize Jiasui's feelings." Meanwhile, Shen Jiasui remained oblivious to the turmoil her parents had stirred. Preoccupied with the idea of visiting the Dezhao Temple on the 15th, hoping to uncover clues regarding the sorcery case and avert disaster in its infancy. 2 days later, Shen Jiasui unexpectedly received a letter from Aunt Zhou of the Liu family, delivered by a messenger. Their previous collaboration had been quite pleasant, and Shen Jiasui remembered Aunt Zhou and Appo's kindness well, thus feeling a surge of anticipation upon receiving this letter. "Bai Ji, has the messenger left?" Bai Ji hurriedly replied, "Miss, he is still here. He is a young servant waiting outside the side door, instructed to leave only after receiving a reply." Shen Jiasui understood immediately. It seemed that not only she felt a bond with Aunt Zhou believed they could forge a lasting friendship, hence the arrangements for the letter's delivery. Shen Jiasui quickly took the letter and opened it, revealing elegant handwriting. It noted that after returning from Liu Yunzheng's villa, Madame Liu had become particularly despondent, isolating herself in the main courtyard and avoiding Aunt Zhou altogether, indicating that she had indeed been hurt by Liu Yunzheng, perhaps after repeated encouragement from those around her. With the 15th approaching, Madame Liu decided to visit the Zhao Temple to pray and clear her mind. Aunt Zhou mentioned in her letter that Liu Yunzheng was likely to go to the temple that day to look for Madame Liu, as he had left in a hurry without any money and was now renting a place outside, while also supporting a woman named Gu Shiji. Having experienced hardship herself until meeting General Liu, Aunt Zhou quickly grasped the situation. After setting the letter down, Shen Jiasui and Appo's helped but reflect on the remarkable coincidence. She was indeed planning to visit the Dezhao Temple on the 15th as well. It seemed inevitable that she would encounter Liu Yunzheng. As this thought crossed her mind, a glimmer of determination flickered in Shen Jiasui's eyes. Bai Ji, carrying Shen Jiasui's reply, stepped outside, puzzled as to why her mistress placed such importance on Aunt Zhou from the Liu family. Their interactions had been limited to a few occasions during her previous visits to the Liu residence. Bai Ji couldn't comprehend it, but decided not to dwell on it, reminding herself to trust her mistress's judgment. Soon, the 15th of October arrived. The weather was clear and pleasant for travel. Shen Jiasui visited the main courtyard to greet Ji-won and casually mention her plans to go to the Dezhao Temple that day. Ji-won and Appo's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Shen Jiasui. "Since you're going out for leisure, you must dress up properly. You can end Appo's. Simply tie your hair back and call it a day." Remember the 3 new autumn outfits that you haven and amp? Amp? Oppos. T-worn yet? Let me choose one for you and style your hair. You will look splendid. Shen Jiasui tilted her head in confusion. Why must I wear fine clothes to the temple? Ji-won would not accept Shen Jiasui's refusal, pulling her into the inner chamber and instructing by Ji to fetch the 3 autumn outfits. Seeing her mother so busy, Shen Jiasui contemplated but ultimately swallowed her objections. She remembered the last time she visited the prison. Her mother had looked considerably weary. It smiled at her with tears in her eyes. Jiasui, let me style your hair once more. At that time, she had already been married and wore her hair as a married woman. Upon hearing her mother's words, she had tearfully let her hair down. In prison, one was forbidden from keeping personal belongings. There were no combs to be found. Ji-won had rubbed her hands on her lap until they were red, then smiled and said, "See, my hands are clean now. Let me style your hair." Even now, Shen Jiasui vividly remembered the sensation of her mother's fingers gliding through her hair. Noticing that Shen Jiasui was obediently allowing her to fuss over her, Ji-won felt a twinge of guilt. Over the past few days, she had discreetly sent people to investigate the Yunzheng Marquis's household and sensed that something was amiss there, stirring her discontent. Fortunately, Jiang Sun was a promising young man. Once he established his own household, it wouldn't be difficult for him to live independently. At that time, she and her husband could buy a large residence for the young couple, conveniently located near the general's residence, making it easier for Jiasui to visit home. Ji-won had already considered matters so far ahead and thought of Jiasui meeting her prospective mother-in-law today. Even if the mother-in-law was unreliable, Jiasui couldn't and oppose afford to fall short. She must present herself beautifully. The mother and daughter, each lost in their own thoughts, worked diligently together and soon had everything ready. As Shen Jiasui gazed at her reflection in the mirror, "Mother, do you think this might be too much?" "Not at all, not at all. Go on. Have fun." Ji-won beamed brightly, encouraging Shen Jiasui out the door. Chapter 50. She still wishes to marry. The Dazhao Temple serves as the national temple of the Shang Kingdom, sprawling extensively across its grounds, which include the Mountain Gate, the Precious Hall, the Bell Tower, the Dharma Hall, as well as pavilions, corridors, and wooded paths. The front areas are open to the common folk, while the rear sections are primarily reserved for the elite, with only the royal family permitted beyond the innermost sanctum. Within the temple, numerous lodgings are available for pilgrims and distinguished guests, ensuring that all necessities are thoroughly provided. Around the hour of the sea, 2 horse-drawn carriages came to a halt at the entrance of Dazhao Temple. A young monk stepped forward to greet them, and the occupants disembarked. If Shen Jiasui were present, she would have instantly recognized that the individual alighting from the jade green carriage was none other than Lady Lu. Compared to their last encounter, Lady Lu appeared significantly more emaciated, her face adorned with powder, yet the faint shadows beneath her eyes remained evident. Mama Zhao, attending to her, spoke earnestly, and Lady Lu managed to curve her lips into a semblance of a smile. Following her, another lady emerged from a carriage. In stark contrast to Lady Lu, her cheeks were sunken, and her eyes lacked luster, revealing a state of profound fatigue. Notably, she had not masked her pallor with makeup, giving her an air reminiscent of one recently recovering from illness. A closer inspection of the carriage would reveal an unassuming insignia, identifying it as belonging to the Earl of Anyang. Lady Lu and the Earl's wife were unfamiliar with one another. Thus the 2 parties entered the Dazhao Temple in succession. Not far off, beneath a tree, a carriage had been stationary for some time, with a slightly lifted curtain concealing 2 figures, Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji. "Yunzheng, the lady has arrived," Gu Shiji announced, taking a deep breath, aware that a formidable confrontation awaited her. Upon her declaration, she noticed Lu Yunzheng lost in thought, his gaze fixated on a particular spot. With a furrowed brow, Gu Shiji followed his line of sight and beheld 2 spirited steeds approaching. The leading figure possessed a delicate visage, with rosy cheeks and bright, captivating eyes, adorned with a jade hairpin that swayed gracefully as she rode, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. Gu Shiji's eyes widened slowly, her hand gripping the carriage window until her fingertips turned white. "Shen Jiasui, what's she doing here?" Gu Shiji mused. astonished by Shen Jiasui and Amp Oppo's flamboyant attire. It was known that Shen Jiasui had previously favored a more rustic appearance, her raven hair simply gathered, often clad in crimson or black riding gear. Never had she adorned herself so meticulously. Recalling that Lu Yunzheng had proposed their visit to Dazhao Temple, Gu Shiji's heart raced, and she abruptly turned to him. At that moment, Lu Yunzheng remained transfixed by Shen Jiasui, his attention unwavering. Gu Shiji, incensed, squeezed Lu Yunzheng's arm fiercely, causing him to wince and instinctively lower the curtain. Shen Jiasui, with keen senses, glanced towards the sound, her eyes lingering momentarily on the carriage, a playful expression crossing her face. Surely, the occupants must be Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji. Her timing was impeccable, with both Lady Lu and the Earl's wife ahead. It would facilitate her intentions. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Lu Yunzheng tenderly reassured Gu Shiji, "Shiji, it is not as you imagine. I had no inkling Shen Jiasui would also visit Dazhao Temple. I am concerned she may harbor resentment towards us, potentially jeopardizing our plans. You know, my mother wishes for me to marry Shen Jiasui." Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji's jealousy transformed into apprehension, leaving her no time to address Lu Yunzheng's concerns. She understood his affections for her. Otherwise, he would not have broken off their engagement, nor forgiven her so readily after the incident involving the Ning siblings. Now, her worries centered on whether Shen Jiasui had indeed been summoned by Lady Lu, for if that were true, persuading her would prove more challenging than anticipated. Noticing Gu Shiji's tears had ceased, Lu Yunzheng exhaled quietly, though a hint of bewilderment crossed his face. He could not deny that upon first seeing Shen Jiasui, he had been taken aback by her unexpected beauty. Shen Jiasui had always been unrefined, a mere wildflower compared to the exquisite and gentle Gu Shiji. Yet, he had not foreseen how striking Shen Jiasui could be when she made an effort to present herself. Lu Yunzheng even began to wonder if Shen Jiasui had come in pursuit of him, perhaps hoping to seize any opportunity to see him. His mother had repeatedly remarked that Shen Jiasui still held feelings for him. It seemed she had not relinquished her desire to marry him. Perhaps she had learned of his mother's visit to Dazhao Temple and had come to ingratiate herself accordingly. He pondered whether she had dressed so splendidly in hopes of encountering him. Otherwise, how fortuitous that she also appeared at Dazhao Temple, flaunting herself so flamboyantly. At that moment, Lu Yunzheng straightened his back, feeling a surge of pride and vanity swell within him. He had feared that Shen Jiasui, like him, had been reborn, but it appeared that such fated opportunities were not granted to all. "Yunzheng, we should also proceed inside," Gu Shiji urged, noticing Shen Jiasui and Bai Ji entering Dazhao Temple. Lu Yunzheng, returning to reality, took Gu Shiji's hand as they descended the carriage and walked side by side towards the entrance. Upon entering, Lady Lu and the Earl's wife parted ways, one to the left and the other to the right. Bai Ji, observing this, glanced anxiously at her mistress, uncertain which path to take. Shen Jiasui, without hesitation, followed Lady Lu while maintaining a respectful distance to avoid being seen immediately. The maids of the Lu household hurried to prepare the lodgings, while Lady Lu, accompanied by Mama Zhao, proceeded to the main hall to offer incense. Shen Jiasui lingered outside for a moment before stepping into the hall. As Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji entered, they inquired from a young monk and soon arrived at the hall where Lady Lu was making her offerings. They caught sight of Shen Jiasui and Bai Ji emerging from the hall just in time. Gu Shiji clenched her hands tightly, her heart racing. Yet, Lu Yunzheng and Amp Oppo's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, his earlier assumptions had proven correct. Shen Jiasui had eagerly sought an audience with his mother. In the past, when they were betrothed, Shen Jiasui had shown little depth of feeling towards him. It seemed that only through loss had she learned to cherish. Taking a deep breath, Gu Shiji looked up at Lu Yunzheng and said, "Yunzheng, please do not enter just yet. Allow me to speak with Lady Lu first." Lu Yunzheng, still gazing towards Shen Jiasui and Oppo's departing figure, lowered his head, concern evident in his voice. "Shiji, I worry my mother may." Gu Shiji shook her head, smiling gently. "Yunzheng, to be with you, to return to the general and Oppo's residence. I must face this hurdle alone. No one can assist me. Trust me, I will be fine. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng's heart swelled with affection, and he nodded softly. There was no doubt that Gu Shiji was his true love, the one who cherished him above all. As for Shen Jiasui, meanwhile, Gu Shiji stepped towards the main hall, determined to present herself to Lady Lu. She understood that to persuade her, she must be forthright, appealing to both emotion and, ultimately, to self-interest. Watching Gu Shiji's figure disappear behind the hall doors, Lu Yunzheng could not resist casting one last glance in Shen Jiasui's direction, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. After a moment's contemplation, he abruptly moved, pursuing the path Shen Jiasui had taken. He reassured himself that he merely sought to ascertain whether Shen Jiasui, too, had been reborn, while also wishing to uncover the depth of her lingering feelings for him from their past life. With these thoughts, Lu Yunzheng felt an undeniable urge surge within him, quickening his pace. Chapter 51. A fortunate sign. Upon entering the Grand Hall, one is immediately greeted by the sight of a colossal Buddha statue, standing tall alongside the beams of the structure. The statue radiates an aura of solemnity, with its eyes gently lowered, exuding a compassionate gaze that seems to watch over each visitor who enters the sacred space. Gu Shiji could not help but feel a sense of reverence. She clasped her hands together in prayer and bowed deeply to the statue. When she lifted her gaze once more, determination glimmered in her eyes. In a world where people bustle about in pursuit of gain, what fault lies in her striving for a place of wealth and security, or in seeking the unwavering love of a devoted partner? As the legitimate daughter of a military family, Shen Jiasui had been pampered since childhood, and her engagement to Yunzheng was merely the icing on the cake. Without Yunzheng, she would undoubtedly have other suitors vying for her hand, would she not? If the Buddha truly embodies compassion, may he pity this solitary girl, devoid of support, and grant her wishes. With her thoughts settled, Gu Shiji gradually lowered her hands and resolutely made her way towards the inner sanctum. In the rear hall of the Grand Temple, a unique rhythm of bamboo sticks clattering against their tubes filled the air. Madame Lu knelt devoutly on a mat, her eyes gently closed, as she repeatedly shook a divination tube, murmuring incantations. Moments later, with a soft thud, a stick fell to the ground. Madame Lu exhaled softly and bent down to retrieve it, only to find a hand reaching ahead of her, picking up the fallen stick. She was taken aback, and in her moment of surprise, she heard Mama Zhao exclaim quietly, "It's you." Startled, she raised her eyes to see the woman she detested most, Gu Shiji, presenting the stick to her with both hands. Gu Shiji. Madame Lu nearly spat the name through gritted teeth, swatting Gu Shiji away in a fit of anger. Gu Shiji stumbled back, while Madame Lu's fury surged. She longed to hurl insults, yet feared offending the Buddha. Words of reprimand caught in her throat, her eyes wide and her face flushed with indignation. Mama Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to soothe Madame Lu, but Gu Shiji had already approached the table, retrieving the fallen stick once more. Under the furious glares of both Madame Lu and Mama Zhao, Gu Shiji spoke calmly. "Madam, the world often foolishly seeks to interrogate fate through divination sticks, yet I believe that one's destiny cannot be queried. It must be fought for. I know you harbor deep resentment towards me, but regarding Yunzheng, we both wish for his well-being. If our desires align, why not lend me your ear?" Just as Madame Lu's finger twitched to unleash her wrath, Gu Shiji hastened to add, "Madam, there is no need for anger. If my subsequent words fail to sway you, then I shall accept any punishment without complaint." How's that sound? Perhaps Gu Shiji's demeanor was too forthright and confident, causing Madame Lu's rage to momentarily subside. At that moment, Mama Zhao interjected, "Madam, you know well that this girl is skilled in flattery. It was her who beguiled our young master. Do not engage with her further, lest you fall into her trap." Upon hearing this, Madame Lu snapped back to reality, her anger dissipating as she coldly inquired, "Where is Zheng? Why has he not come to see me?" Gu Shiji cast a sidelong glance at Mama Zhao before responding. "Madam, you may recall that during Yunzheng's duty, you sought him out at the villa. As a result, He was reprimanded by the commanding officer for abandoning his post, and has since been penalized with a month's worth of salary. Madame Lu's face paled instantly. What did you say? Zheng was reprimanded. How dare a mere commanding officer chastise my son? What has become of him? Observing the concern etched on Madame Lu's face, Gu Shiji allowed a smile to briefly surface before quickly masking it with a frown, her voice laced with sympathy. Yunzheng is in quite a predicament. His finances are nearly depleted, and he has begun to borrow from colleagues and former friends. In truth, Yunzheng had never confided such woes to Gu Shiji, but their daily interactions had made her acutely aware of his struggles. Hearing that her son had fallen to such depths of despair, even after being grievously hurt last time, Madame Lu felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. When had her son, who had been forced into martial training by her husband, ever suffered such indignities? It was all because of you. Though Madame Lu was not completely led astray, she now recognized that the crux of the issue lay with Gu Shiji. However, Gu Shiji had come prepared and would not let Madame Lu evade her so easily. Stepping forward, she earnestly declared, Madam, I acknowledge that all of this is indeed my fault. Yet, as you witnessed, my love for Yunzheng is genuine. No obstacle can sever our bond. I am willing to endure a simple life with him, to weather the scorn of others. But I cannot bear to see him languish in despair. Madam, do you not recall how spirited Yunzheng once was? Why do you insist on driving him away, doing the very thing that brings joy to his adversaries? Gu Shiji's fervor grew as she spoke, her voice becoming choked with emotion. At the mention of love, Madame Lu, who had been seething with rage, found herself momentarily struck dumb, unable to articulate a response. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Gu Shiji softened her tone, appealing to reason. Madam, after Yunzheng was cast out, who benefited the most but concubine Zhou and her illegitimate son, by aiding her in pressuring Yunzheng? You only harm yourself while benefiting her. Furthermore, you constantly wish for Yunzheng to marry Shen Jiasui, yet she comes from a prestigious lineage with a bold disposition. How could she ever respect you as her mother-in-law? She would likely turn the general's residence into chaos. Yunzheng is already a dragon among men, and with General Lu as his father, he possesses the talent to rise to greatness without relying on a marriage to the Shen family. Moreover, Gu Shiji noticed that Madame Lu was beginning to waver and, with a determined bite of her lip, continued, Moreover, madam, I am not like Shen Jiasui. You have seen the letters I have written. My vulnerabilities and weaknesses lie within your grasp. What is there for you to fear? Madame Lu listened intently, finding Gu Shiji's arguments increasingly persuasive. Indeed, she had been obstinate. Her son was exceptional, and even without the backing of the Shen family, he could soar to great heights. The priority now was to bring him home quickly and mend his relationship with his father, the general. Otherwise, would they not be allowing Zhou Fu to revel in her triumph? Moreover, Gu Shiji had a point. Shen Jiasui was not easily manipulated. Yet Madame Lu was well aware of Gu Shiji's ulterior motives. Ultimately, she could always threaten her with a letter, compelling Gu Shiji to submit as a concubine while securing a suitable wife for Zheng. Even if Gu Shiji resisted, once she entered the general's residence, would she not be at Madame Lu's mercy? Thus, Madame Lu found herself genuinely swayed. Gu Shiji then revealed her final card. Madam, Yunzheng cares for you dearly. He frequently expresses his concern for your well-being, worrying that you might suffer at the hands of concubine Zhou, since she is your greatest source of anxiety. I have a plan that might alleviate your worries and ensure concubine Zhou loses the general's affection entirely. At this, Madame Lu's eyes lit up with intrigue, though skepticism quickly followed. After battling Zhou Fu for nearly 2 decades without gaining the upper hand, how could Gu Shiji possibly have a solution? Noticing Madame Lu's intrigue, Gu Shiji smiled gently, cautiously approaching her. When she saw that Madame Lu did not reject her, she boldly leaned in and whispered something in her ear. Madame Lu's expression shifted from shock to one of keen interest as her eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Mama Zhao, having overheard Gu Shiji's low murmur, felt a sense of unease, believing it to be an affront to the Buddha. As she pondered, she lifted her gaze and beheld the serene and tranquil visage of the Bodhisattva gazing down upon them. Mama Zhao's heart quivered, and her complexion turned pale with fright. Meanwhile, Gu Shiji stepped back slightly and extended the fortune stick she had been holding to Madame Lu, smiling as she said, "Madam, the stick you drew earlier is indeed an auspicious one. It seems the Bodhisattva wishes for us to have our desires fulfilled." Madame Lu lowered her eyes and, to her astonishment, saw the word auspicious inscribed in bright vermilion on the stick. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and accepted the fortune stick. Observing this, Gu Shiji's lips curved into a radiant smile, her beauty blooming like a flower. Chapter 52. The Temptation. Madame Lu exited the treasure hall alongside Gu Shiji, as Gu Shiji had mentioned that Lu Yunjin was waiting outside. At this moment, Gu Shiji felt a wave of joy wash over her. Having persuaded Madame Lu, a heavy burden had finally been lifted from her heart. Now, she only awaited Madame Lu to persuade General Lu, and she could return to the General Zhao Yang's residence with Yunjin. As for how to convince General Lu, Madame Lu had suggested that as long as they could successfully undermine Aunt Zhou, the matter would naturally resolve itself. At this point, Madame Lu likely believed that she had completely grasped the situation. With this thought, Gu Shiji subtly smiled. Yunjin could define Madame Lu once for her, and he could certainly do it a second or third time. She had numerous strategies to ensure that Yunjin remained utterly devoted to her. Madame Lu, who had just heard about Lu Yunjin and Appo's recent circumstances from Gu Shiji, was filled with concern and hurried ahead. However, upon exiting the hall, she found the area empty, with no trace of Lu Yunjin. Frowning, Madame Lu instinctively thought that she had been deceived by Gu Shiji once again. But when she turned back to question Gu Shiji, she was taken aback to see Gu Shiji's wide-eyed expression, appearing even more shocked than herself. "Where is Yunjin?" Madame Lu impatiently inquired. At that moment, Gu Shiji suddenly recalled the scene in the carriage where Lu Yunjin had been fixated on Shen Jiasui. Her heart tightened, and she swiftly turned to glance at the small path to the west. "Madam, did you happen to see Shen Jiasui just now?" "Shen Jiasui?" Madame Lu looked around in confusion. "Has she come today? Wait, are you suggesting that Yunjin went to see Shen Jiasui?" Gu Shiji's complexion paled slightly, and without responding, she hurriedly pursued the direction Shen Jiasui had taken. Observing this, Madame Lu followed suit, but since Gu Shiji walked briskly, she and Mama Zhao lagged behind considerably. At this juncture, Mama Zhao seized the opportunity to advise, "Madam, are you truly considering an alliance with this Miss Gu? I believe she is far too cunning and deceitful. You might end up being ensnared by her schemes." This remark was rather unpalatable, indicating Mama Zhao's genuine concern for Madame Lu. Madame Lu understood Mama Zhao's intentions, but shook her head, clearly resolute in her decision. She is merely an orphan, possessing nothing but Yunjin's affection. Yet how can a woman rely entirely on a man's heart? Yunjin is my son. I know him well. His feelings for Gu Shiji are genuine. But who says a man can only harbor love for one woman? The most foolish thing Gu Shiji has done is to diminish her own worth by leaving the general and Appo's residence with Yunjin. "Mama Zhao, look." Madame Lu pointed with her chin, and Mama Zhao followed her gesture to see Gu Shiji hurrying along, glancing around anxiously, clearly unable to hide her agitation. After all, she had painstakingly won Yunjin's affection and feared losing him. Observing her in such a state, one could only guess that she suspected Yunjin might be seeking Shen Jiasui. Such a woman, though beautiful, could easily deceive men, yet she paled in comparison to Zhou Fu and would never amount to anything significant. However, it must be acknowledged that she was clever and resourceful. Zhou Fu had basked in her glory for 20 years. This time, I shall ensure she stumbles and cannot rise again. Seeing Madame Lu brimming with confidence, Mama Zhao hesitated, her lips moving as if to speak, but she ultimately swallowed her words. Meanwhile, Lu Yunjin was indeed standing with Shen Jiasui. After hastily pursuing her, he noticed Shen Jiasui strolling in the back mountains with Bai Ji. He boldly approached, his boots crunching against the grass until he unexpectedly stepped on a rotting branch, producing a loud crack. Shen Jiasui and Bai Ji turned simultaneously at the sound, and upon seeing Lu Yunjin, Bai Ji glared fiercely and instantly moved in front of Shen Jiasui. Lu Yunjin and Appo's gaze remained fixed on Shen Jiasui's face. Observing her expression shift from shock to a gradual coldness before she grasped Bai Ji's hand and turned to leave. With a flash of determination, Lu Yunjin quickly followed her. As she turned, Shen Jiasui coldly lifted her lip. It seemed Yunjin had indeed come after her, suggesting he had not been faring well these days. Had he retained his initial confidence upon his rebirth, he would not have pursued her. Instead, he had missed his chance and was now resorting to this shortcut. Since exiting the treasure hall, Shen Jiasui had been prepared, and upon hearing the noise behind her, she had guessed it was Lu Yunjin. It was clear he was suspicious of her, wondering whether she too had been reborn. Otherwise, with his skills, how could he have stepped on a rotting wood while trying to approach stealthily? He was evidently testing her reaction at a moment when she was unguarded. To regard one's opponent highly is a virtue. Whether or not Lu Yunjin harbored such convoluted thoughts, Shen Jiasui assumed he did. At this moment, Lu Yunjin swiftly approached, blocking her path. Bai Ji, like an agitated cat, shielded Shen Jiasui behind her. Lu Yunjin ignored Bai Ji and instead focused on Shen Jiasui, smiling lightly. Why do you feign surprise? Did you not come here today for me? He scrutinized Shen Jiasui, noting her carefully arranged appearance. Shen Jiasui found herself infuriated by his words. Lu Yunjin, it seems you excel in the role of a dog. How dare you show your face before me? Where are you? I would have long since dug a hole to hide in and never dared to emerge again. We are no longer connected. If you do not step aside, I shall fight you. Her expression was frosty, and her words were sharp. Hearing this, Lu Yunjin and Appo's face darkened, yet he felt a sense of relief. This was indeed Shen Jiasui's nature. Even if she could not let him go at her heart, their encounters would always be laced with harsh words and fierce exchanges. Moreover, his deliberate act of stepping on the rotting wood to test her had revealed her genuine expression, which he knew from 2 lifetimes of experience was not a facade. Lu Yunjin prided himself on understanding Shen Jiasui. However, he was unaware that in his absence during the last life, while the Shen family faced calamity, Shen Jiasui had tirelessly sought justice, experiencing the capriciousness of human nature, and had long since transformed from the person she once was. Noticing Lu Yunjin standing still, Shen Jiasui pondered, where is Gu Shiji? Why hasn't Tishi followed? This morning, she had been informed that Gu Shiji and Lu Yunjin had left together. Could it be that Lu Yunjin had left Gu Shiji alone to face Madame Lu? Yet how could he bear to do so? After all, the last time they were together, Gu Shiji and Madame Lu had become rivals, and Madame Lu would not treat Gu Shiji kindly. Or perhaps, Gu Shiji had found a way to persuade Madame Lu. Just as Shen Jiasui was lost in her thoughts, Lu Yunjin suddenly spoke. Shen Jiasui, my mother said you cried and wished to marry me? Chapter 53, The Blessing of the Qi People. What? Have you had a change of heart? Shen Jiasui retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Yunzheng, noticing Shen Jiasui's lack of denial, felt increasingly certain. Shen Jiasui was not one to easily show weakness. Her strong and stubborn demeanor was indeed her trademark. If I hadn't changed my mind, what would you have done? Would you have waited indefinitely? Since you were so eager to marry, why feign indifference now? Isn't it true that you followed me here just to see me upon learning that my mother would be at Dezhao Temple today? Now that I stand before you, your pretentiousness will only drive me further away. Upon hearing these words, Shen Jiasui realized that her performance before Madame Lu had not been in vain. However, she was taken aback by Lu Yunjing's excessive sentimentality, having imagined so much. She shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. Me wait for you? What a joke. What do you mean by coming here today to say such things? Have you had a falling out with Gu Shiji? At the mention of Gu Shiji, a flicker of guilt crossed Lu Yunjing's eyes, for he had come here under the pretense of being detached from her. Feeling uneasy, he glanced back the way he had come, but quickly reassured himself that he was merely here to test Shen Jiasui. My feelings for Shiji run deep and cannot be compared to those of others. I speak these words today out of consideration for our long-standing acquaintance, urging you not to harbor any futile fantasies about me. Shen Jiasui nearly laughed aloud at this declaration. How grandiose his words sounded. Was it not merely his inability to let go of Gu Shiji's tenderness while also seeking the support of the Shen family? He wanted all. Coincidentally, I had just come to terms with the fact that had you not appeared so abruptly, I might have forgotten your presence in the capital altogether. As their conversation stagnated, Shen Jiasui intended to sow discord between Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji. However, with Gu Shiji's delayed arrival, she lost interest in toying with Lu Yunzheng. Noticing that he remained motionless, she raised an eyebrow and, taking by Ji and Appo's hand, walked away. Seeing this, Lu Yunzheng stepped aside, but as Shen Jiasui passed him, he suddenly extended his arm to block her path, saying in a calm voice, "Shen Jiasui, do not play hard to get. This is your last chance." He cherished Gu Shiji, but the current situation was indeed unfavorable. Perhaps he could reluctantly tread the path of his lifetime once more. Shen Jiasui turned her head to regard Lu Yunzheng, her eyes flashing with disbelief before a hint of amusement appeared. "You give me a chance? And what of Gu Shiji?" Lu Yunzheng, evidently having already contemplated this, replied without hesitation, "Shiji certainly will not be wronged. She must stand on equal footing with you." His intention to marry Shen Jiasui was merely to rectify the current imbalance. He believed that with a proper explanation, Shiji would understand him. After all, Shiji had followed him in his past life without any formal ties, and in this life, he would treat her as his equal wife. "Oh," Shen Jiasui responded, her tone laden with meaning. Lu Yunzheng, believing her eagerness to accept his offer was genuine, smirked derisively. He had always claimed that Shen Jiasui was merely playing hard to get. "Then you should return and speak to your parents." "Wait, don't be hasty," Shen Jiasui interrupted, gesturing to her right with a smile. "If you wish to enjoy the blessings of the Qi people, should you not inquire if she is amenable?" At her words, an ominous premonition surged within Lu Yunzheng as he followed her gaze. There stood Gu Shiji, one hand clutching her skirt and the other resting against a tree, staring intently in their direction. As a martial artist, Lu Yunzheng's eyesight was keen. He could even see Gu Shiji's chest heaving, her breath quickening, her complexion pale, and tears brimming in her eyes. Shen Jiasui smirked and added, "Aren't you going to lower your arm?" Only then did Lu Yunzheng realize he had been holding his arm up, and from Gu Shiji's perspective, it might appear as though he was embracing Shen Jiasui. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. He had thought he had ample time to meet Shen Jiasui, but now Gu Shiji had arrived so swiftly. "Shiji," Lu Yunzheng called out urgently, rushing to explain himself. However, in the next moment, Shen Jiasui deftly tripped him, causing him to stumble forward, completely focused on Gu Shiji. Panic and shock clouding his mind, unaware of his feet. By the time he regained his balance, Gu Shiji had already turned to leave, a fleeting glimpse of her dress the only remnant of her presence. Lu Yunzheng abruptly turned around, shouting in fury, "Shen Jiasui, you just said you would give me a chance? Why does it all fall apart the moment you see Gu Shiji?" Shen Jiasui tilted her head leisurely and replied, "If I recall correctly, that direction does not seem to be a place we can go, does it?" Lu Yunzheng glanced over and realized that path led to a revered temple accessible only to royal relatives. Furious, he no longer wished to linger with Shen Jiasui and hastened toward the direction Gu Shiji had departed. At that moment, Madame Lu and Mama Zhao finally arrived. Madame Lu opened her mouth, ready to call out, but Lu Yunzheng had already vanished from sight. Shen Jiasui noticed the newcomers and furrowed her brow slightly. It seemed that Madame Lu and Gu Shiji had arrived in quick succession, which meant Lu Yunzheng had indeed allowed Gu Shiji to meet his mother privately. Given Gu Shiji's ability to charm Madame Lu in her past life, Shen Jiasui felt increasingly certain that Madame Lu had likely been coaxed by Gu Shiji once again. Presently, Madame Lu also spotted Shen Jiasui. If this were any day prior, she would have endured her distaste to flatter Shen Jiasui, but now she merely cast her a glance before withdrawing her gaze. Since her son had no need for the Shen family and Appo's as assistants, why should she continue to indulge Shen Jiasui? She remembered vividly the cold reception she had received from Ji Wan during her last visit to the Shen family to make amends. Mama Zhao, however, offered a suggestion, madam. It appears that the young master truly came to see the Shen girl. Is it possible that he has changed his mind again? Hearing this, Madame Lu found some merit in the observation and glanced back at Shen Jiasui once more. To her surprise, Shen Jiasui had already departed with Bai Ji, their steps light and seemingly cheerful. Madame Lu's expression darkened, her disdain for Shen Jiasui growing ever stronger. Chapter 54. Mother and son Shen Jiasui arrive at the eastern side of the Dazhao Temple, accompanied by Bai Ji. She recalled that Lady Anyang had just come in this direction. However, upon reaching this area, she found the halls and chambers of the temple standing in silence, with no sign of people. Bai Ji felt perplexed when she noticed her mistress suddenly approaching a young novice monk who was sweeping the ground, and with her hands clasped together, she performed a respectful bow. The novice monk hurriedly set down his broom and returned the greeting to Shen Jiasui with a beaming smile. Has Lady Anyang arrived? She is my elder. Appearing to be no more than 8 or 9 years old and possessing an innocent nature, did not suspect Shen Jiasui's intentions. He lowered his gaze and replied, "Dear benefactor, if you're looking for Master Qi, he should be in the Hall of Guidance at this moment." Lady Anyang's surname is indeed Qi. With this confirmation, Shen Jiasui immediately expressed her gratitude and was about to take her leave when the young novice suddenly called out after her, "Oh, dear benefactor, Master Zheng also arrived earlier. You may encounter him if you proceed now. If you wish to avoid him, it would be wise to wait a bit longer." Shen Jiasui was taken aback by his words and quickly asked, "Little master, are you referring to Lady Anyang and Appo's son, Master Zheng's son?" The novice nodded affirmatively. His youthful demeanor suggested he was quite talkative, and seeing Shen Jiasui's friendly disposition, he elaborated, "In a few days, it will be the anniversary of the late Crown Prince's birth, and many dignitaries have come to the temple today, including Master Zheng, who came alongside them." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui understood, yet was suddenly struck by a thought that made her heart race. Wait, the dignitaries mentioned by the little master must refer to those from the palace. Had they also come to Dazhao Temple today? After all, she had just seen Gu Shiji and Lu Yunzheng entering the temple one after the other. Shen Jiasui was indifferent to whether they would offend the dignitaries. Regardless of their fates, she believed they were merely reaping the consequences of their actions. However, she had always suspected that the forces behind the scenes were connected to the royal family. Could it be that Lu Yunzheng, having missed the opportunity at the Rhone Prince and Appo's estate, had now crossed paths with those individuals at Dazhao Temple? With this thought weighing heavily on her mind, an expression of seriousness crossed her face. The young novice, mistaking her demeanor for discomfort, felt a pang of regret for speaking too much. Fortunately, Shen Jiasui quickly regained her composure and gently clarified, "Thank you for your reminder, little master. I shall wait a while before heading to the Hall of Guidance." Not daring to linger, the novice grasped his broom and hurried away. Bai Ji approached, asking, "Mistress, what shall we do now?" Shen Jiasui waited until the novice turned the corner before decisively stating, "Let us proceed to the Hall of Guidance." Initially contemplating that her suspicions regarding the witchcraft case were merely her overthinking, she now felt that the presence of palace dignitaries made the situation far more complicated than she had anticipated. Thus, she resolved to investigate further. The two made their way, taking approximately a quarter of an hour to locate the Hall of Guidance. However, the doors were tightly shut, and Shen Jiasui felt it inappropriate to knock. After pondering for a moment, she instructed Bai Ji to wait for her at a pavilion further back along the path, and then stealthily approached the Hall of Guidance alone. Instead of entering, she silently circled around the hall. Shen Jiasui was not well versed in Buddhist practices, yet she had heard of the Hall of Guidance. In Buddhism, it serves to guide devotees toward the Western paradise. Those who enter the hall are either there to honor the deceased or to seek solace and peace in times of anguish. Recalling the frail and exhausted appearance of Lady Anyang she had seen at the temple gate, Shen Jiasui speculated that perhaps the latter was true. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Lady Anyang was afflicted by illness or burdened by unrelieved worries. As she pondered this, Shen Jiasui rounded the back of the Hall of Guidance. There were several windows that could be opened outward, and as she quietly passed by, she suddenly caught snippets of conversation through a slightly ajar window. Her brow furrowed as she leaned in to hear more. Others do not know, think, return. The speaker and Appo's tone was agitated, yet they lacked the strength to express themselves fully, leaving only fragmented phrases audible. Shen Jiasui considered her next move, rising slightly to peer through the window, and she discerned a figure clad in blue. Her heart fluttered with excitement. Lady Anyang was indeed wearing a deep blue gown. Yet, she could not ascertain who the lady was conversing with. Was it Jiasui? As she shifted her position, she caught sight of a flash of crimson fabric. It was the official robes of a courtier. As her gaze traveled upward, she instantly recognized Jiasui and Appo's face. Before she could gather her thoughts, a resounding slap echoed through the air, landing heavily on Jiasui and Appo's cheek. The sound was sharp and clear. Shen Jiasui and Appo's eyes widened in shock, but she maintained her composure, not uttering a sound. Jiasui neither flinched nor retreated. He bore the slap with a stoic expression, showing no signs of anger. Shen Jiasui found herself utterly confounded as, at that moment, Lady Anyang suddenly lunged at Jiasui, burying her face in his shoulder and bursting into tears. Finally, Jiasui moved, lowering his head to gaze at Lady Anyang. He raised his hand as if to comfort her, but after a brief hesitation, he let it fall back down. Shen Jiasui could not shake the feeling that she detected sorrow and despair etched on Jiasui's face. At that moment, Lady Anyang lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, and reached out to caress Jiasui's cheek, repeatedly asking, "Does it hurt? Sunner, does it hurt?" Jiasui opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips. Shen Jiasui was utterly perplexed. Just then, someone approached and assisted Lady Anyang away. Although Shen Jiasui did not catch a glimpse of this person's features, she presumed it was a maidservant attending to Lady Anyang, for she heard a gentle voice offering comfort. "Madam, the young master is in his official robes today, accompanying the dignitaries. Do not make it difficult for him." Jiasui stood silently for a long while, and only when Lady Anyang's sobs began to subside did he bow slightly and say, "I shall take my leave." "Get out!" Lady Anyang suddenly shouted sharply, her tone starkly contrasting with the soft inquiries she had just made about Jiasui's pain, startling even Shen Jiasui outside the window. Jiasui's footsteps faded into the distance, leaving the hall once more filled with the sounds of muffled crying. Shen Jiasui, utterly bewildered, could only peer through the window at the back hall. Suddenly, her gaze froze in horror. The entire back hall contained only a single incense table, upon which rested a yellow tablet bearing the name, Deceased Son Jiasui. Chapter 55. What do you think of rectifying? Shen Jiasui gradually lowered herself, leaning against the back wall, struggling to regain her composure. Jiasui's demise? Jiasui is dead? Then who was it that she had seen? From within the window, the sound of weeping continued unabated, and merely listening made her believe that Lady Yunzheng had been utterly devastated. Shen Jiasui was convinced that no mother would so brazenly curse her own child, indicating that something was amiss. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall the words exchanged at the entrance of the Guozijian between her brother Heng and cousin Ji. It is said that Lord Jiang was once a fool. Could this be the crux of the matter? Shen Jiasui pondered deeply, but could not arrive at a conclusion. She circled around, confirming that apart from Lady Yunzheng and the attending nurse, there was no one else in the receiving hall. After observing for a long while without anyone arriving, she had no choice but to leave, her mind filled with suspicion. It seemed evident that Lady Yunzheng was not quite right. If she were being manipulated and embroiled in the witchcraft case, Shen Jiasui found it entirely plausible. She wondered if Jiasui remembered her earlier admonition to be vigilant of those around him. While mulling over this, she hurried to meet Bai Ji. Bai Ji was dutifully waiting in the pavilion, and upon seeing Shen Jiasui return, she rushed forward. "Miss, you were gone for quite a while. Are you all right?" Shen Jiasui shook her head, suppressing her unease, reassuring, "I am fine." Seeing Shen Jiasui unscathed, Bai Ji sighed in relief, but soon appeared awkward, hesitantly saying, "Miss, just now I saw Lord Jiang." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui turned her head, and Bai Ji quickly explained. I doubt he would recognize me. Noticing Bai Ji and Appo's anxious demeanor, Shen Jiasui placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, smiling. Do not worry. He surely did not see you. Yet, despite her verbal reassurances to Bai Ji, Shen Jiasui was certain that Jiang Sun would indeed recognize Bai Ji. After all, she had previously reminded him at the Prince Rong and Appo's residence and had followed Lady Yunzheng to the Dezhao Temple today. Given Jiang Sun and Appo's intellect, he likely had already inferred something from the situation. With this in mind, Shen Jiasui inquired, which direction did Lord Jiang go? Bai Ji pointed to the right front, and upon seeing Shen Jiasui stride forward, she appeared perplexed, wanting to speak but hesitating. Shen Jiasui, noticing Bai Ji's odd behavior, asked, What is it? Bai Ji nervously wrung her hands, saying, Miss, I noticed that Lord Jiang had a large handprint on his face. Could it be that you struck him? Shen Jiasui. Following the direction Bai Ji indicated, they arrived at the steel forest of Dezhao Temple. Shen Jiasui looked up and beheld hundreds of stone tablets standing in serene silence, some towering and majestic, others petite and exquisite, extending beyond her sight. Mississippi. Bai Ji instinctively lowered her voice, pointing towards a pavilion within the steel forest. Shen Jiasui turned to look and noticed an elderly man engrossed in writing at a table. She signaled for Bai Ji to be quiet and then gently led her inside. Shen Jiasui had no intention of disturbing the old man, but as they approached the pavilion, he seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, asking, Are there guests? Shen Jiasui halted, scanning the surroundings, and confirmed that the old man was indeed addressing them, so she stepped forward politely to bow. I apologize if my presence disturbs you, sir. The old man lifted his head from the table, his hair graying, but his spirit vigorous. Upon seeing Shen, his eyes brightened. A few days prior, the North Wind had surreptitiously informed him that Xiaoji had rescued a girl at the Prince Rong's residence. Remarkably, just 2 days ago, the prince had come seeking him, directly asking whether Xiaoji had intentions for marriage, mentioning the very girl before him, Miss Shen. His heart surged with joy at this revelation. After seeing Shen Jiasui at the Guizijian entrance, he had found her utterly charming. Shen Jiasui, noticing the old man's continued amusement as he gazed at her, felt a tinge of unease and was about to take her leave when the old man spoke up. Are you here to find Xiaoji? Xiaoji? Shen Jiasui momentarily failed to grasp the old man's meaning. The old man smiled and explained, Xiaoji is Jiang's son. He just mentioned to me that Miss Shen may be coming. Realizing that Xiaoji was Jiang Sun's courtesy name, Shen Jiasui understood that this elder before her must be. I am Shen Jiasui, and I have the honor of meeting you, Elder Lin. Ah, no need for such formalities. Come, have a seat. Elder Lin beckoned Shen Jiasui with a warm smile, gesturing toward the mat opposite him, exuding an inviting demeanor. As a respected elder and Jiang Sun's mentor, Shen Jiasui felt her defenses lower and graciously took a seat. Elder Lin's smile deepened as he stroked the rice paper on the table, saying, Xiaoji intended to wait for you here. Hearing this, Shen Jiasui lifted her gaze, only to see Elder Lin patting his own swollen face. But alas, my visage is too unsightly to be seen. I instructed him to apply a cold compress first. If Miss Shen does not mind, would you keep this old man company for a while? The boy was reluctant to leave. He continued, He truly has no understanding of a young lady and Appo's sensibilities. How could he expect you to see him in such a state? Shen Jiasui, hearing Elder Lin refer to himself as this old man and noting his friendly demeanor, found him vastly different from the imposing image she had imagined of the renowned imperial teacher. To share a moment with Elder Lin was a privilege for her. Shen Jiasui felt honored and responded respectfully. At that moment, Elder Lin suddenly began to look around cautiously. Once he confirmed no one was nearby, he lowered his voice. Curiosity etched on his face and asked, Miss Shen, what are your thoughts on Xiaoji? Shen Jiasui, momentarily bewildered by Elder Lin and Appo's intent, contemplated before responding honestly. Lord Jiang is upright and just, willing to speak for the people. He is a good official. Is that all? Elder Lin looked somewhat disappointed. Thinking she may have undersold her praise, Shen Jiasui hastily added, I have heard that Lord Jiang is exceptionally talented and learned, truly deserving of being your disciple. Is that all? The disappointment on Elder Lin's face became more pronounced. Shen Jiasui, feeling flustered, stammered that. At that moment, Jiang Sun's voice unexpectedly broke in, startling Elder Lin. He turned to find Jiang Sun looking displeased. Elder Lin, sensing the shift, first felt guilty, then huffed, unappreciative. When he turned back to Shen Jiasui, his expression softened once more. You two converse. This old man will go tend to his inscriptions. Elder Lin rose to leave, and Shen Jiasui quickly bowed in farewell. At this moment, Jiang Sun had entered the pavilion and stood opposite Shen Jiasui. Chapter 56. Miss Shun's secret. The teacher and Miss Shun's maid stood by, which was not entirely against decorum. Jiang Jun thought to himself as he extended his hand toward Shen Jiasui, Miss Shun, please take a seat. Following his invitation, Shen Jiasui sat down, her gaze fixed on the long table before her, avoiding Jiang Jun and Appo's eyes. She was acutely aware that Jiang Jun had likely deduced she had been peeking outside the window, leaving her feeling quite guilty. Noticing Shen Jiasui's lowered head and apparent discomfort, Jiang Jun furrowed his brow. Earlier, he had seen her looking rather flustered from a distance, likely due to the teacher's nonsensical ramblings. Shen, Jiang, the two spoke simultaneously, then fell silent. Apologies, forgive me. Shen Jiasui decided to maintain her silence, while Jiang Jun seemed to share the same sentiment, resulting in a prolonged silence between them. Eventually, it was Shen Jiasui who could no longer contain herself. She raised her head and addressed Jiang Jun. As the ancients say, one must not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Today, I have overstepped my bounds and wish to express my sincerest apologies to you, Lord Jiang. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Jun's cheek, where she noticed some swelling. Jiang Jun did not shy away from her gaze and offered his own apology, stating that the teacher, being naturally carefree and unrestrained, had not meant any harm in his earlier words and requested that Miss Shen not take offense. Their exchange was marked by polite formalities, each apologizing in turn. Old Lin, eavesdropping nearby, interjected. Upon hearing Jiang Jun's words, Shen Jiasui immediately shook her head. At that moment, Jiang Jun cut to the chase, recalling the incident at the Prince of Rong and Appo's residence, where Miss Shun had warned him to be wary of those around him. It seems, in retrospect, you were referring to my mother, were you not? Shen Jiasui found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Her previous actions had been quite evident. If she was unsure how to explain the matter to Jiang Jun, fortunately, she was adept at turning the tables. Since Jiang Jun had not rebuked her for her earlier indiscretion, she boldly inquired, Lord Jiang, I caught a glimpse of the memorial tablet within the hall. It appeared to bear your name. Jiang Jun did not deny it, but posed a question in return. What circumstances do you believe could lead a person to undergo a profound transformation, becoming entirely different? At this, Shen Jiasui's expression shifted, realizing he was referring to the moment he had awakened to consciousness at the age of 10. She responded candidly, perhaps it is a sudden upheaval, a grave illness, or, like myself, having faced death and returned to life. However, the latter part of her statement remained unspoken. Jiang Jun did not press her for the unfinished thought, but spoke candidly. My mother could not accept my change, believing that I had died at the age of 10. Shen Jiasui's heart skipped a beat, and she could not help but look up at Jiang Jun. In the past, she had been a staunch skeptic of the supernatural. If deities truly existed, how could they allow the Shun family to perish in such bitterness? Yet now, her disbelief wavered. She found herself pondering whether the Jiang Jun before her was indeed the same as the one from before. Seemingly oblivious to Shen Jiasui's reaction, Jiang Jun continued in a subdued tone. My mother tried to reclaim the me from the past. After years of despair, she erected a memorial tablet for me in the Hall of Enlightenment at Dazhao Temple, often visiting to keep me company. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui finally grasped the crux of the matter. If Lady Anyang had been deceived by someone claiming they could restore the former Jiang Jun, she would undoubtedly have taken desperate measures. If someone were to exploit this situation, turning the search for the lost into a scheme for harm, it would be all too easy. Thus, it became clear why Lady Anyang ultimately met her demise in the fire. But what of the servants who perished alongside her? Were they innocent victims caught in the crossfire, or had they been complicit in a deeper conspiracy? It seemed that Miss Shen had already devised a plan. Jiang Jun spoke again, this time as a final test. Seeing that Jiang Jun had laid his cards on the table, Shen Jiasui chose not to deny it, but instead responded with silence. Ah, I see. Jiang Jun sighed softly, his words laced with sorrow. Shen Jiasui opened her mouth, unable to resist, asking, Lord Jiang, what are your intentions? At that moment, Jiang Jun turned his gaze toward the Hall of Enlightenment, his brow furrowed, suggesting an inescapable sense of helplessness. After a long pause, he replied, We shall turn the tables on them. Shen Jiasui inwardly nodded, recognizing this as the best course of action she could conceive. Just then, Jiang Jun spoke again, addressing Shen Jiasui, Miss Shen, this world is filled with unspeakable truths. I understand you have your own secrets and shall not pry further. However, I implore you to tread carefully, for that person may very well be among us. Shen Jiasui felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing the weight of his words. It was evident that Jiang Jun realized the same person who had plotted against the crown princess and the third prince at the Prince of Rong and Appo's residence was likely the same individual orchestrating the downfall of Lady Anyang. Lord Jiang, who is the person you speak of? Shen Jiasui clasped her hands beneath the table, striving to maintain her composure. Jiang Jun shook his head. Shen Jiasui, sensing the gravity of the moment, lowered her gaze and took a deep breath. No matter how well she concealed her feelings, Jiang Jun had perceived her tension and concern from the slight quiver of her lips. He could not ascertain the secrets she harbored, but whether it was her prior intuition regarding the crown princess's plight or her appearance at the Zhao Temple today, it was evident she possessed a foresight beyond the ordinary. A silence enveloped the pavilion until Jiang Jun finally spoke. We should not linger here any longer. Miss Shen, please take your leave. However, Shen Jiasui inquired, Lord Jiang, may I ask which esteemed guests are present today? Jiang Jun hesitated slightly. Sensing the awkwardness, Shen Jiasui was about to withdraw her question when Jiang Jun gently replied. The crown princess, the emperor's grandson, Prince Rui, and Princess Rui, Prince Xiang and Princess Yang, as well as the Prince of Rome and his wife, along with a host of palace maids and eunuchs. Shen Jiasui mentally reviewed the names, then rose to take her leave. Jiang Yun followed suit, escorting her to the edge of the pavilion. Just then, Shen Jiasui suddenly remembered something and turned to say, Lord Jiang, today Lu Yunzheng was also at Dazhao Temple. He followed Gu Shiji into the Hall of Honor. Jiang Jun's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation. Lu Yunzheng is also here. With that, Shen Jiasui hurriedly departed. Old Lin waited until she was out of earshot before returning to Jiang Jun and Appo's side, a playful smile on his face. So, how did it go? Jiang Jun turned to see his teacher's nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but feel exasperated. Teacher, please refrain from speaking nonsense in front of others. Old Lin, clearly displeased, retorted. Nonsense? The Prince of Rome specifically sought me out to discuss a match between you and Miss Shen. Am I not simply inquiring about her feelings? Jiang Jun's expression shifted dramatically at those words, anger flaring within him. Absolutely not. Seeing his disciple genuinely angered, Old Lin frowned. You, teacher, please do not bring this up again. As he spoke, Jiang Jun had already turned to walk toward the Hall of Honor. Old Lin stepped forward, about to argue, when he heard Jiang Jun and Appo's voice softly declare, Teacher, a person like me has no business considering marriage. Old Lin and Appo's hand, which had been raised to protest, halted abruptly as he watched Jiang Jun walk away without a glance back, causing him to slam his thigh in frustration. Stubborn child. Chapter 57. The son of a close friend, the revered Jiasui Temple, a sanctified abode not to be entered by those of royal lineage, welcomed Jiang Sun as an exception. He passed through the mountain gate and strode directly inside. Compared to the elegant Zen courtyard outside, the incense-laden air and the imposing architecture here exuded an aura of solemnity and grandeur. As he walked, palace maids and eunuchs greeted Jiang Sun with respectful bows. But he continued without pause, entering the hall of 10,000 Buddhas. In the wake of the late crown prince and Appo's death, the emperor, consumed by grief, had established this hall, adorning its walls with golden statues of the Buddhas to bless the late crown prince on his journey to the afterlife. At this moment, only the crown princess, the royal grandson Zhao Yuanye, and the couple of Prince Yang were present. Upon hearing his footsteps, the four turned towards Jiang Sun, and the peculiar expression on his face did not go unnoticed. Clearly, they were all aware of the events surrounding the Duke of Anyang's household and averted their gazes to spare Jiang Sun any discomfort. At this juncture, a eunuch entered and quietly requested the esteemed guests to proceed to their meal. As he passed Jiang Sun, Prince Yang gently patted Jiang Sun's shoulder, his warm gaze reflecting a hint of helplessness as he subtly shook his head in a gesture of comfort. Jiang Sun hurriedly bowed in response, lowering his eyes in acknowledgement. When Zhao Yuanye approached Jiang Sun, he lingered, addressing the crown princess. "Mother, I wish to stay a while longer." The crown princess affectionately stroked Zhao Yuanye and Appo's head, glanced at Jiang Sun, and nodded slightly. "Very well, I shall have Lord Jiang escort you shortly." As everyone else departed, only Jiang Sun and Zhao Yuanye remained. It was then that Zhao Yuanye tugged at Jiang Sun and Appo's sleeve, his expression filled with concern. "Sir, let me see if you're in pain." Jiang Sun lowered his gaze to meet Zhao Yuanye and Appo's sorrowful eyes. His heart softened, and he immediately crouched down. "Your Highness, you ought to go and dine." Zhao Yuanye raised a hand to gently touch Jiang Sun and Appo's cheek, his voice laced with a hint of grievance. "Did the lady strike you again? I shall petition grandfather to decree that she must not harm you any more." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun cooed and Appo's helped but chuckle. "Your Highness, the emperor has myriad matters to attend to. This is a family affair and should not trouble him." Zhao Yuanye shook his head vehemently. "I cannot fathom why the lady does not cherish someone as good as you. Mother would never allow me to be harmed in the slightest." Seeing Zhao Yuanye genuinely extend a finger towards him, Jiang Sun's smile widened, and he took the young prince's hand, leading him to the memorial tablet of the late crown prince. The two stood in silence for a long while until Zhao Yuanye suddenly looked up and asked, "Sir, what kind of person was my father?" Zhao Yuanye was not yet 4 years old when the late crown prince passed away. In his memory, his father was a kind-hearted man who, despite being bedridden, possessed a gentle gaze. After recalling his father, he had more memories of Jiang Sun than of the crown prince. Jiang Sun gazed at the tablet before him, lost in thought. Noticing the anticipation in Zhao Yuanye's eyes, he reflected for a moment before speaking softly. "Your Highness, your father was magnanimous and compassionate, a man with a cheerful disposition. On the day your mother gave birth to you, your father was so overjoyed that he nearly leaped with happiness, proudly boasting to me that he had a healthy, chubby son. When you first called him father, the crown prince personally visited the Lin residence to share his pride once more." Jiang Sun's voice, though low, was imbued with delight and ease. Zhao Yuanye had never heard such a portrayal of his father. In the past, others had spoken of him as self-sacrificing and devoted to the people, a man with a heart for the world. Yet Jiang Sun and Appo's depiction revealed a father who was approachable and ordinary. "The crown prince sounds wonderful." As his words lingered, Jiang Sun turned to look at Zhao Yuanye, his lips curling into a gentle smile. For the son of a close friend, entrusted with a dying wish, Jiang Sun would risk his very life to protect him. Zhao Yuanye, oblivious to Jiang Sun's gaze, tightly held his hand, looking up at the memorial tablet with tears of joy mingled with laughter. "Sir, I knew it all along. My father loved me dearly." Upon exiting the hall of 10,000 Buddhas, Jiang Sun was about to leave after escorting Zhao Yuanye to the dining hall when a eunuch hurriedly approached him, whispering, "Lord Jiang, someone has trespassed into the sacred temple and has been apprehended. We seek your judgment." Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow at this news. How fortuitous, for he had intended to send someone to investigate. "Lead the way. Do you know who it is?" The eunuch promptly replied, "My lord, this person claims to be the son of General Zhao Yong, in search of talent, mistakenly entered the temple. He is seeking a lady in green, but we have yet to discover her whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Jiasui paused, seemingly recalling something, and quietly instructed the eunuch. Although the eunuch was puzzled, he did not dare to delay and nodded before hastening away. Jiasui followed closely behind and soon spotted Yunzheng surrounded by guards with drawn swords. He halted, concealing himself behind a pillar, and saw the eunuch rush over to Yunzheng, coldly declaring, "With the princes present today, the temple is on high alert. Regardless of your status as a general's son, you must be taken into custody." The guards immediately advanced upon hearing this, and Yunzheng's complexion paled, nearly exclaiming, "I must see." Jiasui leaned in to listen, only to find Yunzheng suddenly fall silent. At that moment, Yunzheng's face turned ashen, and he broke into a cold sweat. The mention of the princes had nearly compelled him to reveal a name, but he retained his composure, remembering that the individual in question did not recognize him. Jiasui observed the scene with keen understanding. After encountering Yunzheng at the Prince Rome's residence, he had suspected that Yunzheng was not entirely ignorant of the person behind the scenes. Today, the more Yunzheng concealed himself, the more suspicious he appeared. Contemplating this, Jiasui's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Which prince could it be? As the guards closed in, Jiasui finally stepped forward, raising his voice. "Halt!" Yunzheng, who had previously held a disdainful view of Jiasui, brightened at the sound of his voice. "Lord Jiang, it is I, Yunzheng. Feigning surprise, Jean Xinfroned." "Deputy Commander Liu, what brings you here?" Yunzheng hurriedly offered an explanation, urgently adding, "Lord Jiang, please send someone to search at once. We must not allow her to offend the noble ones." Just as Yunzheng concluded his plea, a female voice called out from a distance, "Lord Jiang, I come at the behest of the crown princess to escort Miss Gu, who mistakenly entered the sacred temple, back." Upon hearing this, Jiasui turned around and instantly recognized the maidservant by the crown princess's side. At that moment, a lady in green kept her head bowed, following closely behind the maid. Yunzheng's heart raced, and upon seeing Gu Shiji's figure, he was overwhelmed with both shock and joy, exclaiming, "Shiji!" Since this was the crown princess's intention, Jiasui could not refuse and instructed that Yunzheng and Gu Shiji be escorted out. As he watched their retreating figures, it appeared that Yunzheng was doing everything in his power to appease her, while Gu Shiji remained aloof, not uttering a word. At this juncture, Jiasui suddenly pondered, were they at odds because of Shen Jiasui? The thought flitted through his mind, but was quickly suppressed. Chapter 58. Incompatibility at the entrance of Jiasui Temple. Yunzheng had already sworn to the heavens, "Shiji, believe me, I harbor no feelings for Shen Jiasui. Everything I do is for us." Gu Shiji raised her gaze to Yunzheng, observing his lips moving, yet not a single word penetrated her ears. She could hardly recall whether her initial approach to Yunzheng stemmed from genuine affection or jealousy towards Shen Jiasui. Perhaps it was a concoction of both. She employed every means possible to divert Yunzheng's attention from Shen Jiasui and believed that Yunzheng was the highest branch she could grasp, the one she could entrust her life to. But then, Ningfengyu appeared, and then, despite her efforts to persuade Madame Liu and her resolve to be with Yunzheng, the fact that Yunzheng clandestinely met with Shen Jiasui revealed his wavering heart. If that were the case, why could she not? Perhaps Gu Shiji's aloof demeanor unnerved Yunzheng, prompting him to pull her into his embrace. Trembling as he implored, "Shiji, please do not remain silent. Trust me." Slowly, Gu Shiji raised her hand and wrapped it around Yunzheng's waist, whispering, "Yunzheng, I believe you." Yunzheng, thinking that Gu Shiji had finally set aside her anger, tightened his hold on her. However, unbeknownst to him, an unusual gleam flickered in Gu Shiji's eyes, a momentary conflict passing through them, but it seemed she ultimately made her decision. In the general's residence, upon returning to the courtyard, Shen Jiasui was met with an eager Jiwan, who inquired with a concerned yet subtle tone, Sway, did you enjoy your day?" Shen Jiasui pondered for a moment. The outing was hardly enjoyable, yet it served to remind Jiasui, who, given his capabilities, would surely evade the impending tragedy. Thus, she nodded with a smile. Jiwan, noticing Shen Jiasui's apparent satisfaction, could not help but voice her thoughts. It seems you had a delightful encounter with the Duchess of Anyang? As Shen Jiasui began to recount the sights of Jiasui Temple while leisurely sipping her tea, Jiwan, unable to contain her curiosity, bluntly asked, Sway. It appears you truly have affections for Jiangsun? Startled, Shen Jiasui nearly choked on her tea, her eyes wide with shock, caught between swallowing and gasping. And secretly pleased. It's all well. Recalling old Lin's seemingly absurd question. Jiangsun as a potential son-in-law. But upon learning it was all for naught, she felt somewhat deflated. Very well, if you hold no such intentions, I shall ask your father to decline. Shen Jiasui nodded vigorously, her thoughts already racing to inform Aunt Zhou. At that moment, Jiwan could not help but murmur, with such talent and beauty, how can they be incompatible? Having inquired about Jiangsun and Appo's as character, Jiwan found herself increasingly fond of him. Indeed, as her husband had noted, Jiangsun had many enemies and walked a perilous path, uncertain of a good outcome. Yet, the Shen family was of noble lineage, and with Sui's dream. Wasn't he akin to risking it all? When she had married her husband, her own father had been reluctant, but she had persisted. Life is but a fleeting few decades. To constantly look back would only lead to a life of regrets and melancholy. She understood her daughter well. Jiangsun and Appo's character was surely the kind Sui would admire. Hearing her mother's musings, Shen Jiasui momentarily lost herself in thought, attempting to envision herself nestled in Jiangsun's embrace, calling him husband. The next instant, she shuddered, horrified at the sacrilege. Amitabha. Shen Jiasui hurriedly recited a prayer. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Jiwan realized this match was merely her own infatuation and sighed, rising to leave. Shen Jiasui sat in contemplation for a while, and after calming her thoughts, she meticulously recalled the day's events at Jiasui Temple. Once satisfied there were no omissions, she proceeded to her desk and decisively penned a letter to Aunt Zhou. Though uncertain of what Gushiji had discussed with Madame Liu, caution was always prudent. It was wise to alert Aunt Zhou. Now, she awaited news regarding the witchcraft case. In recent days, Jiangsun had taken residence at the Lin estate, assigning someone to keep a close eye on the Duchess of Anyang's movements. Witchcraft, often a malevolent art, invariably targeted those of high status. Jiangsun pondered deeply. If the mastermind sought to end his life, they would surely use his mother to provoke the emperor's wrath. The prince's birthday was next month. To curse a living person is a grievous sin, but to curse the deceased is even more heinous. If this were to unfold before the emperor, Appo's birthday, who could withstand the monarch and Appo's fury? That person was willing to jeopardize his mother and the entire Duchess of Anyang and Appo's household for his downfall. A cold glint flashed in Jiangsun's eyes as he clenched his fists. At that moment, the candlelight in the room extinguished abruptly. He remained motionless in the darkness, not bothering to light another candle, allowing himself to be engulfed by the shadows. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from outside, followed by a boisterous voice, Xiaoji. I know you are still awake. With a forceful shove, the door swung open, and the candlelight pierced the darkness, illuminating Jiangsun. What's the matter? Not going to say a word? Are you trying to scare me to death? Old Lin barged in, placing a candlestick on the desk, his face flushed with irritation. Did you offend the Shen girl at the steel forest the other day? Jiangsun lifted his gaze, the gloom still clouding his expression. Old Lin frowned, sitting beside him with a sigh, adopting a more serious tone. Look at you, still refusing to marry. When I depart this world, who will light a candle for you? I just received news that the Shen family has declined a proposal from Duke Rome. The Shen girl does not fancy you. Why are you being so unambitious? I know people best. That Shen girl is 1 in a million. To be with her is a blessing. Old Lin continued, growing more agitated as he spoke. Noticing Jiang Sun's persistent silence, he felt his frustration mounting. Unexpectedly, Jiang Sun stood up and walked toward the inner room, finally speaking, "That is for the best. I am unworthy of the Shen family's young lady. Please, master, do not concern yourself with this matter." Old Lin was furious, about to reprimand him when suddenly he paused. "Wait a moment, that doesn't sound right." He looked up, staring in disbelief at Jiang Sun's retreating figure, and suddenly, his eyes brightened with realization. Chapter 59. Parents. As November swiftly approached, the atmosphere at the Liu residence remained tranquil. The individuals dispatched to observe Liu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji reported daily, yet found no unusual behavior from either. However, Mama Zhao, who attended to Madame Liu, made 2 trips to a separate courtyard, carrying a bundle, presumably delivering silver to Liu Yunzheng and his associates. This further convinced Shen Jiasui that Gu Shiji had indeed gained Madame Liu and Appo's approval during their encounter at the Dezhao Temple, prompting her to send another letter to Aunt Zhou as a reminder. Aunt Zhou replied with gratitude, assuring Shen Jiasui not to worry. The 9th of November marked the 3rd anniversary of the late Crown Prince and Appo's demise, leading His Majesty to cancel the morning court session. The ministers dutifully attended to their responsibilities, yet privately lamented the depth of the Emperor and Appo's affection for the Crown Prince, which remained palpable. With the heir apparent and Appo's position vacant, even the slightest disturbance would be scrutinized relentlessly. After all, the Emperor was merely 45, in the prime of life, and although the imperial grandson was still young, he would inevitably mature in due time. Considering the bond between the Emperor and the late Crown Prince, there was a glimmer of hope. At the Yunzheng Marquise in the eastern courtyard, Marquis Jiang Kaishuo lounged in a loose green robe, 1 foot tucked beneath him, his posture languid as he fiddled absent-mindedly with a cricket grass stem, teasing the cricket in its container. A young servant named Fugue stood quietly by, seemingly accustomed to the Marquis's despondent demeanor. "Is it true that the madam has returned today?" The Marquis suddenly inquired, his voice low and indifferent. Fugue, having nearly dozed off, was startled into alertness and nodded hastily. "Yes, my lord. The madam returned in the afternoon around the hour of the monkey, and she is likely resting now." Upon hearing this, the Marquis emitted a soft grunt, tossing the cricket grass onto the table and reclining lazily against the chair's back. 10 days have passed since her departure. Perhaps it is time to tidy up and move her belongings to the Dezhao Temple, thus eliminating the need for back-and-forth trips. Fugue, hesitant to respond, listened as the Marquis continued, "What of the young master? Why have I not seen him these past few days?" Casting a cautious glance at the Marquis and Appo's expression, Fugue replied truthfully, "The young master has been with old Master Lin and has not returned home." The Marquis's lips curled into a cold smile. "Oh, splendid. It seems he truly considers the Lin residence his home. Let him be. He needn't return at all." After a moment of sulking, the Marquis suddenly rose. "Fugue, fetch some silver." Startled, Fugue quickly interjected, "My lord, today marks the anniversary of the late Crown Prince's passing. Although it has been 3 years since his demise, the palace has not prohibited merriment. However, you must." "Enough!" The Marquis snapped, delivering a sharp slap to Fugue's head. "Am I so lacking in decorum? The madam has finally returned. Go buy her some of her favorite pastries. Deliver them to the western courtyard, and say they are for everyone in the household, not just for her." With that, the Marquis strode purposefully out, while Fugue hurriedly followed, calling out, "My lord, at least change your attire." In the western courtyard of the Yunzheng Marquise, Madame Jiang sat by the bedside, her gaze vacant as she repeatedly stroked a small garment resting on her lap. This was the chamber where Jiang Sun had lived since his birth. In affluent families like the Yunzheng Marquise, young masters typically moved to independent quarters at the age of 4, accompanied by a nurse. However, Jiang Sun, unable to walk independently at 2 and not yet speaking at 3, was the subject of countless consultations by Madame Jiang and her husband, ultimately leading to a diagnosis of mental deficiency by even the royal physician. Thus, Madame Jiang had kept him in the chamber, caring for him closely. "Sunat, my dear Sunat," she whispered repeatedly, pressing the worn and faded little garment to her cheek, tears streaming down her face. Regret consumed her, a torment that felt insurmountable. When Sun turned 10, the old matriarch of the household celebrated her birthday, and, as the lady of the house, Madame Jiang became preoccupied, entrusting Sun to the care of the servants. However, they disregarded the poor child, who, in search of her, ventured to the banquet and was bullied by the other children. They mocked him, pushed him around, frightened him with willow branches pretending to be insects, surrounded him singing taunts, branding him a nuisance, and threw pebbles at him. Terrified. By the time she returned after 2 hours, Sun had been alone in the shadows, stricken with high fever, calling for his mother. The fever raged for 3 days, and thus her beloved child was lost. The one who awakened was not her Sun. She knew it deep within her heart. For how could a mother fail to recognize her own child? In the decade that followed, Madame Jiang recalled that fateful night countless times. Had she not entrusted Sun and Appos, to the servants, had she kept Mama by her side, perhaps it would have been different. It was all her fault. Originally, her husband had advised her against overexerting herself due to her frail constitution, suggesting that the banquet be managed by her sisters-in-law. Yet, driven by the disdain Sun faced, she was desperate to showcase her status before others. She yearned to proclaim to the world that, despite having a simple-minded son, she remained the matriarch of the Yunzheng Marquisate. It was she who had caused Sun's demise. She had given him life, yet failed to protect him, often resenting him for his condition, for bringing her ridicule. Sun, it is your mother's fault. I have wronged you. Madame Jiang buried her face in the small garment, weeping uncontrollably. She appeared frail, the green robe hanging loosely on her thin frame, her spine visibly protruding as she leaned forward. If only you could return, Sun and Appos, if only you could return, I would do anything for you. As she spoke, Madame Jiang slowly lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a struggle and hesitation. Yet, glancing at the crumpled garment in her lap, she reached into her bosom and retrieved a smooth wooden doll entwined with black and red threads. Hearing the cries within the room cease, Mama and stepped inside, noticing Madame Jiang staring blankly at the doll. A fleeting expression of concern crossed her face. Madam, the monk and Appos, words may not hold truth. Please reconsider. Chapter 60. He is the evil soul. Lady Yunzheng raised her head, tears streaming down her face. Mother, I have no choice. If this plan fails, I can only descend to meet Sun and confess to him. Madam, upon hearing this, Aunt Anne's face turned ashen, and she hurried forward to comfort her. Please do not speak such words. You will break my heart. The tears of Lady Yunzheng flowed more fiercely at her words. For the past decade, everyone believed she had lost her mind, yet only Aunt Anne had always believed in her and remained by her side. Mother, no matter the truth, I have to try, even if it is just to speak to Sun and Appos, just once. Lady Yunzheng caressed the wooden puppet in her hand, repeatedly murmuring her last words, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, her obsession resembling madness. Aunt Anne, witnessing this, cast a sympathetic and guilty glance at the lady and Appos, graying hair, but soon her gaze was replaced by avarice. Lady Yunzheng slowly rose, her steps slightly unsteady, her gaze fixed on the setting sun outside. According to the monk's teachings, she had employed countless methods, forcing him to drink talisman water. He still called her mother. There was one time when he was on the brink of death from the lashes. She shook him, crying, asking why he would not lie to her. If he had said he was Sun, perhaps she would have softened. She would have learned to deceive herself. Yet, he remained stubborn, unwilling to utter a single insincere word. Tears slipped down Lady Yunzheng's cheeks as she murmured, "Evil soul, he is but an evil soul." There was no need for her to soften. He was merely an evil spirit occupying Sun and Appos' body. Madam, the time is drawing near. Anne approached gently, offering a timely reminder. Years ago, Jiasui had suffered a high fever for 3 days, awakening on the 3rd day at the hour of you. According to the monk, it was then that the evil soul took possession of Jiasui and Amp, Appo's body. Thus, the ritual today must commence at the same hour. Upon hearing this, Lady Yang trembled, gripping the puppet tightly against her heart. After standing in silence for a moment, she finally nodded. Today was the day of offering in memory of the Crown Prince Shen, and Emperor Sheng had set up a ceremonial altar in the Qinan Hall, with Jiasui graciously accompanying him, as all members of the royal family were present. Zhao Yuan stood beside Emperor Sheng, tightly holding his grandfather's hand, his eyes red-rimmed. Emperor Sheng had 3 sons: the gentle yet frail crown prince, the Prince of Xiang, who bore a striking resemblance to his mother, and the Prince of Rui, who most resembled Emperor Sheng himself. Just then, the Prince of Rui stepped forward to offer incense. Dressed in plain white, his long black hair tied high with a white jade crown, he raised his tear-streaked gaze and softly called, "Elder brother." While the crown prince was alive, the 3 brothers had always appeared harmonious, at least to outsiders. Privately, the Prince of Xiang and the Prince of Rui refer to the crown prince as elder brother, rather than royal brother. Hearing his second son's murmur, Emperor Sheng's eyes ached even more. To this day, he often dreamed of Huaiji. Zhao Huaiji was the crown prince in Appo's name, embodying Emperor Sheng and Appo's boundless expectations. Sadness enveloped the hall, but at that moment, the chief eunuch to Shen appeared at the entrance. Looking anxious, Jiasui noticed the Shen and Appo's unusual demeanor and felt a chill pass through him. He knew that trouble had arrived. That man would not even spare the already deceased prince. Indeed, he had chosen today. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze swept over the hall. Yet the sorrow on everyone's faces appeared perfectly curated, revealing no cracks. Shen, feeling panicked, reported that the Inspector Zhang sought an audience, claiming there was an urgent matter that required the Emperor and Appo's attention. Having served the Emperor for over 30 years, he knew well the Emperor and Appo's temperament. The Crown Prince held immense significance in the Emperor's heart, and even he dared not disturb the Emperor at this moment. As the Shen felt increasingly troubled, he suddenly caught Jiasui's eye. His heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly bowed, signaling Jiasui with a glance. Lord Jiang was a rising star in the court, and the Emperor held him in high regard, particularly since the Crown Prince had often praised him before the Emperor. Thus, over the years, the Emperor had grown increasingly fond of Lord Jiang. With Jiasui and Appo's assistance, perhaps the Emperor would not be incensed. Just as the Shen was contemplating this, another young eunuch rushed in, his face filled with urgency, whispering something into Shen and Appo's ear. Upon hearing the Shen and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, and he was suddenly alarmed. It turned out that Inspector Zhang had waited too long and had sent someone to report that he intended to impeach Lord Jiasui, and the matter concerned the Crown Prince. The Shen immediately sensed something amiss. He could no longer afford to delay. He entered the hall quietly, approached Emperor Sheng, and whispered in his ear. All eyes in the hall turned toward them. Even Zhao Yuan lifted his head, looking at his grandfather in bewilderment. Still young, he shook Emperor Sheng's hand and asked curiously, "Grandfather, what is the matter?" At that moment, Emperor Sheng turned his gaze toward Jiasui. By imperial decree, all unauthorized personnel must withdraw immediately. A battalion of imperial guards clad in bright armor, wielding weapons, charged down Chengtian Street with a resounding clamor. "Withdraw! Withdraw!" The pedestrians on the street were thrown into a panic, hastily fleeing to either side, while those in shops peeked out, only to quickly retreat in horror. The imperial guards, their faces stern, swiftly vanished around the corner, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. The crowd was astounded, exchanging glances until someone brought back news that the imperial guards had surrounded the Yunzheng Duke and Appo's residence on Chengtian Street. While many were unfamiliar with the Yunzheng Duke's residence, upon hearing Jiasui's name, they suddenly understood. It was the home of the esteemed Lord Jiang, the vice minister of the Dali Temple, with the imperial guards acting on imperial orders and approaching with great fervor. Could it be that something had happened to Lord Jiang? Duke Yang had purchased many pastries and was now on his way to the Duke's residence after selecting a hairpin from Baohua Shen. He sat in the carriage, just a turn away from his home, playing with the newly bought hairpin as he casually instructed, "After we return, send someone. No, Fuge, you go personally and deliver some pastries to the Lin family. That boy loves them. As for this hairpin, you can deliver it along with the pastries to the west courtyard, and do not mention that I bought it, master." Fu Gue suddenly turned and lifted the carriage curtain, his face filled with alarm. Duke Yang furrowed his brow, and before he could reprimand Fu Gue, he caught sight of the imperial guards standing at attention with swords drawn at the entrance of the Duke's residence. His eyes widened in shock, and the color drained from his face as the hairpin slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. Chapter 61. Guardian of the child, the Duke of Anyang stumbled down from the carriage, his face as pale as death. Noble families like theirs heavily relied on the merits accumulated by their ancestors, with successive generations inheriting titles based on their predecessors' accomplishments. Their fortunes intertwined with the emperor's whims. If the descendants lacked promise, they were inevitably bound to decline step by step. Though he had inherited the title of duke, he regrettably lacked the aptitude for scholarship or governance, instead indulging in a life of luxury. To his dismay, his legitimate son turned out to be foolish. Following this, he had hoped for another child, but neither his wife nor the concubines showed any signs of pregnancy. As the duke's household waned, he was tempted. After all, Sun'er was incapable of inheriting the title. If he adopted his brother and Apos as son early on and nurtured their bond, upon his own demise, there would be someone to ensure Sun and Apos' lifelong comfort and wealth. Yet, unexpectedly, when Sun'er turned 10, he suffered a high fever and inexplicably became enlightened. Subsequently, he was chosen as the crown prince's companion, took on a mentor in Master Lin, and embarked on a political career, rapidly becoming the backbone of the duke's household. With such a promising future, he merely needed to tread carefully and advance steadily. However, he defied this path, seeking to enter the Grand Court, to revisit old cases, to address the grievances of the populace, even daring to confront the Duke of Chonghua in front of the entire court. The Duke's heart tightened at the thought. The presence of the imperial guards surrounding the estate indicated a decree from the emperor himself. Surely the boy had committed some grievous error. He had long warned Sun'er that such actions could lead to his own demise. He could still vividly recall the previous year when Sun'er had been attacked by masked assailants on his way home, returning drenched in blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yet, he remained obstinate, failing to learn from such a lesson. He couldn't even fathom what calamity had befallen his rebellious son. Could he have already been imprisoned? With these thoughts racing through his mind, the Duke felt his body weaken and his vision blur. Stumbling forward, he resolutely rushed toward the entrance of the Duke and Apos' estate, only to be intercepted by several individuals who had evidently been waiting there. Dazed, he initially believed the imperial guards had come for him, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was his younger brother and some relatives. Kaishuo, brother. The cacophony enveloped him as his younger brother, Jiang Kai Jing, grasped his arms tightly and urgently declared, "Brother, Sun'er must have caused some trouble. The imperial guards are here," indicating the emperor's wrath. "It is irreparable. Didn't sister-in-law always insist that Sun'er is an impostor, possessed by a spirit? You must speak to the emperor and clarify this matter, lest this false Jiang Sun implicate our family and bring disaster upon us all." The surrounding relatives nodded in agreement, echoing sentiments of fear and urgency. "Indeed, I have always said that a fool cannot suddenly become enlightened. It must be a spirit's influence. Whether we exorcise the spirit or burn him, we must ensure he doesn't drag the entire Jiang family down with him." The Duke, pulled in every direction, gaped incredulously at those around him. When Sun and Apos was selected as the crown princess companion, these very people had altered their attitudes, frequently visiting to forge connections, all seeking to place their children beside Sun and Apos, hoping to bask in his future glory. What had they said then? They had proclaimed Sun and Amp amp, oppos, or as a late bloomer, a prodigy with boundless potential, the hope of the Jiang family brother. Do you hear me? Sister-in-law has never favored him. This is not mere rumor. Yes, Kaishuo, do not be foolish. Preserving the Duke's estate and title is paramount. The Duke raised his head, his eyes reddening as he scanned the faces before him, feeling a chilling sense of betrayal. As others attempted to pull him back, he suddenly pushed them away with force, shouting, "Leave, all of you, a bunch of self-serving, ungrateful wretches. He is my son, Jiang Kaishuo. If you dare to slander him, I will take you all down with me." Panic surged through the crowd as they attempted to reason with him. But the Duke had already rushed out to confront the Imperial Guards. Seeing the long blades in their hands, none dared to follow. "I am the Duke of Anyang, Jiang Kaishuo. May I inquire what offense has been committed at my residence? Is this action sanctioned by the Emperor?" As his words fell, a red-armored Imperial Guard, wielding a long blade, stepped forward. The Duke recognized his insignia. It was Captain Yunzheng of the Imperial Guards. "Ah, Captain Wen, may I ask where my son, Jiang Sun, is now?" The Duke raised his voice, though his face betrayed a hint of panic, yet he maintained a semblance of composure. Yunzheng, observing him, raised an eyebrow. The rumors of the Duke's idleness and ineptitude seemed exaggerated. He appeared more capable than the tale suggested. "Since you are the Duke, please come inside." With a neutral tone, Wen stepped aside to allow him entry. The Duke's heart raced with unease, but he stepped inside without hesitation. At the entrance, Fugu, in a rush, attempted to follow, but was stopped by the Imperial Guards. Crying uncontrollably, Fugu shouted, "My lord! My lord!" The Duke glanced back at Fugu, feeling a pang of sorrow, but merely gestured toward a distance before continuing into the estate. Tears streamed down Fugu's face, and the unyielding stance of the guards left him in despair. As the Duke's estate door was mercilessly shut, Fugu stomped his feet in frustration, then turned to follow the direction the Duke had indicated. That direction led to the carriage he had just driven. What had happened to the carriage? In an instant, Fugu froze. Wait, the Duke had just instructed him to personally deliver pastries to the Lin residence for the young master. The Lin residence? Yes, he needed to find old Master Lin. A glimmer of hope ignited in Fugu's eyes as he hurried toward the carriage. Just then, he caught sight of another carriage parked against the wall across from the Duke and Oppo's estate. Perhaps sensing his gaze, a figure inside swiftly lowered the curtain, and he glimpsed a flash of yellow skirts, likely a young lady. Thinking it was merely a bystander drawn to the commotion, Fugu quickly averted his gaze and drove the carriage straight toward the Lin residence. Inside the corner carriage, a voice, bright and unwavering, asked, "Miss, do you think Lord Jiang will be all right?" "Surely," came the calm and assured response. Meanwhile, upon entering the Duke's estate, the Duke anticipated being detained by Yunzheng. He still believed the calamity was of Jiang Sun and Oppo's making, and sought to glean more information before being confined. "Captain Wen, where's my son Jiang Sun now? Has he angered the Emperor? He is an upright man, devoted to duty. He would never err. He must have been framed. Please take me to see the Emperor." As the Duke continued to plead, Yunzheng suddenly raised his hand, calmly interjecting, "Duke, I must ask you to step towards the western courtyard." Upon hearing western courtyard, the Duke froze momentarily, then his expression drastically changed. He disregarded Yunzheng and hurried towards the interior, nearly breaking into a run. The western courtyard was already in ruins, offerings, ensuring everything was in place. At this moment, Lady Yin of the Anyang Marquis knelt on the cushion. Beside her was a low table. Upon the table lay a talisman inscribed with Jiang Sun's birth chart, prepared vermilion ink, and a dagger. Lady Yin clutched the effigy tightly, her hand trembling as she dipped the brush into the ink, hovering it above the effigy. Seeing that Lady Yin hesitated to make her mark, Mama and softly reminded her, "Madam, observe the time. It is time to open the eyes." At the sound of these words, Lady Yin shuddered, suddenly looking up with reddened eyes, asking Mama, if Sun and Oppo's soul returns to his body, where will his soul go? It was evident that he referred to the current Jiang Sun. Mama noticed Lady Yin and Oppo's uncertainty, discreetly furrowing her brow, and gently leaned closer, saying, "Madam, It appears you have developed feelings for him. After all, he has called you and Appos, mother and Appos, for 10 years. While you may not be particularly close, he has always shown you utmost respect without question. Upon hearing this, a profound struggle flickered across Lady Anne's brow, causing her hand holding the brush to tremble. Mama uncontinued, should young Master Sun return, perhaps he would become but a wandering spirit. Lady Anne's eyes widened at this thought, but Mama Anne hastily added, yet if he does not depart, young Master Sun has already occupied his body for a decade. Upon hearing this, Lady Anne and Appos, as complexion grew increasingly pale. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, tears streaming down her face, yet no longer hesitating. She took up the brush and marked the effigy's eyes. This effigy had been a gift from a high monk who, recognizing Lady Anne's sincerity, had bestowed it upon her. Its craftsmanship was exceptionally vivid. As she painted the effigy and Appos, as crimson eyes, it was uncanny how lifelike it appeared, though the red hue hinted at an unsettling aura. Mama and then offered the talisman and dagger. Lady Anne, no longer wavering, affixed the talisman to the effigy and Appos' forehead and drew the dagger across her fingertip. Blood oozed out, and she let it drip onto the effigy and Appos' chest. Mama Anne quickly reached out to take the effigy, softly reminding her, "Madam, you must call for young Master Sun now." According to the high monk's instructions, after the blood was shed, Lady Anne was to sincerely call out to the one she sought, while the effigy needed to be placed upon the incense altar to receive offerings. Trusting Mama Anne implicitly, Lady Anne placed the effigy carefully into her hands and clasped her palms together, repeatedly calling out Jiang Sun's name. Her heart wavered, her brows knitted tightly. Yet, the thought of Mama Anne's earlier words, that her son had been a wandering spirit for 10 years due to the loss of his body, left her resolute. Sun, come back and see your mother, please." Mama Anne turned away, her eyes filled with hesitation and guilt. Lady Anne had indeed treated her with sincerity. Yet, since the young master had regained his senses at the age of 10, Lady Anne had become unhinged, obsessively muttering about the young master being possessed, opposing everyone, and often driving her husband away. Lady Anne spent her days either hiding in the courtyard or visiting Dezhao Temple, oblivious to how others mocked the Anyang Marquis household. Yet Mama Anne was different. She had children of her own, and serving Lady Anne meant she faced ridicule whenever she stepped outside. Recently, someone had approached her with a substantial sum, though she had no intention of betraying Lady Anne. That person knew the whereabouts of her 2 children and had resorted to coercion, a burden too heavy for a mere servant to bear. "Madam, you are not convinced that the current young master is a falsehood, always insisting on finding the true young Master Sun, are you? If I do this, it could be seen as fulfilling your desire, correct?" Mama Anne's hands trembled as she glanced back at Lady Anne, who was kneeling on the cushion, tears streaming down her face. A fleeting moment of pity crossed her features, yet she still reached into her bosom. She had long concealed the talisman, given to her by that person. She knew not whose birth chart was inscribed upon it. All she understood was that the intent was for her to use it to replace young Master Sun. Clenching her teeth, she turned her back to Lady Anne and retrieved the talisman. Just as she was about to reveal Jiang Sun's birth chart, a loud voice suddenly rang from the wall. "Wretched woman." The voice boomed like thunder, and like a nimble monkey, a figure descended, seizing Mama Anne's wrist. The unexpected turn of events startled Lady Anne, who opened her eyes wide and immediately recognized the newcomer as Beifeng, Jiang Sun's attendant. Mama Anne was both frightened and shocked, her eyes bulging, but soon she cried out in agony as the strength of the intruder threatened to crush her wrist. Lady Anne, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure. She recalled the day of the 15th at Dezhao Temple when Jiang Sun had sought her out and instinctively thought he had sent someone to follow her. Aware of the monk and Appos' instructions, he was too afraid to reveal himself and had dispatched subordinates to thwart her. Realizing this, Lady Anne's eyes turned red with determination as she pushed herself to the ground and lunged towards Beifeng. Time was of the essence. If the effigy was not placed upon the altar in time, everything would be ruined, and her son would never return. This thought consumed Lady Anne. driving her to madness as she stumbled forward to seize the effigy. At that moment, another figure approached, swiftly snatching the effigy from the pained grasp of Mama and taking away the talisman that had yet to be affixed. Lady in Damp, oppose. Gaze fixated on the effigy, a fierce determination in her expression, and when she looked up at the one who had intervened, she found it was Nanfeng, another attendant of Jiasui. At that moment, Lady An had lost all grace. She turned to lunge at Nanfeng. Instead of dodging, opened his palm and presented the effigy to her. Lady An hastily grabbed the effigy and staggered toward the incense altar. In her haste, she collided with the altar, pain coursing through her abdomen, whitening her face. Yet she disregarded it all, repeatedly calling out, "Sun, Sun, there is still time, there is still time." Nanfeng, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming rage for his young master, deeming it utterly unjust. He had only been placed by Lin Lao beside the young master last year. Yet in this brief time, he had witnessed Lady An strike and berate the young master countless times. How many more instances had he not seen? The cabinet filled with medicines had been used and replenished innumerable times. What could possibly compel a mother to treat her child with such cruelty? The young master, having uncovered the plot of the enemies, had orchestrated today's events, fully aware that Lady An intended to use the effigy to curse him. Yet, he remained unperturbed, repeatedly instructing them not to reveal the truth to her, not to burden her with the knowledge. But how cruel and unfair this was to the young master. Nanfeng held deep admiration for Jiasui, feeling a profound loyalty. At this moment, seeing Lady An kneeling and prostrating before the effigy, he could no longer contain himself. Stepping forward to speak coldly, "Madam, your heart towards the young master is truly merciless. Do you even know what this is?" In her dazed state, Lady An instinctively lifted her head at the sound of his voice, only to see Nanfeng holding up a talisman. "Madam, this servant beside you has already been bribed. This talisman contains the birth chart of the crown prince. Should she affix this to the effigy, do you know what crime will await you? Mark my words, it won't be long before someone from the palace arrives, and they will witness your invocation of witchcraft, providing irrefutable evidence. Had it not been for the young master's foresight in unraveling the treacherous plot of the thieves, the consequences would have been dire, invoking curses upon the late crown prince through sorcery, with the annihilation of 9 clans deemed a light punishment. Today, the lady narrowly escaped calamity. Yet can she fathom the burdens the young master bears within the palace? The weight of his trials, the countless accusations hurled at him? Despite such adversity, he repeatedly enjoins his subordinates not to reveal the truth to the lady, insisting that the puppet be returned to her, so as not to extinguish her hopes. Who, I ask, will pity the young master, my lady? Are you aware of the multitude of innocents wronged, awaiting the young master to rectify their grievances? The case files stack higher than a person, and he toils into the night, bearing the brunt of hidden daggers poised to strike. My lady, have compassion for the young master. Do not scold him. Do not further disturb him. Nanfeng spoke fervently, feeling as if the pent-up frustrations of the past year were finally dissipating. He understood he had contravened the young master's wishes, and after this, he would voluntarily accept punishment and take his leave, merely hoping the lady would spare the young master. The lady of Anyang listened in a daze, feeling as if her very essence had been hollowed out, as if something unseen was dragging her inexorably downward. Amidst a whirl of confusion, she slowly turned to gaze at Annan, who stood not far away. She opened her mouth, yet no words emerged, her body chilled and trembling like a leaf in the wind. Seeking support, she reached toward the incense table, inadvertently brushing against the puppet. With a thud, the puppet fell to the ground, cracking from head to toe. The lady of Anyang's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the shattered puppet, feeling as though she too had splintered along with it, her hopes scattering like dust. All scattered at that moment. A hurried call echoed from the courtyard. My lady. It was Lord Anyang, and Wen Qingya arriving in haste. Chapter 63. Damn me, the journey had been rushed, causing beads of sweat to trickle down the brow of Lord Anyang. The courtyard lay in disarray, and he had long become accustomed to the sight of offerings and incense. For the western courtyard had hosted numerous rituals in the past. However, the sight of Lady Anyang kneeling on the ground, her complexion pale and waxen, genuinely startled him. How could it be that after a mere 10 days apart, she appeared so much more emaciated? He hurriedly approached, squatting down before her. But before he could utter a word, his gaze fell upon a cracked wooden figurine on the ground. The figurine lay face down, beneath it a yellow talisman. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Lord Anyang. He quickly picked up the figurine, and as he turned it over, he was met with a blood-stained talisman inscribed with Jiang's son and Amp, Appo's birth date. The realization struck him like a bolt. The Imperial Guards had encircled his residence without warning. Likely not because of Jiang's son, but rather due to his own wife. Lady, what is this? Lady Anyang and Appo's gaze followed the figurine, yet her eyes were vacant, as if she had not heard her husband and Appo's voice at all. At that moment, Nan Feng approached, presenting another talisman to Lord Anyang and whispering something in his ear. The words rendered Lord Anyang utterly motionless, disbelief flooding his round, wide eyes, his face as pale as snow. Just then, the leader of the Imperial Guards, Wen Xingye, stepped forward, taking the figurine from Lord Anyang's grasp and extending his hand toward Nan Feng, who promptly surrendered the yellow talisman. The young master had anticipated this. The individuals dispatched today were certainly the Emperor and Amp, Appo's trusted confidants, and all he needed to do was present the evidence. Nan Feng then turned, pointing at the captured Anin, coldly stating, Lord One, this is a witness. Immediately, Bei Feng brought forward the feeble Anin, who was barely able to stand. Wen Xingye glanced at her before turning his attention to Lady Anyang, speaking in a measured tone, My lady must also accompany me. Upon hearing this, Lord Anyang felt a chill seize his limbs. He rushed to shield Lady Anyang, exclaiming, Lord One, I shall go with you. Wen Xingye frowned, kindly cautioning, Lord, you are unaware of the situation. You may find yourself at a loss for words before the Emperor. Moreover, Lord Jiang finds himself in a precarious position within the palace. Delaying further may worsen his plight. Lord Anyang's expression shifted dramatically at this. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he remained steadfast in front of Lady Anyang, urgently pleading, Lord One, my wife has been deeply affected and is in a state of confusion. She may only worsen her condition before the Emperor. Could you grant me a little time to uncover the truth? I shall accompany you to the palace to meet the Emperor. Wen Xingye cast a glance at the ashen-faced Lady Anyang, recalling the Emperor's instructions before leaving the palace, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded, Very well, Lord. Please be swift. After all, it is for Lord Jiang's sake. Gratefully, Lord Anyang nodded to Wen Xingye, then requested, Lord Wen, please step outside, and Nan Feng, you all may leave as well. Having received consent, Wen Xingye proceeded to exit, glancing back one last time, unable to suppress an inner lament. How difficult it must have been for Lord Jiang to reach his current standing with such a family behind him. Only Lord and Lady Anyang remained in the courtyard. Lord Anyang gazed at his wife and Amp, Appo's gaunt visage, his eyes gradually reddening. He had been oblivious to the torment that had driven her to this state. Bending down, he grasped her hand, feeling its icy chill, and trembled as he spoke. My lady, forgive me. Forgive me. Lady Anyang remained dazed, as if her soul had been extracted. Witnessing this, Lord Anyang and Appo's throat constricted, a tide of regret flooding his heart, nearly engulfing him. The circumstances that had led them to this juncture were entirely his fault. My lady, forgive me. The most despicable one is I, and the one deserving of damnation is also I. Some truths he understood all too well, yet had avoided grappling with them. For he needed a wise Jiang son to uphold the dignity of the Anyang household, to restore its former glory, and to dispel the gloom that had long lingered. His half-brother had outshone him in every regard. He had merely been fortunate enough to be born legitimate and inherit the title. But who could have foreseen that he would beget a fool? He was ridiculed and scorned for it, yearning for another child, yet fate had not been kind, leaving him feeling inferior to others at every turn. Those who coveted his title filled him with dread. He could not help but think that, in death, Jiang's son, a simpleton, would not be able to preserve the vast Anyang estate, perhaps even facing a wretched end. And he, as a father, appeared weak and ineffectual. The day Jiang Sun faced troubles, he lacked the courage to confront those who tormented his son. Then came the moment of awakening. The instant Jiang Sun regained consciousness, Lord Anyang sensed something was amiss. Though Jiang Sun had previously been simple-minded, he had been well-educated in propriety. Yet now, he seemed to have forgotten all manners, unable to recognize anyone around him. Though he spoke fluently, his words and gestures were peculiar, often accompanied by an expression of fear, as if he were in constant defense, murmuring incessantly about returning. The physician suggested that this behavior stemmed from trauma. Yet how could he not recognize his own foolish son? The Jiang Sun of today bore no resemblance to the Jiang Sun of yore. About a month later, despair began to settle in, and he gradually found peace, revealing extraordinary talent and potential. Lady Anyang could not accept it, yet he reveled in the vanity Jiang Sun brought him. He gained respect, and others now regarded him with newfound esteem. It was from this juncture that he cast aside the true Jiang Sun, drifting further from Lady Anyang. Reflecting upon this, Lord Anyang felt an indescribable sorrow welling within him. He was weak, selfish, vain, and cruel. He dared not let his wife know he had noticed Jiang Sun and Appo's as transformation. He merely wished to maintain the status quo, allowing rumors to spread that Lady Anyang had lost her mind, all to legitimize Jiang Sun and Appo's as identity. In these years, he sometimes dreamed of Jiang Sun, envisioning him wobbling towards him, calling out "Father," with a silly grin, joyfully presenting him with candied hawthorn or sweet cakes, exclaiming, "Father, sweet, father, eat." At times, after returning home, frustrated, he would roughly push Jiang Sun away. Yet Jiang Sun would tumble and then run back, persistently clinging to him. Time and again. Truly a fool so oblivious to his disdain that he believed they were playing, approaching him with pure, unreserved affection. "Father, mother." Jiang Sun is cold. These were the last words Jiang Sun uttered during his feverish state. Recalling this, Lord Anyang could no longer contain his grief, bursting into tears. He collapsed onto his upper body, kneeling before Lady Anyang, trembling as he wept. At that moment, Lady Anyang finally reacted. The sound of his weeping reached her ears, and she looked down at Lord Anyang. Seeing her husband consumed by remorse, everything became clear to her. "So it turned out you had long known," she tugged at the corners of her mouth, suddenly laughing aloud, her laughter growing ever louder, even drowning out Lord Anyang's cries. She laughed at him, laughed at herself, laughed at the cruel twists of fate, laughed at the absurdity of the past decade. Chapter 64. This is our fate. Lord Anyang raised his head to see his wife laughing almost maniacally, a sight that filled him with dread. He hurriedly reached for her hand. Lady Anyang did not withdraw. She lowered her gaze to her husband's tear-streaked face and gradually stifled her laughter. After a long silence, she spoke in a hoarse voice, "There is no need for such distress. If one were to measure depravity, I have surpassed you in every regard. Over the years, everyone had mocked her for losing her sanity. How could she possibly be unaware? It mattered little to her. She only wished for Sun and Appo's to return. Yet, she had long known that Sun and Appo's would not come back. She simply could not accept that Sun and Appo's had perished due to her negligence. Nor could she bear the thought that her last words to him were, "Sun and Appo's mother is truly exhausted. Please be obedient and sensible today. Do not appear in public, if you will." She had resented his embarrassment, viewed him as a burden. Before leaving the house, she had entrusted Sunner to the servants. But Sunner had relentlessly pursued her, clutching her arm and pleading, "Mother, Sunner wants you." Yet, consumed by thoughts of the banquet ahead and the need to maintain her dignity, she callously pried his fingers from her arm and ordered the servants to restrain him. "Keep a close watch. If the young master makes it to the banquet, you will pay for it." Her final command was not to ensure Sunner's well-being, but rather a concern for her own reputation. Perhaps it was this very command that caused the servants to hesitate in searching for her after Sun and Appo's went missing. And so, she left without a backward glance, leaving Sunner desperately banging on the door and crying out, "Mother, mother, do not leave Sunner behind." At this moment, Lady Anyang felt no pain. Her heart had been hollowed out, leaving no remnant of longing, and thus she felt no ache. The moment Sun and opened his eyes, she sensed something was amiss. When Sunner had looked at her before, his gaze was filled with joy and dependence. But Jiang Sun was different. His eyes held only strangeness and fear. During the initial days of his recovery from fever, she had personally kept vigil over Jiang Sun, hearing him wake from nightmares, calling out in terror, followed by nights of restless sleep. At that moment, she realized Jiang Sun had not come willingly. He longed to return, to the point of madness. Lost in a daze for over a month. Yet, this could not change the fact that he had taken over Sunner's body. Thus, she began to explore various methods. She initially believed Jiang Sun would resist or attempt to flee, which is why she had the servants hold him down firmly. However, she later discovered he never fought back. Even when submerged in a cage, with water rising above his head, nearly drowning him, he exhibited no signs of struggle. She felt herself teetering on the brink of insanity, sometimes wishing that the one occupying Sunner's body were a shameless wretch. That way, she would feel no guilt, would not sneak glances at him, would not feel the overwhelming compassion that made every strike against him feel like a blow to her own heart. She understood that Jiang Sun was innocent. He did not wish to be separated from his family, facing a woman as deranged as herself. Yet, doing nothing made her feel as though she had utterly abandoned and betrayed Sunner. Day after day of torment had wearied her, and this time, she had nearly caused his demise, endangering the entire Anyang family. Enough is enough. Lady Anyang raised her eyes, a sudden clarity washing over her, and calmly relayed everything she had encountered at the Dazhao Temple to Lord Anyang. Lord Anyang listened intently, but for reasons unbeknownst to him. Her calm demeanor instilled a sense of panic within him. After her words, her spirit seemed to deflate, and she appeared to age significantly in an instant. Go! Find a way to extricate him. If he is on guard, there is still time, she urged, slowly rising to her feet. Her steps unsteady yet persistent as she walked toward the room without looking back. Madam Lord Anyang called out in a trembling voice, hastening to catch up. Lady Anyang turned to meet his gaze, and a fleeting, faint smile graced her lips as she softly replied, "My dear, this is our fate." After speaking, she freed herself from Lord Anyang's grasp, turning away as tears streamed down her face. "Bring him back to see me. There are things I wish to discuss with him." With that, she continued forward. Just then, outside the courtyard, when Xingya, noticing Lord Anyang had not yet emerged, urged, "My lord, time is of the essence." Startled by the approaching dusk, Lord Anyang turned sharply, realizing he could delay no longer. "Madam, wait for me. I will bring Sunner back, and we will speak together." Lady Anyang nodded gently. Lord Anyang turned back 3 times, instructing the maids lingering nearby, "You all go inside and watch over the lady without leaving her side." He then addressed Nan Feng, saying urgently, "Nan Feng, stay here. You are not to go anywhere." Nan Feng promptly agreed, as the young master had previously instructed him. Once he saw the 4 maids enter the house, Lord Anyang finally exhaled, turning serious as he spoke to Wen Xingya. "My wife has disclosed the entire sequence of events. Commander Wen, we must proceed to the palace to meet the emperor at once." News of the siege at the Anyang residence spread throughout the capital, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Yet, none dared approach, standing at a distance and whispering among themselves. Suddenly, the grand gates of the Anyang residence creaked open. The crowd eagerly leaned forward, witnessing several figures stepping out, mounting their horses, while a bound maid was forced onto a carriage, the group hastening toward the palace. Upon seeing this, many in the crowd scattered, clearly those who had come to gather intelligence. Although Jiang Sun was merely a minor official in the Dali Temple, he had earned the emperor's favor and was often allowed to remain close to the crown prince, setting him apart from ordinary officials. In the corner of the carriage, Shen Jiasui pulled aside a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Seeing Lord Anyang ride into the palace, she realized that Jiang Sun had truly managed to safeguard the Anyang residence. With a sense of relief, hunger pangs struck her, prompting her to instruct the coachman to turn back toward the residence. Along the way, her mind was restless. The grave error of the past had already taken place. She was uncertain of the means by which Jiang Sun had preserved the Anyang residence. Yet Lady Anyang was undoubtedly doomed, even if she had been manipulated by others. The offense of employing witchcraft against the crown prince was a fact that the current emperor could not tolerate. Perhaps Lady Anyang could yet survive. As her thoughts drifted to that day in the steel forest when Jiang Sun had spoken to her, "My mother cannot accept my change, believing I died at the age of 10. Lady Anyang had treated the witchcraft as a lifeline, hoping to summon forth the Jiang Sun from her heart. Should she discover today that the witchcraft was a ruse and that she had been used by treacherous individuals, nearly leading to the downfall of the entire Anyang family, would she not despair? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Shen Jiasui recalled Lady Anyang's pale, weary face and her frail, weakened form, an ominous premonition swelling within her. Yet, she quickly reassured herself that Jiang Sun would not be so careless. He would surely protect Lady Anyang diligently. Putting herself in his shoes, she considered that if she were orchestrating the situation, she would never allow Lady Anyang to uncover the truth, thus alleviating the burden on her heart, preventing her from falling into despair. Perhaps she was merely being overly cautious. As the carriage glided steadily along the road back to the residence, having traveled a considerable distance, an urgent voice suddenly pierced the air. "Turn around. Head back to the Anyang residence." Shen Jiasui could not remain at ease. Human lives were at stake, and if necessary, she would make the trip in vain. Chapter 65. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Lord Anyang followed Commander 1 to the palace gates, where they encountered another group rushing towards them. The leader, also a member of the Imperial Guard, quickly dismounted upon spotting Commander 1 and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Commander, the prisoners have been brought back." Lord Anyang craned his neck to see, noticing a carriage nearby from which 3 monks were being escorted down. He was already aware that his wife had been deceived by the monks from the Great Zhao Temple, and a surge of anger coursed through him as he muttered a curse under his breath. Heartless, thieving bald donkeys. Under the guidance of one Qingye, the group hurried towards the imperial study. At this moment, Lord Anyang's mind was consumed with one thought. He was desperate to see Jiang Sun to ensure his safety. After 10 years of estrangement, he could hardly articulate his feelings for Jiang Sun, yet he always hoped for his son's well-being, yearning for nothing but peace and security for him. As they entered the imperial study, the call for audience rang out. Lord Anyang quickly composed himself, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. It would be a lie to say he was not nervous. The Anyang residents had long fallen from grace. Although they were eligible to attend court banquets in previous years, his position was insufficient to grant him a clear view of the emperor's countenance. Moreover, being timid by nature, he would rather press his face to the ground than meet the emperor's gaze as he passed by. His thoughts were tumultuous, but upon seeing the figure kneeling in the hall, all his wild imaginings ceased. In the vast imperial study, only Jiang Sun knelt, though it was unclear how long he had been there. Lord Anyang rushed forward, lifted his robes, and knelt beside Jiang Sun, bowing respectfully. "This humble minister pays his respects to your majesty." Emperor Sheng raised a hand, summoning someone forward. It was none other than Zhang Xian, the imperial censor, who appeared before them with a solemn expression. At 56, he bore a gaunt face and had always maintained a demeanor of sternness. Now, holding a document, he addressed Lord Anyang coldly. Today, a confidential letter arrived at the censorate, accusing Jiang Sun, the minor minister of the Court of Judicial Review, of practicing sorcery at the Anyang residence, cursing the crown prince. I ask you, Lord Anyang, is there any truth to this? Though Lord Anyang had anticipated such an inquiry, the tense atmosphere in the imperial study made his legs tremble with fear. He could scarcely imagine the consequences had Jiang Sun not sent North Wind and South Wind to guard the western courtyard. If the crown prince's birth date had been affixed to that effigy, even if he were innocent, his family would surely face dire repercussions today. He glanced sideways at Jiang Sun, who remained steadfastly kneeling, his expression calm and unyielding. This sight seemed to fortify Lord Anyang's spirit, and he took a deep breath. Recounting all that had transpired in the residence that afternoon, he added earnestly, "Your Majesty, my wife has been unwell for years, often engaging in strange and absurd behaviors. This has allowed ill-intentioned individuals to exploit her, intending to frame my household and my son Jiasui. I implore your majesty to investigate thoroughly. After speaking, he remained prostrated on the ground, hesitant to rise. Jiasui kept his gaze lowered, focusing on the feet of those standing beside him. Prince Rui Zhao Huailong, Prince Xiang Zhao Huaixiang, and the grandson Zhao Yuanya. Zhang Xian had just implicated him, and Commander Wen had been ordered to rush to the Anyang residence. The truth remained elusive. Yet, it was not only the grandson who stood up for him. Both princes also stepped forward without hesitation. Prince Rui praised his noble character. Prince Xiang spoke of his good reputation, and the grandson referred to him as Sir, prompting the emperor to cast a meaningful glance in his direction. The conspirator scheme had failed, thanks to Miss Shen and Amp, Oppo's timely warning. Otherwise, even he would have been caught off guard, only able to mitigate the damage after the fact. Thus, the conspirators must have been taken aback at this turn of events. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiasui focused intently. He noticed the grandson stepping forward excitedly, his youthful emotions displayed openly. "Grandfather, I knew it. Sir would never harm my father." Prince Rui shifted slightly, while Prince Xiang remained resolute. Jiasui observed their reactions in silence. Emperor Sheng's demeanor was inscrutable. He had yet to speak, suddenly turning his gaze towards Wen Shengye. Wen Shengye understood the unspoken command and nodded subtly to confirm Lord Anyang's words were not unfounded. He then presented the wooden effigy and the crown prince and Oppo's birth date to eunuch Fushun. The eunuch approached quickly, his expression changing dramatically upon a brief glance at the evidence. He cautiously presented the incriminating item before the emperor. As Emperor Sheng accepted it, his deep-set eyes ignited with fury at the sight of the effigy. With a thunderous clap, he struck the imperial table, the sound echoing throughout the study, causing a tense silence to fall. The emperor and Oppo's brow furrowed as he surveyed those present, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Very well. He recognized that the effigy had been carved to resemble Jir, yet it bore Jiasui and Amp, Oppo's birth date. Jiasui, do you acknowledge your crimes? Lord Anyang had initially believed his words would suffice to prove Jiasui's innocence. Now, witnessing the emperor's wrath, his face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably, he opened his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, desperate to speak but instead emitting a muffled whimper. I acknowledge my crimes. At that moment, Jiasui and Amp, Oppo's calm and decisive admission of guilt rang clear in Lord Anyang and Amp, Oppo's ears, causing his heart to tremble, summoning unexpected courage. He raised his head and cried, "Your Majesty, please investigate. My son is innocent. It is my wife and I who were foolish and easily manipulated by others. Yes. The Imperial Guard has just brought the bald monk from the great Zhao Temple to the palace. There are also witnesses among my wife's servants. I beseech your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. If anyone is to be held accountable, it should be my wife and I, not my son." At this moment, Lord Anyang was in such a state of distress that tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly bowed his head, utterly disheveled. Yet, his paternal instinct was evident to all present. For the first time, Jiasui cast a glance at Lord Anyang. The composed individual now bore an expression of incredulity. He had never considered, nor had he ever hoped, that anyone besides his teacher would be willing to protect him in this world. After a brief moment of surprise, Jiasui quickly regained his composure and respectfully addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my crimes. The fault lies in my humble self involving the crown prince, endangering his peace. I am filled with regret and would not fear death, but the villain's heinous actions are unforgivable. I implore your Majesty to summon witnesses and apprehend the culprit, to resolve today's matter and uphold justice for His Highness." Upon hearing this, Emperor Sheng and Oppo's gaze lingered on Jiasui, shifting back and forth multiple times before glancing at his two silent sons. Finally, he spoke coldly, "Summon them." Chapter 66. A kneeling assembly when Shengye exited swiftly, soon returning with Aunt En and a monk in tow. Aunt En, already terrified beyond measure, was now paralyzed with fear. Dragged into the chamber, There was no need for anyone to inquire further. Upon witnessing the scene in the imperial study, she trembled and divulged all she knew, fully aware that the person seated there was the sovereign. However, when pressed about the identity of her coercer, she faltered, unable to describe the individual. The person had concealed their identity beneath a veil, yet was fully aware of the whereabouts of her own children, which left Aunt and too terrified to ask further questions. This response was anticipated, but it was sufficient to confirm that the lady of Anyang had indeed been schemed against, and by none other than those closest to her, a truly tragic and absurd revelation. Earlier, 3 monks had been brought into the palace, but now only one remained in the hall, as Anton had identified him as the eminent monk mentioned by the lady of Anyang. The entire affair was shrouded in mystery. After imparting the art of sorcery, how could this monk remain at Dajiao Temple, seemingly inviting capture? Observing the collective gaze directed at him, the monk unreservedly recounted how he deceived the lady of Anyang. Tears had scarcely dried upon the face of the Duke of Anyang when he witnessed the monk and Appo's audacity and composure, leaving him utterly astonished. What was happening? At this juncture, Emperor Sheng's countenance turned icy as he pointed to a wooden puppet nearby, inquiring, "Whom did you receive this from? Who instructed you to act thus?" The monk, facing the emperor, displayed no fear. Instead, he scanned the assembly before raising his hand and pointing decisively at one individual, Prince Xiang. Zhao Huaixiang's demeanor shattered for the first time in front of the assembly. His eyes widened in disbelief, and without hesitation, he knelt before the emperor, vehemently denying, "Father, it was not me. My elder brother has always treated me with profound kinship. How could I commit such a heinous act? Furthermore, why would I seek to harm Lord Jiang? I am innocent, father." At this moment, everyone turned to Zhao Huaixiang, noting his flushed face and the panic that rendered him almost helpless. The emperor lowered his gaze upon his son. Pure concubine had a lowly background. Had it not been for the scarcity of offspring among the imperial consorts, she might not have even been granted the title of consort. Xiang knew this well. He had always been earnest and dutiful, previously aligning himself with Ji, and now growing close to Yi. Seeing the emperor and Appo's unwavering gaze upon him, Zhao Huaixiang felt genuine alarm. He turned to the monk, coldly rebuking, "What evidence do you have that it was I who instructed you?" The monk tilted his head, revealing a hint of defiance. His demeanor no longer resembled that of a monk. One could easily surmise he was once a hardened outlaw. "Not you? Then it must be this prince beside you," he said, casually indicating Prince Rue. Prince Rue's expression shifted dramatically as he too widened his eyes, exclaiming in anger, "Foolish accusations. Father, I have no part in this." Zhao Huaixiang quickly knelt beside him, and, as the brothers exchanged glances, they recognized the mutual suspicion reflected in each other's eyes. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. What was transpiring? Zhao Yuanyi, confused, realized he was the only one who could disrupt the silence without hesitation. He instinctively turned to Jiang Sun, seeking answers. He could not believe his uncles would conspire against their father. Yet, Jiang Sun, with his gaze lowered, seemed lost in thought, oblivious to his presence. Helpless, Zhao Yuanyi then looked to Emperor Sheng, softly calling, "Grandfather?" The emperor's brow furrowed tightly. Wen Qingye, who often accompanied the emperor, stepped forward. Seizing the monk's arm, he applied pressure to a pressure point, causing the monk to cry out in pain. "Speak the truth." Wen Qingye's expression was fierce, exerting all his strength. In unbearable agony, the monk and Appo's face flushed crimson as he gasped. "Fortune brings coldness. Blood ties breed suspicion. We once fought fiercely over a mere hill, let alone within the imperial family." Wen Qingye was taken aback by the monk and Appo's audacity, who brazenly pointed fingers based on mere speculation. He had nearly concluded that Prince Xiang was the culprit. "Confess the truth." Wen Qingye pressed harder, nearly causing the monk to collapse under the strain. "I do not know," the monk blurted desperately. "I thought that person merely wished to sow discord between the lady of Anyang and Jiang Sun, taking money for the task. Little did I expect he had prepared the birth date of the crown prince in secret, intending to use it to his advantage, leaving me with no chance to escape. Even if I were to die, I wished for a prince to accompany me in death. With a sickening crack, Wen Xingye twisted the monk's arm, breaking it with a brutal snap. The monk howled in pain, collapsing to the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huaixiang and Zhao Hualang quickly looked up at the emperor, speaking in unison. We implore Father to investigate thoroughly to clear our names. In the imperial study, where many knelt, there was ample evidence. Yet the identity of the puppet master remained elusive. When Wen Xingye pressed the monk for further details, the monk, now weak and gasping for breath, cried out, "Kill me or torture me. Grant me a swift end. That person desires Jiang Sun's death. I was merely a hired hand." This revelation stirred the assembly. Regardless of the methods employed, it was evident that the ultimate goal was Jiang Sun's demise. However, Jiang Sun had made countless enemies, and many in the capital wished for his downfall. At that moment, a eunuch timidly reported from outside, "Your Majesty, Duke Chong seeks an audience at the palace gates." If anyone in the capital harbored deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Sun, it was undoubtedly Duke Chong. His grandson had ruthlessly abducted a maiden, taking lives with impunity, only to be met with Jiang Sun's intervention. Now, Duke Chong's grandson languished in the imperial prison, awaiting sentencing. With the recent upheaval at the Anyang Duke and Appo's residence, news had not yet spread. Yet Duke Chong arrived to take advantage of their misfortune. In an instant, suspicion fell upon Duke Chong. At this moment, Jiang Sun finally raised his gaze, his eyes swirling with hidden currents, glinting with sharp insight. What a cunning stratagem, he mused. Even a scapegoat had been arranged. Chapter 67. Are you Jiang Sun? The Duke of Chonghua has reached the venerable age of 60. Evidently having led a life of comfort and ease, his jade belt barely containing his rotund belly. As he briskly walked along the palace path, his belly swayed slightly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Today, the imperial guards unexpectedly surrounded the residence of the Duke of Anyang. He dispatched numerous individuals to gather information and, upon receiving news, hurried to the palace to seek an audience with His Majesty. At his age, he ought to be enjoying a tranquil retirement at home. Yet he exerted himself tirelessly for the sake of his dear grandson. His grandson had merely taken a liking to a young woman, wishing to bring her into the family, and had offered her father a substantial sum of silver. However, that old man, ungrateful and obstinate, caused a ruckus. When his grandson merely gave him a gentle shove, the old man tragically struck his head against a stone and perished. How trivial a matter was this? In the capital, which young nobleman is not similarly inclined? Yet Jiang Sun clung to this grievance, imprisoning his grandson in the imperial dungeon and demanding a sentence. In recent days, the Duke of Chonghua had exhausted every avenue, desperately seeking ways to rescue his grandson. But even the chief minister of the Dali Temple, Jiang Sun's superior, found himself powerless against Jiang Sun. He had also sought the assistance of Prince Rui, yet the prince consistently refused to meet with him. After much fruitless effort, he was on the verge of despair when a fortuitous opportunity arose. Jiang Sun had effectively sealed his own fate. With this in mind, the Duke quickened his pace. Arriving at the door of the imperial study, he hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck, straightening his appearance. The doors of the hall swung open, revealing the voice of eunuch Fushun. Upon raising his gaze, the Duke saw the Duke of Anyang and Jiang Sun kneeling in the hall, the former appearing disheveled, his back soaked with sweat. The Duke and Appo's heart leaped with joy. The information he had gathered was indeed accurate. The Duke of Anyang and Appo's house was truly in peril. He hurried into the hall, knelt, and performed the customary salute, then passionately proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have been alarmed to learn that Jiang Sun, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, has shamelessly allowed his mother to practice sorcery in their residence, cursing the crown prince. Such wickedness is beyond comprehension and warrants death. How can a person so duplicitous and treacherous hold the esteemed position of deputy minister? How can anyone believe that he is impartial in his duties? Your Majesty, my grandson remains unjustly imprisoned in the imperial dungeon due to Jiang Sun and Appo's abuse of power. I implore your Majesty to appoint another to re-examine this case and restore justice to my grandson. Upon finishing his plea, the Duke prostrated deeply before the Emperor. He had believed that Jiasui would inevitably meet his demise, and that his request was both reasonable and certain to succeed. Yet, to his astonishment, the hall fell into a prolonged silence. The Duke, filled with trepidation, mustered the courage to glance up, only to meet the icy gaze of Emperor Shen, who regarded him with cold disdain. The Duke shivered in fear and quickly prostrated again. "Your Majesty, I do not know how." Chongqing. "I have already dispatched individuals to seal off all information regarding the Duke of Anyang and Appo's, his residence. How did you come to know of this sorcery? Or do you believe, Chongqing, that you have the power to see through my imperial guards?" Emperor Shen spoke languidly, crumpling a yellow talisman inscribed with the crown prince's birth details into his palm. At this revelation, the Duke's heart sank, his pupils dilating in shock. The news of the siege on the Duke of Anyang's residence was common knowledge in the capital. In his desperation to gather information, he had sent numerous individuals to investigate, and soon all had returned with similar accounts regarding the sorcery. In his eagerness to save his grandson, he had assumed that news of the sorcery had spread throughout the capital, leading him to hastily enter the palace. At this thought, a chill ran down the Duke's spine, and he turned to observe the reactions of those within the hall. Jiasui remained composed as ever, while the Duke of Anyang, though disheveled, had ceased his weeping. The two princes lowered their heads, averted their gazes, while only the young prince stared directly at him. The Duke, not lacking in intelligence, gradually pieced together the situation. He opened his mouth, his heart sinking further, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, pooling at his chin before finally dropping to the floor. From that moment onward, everything seemed to unfold inevitably. Emperor Shen promptly issued an order to dispatch commander went to search the Duke of Chenghua's residence, and it was clear that evidence would soon be unearthed. Meanwhile, the Duke feigned ignorance, weeping and protesting his innocence. Yet now, all evidence pointed towards his own residence, and the trail ended there. Having enjoyed a life of wealth and privilege, the Duke had never anticipated such a day. Trembling with fear, he could barely articulate his thoughts. Emperor Shen waved his hand, and Eunuch Shen understood the cue, summoning individuals to remove the Duke from the hall. The Duke struggled fiercely, crying out, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. Even if you grant me 100 or 1,000 lives, I would never dare to offend His Highness the Crown Prince." His cries gradually faded as he was taken away, presumably to the imperial dungeon. The hall fell silent. Emperor Shen lifted his gaze, suddenly directing it toward his two sons standing to the side. The depths of the emperor's heart were inscrutable, leaving no one to fathom his thoughts. The silence lingered, inducing a sense of unease that constricted throats. In the oppressive atmosphere, Emperor Shen abruptly hurled a wooden puppet across the room. Bang! It landed before Jiasui. "Your father, calm your anger. Your grandfather, calm your anger. Your Majesty, calm your anger." Voices rose in unison as everyone in the hall knelt once more. The princes, having been swept into the turmoil, pressed their foreheads to the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Jiasui lowered his gaze as he beheld the puppet's face. A glimmer of sorrow emerged in his eyes. At that moment, Emperor Shen finally spoke, "All of you may leave, but Jiasui shall remain." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but the Duke of Anyang, hearing this, quickly turned to Jiasui, his eyes filled with dread. Jiasui gently shook his head at the Duke. One by one, they exited. Even Eunuch Fushun tiptoed out of the imperial study, closing the doors behind him and standing guard outside. Inside the study, Emperor Shen slowly rose, approaching Jiasui, and spoke softly. "What is your opinion?" Jiasui remained kneeling, shaking his head slightly. "I do not dare to make rash judgments." He extended his hand to pick up the cracked wooden puppet, gently wiping it with his sleeve. Emperor Shen fixed his gaze on Jiasui's actions and suddenly asked, "Do you suspect me? Were anyone else to hear such a question, they would surely be filled with terror." Yet Jiasui merely shook his head, repeating, "I do not dare to make rash judgments." Upon hearing this, Emperor Shen paused momentarily before breaking into a light chuckle. After a lengthy silence, he remarked, "The monk spoke true. Indeed, wealth breeds suspicion, and kinship breeds distrust. Jiang Sun remained silent, yet Emperor Sheng appeared unperturbed, continuing the conversation. The Duke of Chonghua has acted inappropriately. Before all is revealed, let him spend some time in the imperial dungeon. As Emperor Sheng turned away, he waved his hand at Jiang Sun. Return and admonish your parents. They should not tarnish your reputation. Jiang Sun bowed in farewell. I take my leave. Footsteps echoed behind him, steady as ever. At that moment, Emperor Sheng unexpectedly asked, Xiuji, are you Jiang Sun? Hearing this, Jiang Sun paused, turned back, and bowed again, respectfully stating, I am your loyal subject. Emperor Sheng replied, get out. Jiang Sun, yes. The doors of the hall opened. The Duke of Anyang hunched his shoulders, standing at a distance. Watching as Jiang Sun walked towards him, illuminated by the light, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Chapter 68. No longer needed in the residence of the Duke of Anyang. Within the main house of the western courtyard, four young maids stood with pale faces, their youth evident. Perhaps they were aware that the Duke's residence was besieged by the imperial guards, for their expressions were filled with trepidation, unable to sit still. Most unsettling was the sight of the Duchess of Anyang, who had been seated before the dressing mirror since entering the room, her posture unchanged, deepening their fear. The Duchess gazed at her reflection, unable to recall the last time she had looked into a mirror. The visage before her was one of frost-white hair, sunken cheeks, dark circles beneath dull eyes. Such a harsh, grotesque, and aged figure was indeed her own. And Ma, the Duchess's voice, hoarse, attempted to call out, but she abruptly halted, realizing something was amiss. A self-deprecating smile crossed her face, revealing a sorrowful expression, as she turned to inquire of the young maids, how long has the master been away? One of the older maids, speaking cautiously, replied, It has been about an hour, my lady. An hour, the Duchess murmured, repeating the phrase. It had been so long without a summons from the palace, indicating that the master and Jiang Sun were managing without her. They no longer needed her. With this thought, the Duchess finally mustered the strength to rise from the dressing table. The maids rushed forward to assist her, but she shook her head, declaring, I am weary and wish to rest. She waved them off, her steps unsteady as she made her way into the room, the four maids trailing closely behind. Turning back, the Duchess furrowed her brow, saying, There is no need to follow me. The young maids, visibly anxious, clasped their hands and explained, Madam, the master has instructed us to stay by your side at all times. We are merely obeying orders. The Duchess glanced at them, lost in thought, and abruptly strode forward to open the door. Outside, the sound drew the attention of Nanfeng, the one left behind. Upon seeing this, the Duchess closed the door and turned back, allowing the four maids to follow closely. Upon entering the bedroom, she was enveloped by the rich scent of sandalwood. It turned out that a delicate shrine had been set up within, adorned with a tablet dedicated to none other than her beloved son, Jiang Sun. The sight of it caused the maids to turn pale, shivering in fear. The Duchess approached the shrine with familiarity, lighting incense and carefully arranging the offerings before standing before it, murmuring softly. The young maids were truly terrified, as they believed Jiang Sun to be alive and well. Her whispered words did not linger long, for she soon lifted her gaze, fixated on the yellow tablet, tears streaming down her face once more. In the next moment, she reached up on tiptoe, removed the tablet, and tossed it into a copper basin filled with yellow paper and handwritten scriptures. With a whoosh, the firecracker ignited, thrown into the basin by the Duchess. And Madam? The maids quivered, unsure of what the Duchess was doing. She did not respond, crouching down to watch as the tablet was consumed by flames, ultimately reduced to ashes. This was a scar that had not healed for over a decade, occasionally causing pain or itchiness, but mostly oozing with blood. She had once foolishly thought to find liberation through Jiang Sun, exploiting his guilt, kindness, and integrity to vent her own regrets and self-reproach. She had been deceiving herself, while the scar remained honest, growing deeper until it was embedded in her very bones. When a master had left earlier, she had said, Let the master bring Jiang Sun back to see me. But how could she ever face Jiang Sun again? Such words were merely a reassurance to the master, allowing him to depart in peace. She had long deserved death. That high fever 10 years ago had claimed both Jiang Sun's soul and her own life. With these thoughts, the Duchess slowly rose, eliciting screams from the four maids. The Duchess stood protectively in front of them, ordering sharply, "Leave. All of you go." Instinctively, the four maids disregarded everything and rushed outside. The Duchess glanced back, nearly succumbing to the flames, but remembering Nanfeng outside, she turned and left. Outside, upon hearing the commotion, Nanfeng hurried over, his face paling at the sight of the flickering flames within. He dashed forward, flinging open the door, and was met with thick smoke. Witnessing the four maids and the Duchess fleeing in disarray. Seeing this, Nanfeng felt a rush of relief and exclaimed, "Madam, are you unharmed?" The Duchess shook her head, murmuring incessantly, "Quick, extinguish the fire." In the urgency of the situation, Nanfeng raced towards the corner where a large water vat was filled to the brim. Meanwhile, the four maids, having narrowly escaped, sat trembling on the ground, huddled together in tears. For a moment, no one attended to the Duchess. She stood dazed in the courtyard, watching the flames climb towards the side rooms, consuming the place where Jiasui once resided. Tears streamed down her face without hesitation as she resolutely turned away. She had intended to walk into the fire and die, but feared for Nanfeng and Appo's safety if he perished as well. Even hell would not suffice to atone for her sins. To not have harmed these maids, to not have harmed Nanfeng, to not have harmed Jiasui, this was all she wished for now. Today, this incident of witchcraft, even if orchestrated by others, had ultimately offended the crown prince. It was likely that the master and Jiasui might not escape unscathed. If news of her death reached the palace, surely the emperor would consider her sacrifice and allow them to return home. Yet now, only one worry remained. Would Jiasui be unwilling to see her? After all, she was such a despicable and selfish mother. The Duchess raced through the paths of the estate, her pace quickening at the thought of possibly seeing her son, filling her with an eager anticipation. This was perhaps the most liberated moment she had felt in the past decade. She had envisioned countless times how it would all end, even mapping out her chosen place of demise. Just in the front courtyard, beside the rockery where Jiasui would hide, lay a pond. She planned to sit by the place where Jiasui once sought refuge, speak with him, and then gracefully leap into the waters, truly seeking her son. To extinguish the fire, she would need water from the pond, thus allowing the estate and Appo's residents to discover her lifeless body swiftly. In this manner, the news of her death could reach the palace in the quickest time possible. At this moment, outside the Duke of Anyang's residence, old Lin, this is merely a conjecture from a junior, but life is more precious than anything. I believe only you can persuade the Imperial Guards to grant us an audience. Shen Jiasui respectfully addressed through the window of a carriage, wearing a veil. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing the gentle face of Lin Wanting. Having returned to the Duke's residence to investigate, Shen Jiasui had confirmed that it was indeed surrounded by the Imperial Guards. Concerned for the safety of the Duchess, she felt unable to approach the guards directly. After much deliberation, she thought of the old gentleman. Being forthright, she untethered the horse from the carriage and sped towards Lin's residence. However, midway, she caught a glimpse of the young servant who had been accompanying the Duchess. Is it not simply the esteemed elder Lin? Upon this realization, Shen Jiasui hastily turned and pursued the carriage, and indeed, fortune favored her. Within the carriage sat none other than elder Lin, accompanied by another middle-aged man, said to be his nephew. Thus, "This is bad. Miss Shen, I fear you have truly guessed correctly." Appo's residence, illuminating the night. Commander of the Eastern City Military. Anyang's manor still be engulfed in flames. Recalling the tragic fate of the Duke and Appo's wife and her numerous servants in her past life, perishing in the inferno, their remains untraceable, Shen Jiasui felt a pang of urgency. The thought of the Duchess's demise filled her with dread at the burden of guilt Jiasui would carry. After all, Upon discovering that the one who orchestrated the downfall of the Shen family was her husband, Lu Yunzheng, the initial surge of emotion was not hatred or anger, but rather guilt and self-reproach. She chastised herself for not discerning his true nature despite their marital bond, and for having led her father to lower his guard against Lu Yunzheng. "Miss Shen, please accompany me into the manor." Old Master Lin spoke in a deep voice, his calm demeanor soothing Shen Jiasui and Appo's as turbulent thoughts. The trio proceeded toward the Duke of Anyang and Appo's manor gates, where the Imperial Guard stationed there immediately drew their blades and shouted, "Halt!" Lin Zhoushi stepped forward, revealing his undeniable kinship to Old Master Lin. Their cold expressions and composure mirrored one another. He produced his badge and, lowering his voice, stated, "I am Lin Zhoushi, commander of the Eastern City Military. This is Imperial Teacher Old Master Lin. We must enter the manor at once." Upon hearing the title of commander, the Imperial Guards remained impassive, even displaying a hint of disdain. A mere commander dared to obstruct their duties? However, the mention of Imperial Teacher Lin's name swiftly changed their demeanor. The guards exchanged glances, recognizing the familiar face illuminated by the firelight. Clang. Armor clashed as the guards sheathed their weapons and saluted. "We pay our respects to Old Master Lin." Old Master Lin advanced, solemnly stating, "You are to act on the Emperor's orders. I will not make it difficult for you. Should the Emperor inquire, I shall bear the responsibility. Here is my nephew's badge. Please keep it as proof." As he spoke, he took the badge from Lin Zhoushi and handed it to the guards, who accepted it with both hands. Old Master Lin then inquired, "Will you allow us to pass?" The guards hesitated, recalling their commander's instructions to avoid conflict with those from the Duke and Appo's manor, suspecting that the situation was not dire. Moreover, with the Emperor himself honoring Old Master Lin as a teacher, and now possessing a badge for verification, they had no reason to offend him. Finally, the guards glanced at Shen Jiasui, who was hidden beneath her veil, and asked, "Who is this?" Old Master Lin had already stepped inside, responding calmly, "This is my niece." With that, the guards dared not contest, and quickly stepped aside. Shen Jiasui thought, in such urgent circumstances, what matters is the task at hand. The three of them entered the Duke's manor and headed straight toward the source of the flames. The estate, initially surrounded, was now flooded, and with both the Duke and Jiang Sun absent, chaos reigned. Lin Zhoushi seized a passing servant and urgently inquired, "Which direction is the flooding coming from?" The servant, already in a panic, could hardly discern who was asking. Breathlessly, he replied, "It's from the western courtyard, where the lady is." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui's heart sank. She exchanged a glance with Old Master Lin and resolutely stated, "Old Master Lin, I shall go ahead." Old Master Lin, aware of Shen Jiasui's martial prowess, nodded in agreement. As she hurried away, he called after her, "Your safety is paramount. Regardless, your kindness shall be remembered by both myself and Xiuji." Without looking back, Shen Jiasui waved her hand dismissively. There was no need for gratitude. Human life was invaluable, and she had yet to repay Jiang Sun's kindness from her previous life. Though Shen Jiasui maintained her composure, she swiftly made her way inward. Her pace brisk, yet her senses alert. The cacophony around her was overwhelming. She could hear the wails of maids and servants, their cries echoing the night's despair. Her thoughts briefly flickered to the tragic scene of the general's estate being raided in her past life. When she arrived, she too had been halted by the Imperial Guards. And even standing outside, the heart-wrenching cries from within had pierced her soul. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun and the Duke of Anyang sat in silence within their returning carriage. The Duke, recalling his earlier display of grief in the court, felt a flush of embarrassment, while Jiang Sun appeared lost in thought, his brow furrowed, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The Duke, unsure of how to break the silence, fidgeted with his belt and sleeves, contemplating a visit to the lady once they arrived home. They would resolve matters as a family of three. Just as the Duke was deep in thought, the carriage curtain was abruptly lifted by one of the guards escorting them. "Lord Jiang, Duke, flames are rising from the direction of the manor." At this, both Jiang Sun and the Duke's expressions shifted dramatically. Before the Duke could process the information, Jiang Sun had already leapt from the carriage, coldly demanding, "Bring me a horse." In the darkness, the sound of hooves quickly faded into the distance. The Duke, dazed, recalled his wife's poignant words before he left. "My lord, this is our fate." Nonsense. When a life is lost, everything is truly gone. A horse. I need a horse too. The Duke, shivering, wept freely, struggling to mount twice before finally securing himself and hastily pursuing Jiang Sun. Shen Jiasui took the quickest route, scaling walls when necessary and running when possible. Soon, she arrived at an open area, likely the garden where the Duke of Anyang hosted guests. Thanks to the firelight from the western courtyard, she could survey the scene without the need for a lantern. Before her lay a small lake, surrounded by artificial hills and pavilions. Servants hurriedly fetched water from the lake, carrying pots and bowls filled to the brim as they rushed toward the western courtyard. Time was of the essence, so Shen Jiasui merely glanced around before retracting her gaze. Suddenly, her steps faltered and she turned back. Out of the corner of her eye, she had caught sight of a shadow on the lake's surface, obscured by tree branches. Just as she focused her attention, a commotion erupted behind her. Several maids, moving against the tide of fleeing people, rushed past her in a frenzy, desperately asking, "Have you seen a lady? Have you seen a lady?" Shen Jiasui's heart raced at their words. Upon closer inspection, she increasingly felt that the shadow resembled a person floating in the water. The thought flashed through her mind, and she stomped her foot in realization. This was dire. Without hesitation, she lifted her veil and plunged into the lake. In November, the waters of the capital were frigid. Shen Jiasui swam vigorously toward the shadow, her chaotic thoughts momentarily distracted by a sudden pang of hunger. If only she had eaten something earlier, she could swim faster. With a splash, her entry into the water startled those around her. They initially assumed someone had slipped while fetching water, and cries rang out. "Someone has fallen in! Help! Someone has fallen in!" Chapter 70. He has returned. Shen Jiasui could no longer discern the voices from the shore. A cacophony resonated in her ears, and at that moment, she miraculously recalled a distant memory. It was her 15th year in her previous life when she, along with Lu Yunzheng and Gu Shiji, ventured to the southern outskirts for a spring outing. For reasons unknown, Gu Shiji fell into the water. Hearing the commotion, she rushed over and, just as she did today, dove in without hesitation to save her. However, when she reached Gu Shiji's side, Gu Shiji clung to her as if she were a lifeline, repeatedly pushing her head and shoulders down to leverage herself above the surface. She had not anticipated this scenario and choked on water several times, bewildered by the extraordinary strength of Gu Shiji in the water, which rendered her unable to break free. Previously, she had never given it much thought, assuming it was merely an instinct to survive. Yet now, having seen Gu Shiji and Appo's true nature, recalling that day sent chills down her spine. With this realization, Shen Jiasui confirmed that there was indeed a person not far away. This time, she had learned her lesson. She swam behind the individual before reaching out to pull them. In the inky depths of the lake, a sense of fear began to creep in. Umaba, lives are at stake. Shen Jiasui silently recited a mantra, summoning her courage to embrace the person from behind. To her astonishment, the one she rescued showed no resistance at all. Her heart skipped a beat, and all fear was cast aside as she resolutely swam toward the shore. At that moment, more and more people were drawn to the cries for help. Who had fallen into the water? Lin Lao and Lin Zhouji hurriedly approached, demanding answers. Yet none present could clarify the situation. Lin Zhouji looked out and saw someone struggling in the lake, and upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle, it's Miss Shen." Lin Lao's expression changed drastically. "This is utter madness," he exclaimed. Having already rushed over, he dared not delay further and made his way towards Shen Jiasui. Just then, a figure darted past him, leaving only an urgent silhouette in its wake. "Xiaoji." Lin Zhouji's eyes widened in surprise, filled with joy. "Uncle, Xiaoji has returned." Lin Lao looked up to see Jiang Sun sprinting while shedding his outer robe, arriving at the shore nearly simultaneously with Shen Jiasui. Shen Jiasui was panting heavily, hardly having the time to glance at the newcomer, only feeling a shadow fall over her before hastily pushing the submerged individual upward. Quick, help! See if they're in Appos. There's still a chance to save them. Get them up. Shen Jiasui felt a powerful grip on her arm, pulling her upward. Hearing the voice, she looked up and was astonished to find it was Jiang-sun. He had returned. Shen Jiasui wasted no time, immediately leveraging Jiang-sun's strength to push the drowning person upward, and she climbed onto the shore alongside them. The night breeze swept in, carrying the acrid scent of charred wood, causing Shen Jiasui to shiver. At that moment, an outer robe was thrust into her hands. She looked down to see Jiang-sun bending down to check on the submerged individual. Forgetting all notions of propriety, she quickly unfolded the robe and wrapped it tightly around herself, crouching down beside him. Upon seeing the face of the drowning person, even Shen Jiasui could not suppress a gasp. It was indeed the wife of the Yunzheng Duke. Concerned that Jiang-sun might not know how to assist a drowning victim, she hesitated, but Jiang-sun, without turning back, nodded slightly, saying, "I will." In the next instant, he unfastened the Duke's wife's belt and tilted her forehead back, lifting her chin as if to clear her airway. Shen Jiasui had never witnessed such a method of resuscitation, and she was both astonished and intrigued. She knew that Jiang-sun would not gamble with the life of the Duke's wife, and she widened her eyes, observing intently. Just then, anguished cries approached. "Madam, madam!" The distressed voice drew near, revealing the Duke of Yunzheng rushing over in a state of disarray, tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing his wife lying on the ground, pale and lifeless, he cried out in alarm, "Quick, lift her up. We must expel the water from her stomach. Hurry!" The crowd swiftly gathered around, but Jiang-sun, with his hands pressed firmly on the Duke's wife's chest, called out to the Duke in a stern voice, "Everyone, stand back. Father, we need to provide her with breaths." Jiang-sun's voice was so resolute that it momentarily stunned the already frantic Duke of Yunzheng. He trembled, appearing hesitant. But Jiang-sun's calm and steadfast demeanor compelled the Duke to nod instinctively. He knelt down, still trembling, yet earnestly followed Jiang-sun's instructions, pinching his wife and Appo's nose to administer breaths. "Stop!" As soon as Jiang-sun and Appo's command fell, the Duke raised his head, witnessing Jiang-sun pressing down on his wife and Appo's chest repeatedly. Those present were left speechless in shock. Shen Jiasui and Appo's heart raced. Jiang-sun and Appo's method of resuscitation was unprecedented. If they failed to save the Duke and Appo's wife now, they would surely miss the critical moment, and under the gaze of the crowd, it would be disastrous. Shen Jiasui hesitated, and at that moment, Lin Lao appeared beside her. Observing Jiang-sun and Appo's extraordinary actions, Lin Lao and Appo's eyes gleamed with unwavering trust, devoid of any doubt. Having spent every day with him, he understood better than anyone the uniqueness of his disciple. He concealed it well, yet he was undeniably brilliant. Many in the capital despised him, but it was undeniable that he had just as many who cherished and protected him. Like Lin Lao, they all cherished the clear spring amidst the murky waters. And Xiaoji, he simply needed to remain steadfast and pursue his path. "Breathe! Stop, breathe!" After several repetitions, the Duke was nearly in despair, his eyes reddened, almost ready to stop Jiang-sun and change tactics. Just then, cough. The Duke and Appo's wife suddenly stirred, followed by a violent coughing fit, her once pale lips regaining color as she expelled water. Witnessing the miraculous revival of the Duke's wife, the crowd was in awe, and even Shen Jiasui, Kuden, and Appo's helped but steal glances at Jiang-sun. Truly, there are always those who surpass others. What impressed Shen Jiasui even more was that the rescued individual was his mother. She could only wonder how Jiang-sun maintained such composure. At that moment, the Duke was already embracing his wife, weeping tears of joy, while Jiang-sun remained quietly crouched, his expression untouched by elation. Seeing that the Duke and Appo's wife had been saved, Shen Jiasui felt a weight lift from her heart. Aware that she should not linger, She tightened her robe and rose, whispering her farewells to Lin Lao. Lin Lao accompanied Shen Jiasui a few steps, noticing her drenched appearance, and quickly urged, "At least change into dry clothes. Wait until Xiao Ji thanks you before leaving. You have done him a great favor today." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui recalled the misunderstandings that had arisen due to the Prince of Rong and Appo's involvement. She grew increasingly anxious that Lin Lao might misconstrue her intentions. Apologizing for her lack of decorum in front of Lin Lao today, she added, "As for the great favor, I truly cannot accept it. Last time, Jiang Sun assisted me, and I merely return a kindness." With that, she bid her farewell and, seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion, swiftly made her exit. Lin Lao reached out, intending to detain her, but Shen Jiasui had already disappeared from sight. "Alas!" Lin Lao exclaimed in frustration, slapping his thigh. "This girl comes and goes like the wind, utterly impossible to retain." Just then, someone rushed past him, hurrying after her. Lin Zhou, who had just been lingering at the back, fearful that Uncle Lin would summon him to pursue Miss Shen, suddenly brightened at this moment and hurriedly exclaimed, "Uncle, Xiao Ji has rushed out." Chapter 71. My satisfaction with young Master Jiang Shen Jiasui hastily exited the residence of the Duke of Anyang, only to realize that the Imperial Guards had already withdrawn. At this moment, she confirmed that Jiang Sun had successfully navigated this ordeal. The curious onlookers had long since dispersed, leaving only the Duke and Appo's relatives lingering outside, pushing and shoving one another, eager to enter and glean information, yet hesitant. This is indeed a testament to the true colors of individuals revealed in times of adversity. The Duke of Anyang has now seen through the facades of these relatives. After casting a glance at them, Shen Jiasui retracted her gaze and proceeded towards the carriage tucked away in the corner. She had not anticipated that her outing would extend for such a long duration, inadvertently causing Bai Ji to endure hunger alongside her. The straightforward girl likely dared not step away, unaware that she could have procured some food in the meantime. Contemplating this, a warm feeling surged within Shen Jiasui, prompting her to quicken her pace. Once the fire at the Duke of Anyang and Appo's residence had been contained, the exterior light diminished significantly, particularly with the carriage now ensconced in shadow. As she approached the carriage, Shen Jiasui's brows knitted in concern. She suddenly halted and softly called out, "Bai Ji." Under normal circumstances, Bai Ji would have lifted the curtain of the carriage to wait for her, greeting her with unbridled joy upon her arrival. Something felt amiss. Shen Jiasui silently clenched her fists, preparing to advance cautiously when the curtain was abruptly drawn back, revealing an unexpected face, Lu Yunzheng. In that moment, Shen Jiasui did not concern herself with him, but instead anxiously cast her gaze behind him. Upon seeing Bai Ji and the coachman both resting against the carriage wall with closed eyes, yet breathing evenly, she quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, though anger simmered within her. Noticing the direction of Shen Jiasui's gaze, Lu Yunzheng offered a nonchalant explanation. "I merely allowed them to rest for a while." "Get down." Shen Jiasui's voice was frosty as she issued a low reprimand. Lu Yunzheng observed Shen Jiasui, drenched and her hair disheveled, wearing an ill-fitting outer robe, and could not help but raise an eyebrow in curiosity. What happened here? His tone was as familiar as if nothing had occurred before, seemingly unfazed by her fury. "Get down," Shen Jiasui reiterated, her usually bright eyes clouded with darkness, her voice unsettlingly calm. Having spent many years in each other's company, Lu Yunzheng recognized her demeanor. Understanding she was on the brink of fury, he shrugged and leapt down from the carriage, stepping toward her until he stood 3 paces away. Shen Jiasui averted her gaze, striding towards the carriage once more, only to be halted by Lu Yunzheng's outstretched arm. "Why are you here?" he inquired, tilting his head with a glimmer of inquiry and suspicion in his eyes. A month prior, at the flower banquet in the Prince of Rome's residence, Shen Jiasui had not attended, yet this time she had. The scandal involving the crown princess had vanished entirely, with her still in good standing. Today, the Duke of Anyang's estate ought to have suffered due to the witchcraft case, but he had arrived to witness the commotion, only to find the Imperial Guards had departed early. Aside from the unclear casualties from significant fire, both Jiang Sun and the Duke of Anyang had returned safely from the palace. Each time, the circumstances were different, and yet Shen Jiasui was present. This led Lu Yunzheng to suspect that Shen Jiasui had been playing a role right before him. Perhaps she, like him, had returned from her past life, and had repeatedly thwarted his ascension, disrupting the plans of those behind the scenes. The moment Lu Yunzheng appeared, Shen Jiasui sensed trouble. She had anticipated his presence and had taken measures to travel in a carriage while donning a veiled hat. However, her concern for the Duke of Anyang's wife, fearing she might take her own life, had compelled her to seek out Elder Lin. It seemed this back and forth had allowed Lu Yunzheng to recognize her. Stay calm, Shen Jiasui silently reminded herself as she steadied her gaze to meet Lu Yunzheng and Appo's. Speaking evenly, young Master Lu, on what grounds do you presume to inquire about my whereabouts? Lu Yunzheng leaned closer, a flicker of malice in his eyes as he continued his probing. Did I not assure you at the Dezhao Temple? Upon your return home, did you not mention this to your uncle and aunt? Momentarily taken aback, Shen Jiasui could not suppress a laugh. You made a promise, but what of Gu Shiji? Did she agree? At the mention of Gu Shiji, Lu Yunzheng straightened, acknowledging her understanding nature. She would certainly not refuse. When the time comes, you two will dwell separately. Do not disturb her. Hearing this, Shen Jiasui could not help but let out a cold laugh. She is so devoted to you that she can endure sharing a husband. Lu Yunzheng raised his chin, evidently proud. My bond with Shiji is profound. Before he could finish, Shen Jiasui forcefully brushed aside his hand, interrupting him. If you two share such deep feelings, why must I insert myself and make a fool of myself? Furthermore, my parents have already arranged another marriage for me. If you continue to shout that I will marry no one but you shall both find no peace. As she turned to leave once more, Lu Yunzheng and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as he grasped her arm. How can this be? Who is it? Suppressing her disgust, Shen Jiasui turned to face him, her voice icy. Can't you tell who it is? Lu Yunzheng hesitated, then a ludicrous thought crossed his mind, prompting him to exclaim, Jiang Sun? Shen Jiasui hesitated. Yet this reasoning undeniably provided the most logical explanation for her previous actions. It seemed harmless to invoke the name of Lord Jiang without his knowledge. At the last flower banquet, I met with Lord Jiang, Jiang Sun, and it was the Prince of Rome himself who officiated our engagement. I am quite pleased with him. Otherwise, do you think I would be here today? With this declaration, Shen Jiasui seized the opportunity while Lu Yunzheng was momentarily stunned and withdrew her arm, coldly stating, Lu Yunzheng, do you understand? From now on, we are to part ways, each pursuing our own paths. Lu Yunzheng found this hard to believe. Shen Jiasui had once married him, thus she belonged to him. Regardless of his feelings toward her, she could not marry another. Moreover, how could she possibly be with Jiang Sun? Suddenly, it dawned on him. No wonder she, who never attended gatherings, had ventured to the flower banquet at the Prince of Rong and Appo's residence. It was to meet Jiang Sun. How long had it been since he and Shen Jiasui had broken off their engagement? She was so eager to meet another suitor. Furthermore, Jiang Sun had also been present at the Dezhao Temple. The pieces fell into place. Upon hearing of the incident at the Duke of Anyang and Appo's residence, she had rushed over, appearing utterly disheveled. Perhaps the outer robe she wore was Jiang Sun's. How utterly shameless, so devoid of dignity. Fury surged within Lu Yunzheng as he turned, seizing Shen Jiasui by the arm, gritting his teeth as he scolded, How can you marry another? Shen Jiasui felt a sense of relief at his reaction. As it seemed he believed her, she pivoted and forcefully pushed him, causing him to stagger. You broke our engagement. How can I not marry another? Lu Yunzheng, do not overestimate your worth. In my eyes, you are nothing. Clenching his fists, Lu Yunzheng and Appo's face clouded with frost, his eyes ablaze with rage as he mocked, Shen Jiasui, are you playing hard to get or employing a strategy of retreating to advance? If you can't marry me, is this a case of any port in a storm that you would even consider marrying someone like Jiang Sun? At this, Shen Jiasui's temper flared. However, before she could utter a retort, a figure emerged from the shadows nearby, his voice chilling and deep. I wonder, in the eyes of Deputy Commander Liu, what kind of person do you perceive me to be? Chapter 72. Like 1,000 streams of light upon hearing that voice, Shen Jiasui was momentarily taken aback, and she immediately lifted her gaze, witnessing Jiang Sun step out from the shadows. The light cascaded onto his shoulders, illuminating his profile. His stature was tall and upright, clad only in a deep robe after shedding his outer garment. His cold, star-like eyes bore an expression of sternness, and whether it was anger or the play of light, Shen Jiasui felt his demeanor grow increasingly frigid and imposing. She opened her mouth, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. Just moments ago, she had been wholly preoccupied with dealing with Liu Yunzheng, neglecting the movements behind her. Moreover, with Lady Yang just awakening, she had not anticipated that Jiang Sun would follow her out. She had no idea how long Jiang Sun had been there or how much of her conversation with Liu Yunzheng he had overheard. At that moment, Liu Yunzheng turned at the sound, noticing Jiang Sun without his outer robe, then glanced at Shen Jiasui, who was wrapped in a dark garment. His brows furrowed, and his expression darkened with barely contained fury. He had initially thought Shen Jiasui was merely putting on an act, but now it seemed she had truly conspired with Jiang Sun. Having once been his wife, even if he no longer desired her in this lifetime, she could not marry another, nor could anyone else claim her. With this thought, Liu Yunzheng turned to face Jiang Sun, a cold smirk escaping his lips. It is said that Lord Jiang is a man of integrity and honor, yet it appears that is not the case. Lord Jiang, this is my fiancé. Even if I have temporarily called off our engagement, it does not grant you the right to intrude. And regarding your lack of an outer robe, as a man of propriety, you should surely know this is against decorum. Shen Jiasui's anger flared. What madness had overcome Liu Yunzheng? She immediately stepped forward, intent on delivering a blow to him, but Jiang Sun unexpectedly advanced. She halted in her tracks as he walked past Liu Yunzheng to stand before her. Shen Jiasui looked up into Jiang Sun's ever-calm eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, she saw him slightly lower his head and softly utter, "Miss Shen, I beg your pardon for the abruptness." Shen Jiasui's expression turned to one of confusion. However, the next moment, she watched as Jiang Sun produced a veil from behind him and gently placed it upon her head. The delicate yellow gauze cascaded down, rippling like water in the dim light, obscuring her features and covering her upper body. In an instant, Shen Jiasui recognized the veil as the one she had discarded on the shore before plunging into the water to save someone. It had been retrieved by Lord Jiang. "The wind is strong outside. Miss Shen, please get into the carriage," Jiang Sun said quietly before stepping back a pace. Shen Jiasui tilted her head, the gauze blurring her vision, rendering Jiang Sun's expression indistinct. Yet the hazy light outlined his silhouette, and the soft yellow hue gave the impression of a warm golden glow enveloping him. This induced in Shen Jiasui a fleeting illusion, as if she were perceiving a trace of tenderness from the typically stoic Jiang Sun. She nodded gently, but cast a wary glance at Liu Yunzheng nearby, fearful he might utter something untoward. Jiang Sun stood tall. From Liu Yunzheng's perspective, Jiang Sun nearly obscured Shen Jiasui completely, and the raised hand suggested an intimacy between them. Seeing this, Liu Yunzheng's expression darkened further, and just as he was about to step forward, Jiang Sun turned to face him, still shielding Shen Jiasui from view. His gaze was steely, locking onto the irate Liu Yunzheng as he spoke in a measured tone. Not long ago, the rumors of Vice Commander Liu's abrupt cancellation of the engagement spread throughout the capital. I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding it. According to the laws of our great dynasty, once an engagement is terminated, the parties are free from any further obligations, and a temporary disengagement is not recognized. Nor is there any room for entanglements thereafter. Furthermore, your indecision and betrayal raise questions about your character and suitability for your role in protecting the citizens. Moreover, General Zhao's failure to properly guide his son, who has breached his vows, will be reported to the censorate tomorrow. I believe after the reprimand, General Zhao will understand the necessity of strict discipline to ensure the vice commander corrects his ways. Were it not for the presence of the court, Jiang Sun would rarely have articulated such a lengthy discourse. Lu Yunjin and Appo's complexion changed as he sensed Jiang Sun and Appo's words were a thinly veiled threat, and he retorted coldly, "Lord Jiang, are you seeking personal revenge, abusing your power?" Jiang Sun chuckled lightly in response. "I harbor no enmity toward the vice commander. What personal vendetta could there be? As for abusing power, every word I have spoken is grounded in truth." Lu Yunjin, infuriated by Jiang Sun's unwavering stance, gritted his teeth. If his father truly faced repercussions due to the censure, his return home would be even more arduous. And he feared for Shiji as she would also suffer further grievances. He could not believe Jiang Sun genuinely harbored feelings for Shen Jiasui. Their personalities were as divergent as fire and ice, making any union between them implausible. Jiang Sun likely sought the influence of the general's household, aiming for a cliché D hero saving the damsel scenario. Lord Jiang, Shen Jiasui is but a rough and uncouth warrior, lacking in grace and refinement. Unlike other women who could inspire you with their charm, no one, save me, could endure her nature. Moreover, we have been betrothed for many years, although not childhood sweethearts. We share a bond built over the years. With all of this, you still wish to pursue her. Leave, Jiang Sun interjected coldly before Lu Yunjin could finish. Though his expression remained largely unchanged, his ire was palpable. Lu Yunjin and Appo's eyes widened. In 2 lifetimes, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. This was nothing short of an affront. What merit did Jiang Sun possess to be so arrogant? His rise to prominence was merely due to the protection of an imperial mentor. In a few years, he would surely find himself in a pitiful state, seeking his own demise. With that thought, Lu Yunjin let out a cold laugh, but before he could speak again, a familiar voice called from behind, "Vice Commander, what are you doing here?" Lu Yunjin abruptly turned to see his superior, Lin Zhouqi, standing a short distance away with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing him with a detached expression, Lu Yunjin and Appo's brows furrowed, and he saw Lin Zhouqi nodding in his direction, signaling him to approach. He did not wish to leave, as it would appear he was conceding to Jiang Sun. However, considering that he would be serving under Lin Zhouqi for a considerable time to come, he hesitated briefly before his expression darkened, and he stepped away. Yet before departing, he cast a cold glance at Jiang Sun, remarking, "Lord Jiang, the world is still in flux, and the winds of change are unpredictable. Do not be too hasty in your arrogance. Everything is still uncertain." He longed to catch one last glimpse of Shen Jiasui. However, Jiang Sun remained steadfast, blocking his view of her. He could only catch a glimpse of the edge of the veil. Seeing Shen Jiasui still silent, Lu Yunjin scoffed and turned to leave, and an abrupt stillness enveloped the surroundings. Shen Jiasui thought to herself, "It turns out having someone stand in front of her to shield her was rather pleasant. If only Jiang Sun had not overheard her earlier excuse, it would have been even better." As for the nonsensical words Lu Yunjin had spoken, she did not take a single one to heart. "Lord Jiang, Miss Shen, thank you. Lord Jiang, regarding what I mentioned earlier about mutual admiration, I understand it was merely a temporary measure." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui exhaled softly, her previously tense shoulders relaxing instantly. How wonderful it was to converse with an intelligent person. With matters resolved, she needed to hurry and call for Bai Ji and the coachman. If she delayed any longer, her parents would surely begin to worry. As Shen Jiasui lost herself in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Jiang Sun softly call her name, "Miss Shen." "Yes." In moments of contemplation, one readily responds when addressed. Jiang Jun paused momentarily, his gaze swirling with emotion yet remarkably restrained. After a considerable time, he softly urged, "Please, get in the carriage. Do not catch a chill." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiasui nodded repeatedly, her lips curving into a smile as she replied, "Rest assured, Lord Jiang." Just now, Lu Yunjin spoke a truth. "I am adept with blade and spear, tough-skinned and hardy. I am in good health." At her words, Jiang Jun's brow furrowed slightly. His thin lips moved, yet he refrained from voicing any response. Observing Shen Jiasui nimbly ascend the carriage, his outstretched hand hesitated briefly before retracting. At that moment, he formally bowed in gratitude, saying, "I am immensely grateful for Miss Shen's kindness in rescuing my mother from peril. Please accept my humble bow." Shen Jiasui, upon hearing this, quickly turned to assist him. Just then, the night breeze swept by, lifting the gossamer fabric, the soft yellow hue tinged with the distant light, transforming into a warm orange, though it paled in comparison to the brilliance of Shen Jiasui's smile. Jiang Jun tilted his head slightly and noticed Shen Jiasui leaning towards him, her hand gently hovering near his arm, so close that it felt as though myriad rays of light cascaded around them. "Lord Jiang, it is I who must thank you," she said, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Chapter 73. Rarely confused, the carriage slowly made its way to the end of the street, then took a turn and vanished from sight. Jiang Sun turned slightly to gaze quietly until a cool breeze stirred, bringing a chill from the damp outer robe draped over his arm, prompting him to gradually withdraw his gaze. Just moments ago, Miss Shen had entered the carriage and returned his outer robe. She said, "If I return like this, my parents will undoubtedly interrogate me. If they see you, it will only lead to misunderstandings, which might tarnish your reputation and add to your troubles." She delineated the boundaries so clearly. It is indeed a good thing. They have all departed, yet he couldn't help but feel reluctant. As Jiang Sun pondered, he suddenly heard the teasing voice of old Lin from behind. He turned around, his expression already calm, and upon seeing old Lin's playful demeanor, he simply called out, "Teacher." Old Lin, noticing Jiang Sun's somber expression, hastily waved his hands. All right. I wanted Appos. Say anything more. How is it in the palace?" As he asked this question, old Lin and Appos' tone suddenly became serious. Jiang Sun gently shook his head, not uttering a word. Understanding the silence, old Lin sighed deeply and patted Jiang Sun's shoulder. "It's settled then. You may enter the residence. I must return. This old body of mine nearly fell apart tonight. Allow me to escort you," Jiang Sun offered, extending his hand to support old Lin's arm. Old Lin disdainfully swatted his hand away. "Away with you. I'm not at the age where I need assistance. Zhou, come here and help this old man a bit." Jiang Sun. Zhou. Jiang Sun still assisted old Lin onto the carriage. As he bowed to bid farewell, he saw old Lin lift the curtain of the carriage and solemnly address him. "Xiu, as the ancients say, a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of water. Miss Shen saved your mother today. It is a debt of great magnitude." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun nodded, solemnly replying, "I shall remember it in my heart." At that moment, the carriage began to move, and when old Lin realized Jiang Sun had not grasped his underlying message, he leaned out halfway and anxiously exclaimed, "You wouldn't block, you thick-headed fool. What good is mere remembrance? You must repay her with your life. Xiu, do you remember my words? You must strive to excel." Inside the carriage, Zhou Ji interjected, "Uncle, if you have yet to finish your instructions, we can stop the carriage and you can speak at your leisure. All right?" Old Lin shook his head vehemently. "No, that would only give that lad an opportunity to rebut. I've been holding this in, waiting until I got on the carriage to dare to say it. Xiu, I will take your silence as an agreement." Old Lin estimated they had traveled quite far before finally poking his head out again to add one last comment. Jiang Sun, still standing in place. This old man is too one-sided in his affections. Setting aside his current circumstances, starting a family would only burden others. Moreover, Miss Shen might not even look favorably upon him. "I am quite satisfied with young Master Jiang." At this thought, Jiang Sun's mind unexpectedly flashed with such a statement. Having delayed, due to retrieving his hat, he hurried out just in time to overhear Miss Shen say she attended the flower viewing banquet to observe him. A great deal transpired that day. Yet, Jiang Sun was unwilling to let himself dwell on it further. As he watched old Lin's carriage disappear into the night, he turned and walked briskly inside. At that moment, Fu Gui hurriedly rushed out, and upon seeing Jiang Sun, exclaimed tearfully, "Young master, you must go see madam." Jiang Sun's heart tightened at those words, and he hastened towards the east courtyard. Upon entering the main room, He heard the Earl of Anyang weeping and calling for his wife. Jiangsun Kuden and Oppos. He helped but change his expression, fearing something had happened to Lady Anyang. However, as he stepped into the inner chamber, he found Lady Anyang sitting there in bewilderment, while the Earl held her and cried inconsolably. Jiangsun abruptly halted, turning away, and in that moment, his tightly wounded heart began to relax. Father, mother. Jiangsun bowed his head in respect. Hearing the voice, the Earl quickly stood, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and pulled Jiangsun to the bedside, crying out, Madam, this is Sunner, our Sunner. Lady Anyang raised her eyes to look at Jiangsun. Jiangsun furrowed his brows and turned to look at the Earl. The Earl hurriedly pushed Jiangsun forward, whispering, Sun and Damp, Oppos, just as a hand cautiously rested on his head. Bringing warmth, he slowly turned around to see Lady Anyang leaning forward slightly, her gaze so earnest and focused, scanning his features inch by inch, before finally tremblingly calling out, Suna, you are Sunner? You are your mother, Suna? In that instant, Jiangsun felt a tightening in his throat, his heart simmering with turmoil. As the Earl gently tugged at Jiangsun and Amp, Oppos' sleeve. His eyes brimmed with tears, gazing at Jiangsun with an almost pleading expression, as if to say, Sun and Amp, Oppos, please, just admit it. Jiangsun opened his mouth, yet before he could respond, Lady Anyang had already thrown herself upon him, enveloping him in an embrace. Why can't your mother remember? Sunner. The Earl quickly moved closer. Lady Anyang wept tears of joy, and Jiangsun urged her to lie down. Devoid of the confusion that had clouded them earlier, she longed for death, yet had been rescued. In her hazy awareness, she heard the Lord's heart-wrenching cries. She also heard Old Lin's voice. That wise and gentle elder was Jiangsun's mentor. He leaned close to her ear, softly speaking, Madam, do you not know that if you were to perish today, it would plunge Xiao Ji into an unfathomable abyss? A child of such pure disposition as he would invariably attribute all faults to himself. My dear lady, there are times when it is wise to embrace a little ignorance. Bears a heavy heart. As her thoughts meandered to this point, tears cascaded silently from Lady Yunzheng's eyes, soaking into her pillowcase. Embracing a little ignorance. She could only resort to this means in her attempt to atone for the torment she had inflicted upon a child for a decade. And as for her Sun heir, after this life, she hopes that Sun heir might be willing to meet her, the negligent mother. If he should refuse, she believes she deserves any punishment that may come. She only wishes for Sun heir to be reborn into a kind and gentle family. Chapter 74. Frugality and diligence. After the Duke of Anyang led Jiangsun into the study, the room was left in silence, occupied only by the two of them. Regarding your mother's current state, the physician just mentioned that she might have suffered significant trauma, and whether she will remember anything in the future is uncertain. As your father, Jiangsun lowered his brows, clutching the damp outer robe in his hands, lost in thought. Observing this, the Duke slowly sank into a chair, unable to suppress a long. But instead, he bore everything in silence. Once he had clandestinely visited Jiangsun, who lay there, breathless, with whip marks crisscrossing his body, bloodied and bruised. He had snuck in to tend to Jiangsun and Oppos' wounds, hearing him murmur home repeatedly in his dreams. Remembering this, the Duke Kuden and Oppos' helped but glance at Jiangsun again. I heard from Elder Lin that the one who saved your mother today was Miss Shen. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit to express my gratitude." At this, Jiang Sun finally stirred. He lifted his head and replied gently, "Father, I will forever remember Miss Shen's kindness. However, today's events should not be disclosed to others, lest we tarnish her reputation. It would be best if you refrain from visiting the General and Appo's residence." The Duke pondered Jiang Sun and Appo's words and found them reasonable. Only rose slightly. Blay, such assertiveness. And Appo's events serve as a warning. The Duke's brooding expression at the desk. "I must thank you for promptly summoning Elder Lin today. Come here, I have some reward for you." As the Duke rummaged through his purse. But it was she who surmised that Madame might attempt to take her own life, prompting Elder Lin to arrive in time. Later, when you and the young master returned, I followed into the residence and witnessed the young master giving his outer robe to Miss Shen, even chasing after her as she left. Did you see that? The young master was still clutching his robe when he ran after her. Fugue's hints were palpable, and the Duke, being an experienced man, gradually grasped the implications behind Fugue and Appo's words, his expression shifting to one of realization. No wonder Jiang Sun had reacted so oddly when Miss Shen was mentioned. He was typically so composed. Understanding this, the Duke couldn't and Appo's help but rise and pace the room, suddenly halting in his tracks. He and his wife would likely never truly reach Jiang Sun and Appo's heart. What he and his wife could do now was to ensure they did not hinder Jiang Sun, at the very least avoiding any disgrace to the Shen family regarding the Duke of Anyang and Appo's household. This matter required careful deliberation. Jiang Sun returned to his courtyard. The walls adorned with yellow talismans and bells remained untouched in his eyes. He entered the main room and found Nan Feng kneeling there. He placed the outer robe on the rack and approached to assist Nan Feng, stating softly, "I have told you there is no need to kneel." Yet Nan Feng dare not rise, instead bowing lower to recount how he had disobeyed orders and reprimanded the Duke and Appo's wife today. "I nearly caused her life. My sins are unforgivable. Please punish me." Upon hearing of the fire in the western courtyard, Jiang Sun had suspected that the oversight likely lay with Nan Feng. According to his plans, the night should not have been so perilous. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he looked down at Nan Feng and said, "Nan Feng, I have warned you. One misstep can lead to ruin. Especially now that I am under scrutiny, any mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. If you remain emotionally driven, you may as well return to your teacher." Nan Feng and Appo's head snapped up, filled with regret and guilt. "Young master, I shall not dare again. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I accept. However, I wish to remain by your side." As he spoke, Nan Feng's resolve faltered. He had prepared himself to accept punishment and resign, but the thought of truly leaving Jiang Sun filled him with reluctance and sorrow. Unexpectedly, Jiang Sun bent down to help him up. "Nan Feng, I understand your character and intentions. Your loyalty is truly rare. However, you must realize that we may not be so fortunate next time to have a benefactor and Appo's assistants." Nan Feng nodded solemnly, not only for Jiang Sun's sake, but also for his own. The lessons imparted were far less profound than experiencing a mistake firsthand. "Go rest. Herring to grinding. Young master, it's late. Do you still have work to do?" Jiang Sun shook his head and replied softly, "Not busy, just writing a letter of complaint. Tomorrow, during court, I will submit it directly to Inspector Zhang." Surprised, Nan Feng and Appo's curiosity piqued. He glanced over, catching sight of the name General Zhao Yong in the letter. Inspection. And Appo's clean now? It is a virtue to be frugal and manage one's household wisely. He decided to heed the young master's words and keep it Chapter 75. No longer coveted, Lu Yunjin left the Yunzheng residence, his heart brimming with resentment. His thoughts were tumultuous. The mere notion of Shen Jiasui possibly marrying another filled him with an overwhelming sense of bitterness and disgust. He and Shen Jiasui had exchanged vows, and though they had not consummated their union, she was eternally bound to him in life and death. Had he known this would come to pass, he would have never severed their engagement. Since his rebirth, this thought had emerged countless times within him. As he rode, the pent-up frustration within him surged. The call coming from one of his father's subordinates. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned to see his father pausing, looking back at him, quickly dismounting. Lu Yunjin bowed respectfully, feeling somewhat flustered as he called out, "Father." Lu Yongzhu observed Lu Yunjin standing alone beside his horse. This was his son whom he had painstakingly nurtured and held great expectations for. Yet, accustomed to being stern with Lu Yunjin, he darkened his expression and coldly remarked, "What?" The harshness of his father and Appo's words immediately extinguished his resolve. He chose instead to remount his horse. Witnessing this, Lu Yongzhu and Appo's anger flared, and with a huff, he turned and strode into the residence. Lu Yunjin tightened his grip on the reins, resenting his father's indifference, feeling utterly neglected. And gently advising, "Young master, the general is merely tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He has been inquiring about your well-being, worried you might be suffering out there." Father's retreating figure. A flicker of light igniting in his eyes just as he prepared to dismount again. However, Lu Yongzhu suddenly barked, "16, do you need a medal? Get over here." Startled, dare to harbor hopes. If his father truly cared. Lu Yongzhu had not anticipated that Lu Yunjin would truly depart. He abruptly turned, a flash of anger crossing his face, which was soon replaced by a hint of reluctance. Lu Shirlu, witnessing this, sighed inwardly, knowing the general still held significant expectations for his son. The ancient saying goes, "A tiger father does not beget a dog son." Surely, the general wished for his son to wield the banner of leadership, galloping across the battlefield to protect their homeland. However, to be fair, the men under him felt that Lu Yunjin's withdrawal from the Shen family was indeed unprincipled. When Lu Yunjin returned to the courtyard, it was already late. Thanks to the support of Madame Lu, he no longer needed to fret over his livelihood. This was owing to the conversation between Gu Shiji and Madame Lu at the Dazhao temple. As he pondered this, he pushed open the courtyard door, only to find that light still illuminated Gu Shiji's room. The door swung open, revealing Gu Shiji in simple attire, her face alight with anticipation. "Yunzheng," she called softly, her gaze shimmering with joy. In that instant, Lu Yunjin's heart softened, the gloom and frustration that had enveloped him dissipating completely. Regardless of everything, unable to contain himself, he stroked Gu Shiji and Appo's long hair and chose to candidly share everything he had witnessed at the Yunzheng residence. Are truly in the past. As Lu Yunjin finished speaking, Gu Shiji quickly collected her thoughts, looking up in astonishment. "Jiangsun? Yunzheng? Are you saying that father and mother mentioned Jiangsun to Shen Jiasui?" The name Jiangsun was familiar to her, a man who, in his foolishness, had offended a duke for the sake of an old man and a peasant girl. In a world rife with injustice, how much could he truly rectify? It was merely a senseless adherence that placed himself and those around him in peril. In this world, self-preservation was the only rational approach, and the allure of power and wealth was simply irresistible. Lu Yunjin claimed that Shen Jiasui and Jiang Sun were at odds, yet her perspective was quite the opposite. They were like oil and fire, fundamentally the same. Considering this, a glimmer of interest sparkled in Gu Shiji's eyes. Jiang Sun's temperament would surely lead him nowhere, and if Shen Jiasui were to be with him, it would indeed be a path to self-destruction. Nevertheless, Gu Shiji would not contradict Lu Yunjin. She merely needed to align with him, for that was the version of her he cherished the most. Yunzheng, what shall we do? Are they truly nearing a happy resolution? At this, Lu Yunjin suddenly recalled something, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. No. He sat up, slightly straighter. Shen Jiasui is likely to soon retreat in the face of difficulty. Chapter 76. Why help him? Gu Shiji was taken aback upon hearing this. Several times, Lu Yunjin had made statements with such unwavering certainty, as though he possessed foreknowledge of certain matters. For instance, at this moment, knowing when to retreat. Yunjin, what do you mean by that? Gu Shiji inquired with curiosity. Following the previous occasion, when he had confided in Madame Lu about his rebirth and faced setbacks, Lu Yunjin had resolved to bury this matter deep within his heart, refraining from revealing even a fraction of it to Gu Shiji. He was reluctant to further test those around him, fearing another disappointment. Thus, he shook his head, offering a vague response. I have heard some rumors from others, but they remain unverified. We shall see in due time. Having just learned that Shen Jiasui was to marry another, his thoughts were in disarray, causing him to overlook a significant matter, Jiang Jun and Appo's lifelong commitment. In his previous life, he had not heard of Jiang Jun's marriage until his triumphant return to the capital, which is why it had not crossed his mind sooner. However, though he was unaware of how Jiang Jun had declined this marriage in his past life, he knew that this time, regardless of the outcome, what Lu Yunjin had just shared was sufficient for her to convey to the intended recipient. At that moment, Lu Yunjin regained his focus and broached the subject of his inadvertent return to the general and Appo's residence, prompting him to inquire about Gu Shiji's previous conversation with his mother at the Dajiao temple. Shiji, what exactly did you say last time? Mother has recently expressed a willingness to provide financial support, all thanks to your mediation. Gu Shiji smiled upon hearing this. It was merely a small scheme to ease the lady and Appo's concerns. Time has passed, and I believe she will soon have her wishes fulfilled. Yunjin, if Mother intercedes on your behalf and requests your return to the general's residence, you must soften your stance towards General Lu. Consider it for our future, will you? Gu Shiji looked up, her smile as warm as the spring breeze in March. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjin felt an overwhelming sense of affection swell within him. Shiji, by doing so, you will also bear some burden. Gu Shiji shook her head, her voice filled with reliance as she replied, Yunjin, with you by my side. The two of them nestled together in the candlelight, radiating warmth and sweetness. Yet, in Gu Shiji and Appo's eyes, tenderness was replaced by a glimmer of resolve. I will go practice some boxing. I will be warm in no time. Bai Ji, firm in her stance, pressed her mistress back down, saying, Miss, after a long night. Bai Ji could no longer maintain her stern facade. It was only because the young lady treated her with such kindness that she dared to speak so freely. However, she couldn't help but wonder, Miss, I do not understand. Since you rejected the match arranged by the Prince of Rome, it means you do not fancy Lord Jiang. Why then go to such lengths for him now? He was the only one who extended a helping hand to her. Seeing Bai Ji still awaiting an answer, Shen Jiasui carefully organized her thoughts and replied earnestly. I believe he possesses an indomitable spirit. Bai Ji observed the admiration shining in her mistress's eyes as she spoke of Lord Jiang, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. Oh, I digress. In any case, Lord Jiang deserves assistance. Achoo! Shen Jiasui and Appo's serious expression dissipated as she relaxed and sneezed again. Bai Ji snapped back to attention, hastening her movements, unable to resist commenting. Last time I overheard the young master and his cousin discussing how Lord Jiang was once thought to be of unsound mind, and that the Yunzheng Duke and his wife seemed to hold him in low regard. It is remarkable that Lord Jiang could still cultivate such character. Miss, you sing his praises to the heavens. I wonder what kind of esteemed young lady will be worthy of him in the future. This statement carried a hint of probing. The long-standing rivalry between the Shang and Mo kingdoms had made the neutral state of Yu a coveted ally. Some years ago, Sue pondered deeply, contemplating the potential of observing his reactions and any opportunities that may arise. Lost in her thoughts, she lifted her gaze to find Bai Ji regarding her with curious eyes. Only to learn that her son, Lu Yunjin, she was certain that the general still cherished Yunjin above all, regardless of how much Zhou Fu's son might strive for recognition. Zhao Mama, quickly, instruct the kitchen to prepare some of the dishes the master enjoys. I will wait in the front courtyard and invite him to dine in the main hall. Let us seize the moment and speak favorably to encourage Yunjin to return home soon. Mrs. Lu was filled with enthusiasm, and Zhao Mama, equally elated, hurriedly agreed and went about her tasks. Mrs. Lu arrived at the front courtyard early, rehearsing her flattering remarks in her mind. However, to her dismay, General Lu returned from court half an hour later than usual. Spotting him from afar, she rushed forward, but the general wore a grim expression. Upon seeing her, his brows furrowed tightly, and he turned on his heel toward the courtyard of concubine Zhou. Witnessing this, Mrs. Lu and Appo's elation was swiftly doused, and her smile faded. Nevertheless, thinking of Lu Yunjin, she gritted her teeth and pursued him, grasping his sleeve tightly. The general halted, but refused to turn around. Feeling his disdain, Mrs. Lu and Appo's heart ached. Yet she forced a smile and spoke gently. My lord, I had the kitchen prepare some of your favorite dishes for lunch today in the main hall. Shall we dine together? There's no need, the general replied coldly, pulling his sleeve away and resuming his stride. Seeing that she could not retain him, Mrs. Lu resolved to voice her thoughts nonetheless. My lord, I heard that Yunjin returned last night. At the mention of Lu Yunjin's name, the general stiffened. Yet Mrs. Lu, eager to express her feelings, failed to notice his reaction and continued. My lord, I understand Yunjin well, which makes him particularly prideful. Just think, after his duty today, I will call him back, and we can share a family dinner to clear the air. Would that not be agreeable? Noticing the general did not refuse, Mrs. Lu assumed he might be swayed. She grew increasingly fervent, adding, My lord, Yunjin is the young master of our Zhao Yong general's residence. It is quite inappropriate for him to be living separately, which ultimately reflects poorly on you. You may not know, but Yunjin has had a difficult time lately, and, as his mother, it pains me to see him suffer. Moreover, the storm over the engagement with the Shen family has passed. We have apologized, and now all is well. Why must you keep pushing him away? Mrs. Lu believed her words were comprehensive and that the general's anger must have subsided. However, to her shock, the general suddenly declared, Past? Who says the engagement turmoil is over? Startled by his tone, Mrs. Lu's heart raced. She quickly stepped in front of him, only to find the general's brow furrowed and his jaw clenched, his muscles quivering, as if he were holding back a tempest of emotions. Alarmed, she took a step back and stammered, My lord, what troubles you? Having previously urged the general to consider Yunjin and Appo's actions, she had never witnessed such fury from him before. The general stepped closer, his voice a low growl. You still care about the disgrace that scoundrel has brought upon me? Today, I was indeed brought to shame by him. In court, the emperor summoned me to the study and reprimanded me for a full half-hour. General Shen stood by, pleading for my case. Even resorting to the termi. He was acutely aware of Lu Yunzhen's failings and recognized his own culpability as a father. Thus, he had rushed home, wayward son, with every word. Upon raising her gaze, you go tell Lu Yunzhen that if he truly cannot lower himself to admit his mistakes, he might as well establish his own household and never return. I, Lu Yunzhen. The general was known for his resolute nature, and if Yunzhen did not repent, it seemed the general's estate would indeed slip from his grasp. Moreover, Mrs. The thought sent a shiver down her spine as she acknowledged the truth. Yunzhen had indeed changed. No, she could not permit this rift between father and son. She would not tolerate the general's estate falling into the hands of another. At that moment, Zhao Mama, having prepared everything, rushed over, only to find Mrs. Lu standing there in a daze. Alarmed, she hurried to support her, concern etched on her face as she asked, Madam, what is the matter? Where is the master? Slowly regaining her composure, Mrs. Lu grasped Zhao Mama's hand tightly, a glimmer of cold resolve in her eyes, as she quietly inquired, Mama, have you completed the tasks I entrusted to you? Zhao Mama blinked in surprise, but quickly nodded in affirmation. Everything went smoothly, but, Madam, have you truly made this decision? After all, Miss Yunyao is innocent. Innocent? Madame Lu slightly raised her voice, asserting that her reincarnation within the womb of Zhou Fu was anything but innocent. We must expedite matters and gather ample evidence. It is imperative that we leave no room for error. I shall not permit my husband to bequeath the general's residence to the side of Ningxiang court. Furthermore, she instructed, prepare some silver in a couple of days, lest the father-son relationship deteriorate further. Once my husband has calmed down, I will take it upon myself to persuade her. If he continues to refuse to return and acknowledge his mistakes, there will be no place for him in the general's residence henceforth. Just return in the house. Auntie, sister. Linking her arm with her brotheress as she guided him to the table, pointing out the breakfast spread with pride. This was made by Andy, romantic at the tender age of 15. Left with just the two siblings. Brother, is anyone still bullying you? Lu Yunyao responded lightly, then inquired, is there still any discord with the young master of the Shen family? Surprised by his sister's sudden mention of Shen Jiaqing. Lu Yunqing's expression turned quizzical. Seeing this, Lu Yunyao's heart raced, and she hurriedly explained, wasn't he the one who hit you last time? I. Smiling as he said, oh, it was merely a small misunderstanding. Shen Jiaqing has already apologized to me. He is straightforward, and I bear him no grudge. Lu Yunyao nodded, and, just then, Aunt Zhou entered with a bowl of porridge, prompting her to fall silent. Around the hour of you, after finishing dinner, Lu Yunzheng tidied himself and prepared to return to the academy. And take care not to catch a chill. Remember to greet your father before you leave. Lu Yunzheng nodded obediently, reassuring her that he understood. Aunt Zhou felt a sense of relief, pleased that her son was so considerate. She patted Lu Yunzheng's shoulder and suddenly smiled more brightly, saying, go see Yao Yao again. She has prepared a gift for you, but is too shy to present it. Curious, Lu Yunzheng made his way to the side room. Sister? He knocked on the door. Lu Yunyao opened it, and upon seeing her brother, she blushed, pulling him inside. I heard from Annie that you have a gift for me? Her face reddened as she shyly handed him a bundle. Lu Yunzheng opened it to find 2 pairs of knee pads, one dark blue and the other light blue, with slightly coarse stitching at the edges, evidence of Lu Yunyao's handiwork. Surprised, Lu Yunzheng smiled and exclaimed, "Thank you," seeing her brother's delight. Lu Yunyao's heart swelled with tenderness. The weather is getting colder. You must take care while studying, especially your knees. Lu Yunzheng admired the knee pads, unable to put them down, when he noticed Lu Yunyao blushing again as she produced another bundle. "There's more?" he asked, intrigued. Lu Yunyao shook her head, her ears turning crimson, biting her lip before hesitantly saying, "This is a favor I ask you to deliver to the young master of the Shen family." Shen Jiacheng? Lu Yunzheng's brows furrowed at the mention of the name. Lu Yunyao quickly clarified, "It's just an extra set I made. I thought, since there was a misunderstanding last time, it might help mend things and encourage him to look out for you a bit more. Brother, I just wish to help you make friends so your time there is more pleasant." Her voice grew softer, and by the end, she had lowered her head. Yunyao felt a rush of shyness. Due to his association with Lu Yunzheng was also distant. Those who entered the academy through genuine talent from the provinces held him, a mere shadow scholar, in contempt. Holding on to this thought brought him peace. When Shen Jiasui brought Gu Shiji to the Lu residence, Shen Jiacheng had accompanied them. Perhaps they sought to create a lively atmosphere and had invited him and Lu Yunyao along. With ages similar and fewer convoluted thoughts, they enjoyed each other and Oppos as company. Compared to Gu Shiji, Lu Yunyao admired Shen Jiasui more, praising him multiple times upon returning home, remarking on the amiable nature of the Shen family sister. "Brother, that young master of the Shen family is just as handsome as the Shen sister." At this moment, Lu Yunxing recalled his sister's words. Initially, he thought it was merely a casual compliment. However, now, he could not help but glance at another bundle beside him. Could it be? Lost in thought, discreet corner. Yao. His heart raced. His mind, and his expression turned pale. Residence in haste, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Still implored, "Brother, why not stay at home tonight?" At that moment, Lu Yunsheng was in turmoil, unable to respond. Aunt Zhou, observing the situation, sensed something was amiss. Lu Yunsheng was usually meticulous, always prepared before leaving, and had never forgotten anything in all these years. A pair of knee garments from his bosom. Aunt Zhou struggled to maintain her composure. Lu Yunsheng rushed to support her, his eyes welling with tears. "Aunt, there may be more to this. Sister is not that kind of person." Aunt Zhou, though initially shocked, understood the gravity of the situation. Anger and worry would not resolve their predicament. Taking a deep breath, she stood tall and said firmly, "Shen, you must go back to the Guozijian without revealing anything. I will handle everything here." Yet, Lu Yunsheng could not find solace in her words, fearing that Aunt Zhou's anger might lead her to punish Lu Yunxiao. He pleaded, "Aunt." She gently shook her head, a hint of regret shining through. "Shenger, I was wrong. No. My mistake was in overprotecting Yao. allowing her to be oblivious to the world's harshness. Sometimes, Aunt Zhou raised her hand in a gesture of silence, though tears welled in her eyes. Even in private, one must uphold propriety. Only then can one maintain integrity. It pains me to see you endure any hardships. Sheng I have been strict with you since childhood. Do not hold it against me. Being a man. Aunt Zhou wished to shield him from the shadows of the inner courtyard, allowing him to focus on his studies and become a virtuous gentleman. At this point, her voice cracked with emotion, for she was well aware of the struggles Lu Yunzheng had faced over the years. This child was too understanding. Yet, children must eventually soar. Do you not trust my capabilities? Aunt Zhou smiled gently, reminiscent of when Lu Yunzheng was a child, as she pinched his cheek affectionately. With tears in his eyes, Lu Yunzheng nodded obediently. He understood that his aunt was formidable. Their smooth journey thus far and his opportunity to study at the Guozijian were all due to her efforts. Brace of vulnerability. Only after Lu Yunzheng vanished around the corner did Aunt Zhou turn and calmly walk toward Lu Yunxiao's door. Lu Yunxiao had not yet settled down, her heart filled with trepidation. The decision to send the garments to Jiaheng was her own, not mentioned in her letter. Was her brother truly back because he had forgotten a book? This was not in line with his character lost in her thoughts. The door was suddenly knocked upon. Aunt Zhou's icy voice rang out, "Kneel." Lu Yunxiao trembled, feeling guilty, and immediately bent her knee to kneel before Aunt Zhou. Seeing Lu Yunxiao's submissive posture, Aunt Zhou's eyes flashed with compassion, but quickly hardened. She took the knee garments from her pocket and tossed them at Lu Yunxiao's feet. "Do you know what this is, Lu Yunxiao?" Lu Yunxiao was taken aback, realizing the garments she had just sent had returned to her. She trembled, feeling both ashamed and guilty, tears streaming down her face before she could even explain. Aunt Zhou, unmoved, stepped forward, leaning down, her voice colder than ever, enunciating each word. "This is a private exchange that has ruined your brother's years of hard work and my 2 decades of effort, and has cast you into an abyss from which there is no return. Lu Yunxiao, do you wish to court death?" Though furious, Aunt Zhou suppressed her voice, ensuring it did not escape the room. Lu Yunxiao raised her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. She crawled a few steps on her knees to embrace Aunt Zhou's legs, weeping. "And I was wrong. Please do not be angry with me. I shall never do it again." Seeing Lu Yunxiao in such despair brought tears to Aunt Zhou's eyes as well. She had always cherished Yao dearly, never realizing that excessive protection could lead to such dire consequences, nearly ruining her entire life. When she spoke again, her voice was tinged with moisture, yet she still struck Lu Yunxiao's shoulder with force. "How could you be so foolish? Your brother's past experiences with Gu Shiji serve as a warning. Have you forgotten? The world is often harsh toward women. Look at your brother, who, despite that incident, could still command authority. But Gu Shiji, after being expelled from the Duke of Dinghui's residence, she was trapped in a small courtyard, unable to move, no different from a caged bird. If she dared to show her face in public, the spittle from others would drown her. I have always taught you to cherish and respect yourself. Is this how you have acted? You must recount the full story." Chapter 80. The heartfelt concerns of a young girl, Lu Yunyao, chastised by Aunt Zhou, felt her complexion drain of color. Overwhelmed with regret and guilt, she dared not conceal the truth any longer, promptly recounting all that had transpired in recent days. It turned out that she had long harbored feelings for Shen Jiaheng. Previously, Shen Jiaheng had visited the general's residence several times with Shen Jiasui and Gu Shiji. During those encounters, they exchanged words, and she found the young master of the Shen family exceptionally handsome, possessing a refined demeanor and courteous manner. However, aware of the disparity in their social standings, she had never entertained any other thoughts, keeping her admiration buried deep within her heart, never revealing it to anyone. Yet a few days ago, she unexpectedly received a letter surreptitiously delivered by a servant. Understanding her aunt's and brother's precarious position within the household, she dared not delay and intended to hand the letter over to her aunt. To her astonishment, Upon flipping it over, she discovered it was signed by Shen Jiahong. Her heart raced. After much contemplation, she could not resist the temptation to secretly open the letter. The contents stirred her soul, revealing that Shen Jiahong had long taken an interest in her, having hoped to catch glimpses of her whenever he visited the Lu residence with the Shen family. However, now that Shen Miss and her elder brother had fallen out, he had no reason to visit anymore. Unable to suppress his longing, he had gone to great lengths to send her a message. Naturally, Lu Yunyao was not naive enough to believe it easily. However, the letter referenced a particular incident that only she and Shen Jiahong knew about. Last year's Mid-Autumn Festival, the Shen siblings and Gu Shiji had come to the residence to enjoy the moon, and she and her brother had been invited as well. That night, the moon shone brilliantly as she released lanterns by the lakeside, becoming so entranced that she nearly fell into the water. At that moment, her heart raced with surprise and joy. She tossed and turned all night, ultimately mustering the courage to reply, waiting at the designated spot the following day. To her astonishment, the messenger indeed arrived. Aunt Yaoer was wrong, yet I did not pen anything overtly suggestive in the letter. I have not forgotten your teachings. Oh, however, shook her head, her tone still stern. Yet, dear Yaoer, you still harbored feelings otherwise. You would not have replied to that letter, nor entrusted your brother with sending clothing to young Master Shen. Lu Yunyao's long lashes trembled, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. A wave of bitterness surged within her heart, and she trembled as she admitted her fault once more. Aunt, I should not have aspired so high, nor should I have admired young Master Shen, let alone harbored such extravagant hopes, believing Yaoer. Aunt Zhou could no longer bear to listen, immediately crouching down to embrace Lu Yunyao, her heart aching. Her precious Yao and Amp, Oppos, understood everything. It was merely the innocent concerns of a young girl that had been exploited by a deceitful schemer, leading her heart astray. Aunt, my Yaya. Aunt Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The reality of their differing social standings was undeniable. As the legitimate son of the general's household, Shen Jiahong would naturally never take Yaoer as his wife. Moreover, she could not bear the thought of Yaoer becoming a concubine like herself. The two of them were simply not meant to be. Yet, Yao and Amp, Oppos, was so pure-hearted, almost foolish. Shen Jiahong sent her a letter? He had managed to establish connections with the general and Oppos. As residents, engaging in correspondence with her, there were evidently many flaws in this scenario, yet Yao and Oppos remained oblivious. Aunt Zhou felt both pity and anger, having concluded that this was indeed a scheme, targeting not just Yao and Oppos, but herself, Sheng and Oppos, and even implicating the Shen family. Herself to her aunt, and if this matter were to come to light, her aunt could very well be implicated, perhaps even her brother, possibly jeopardizing his position at the Guizi Academy. Aunt Zhou sighed deeply, embracing Lu Yunyao gently. Do not fear, Yaoer. We have not reached a point of no return. But now she realized she could not shield her forever. Only if Yao and Oppos learn to protect herself could Aunt Zhou find peace. Recently, making it unsurprising that such underhanded tactics would emerge. This plot had evidently been in the works for nearly a month. Fortunately, Yaoer had maintained her composure. Aunt Zhou laid out these convoluted details clearly before Lu Yunyao, who turned pale and felt a chill run through her body. Thus, had she not intended to send her brother with a pair of neat clothes for young Master Shen today, and had her brother not sent something amiss? Soothing her with tender words, "It is not too late. Everything can still be salvaged." She embraced Lu Yunyao, patting her back soothingly, her beautiful eyes gleaming with determination. she observed as Aunt Zhou wrote swiftly, filling an entire sheet of paper with flowing script before addressing the envelope. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Yunyao leaned in to see, and upon recognizing the words, her expression shifted dramatically. To Miss Shen, personally opened? Aunt knows Miss Shen? Chapter 81. A late-night letter in the General and Oppo's residence of the state. We must rise early tomorrow. You should rest now. However, Shen Jiaheng was relentless. Today. It was no wonder he felt that Lord Zhang's demeanor had been particularly warm during their recent encounters. It was not merely his imagination. Lord Zhang must surely hold affection for them. Indeed, his sister was the one adored, and he was merely the shadow. But then, Jiasui to her limits. Lord Jiang was willing to assist you? How could such a wonderful person not be to your liking? Shen Jiasui replied, today truly cannot end like this. If I do not clarify, brother might stay awake all night. With that thought, she sat opposite Shen Jiaheng and spoke earnestly, brother, I do not belittle myself. But he is like the moon in the sky, meant only for distant admiration. I consider myself perceptive, boisterous. How could I possibly be a match for Lord Jiang? Moreover, our family in Damp, Oppo's fate is still precarious. Associating with anyone would only be a burden. To be honest, in my past life, I had already dragged Lord Jiang down. Shen Jiasui interjected, waving her hand, her expression brightening once more. In any case, we must proceed cautiously. We have time to unravel things step by step. Let's not speak of Lord Jiang any further, or I shall have to discipline you. As she spoke, she pretended to swing a fist at Shen Jiang. With a yelp, Shen Jiaheng leapt up, instinctively covering his head and darting about in a panic. All right, sister. I won't mention it again. Seeing this, Shen Jiasui's lips curled into a smirk, and she raised her chin slightly in triumph. She must be the sun, illuminating everything. In a few days, there would be a lesson from old Master Lin, and Lord Jiang would certainly attend. At that time, he would discreetly inquire about what the moon thought of the sun. There was no helping it. After the incident with Lu Yunzhen's broken engagement, Shen Jiaheng was troubled. In his eyes, she pressed down on Shen Jiaheng's head, turning him around and pushing him toward the door, swiftly opening it. Creak! Outside stood Bai Ji, who had been about to knock, and the three were startled. Shen Jiaheng quickly straightened up, maintaining the dignity of a young master of the Shen family in front of others. Bai Ji observed, what kind of character does the young master possess that she does not already know? She glanced at Shen Jiasui and discreetly patted her chest. Understanding, Shen Jiasui realized that Bai Ji had brought a letter from Aunt Zhou. Nodding at Bai Ji, she did not send Shen Jiaheng away, but rather encouraged him to stay. He had grown up. There was no need to hide anything from him. The family must work together. Come in, brother. I have something to discuss with you. The three entered the room, and Bai Ji indeed produced a letter from her bosom. As Shen Jiasui took it, she explained her correspondence with Aunt Zhou to Shen Jiaheng, then unfolded the letter. Aunt Zhou was a person of discretion. Since she had written at such a late hour, it must be something of great urgency. Shen Jiasui did not dare to delay and began to read quickly. Shen Jiaheng stood by, unable to conceal his astonishment. It was difficult for him to associate his sister with an aunt from the Lu family. As Shen Jiasui read rapidly, when she finally looked up, her gaze fell upon Shen Jiaheng, filled with surprise. She had never known that Lu Yun and Oppo's AO had feeling for her brother. To Shen Jiasui, Lu Yun AO had always been a shy yet kind girl, speaking little and easily blushing. In her previous life, after marrying into the Lu family, she remembered that before General Lu's sacrifice for his country, Aunt Zhou had already been discussing a match for Lu Yunao, who was to wed a classmate of Lu Yunzheng, a person of good character and learning, having passed the national examination. At that time, Aunt Zhou had mentioned it casually, and she had looked at Lu Yun and Oppos, A.O., who had kept her head down, silent, but a blush had crept from her ears to her neck. In her previous life, Madame Lu did not intervene with Lu Yun A.O., but in this life, everything began to change since her broken engagement with Lu Yunjin. Since recognizing Aunt Zhou's wisdom and insight, Shen Jiasui perceived that Lu Yunao's temperament differed greatly from Aunt Zhou's. It was clear that no one is perfect. Even someone as astute as Aunt Zhou could protect her daughter so thoroughly out of love. However, in navigating this world, mere kindness is insufficient. One must possess strategy and ability to tread further and longer on the right path. This was a truth Shen Jiasui had learned through her life experiences. At that moment, she handed the letter to Shen Jiaheng, then withdrew another piece of paper from the envelope, her pupils slightly contracting. Almost instantly, the name Gu Shiji sprang to her mind. The siblings had lived with Gu Shiji like family for 5 to 6 years, becoming quite familiar with each other's handwriting. This familiarity also encompassed their parents' scripts. At that moment, a thought flashed through Shen Jiasui's mind, almost transporting her back to her previous life. She had once intercepted Jiang Sun outside the Dali Temple. That day, it had Jiang Sun's return from duty. Her hands and feet were icy, yet she did not dare to approach, only standing at a distance, trembling as she inquired about the progress of the Shen family case. At that moment, Jiang Sun had walked towards her without hesitation. She could still vividly recall the scene. Jiang Sun held an oiled paper umbrella in his left hand and a lantern in his right. The lantern's light, dim and hazy amidst the torrential rain, illuminated only his crimson official robe, becoming the sole color visible to her in that dark, rainy night. She opened her mouth, her voice nearly squeezing from her chest. Amidst the muffled sound of rain striking the blue bricks, she heard Jiang Sun say, "The evidence is conclusive." Chapter 82. The ingenious one. Prior to this moment, Shen Jiasui had always believed that the treason case involving the Shen family was orchestrated by a mastermind. Significant than she had initially imagined. Jiang Jun claimed that the evidence was irrefutable. What could be more convincing than a letter penned by her father himself? Yet, could a mere handful of letters suffice to seal the fate of treason? It was insufficient. There must be something more. Lost in thought, Shen Jiasui began to entertain doubts about Lu Yunjin's reckless decision to break off their engagement upon his rebirth. Was it solely out of love for Gu Shiji and resentment towards her, or could it be that Gu Shiji was also a pivotal factor in his rise to prominence? In his hand with a worried expression. Quickly composing herself, she softly inquired, "Brother, may I ask your thoughts on Miss Lu?" Shen Jiaheng immediately shook his head, a rare seriousness crossing his face. "Sister, it is far too early for me to consider marriage. I have never contemplated such matters. Had it not been for this letter, I would have forgotten last year's mid-autumn festival." With his response, Shen Jiasui felt reassured and nodded. It matters not. Who among the youth does not harbor secret affections? Though Miss Lu may be somewhat naive, she possesses a sense of propriety. This matter, brother, you must remain unaware of, and refrain from mentioning it in front of others to avoid embarrassing Miss Lu. Shen Jiaheng readily agreed, then asked, "I observe that Aunt Zhou and Amp, Oppos, as plans are quite astute. Yet she inquired about your opinion at the end of her letter. What shall you say, sister?" Shen Jiasui smiled, taking the letter from him, her eyes sparkling. "She is truly clever. This time." Aunt Zhou, accompanied by Lu Yunxiao, eagerly opened each one, unable to hide her delight. Noticing Lu Yunxiao and Amp, Oppos' confusion, Aunt Zhou took the time to explain, speaking earnestly, "Yao and Amp, Oppos, these are the truly wise individuals. I need not elaborate, for they have already resolved everything." Such an ingenious person, and yet Lu Yunjin chose to cast her aside, opting instead for the cunning Gu Shiji. Aunt Zhou's smile was laced with sarcasm, but she quickly adopted a serious demeanor. One must not underestimate anyone. Gu Shiji's ability to devise such intricate schemes reveals her cunning. Otherwise, why would I have sought Shen Jiasui's assistance yesterday? Nevertheless, owing Shen Jiasui a favor is not a misstep. Yaoer, learn well, and let it resonate within your heart. She had endured hardship in her past, only finding stability upon meeting the general. Thus, she always hoped for Yaoer to live a tranquil life, marrying into a simple household, devoid of intrigue. Yet now, she realized her error. Fortunately, it was not too late. With everything in place, they could bide their time and wait for the madam to seal her own fate. Yunzheng's villa after dinner, armed with silver coins. To her surprise, Yunzheng had yet to return home, leaving only Gu Shiji in residence, who had inexplicably invited 2 young maidservants to attend her. Upon Madame Lu's arrival, Gu Shiji hurriedly rose to greet her, a smile adorning her face as if no prior discord had existed between them. Deep down, Madame Lu still harbored disdain for Gu Shiji, but recalling their previous conversation at Dazhao Temple, she restrained her feelings. Though she could not help but make a pointed remark, "It seems you are quite capable of managing your household, having even hired 2 maidservants. No wonder Jenner's salary is insufficient." Curiously, she scrutinized the maidservants, muttering under her breath, "Are their backgrounds untainted? No questionable individuals should linger around Jenner." Madame Lu's words dripped with sarcasm, causing Gu Shiji's smile to falter momentarily before she quickly regained her composure, nodding to the maidservants. They approached with decorum, but Madame Lu could not help but furrow her brow. Where had these maidservants come from? As the matriarch of the general and Appo's household, noticing Madame Lu's expression for a few days, the 2 maidservants who were sent away, Shiji smiled as she approached. "Or your father has been reprimanded by the censors due to your broken engagement." Voice, startling both Madame Lu and Gu Shiji. Matters of the realm to meddle in domestic affairs. It is utterly absurd. Yunzheng's expression shifted, his teeth clenched in anger. This is no mere reprimand. It is clearly Jiang Jun's doing. I had thought his words outside the Anyang Marquis's residence were mere bluster, yet it has escalated to the emperor's court. That despicable scoundrel. Jenner, heed your mother. Tomorrow, after your duty, return home and apologize sincerely to your father. Do not worry. I have orchestrated a splendid scheme. The 3 individuals from the Ningxiang courtyard will soon face calamity. At that point, your father will understand that the general and Appo's residence still relies on you. Simply offer a few soft words, and you and your father will reconcile, allowing you to return to the general and Appo's residence. At this juncture, you may take her back with you. I shall no longer obstruct you. There are ample courtyards in the residence. We can allocate one for her." Upon hearing this, her hopes were thoroughly dashed. Nodded in agreement. "Mother, your child will listen to you." Grasp. Zhou Fu, despite your lifetime of cleverness, this fall shall leave you battered and broken, with no chance of resurgence. Chapter 83. The Unashamed Daughter on November 16th at the General Zhao Yang's residence. As study. Upon noticing her, she immediately raised her voice. "My lord, I have urgent matters concerning the Ningxiang courtyard. Would you not care to listen?" Silence enveloped the room once more, and as Madame Lu prepared to speak again, General Lu and Appo's voice suddenly echoed, "Enter." Despite this being the outcome Madame Lu desired, the realization that the general was willing to meet her only because she mentioned the Ningxiang courtyard brought a pang of bitterness to her heart. Upon entering the study, General Lu sat coldly behind his desk, Madame Lu composed herself, placing the warm porridge on the table, and gently remarked, "My lord." Then looked up and said, "My lord, yesterday, Zheng and Appos sent me a message stating that he would return home today to apologize to you. Could you grant him a chance to explain himself?" Hearing this, General Lu finally lifted his gaze to Madame Lu, and the coldness on his face softened a fraction. The emperor had specifically retained him and General Shen to discuss this matter, emphasizing the need to train new talent within the army. At that moment, he thought of Yunzheng and contemplated sending him for some training. Yet he worried that Yunzheng and Appos' indecisive nature might lead to complications. Granting Yunzheng an opportunity. With this thought, General Lu's heart softened. However, recalling the saying that a doting mother often spoils her child, Madame Lu felt a surge of relief. Noticing Madame Lu standing by the desk in a daze, General Lu frowned and was about to dismiss her when Madame Lu abruptly spoke. "My lord, I understand that I cannot sway your heart, but over the years, I have diligently managed the household without error. Surely, my efforts deserve some acknowledgement?" General Lu assumed Madame Lu was about to launch into a lengthy defense of Yunzheng, and a hint of impatience crossed his face. However, "Thanks to my strict household management, I have uncovered a scandal. Otherwise, if the truth were to emerge, it would not only tarnish our family's reputation, but also prevent me from facing others in the future." General Lu's brow furrowed deeply as he demanded, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Madame Lu smirked slightly and said, "My lord, that Gu Shiji is shamelessly seducing Zhe. I know you detest such women. What if I told you that we have our own Gu Shiji in this household? That person is none other than your most beloved daughter." General Lu was momentarily stunned in him as he rose abruptly, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Madame Lu had anticipated General Lu's reaction and let out a cold laugh. "And when concubine Zhou bore Yaoer, I wished to raise her myself. Yet you forbade it. Look how Yaoer has turned out." Madame Lu produced 2 letters from her bosom and slammed them onto the desk, continuing her mockery, climbing high and seeking wealth, shamelessly engaging in private dealings. "My lord, see for yourself. Yaoer fits the description perfectly." As she uttered these words, Madame Lu felt a rush of satisfaction. Though she had orchestrated this scheme, if Lu Yao had not harbored such intentions, she would not have fallen into this trap. This proved she had not wronged her. The only regret was that Lu Yao was too timid, afraid to write anything too explicit in the letters. She could have waited, corresponded more, and guided the situation to ensure Lu Yao's downfall. However, due to the impeachment incident, Zheng urgently needed a chance to return home, leaving no time to waste. Nevertheless, with these 2 letters, Lu Yao was doomed. Correspondence with a man was a grave offense. At this moment, General Lu seized the letters, recognizing the familiar handwriting instantly. He knew they were undoubtedly penned by Yao and Appos. Upon seeing the salutation addressed to young Master Shen, a wave of shock washed over him, more disorienting than his first experience on the battlefield. Young Master Shen? That could only mean. Madame Lu observed her husband, a formidable general, now pale and trembling, finding it all quite ironic. "My lord, do you see? Yaoer's aspirations are so lofty. She, a mere illegitimate child, dares to entangle herself with the heir of the Shen family. Perhaps she hopes to entwine her fate with Zheng after he marries Miss Shen. You know, young Master Shen has visited our residence more than once. It is uncertain when Yaoer first entertained such thoughts. This is merely what I managed to uncover." Madame Lu was fully aware of what concerned General Lu and aimed directly at his vulnerabilities. Hearing this, General Lu's lips pressed into a thin line, the veins on his forehead bulging like mountains, gripping the letters tightly, producing a cracking sound. At this moment, Madame Lu sighed heavily, her tone laced with concern. General Lu's eyes narrowed sharply as he fixed his gaze on Madame Lu, gritting his teeth to utter these words. Madame Lu was taken aback for a moment. Then a chill coursed through her, quickly replaced by a surge of jealousy that consumed her thoughts. "My lord, you still defend that wretched Zhou Fu?" She laughed coldly, stepping boldly towards General Lu, raising his clenched hand holding the letters, and said sharply, "My lord, with such irrefutable evidence, you still seek to absolve Zhou Fu? You would rather believe your daughter is despicable than suspect Zhou Fu? Huh! If you have such faith in Zhou Fu, why not go to the Ningxiang courtyard and inquire what they have to say before entering the study?" Not a single finger has been laid upon Zhou Fu. At long last, she has found an opportunity to indulge herself. General Lu's chest heaved violently, his breath hot and rapid. Upon hearing this, he suddenly wrenched his hand away from Madame Lu's grasp and strode purposefully towards the door, clutching the letter tightly. Madame Lu stumbled slightly from the force, steadied herself, and gazed at the furious silhouette of General Lu, a cold smile curling upon her lips. Go on, go on. With this incident exposed, the only way to extricate Lu Yunyao would be to take the blame herself. Zhou Fu, so devoted to her daughter, would surely not hesitate to shoulder the responsibility, would she? Such a splendid spectacle. How could she possibly miss it? With this thought, accompanied by a group of stout matrons, forcefully barged into the courtyard, binding Lady Zhou and Mama Lin without hesitation. As the mistress, Lu Yunyao was spared from being handled roughly by the servants, who held her back firmly, in her quest to vent her anger on behalf of Lady Lu. His heart aching at the sight of Lady Zhou, and urgently reminded him, "My lord." A wave of joy surged through Lady Lu, and she exclaimed, "My lord, look, Yaoer has admitted it." Upon seeing Lu Yunyao nod, General Lu felt the last glimmer of hope extinguish, and hearing Lady Lu and Appo's exclamation, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He closed his eyes. A deep disappointment etched across his face. The depth of his love brought forth a fierce reproach. When he looked at Lu Yunyao again, fury surged within him, prompting him to raise his hand. Witnessing this, Lady Lu and Appo's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "General!" At this moment, Lady Zhou urgently called out, her face filled with fear. "Why are you doing this, General? How can Yaoer withstand your wrath?" Seeing General Lu halt at Lady Zhou's plea, "Do you not realize the disgraceful and shameless deeds Yaoer has committed? As a concubine, you cannot escape culpability." Lady Zhou, bewildered, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation only now, as General Lu's disappointed gaze fell upon her. She bent down, struggling to read the letters on the ground. Lady Lu seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. "Zhou Fu, do you see? Yao and Appo's has colluded with the young master of the Shen family. No, perhaps Yao and Appo's has shamelessly seduced him. If this matter reaches the Shen family, what standing will my lord have before General Shen? I cannot fathom where Yaoer finds the audacity to." Before Lady Lu could finish, Lady Zhou raised her head, her face pale and weary, and asked, "General, is this why you sent people to torment me today? May I inquire where these letters originated?" Lady Lu, sensing Lady Zhou and Appo's defiance, scoffed. As the matriarch, how could I miss Yao and Appo's, Appo's, as little schemes? Naturally, I intercepted them when she attempted to send them out. Lady Zhou's face twisted into a bitter smile as she looked at Lady Lu and softly inquired, "Did you only intercept these 2 letters?" Upon hearing this, Lady Lu felt a twinge of unease, but with the situation so favorable, she hesitated for a moment before coldly declaring, "It seems you truly are a habitual offender. Zhou Fu, how shameless you are too." "Am I shameless?" Lady Zhou could no longer contain her tears. Her voice choked with emotion as she gazed at General Lu, pleading, "General, judging solely by these 2 polite letters, without even inquiring with me or seeking the truth, the lady hastily distorts the facts before you, while harboring such malice in her heart towards me and Yao and Oppos. If it were anyone else, I would have surely been sold or killed by now. To ponder whether it is I, the concubine, wishing fervently to see us eradicated." At this point, Aunt Zhou's tears streamed down her cheeks, and her frail form swayed unsteadily, nearly losing her balance. Lu Yinyao, overwhelmed by her own sorrow, rushed to support Aunt Zhou, only to hear her weepingly implore, "Yaoer, go fetch all the letters. My insignificant life holds little value. Yet I cannot allow the lady to tarnish your reputation and ruin your future." Chapter 85. Counterattack upon hearing the words. Although her eyes were red and her hair disheveled, her expression remained resolute. The young lady of the Shen family was considerate. Afterwards, Lady Lu assumed that she was once again using Zheng as a pawn in her desperate situation, ready to unleash her fury. However, she was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this incident had occurred, and Shen Jiasui had certainly provoked her that day. But why was Zhou Fu mentioning it now? Seeing Lady Lu's expression, General Lu understood that Aunt Zhou was indeed speaking the truth. His brow furrowed slightly. He had not heard of this matter from a Fu or Yunzheng. Aunt Zhou, fully aware of her partner's temperament, continued, "This was merely a misunderstanding among the younger generation. At that time, the general was troubled by the eldest son's affairs, and I did not wish to add to his worries. Thus, I chose to remain silent." In fact, that day, the young lady of the Shen family, concerned that her maid might not articulate well, even wrote a letter. I deemed myself unworthy and did not dare to slight the young lady, so I had Yaoer draft a polite response. To my surprise, the young lady took a liking to Yaoer and sent another letter in return. This back and forth led to Yao and Oppos, and her becoming pen friends. In recent days, perhaps the young lady mentioned this to young Master Shen, who, being considerate, also sent a letter specifically. The letter was delivered by the young lady of the Shen family and received by me, having passed through the elder scrutiny. So how could it be deemed improper? At this moment, Aunt Zhou raised her chin and pointed to the 2 letters on the floor. She knew full well the origins of these letters. "Zhou Fu, do you dare argue? If what you say is true." Just as Lu Yunyao rushed in, clutching a stack of letters. "Father," she said, presenting the letters with both hands. General Lu casually pulled out one, opening it to find it signed by Shen Jiasui. Lady Lu hurriedly leaned in closer. Shen Jiasui was the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, and in the entire capital, no legitimate daughter would lower herself to engage closely with a concubine, especially one from secondary household. As far as she knew, Shen Jiasui had only met Aunt Zhou once or twice during her visits to the Lu residence, and they likely hadn't even exchanged words. Thus, it appeared that it was Lu Yunyao, the foolish girl, who had inadvertently revealed her actions to Zhou Fu, allowing her to mount a counterattack. Yet, Aunt Zhou's tactics were utterly lacking. How could she possibly mimic Shen Jiasui's handwriting? This evidence was, indeed, laughably weak. Realizing this, Lady Lu firmly declared, "General, these letters are all forgeries." Aunt Zhou must have discovered that the letters were intercepted by me, knowing that the truth would come to light, and hastily devised this scheme. But how could she possibly replicate Shen Jiasui's handwriting? It is riddled with flaws. Aunt Zhou did not even glance at Lady Lu. Instead, she gazed at General Liu, her expression showing signs of despair as she sorrowfully stated, "Initially, Aunt Zhou finally turned to face Lady Liu, her gaze icy, devoid of the previous respect. Madam, when I first entered this household, the general made it clear that the head of the household manages affairs wisely and without fault. I have never overstepped my bounds. Yet, oppose her S reputation and tarnish the General S name as an inept father. In a world where gossip runs rampant, how will the general uphold his dignity after being criticized for the eldest son's broken engagement? What family would dare to marry their daughter into our household in the future? Or have you decided upon Gu Shiji as a daughter-in-law, allowing the eldest son's youthful ignorance to recklessly ruin his future and sever his path to success? Her words were laced with dark intent, chilling the air around them. Is this the measure of a mistress of the household, the breadth of vision you should possess? Aunt Zhou spoke with righteous indignation, her chest heaving as she glared at Lady Liu. Even kneeling on the ground, bound, her spirit was unyielding. Lady Liu found herself stepping back, her complexion paling under the weight of Aunt Zhou and Appo's accusations. Meanwhile, Lu Yunyao stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed with a mix of respect and shock for her aunt. Lady Liu proclaimed hastily, her desperation rising. A commotion erupted outside the courtyard, indicating that someone had arrived. The moment Madame Liu laid eyes on Lu Yunzheng, she was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by joy. How could she have forgotten that her son had been betrothed to Shen Jiasui for many years, and their exchanges were frequent? Surely, he would recognize her handwriting. If she could prove that the letter was forged by concubine Zhou, the situation at Ningxiang courtyard would be irrevocably resolved. With this thought, she tightly clutched the letter, her eyes sparkling with delight as she hurried towards Lu Yunzheng. After finishing his duties, Lu Yunzheng rushed back to the general and Appo's residence. He first headed to the study, but found it empty. Upon inquiring with a servant, he learned that his parents had gone to Ningxiang courtyard one after another. Fine, Zhou would not escape retribution today. Seeing his mother approach him, unharmed and smiling, as Lu Yunzheng arrived, concubine Zhou, who had maintained a sorrowful expression, slightly lowered her head to mask the smile that threatened to break through. She was aware that the moment Madame Liu left the residence in haste for Lu Yunzheng's courtyard, trouble was brewing. She had anticipated that, at the earliest today, or at the latest tomorrow, Madame Liu would confront her. Thus, she had concocted various excuses to discreetly send away the coarse maids in the courtyard, allowing Madame Liu's confidant, Mama Zhao, to easily bind her. Only by escalating the situation could she ensure that the truth would emerge, leading the general to feel indebted towards her. Moreover, if Lu Yunzheng witnessed this scene, he would mistakenly believe that Madame Liu had outmaneuvered her, thereby letting down his guard. Though the few stabs were genuinely painful, after all, she hadn't endured such suffering in 20 years. This minor pain was insignificant compared to the prospect of permanent resolution. Furthermore, she had declared that if Madame Liu dared to harm Yunxiao, she would pay a grievous price. The very son she cherished most, Lu Yunzheng, was destined to deliver the fatal blow to Madame Liu today. How intriguing and wondrous this arrangement was. Surely, Miss Shen would find delight in it as well. At this moment, Madame Liu had reached Lu Yunzheng and eagerly thrust the letter into his hands, urgently inquiring, quickly see if this is Shen Jiasui's handwriting. Directed his gaze towards Lu Yunzheng, awaiting a definitive answer. Lu Yunzheng glanced down and immediately recognized the handwriting as belonging to Shen Jiasui without a doubt. They had been betrothed for many years and had shared 2 years as husband and wife in a previous life. Aside from his beloved sister, he was most familiar with Shen Jiasui. Although he was uncertain why his mother's scheme involved Shen Jiasui's handwritten letter, he was determined to assist her in completely eliminating the threats posed by concubine Zhou and Lu Yunzheng. Thus, under the expectant gaze of Madame Liu, Lu Yunjin nodded without hesitation and firmly declared, "Mother, indeed, this is Shen Jiasui's handwriting." At this proclamation, the courtyard fell eerily silent. Upon hearing this, Madame Lu's mind buzzed, and for a moment she forgot everything around her, standing frozen in place. Just then, General Lu strode forward, presenting his own letter to Lu Yunjin, his voice cold and commanding, "What about these?" Lu Yunjin received the letter and, with a mere glance, nodded. "Father, these are all at this moment." Lu Yunjin was bewildered as to how his mother had acquired so many letters penned by Shen Jiasui. "I have known Shen Jiasui for many years." How? As he spoke and glanced at his mother's expression, he abruptly realized that her face bore no trace of the anticipated joy. Instead, she stood there as if she had suffered a tremendous blow. A tremor coursed through Lu Yunjin's heart, and his words faltered. What on earth was happening? At that moment, General Lu let out a cold laugh. In the next instant, he seized Madame Lu's hand, his voice frigid as he demanded, "Wang Shi, what do you have to say for yourself?" Madame Lu turned in a daze, still unable to comprehend the situation. How could this be? Was it possible that these letters were truly penned by Shen Jiasui? How could Shen Jiasui possibly be involved with Zhou Fu? Could it be that Yunjin had made a mistake? Seeing that Madame Lu refused to answer, General Lu tightened his grip, causing her to instinctively cry out in pain. Lu Yunjin, witnessing this, grasped his father's arm, urgently exclaiming, "Father, what are you doing?" General Lu turned to face his son, his eyes ablaze with fury mixed with indescribable disappointment. "What am I doing? Why don't you inquire what your mother has done? Today, she plotted to slander Yin Xiao, intending to frame your concubine Zhou. Her heart is malicious, her intentions sinister, and she shows no mercy." As the words sank in, Madame Lu turned to General Lu, her eyes wide with disbelief. Once she regained her senses, color drained from her face. Must Yin Xiao endure this calamity? Must she be branded with the name of climbing the social ladder and engaging in clandestine dealings? Before the lady devised this poisonous scheme, "Father has always cherished Yin Xiao, but I truly do not wish for you to be caught between mother and me. It is enough. My life is indeed of little worth. So let mother have her way. I only ask that she no longer disturb concubine Zhou and spare her and brother henceforth." At this, Zhou sensed the dire turn of events. The next moment, they witnessed Lu Yunxiao resolutely charging towards the beam beside the door. Lu Yunyao's intentions, her face paling in shock as she instinctively rushed forward. However, her upper body was tightly bound, and in her attempt to lunge forward, she stumbled heavily to the ground. A shiver coursed through her heart, and as she hastily lifted her head, the thought of Yaoer potentially facing peril caused all her hopes to shatter in that instant. "Ya!" As Aunt Zhou's anguished cries echoed, General Lu darted forward, swiftly catching Lu Yunyao in his arms. "Ya!" The general's complexion turned ashen. Even with his seasoned experience and formidable martial prowess, he felt his limbs go weak at that moment. This was his most cherished daughter. Lu Yunyao looked up. On tears, noticed Lu Yun Yao winking at her over the general's arm. A sudden jolt of realization struck her. This was indeed a deliberate act by her daughter. A mix of anger and heartache surged within her, yet she couldn't end Amp, Oppos. T helped but reflect, after this incident, how much Yao and Amp, Oppos, had truly matured. Before Yao and Amp, Oppos, had spoken, evident that she had thoroughly contemplated her actions. General Lu helped her to Aunt Zhou's side and bent down to retrieve a dagger from his waist, personally unbinding Aunt Zhou. Afyu, take care of Yao. General Lu instructed softly. Aunt Zhou nodded, though concern lingered in her expression as she tugged at the general and Appo's sleeve. He lightly patted her hand, signaling his intent to seek justice without needing words. Only then did Aunt Zhou relax her hold, cradling Lu Yunyao in her arms. Turning to the weeping Madame Lu, the general's warm demeanor evaporated instantly. Wang, we were wed through our parents' decree, and over the years, due to my favoritism towards Afyu. I had thought your minor shortcomings would not affect the big picture, but I never anticipated that you would harbor such malicious intent, willing to ruin Yaoer to deal with Afyu. Do you not understand that our family's fortunes rise and fall together? There is no wall that does not let the wind through. With the recent engagement of Yunzheng falling apart and the subsequent impeachment, our general and Appo's residence is now under scrutiny. Yet, as the head of the household, rather than ensuring the peace of our home, you wield your authority to execute such a vile plan. Wang, you have truly disappointed me. Upon hearing this, Madame Lu trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. My lord, I only... General Lu waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to listen to her excuses, and coldly stated, from this day forth, you are confined to the Xinya courtyard, with an indefinite duration. As for the authority of the household, it shall be entirely entrusted to Aunt Zhou. If you cannot manage this household properly, others shall take over. As these words fell, Madame Lu felt as if struck by lightning. Her mouth fell slightly agape, her breath becoming labored, her body shaking violently. No, no. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face, her expression one of desolation. My lord, you cannot treat me this way. Lu Yunzheng could hardly believe that the situation had spiraled into this chaos. He now recognized that Shen Jiasui and Appo's letter was the key. He had unwittingly become an ally to Aunt Zhou, turning the tide against his own mother. Shen Jiasui. What role did she play in all this? Yet, not only been confined but also stripped of her authority. This felt like a death knell for her, and with Aunt Zhou managing the household, was it not evident that the general's residence was on the brink of a takeover? In his previous life, Lu Yunzheng had captured their father's heart. Even before his demise, their father had considered Lu Yunzheng. Now, it appeared that Lu Yunzheng was about to eclipse him. Father, how could it come to this? With such actions, where shall we place mother's dignity? If word got out, you too would not escape the label of a husband favoring a concubine over his wife. General Lu snorted coldly, turning to Lu Yunzheng with a self-deprecating gaze. What reputation do I have left? Even if I were to be accused of favoring a concubine over a wife, it would be better than living in a home rife with discord, constantly on edge. Kulme, General Lu called out, and the servants waiting outside hurried in. Take the madam back to the Xinya courtyard, and until I give my orders, she is not to step outside even a single step. At this command, the servants and Appo's faces turned pale, and Mama Zhao nearly collapsed in fright. Lu Yunzheng, witnessing this, forcefully dismissed the servants attempting to assist him, shouting furiously, I dare anyone to. Father, how can you be so biased? You have always favored the Ningxiang courtyard, suppressing both me and mother time and again. Personally taught you martial arts and military strategy, sought a marriage with the Shen family for you, and sent you to the command department for training. Do you view all this as oppression? You claim I favor Sheng and Appo's, yet aside from sending him to the Imperial Academy, have I intervened elsewhere? Your mother said you have sincerely repented and returned home today to apologize, yet I see only resentment and bitterness in your eyes, indicating you have not truly reflected upon your actions and remain obstinate. I had intended to shamelessly plead with General Shen to send you to the north for training, but seeing your disposition, you would only act impulsively, jeopardizing military affairs. Leave? Get out of my sight. General Lu was furious, not only at Lu Yunzheng, but also at himself. He had harbored too many expectations for his eldest son. believing that step by step he would shine brightly and serve the country. Yet he was unaware that somewhere along the line, icy chill within, Lu Yunzheng struggled to comprehend. Other parents would do everything to provide for their children. He could not fathom why his father was so dissatisfied, demanding he apologize, bow his head, and belittle himself. At this moment, Madame Lu had finally regained her composure. Seeing the tension between General Lu and Lu Yunzheng, she suppressed her despair and urged her son, "Zheng, do not forget your promise to me. Quickly apologize and do not continue to oppose your father." Lu Yunzheng, incredulous, lowered his head. "Mother, after how father has treated you, you still speak for him?" Madame Lu, in a state of urgency, replied, "Sure, I am not defending your father. I am thinking of you. First, yield a little. An opportunity to train in the north is a good chance. Seize it, for the future is long, and reclaiming the authority of the household will depend on you." However, unrecognized, the more he craved validation. Wealth and power must always be fought for by oneself. "Father, I acknowledge my faults. My error lies in the persistent hope that you would one day recognize me. Words are futile. On the day I left the mansion with Shiji, my words held true." Lu Yunzheng, casting aside his harsh words, turned his gaze toward his mother. Lu Yunzheng no longer glanced at anyone and resolutely turned away. General Lu moved his lips, unable to conceal his disappointment, ultimately refraining from calling him back. Instead, it was Madame Lu who anxiously chased after him, calling out, Aunt Zhou, holding Lu Yunxiao, watched the departing figures of Lu Yunzheng and Madame Lu, not out of inability or unwillingness, but now that the authority of the household rested in her hands, she would firmly grasp it and never let go. Henceforth, Madame Lu posed no threat to her. Early, Miss Shen would be quite pleased upon receiving the letter later. Chapter 88. Seeds of Doubt. Lady Lu, in her haste to pursue Lu Yunzheng, stumbled precariously. Nearly falling, a soft cry escaped her lips, and as she looked up, Lu Yunzheng had already returned, extending a hand to steady her. "Zheng-er," she murmured. Initially consumed by anger and on the verge of storming off, softened upon witnessing his mother's tears. "Mother, you have seen it yourself. Father has no regard for me," with a painful silence. Sharply, "I will return to Xinya courtyard after speaking with Zheng and Amp. Oppose. Withdraw." Despite Lady Lu and Amp. Oppo's diminished standing, the servants dared not disobey and retreated. Then, taking Lu Yunzheng and Amp, Oppo's hand, Lady Lu recounted with resentment, Zheng and Oppo's. It was all Gushiji and Oppo's. Terrible idea. As Lady Lu revealed the plan Gushiji had proposed, disbelief flickered across Lu Yunzheng and Oppo's face. "Mother." Lady Lu. She was at fault. Lady Lu exclaimed, Zheng and Oppo's. You were blinded by her before and refused to believe anything I said. Now that the evidence is before you, will you still turn a blind eye? Gu Shiji is skilled at deception and not as virtuous as you believe. Committing improprieties with a man is a grave offense. Yet Gu Shiji dared to write to you, while Lu Yunyao was terrified. Speaking of which, I read the letter Gu Shiji wrote to you. Lu Yunzheng and Oppo's brow furrowed. But Lady Lu pressed on, Zheng, do not be angry yet. Let me ask you, was her first letter to you an expression of gratitude for saving her life? Then consider the circumstances of her fall into the water. Did Shen Jiasui nearly drown while saving her? And when you rescued her, did she ever push you under? Seeing Lu Yunzheng and Amp, Oppo's expression turned thoughtful, Lady Lu scoffed, Zheng and Amp, Oppo's. You might want to test whether Gu Shiji can swim. She is cunning at a young age, and likely aspires to be the sole young lady of the general of the nation's household. Lady Lu's words sent a shiver down Lu Yunzheng's spine. Mother, these are merely your conjectures. Lu Yunzheng's voice rose involuntarily, but Lady Lu shook her head, gazing at him with concern. Zheng and Amp, Oppos, or if today and Amp, Oppos, as plan had succeeded, I would have had to accept her, solely because she conceived it. With such cunning, manipulating you, Shen Jiasui, and even the entire Shen family, how can I be at ease with her by your side? The waiting servants grew uneasy, aware of their duty and the potential consequences of delaying General Lu. Lady Lu, realizing her defeat, sought to preserve her last thread of connection with the general for Zheng'er's sake. Thus, she ceased her resistance and spoke earnestly to Lu Yunzheng. Heed my advice. Gushiji is not suitable for you. Reflect on whether she is the reason you are in this predicament. As for Shen Jiasui, she has somehow become entangled with Zhou Fu, indicating that she harbors resentment over the broken engagement. Marriage with the Shen family is out of the question. My son is talented and accomplished, so there is no need to rush. A worthy woman will come along in time. As for your father, regardless of his favoritism, you are, in the eyes of others, the legitimate son of General Zhaoyong, an undeniable fact. Zheng'er, I have realized through this ordeal that underhanded tactics are ultimately ineffective and lead to utter defeat when exposed. Therefore, Zheng and Amp, Oppos, or you must proceed steadily. With your talent and ability, you will undoubtedly rise to prominence. I will be waiting for you, all right? Lady Lu finished her heartfelt speech, and seeing Lu Yunzheng remain frozen in place. Zheng and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, S status as the eldest son would be unshakable. No matter how successful Lu Yunzheng became, he would never surpass Zheng and Amp, Oppos. As long as there is life, there is hope. She could not act rashly anymore. As Lu Yunzheng exited the general and Amp, Oppos' residence, his steps faltered and he felt dazed. He had left work full of hope, eager to return home, but once again, things had not gone as planned. And Shiji, Lu Yunzheng's mind flashed back to that day. Clinging tightly to his neck, her soaked body pressed against him. She had not mentioned that Shen Jiasui was also in the water. It was Shen Jiasui who, with her last ounce of strength, struggled to the surface and was spotted by him, allowing him to rescue her in time. Afterward, Shiji had tearfully explained that she had been terrified and her mind had gone blank, causing her to forget to ask for help for Shen Jiasui, barely escaped death herself. The night was dark, and Lu Yunzheng mounted his horse. In the past, he had always eagerly rushed back to his other residence, but tonight, he felt lost and aimless. Finally, he spurred his horse and rode into the darkness. Chapter 89. The moon in the sky that evening, Shen Jiasui received a congratulatory letter from Aunt Zhou. This correspondence was particularly substantial, as Aunt Zhou meticulously recounted every detail of the day's events at the residence of General Zhaoyong. Bai Ji, standing beside her, noticed the radiant smile on her young mistress and Amp, Oppos' face and understood that matters had proceeded smoothly. Congratulations, miss. Although she was unaware of her mistress and Amp, Oppos' exact plans. I shall take you out for a delightful outing tomorrow. Bai Ji's eyes lit up in response. Where are we going, miss? Shen Jiasui replied with a smile. We shall visit Hengdi and bring him some new garments. She had not concealed the matters concerning the Lu family from Hengdi. Sending a letter posed potential risks. Thus, she decided to make the trip herself. Moreover, she felt somewhat ashamed that she had yet to prepare any garments for Hengdi. Unlike Miss Lu, who had been more thoughtful. Finally, Bai Ji comprehended the situation. No wonder her mistress had begun packing in the afternoon. However, she noticed that Shen Jiasui had stuffed 10 or so pairs of knee garments in a bag. As if to say, I am truly a good sister, and Bai Ji chose to swallow her words. After refreshing herself, Shen Jiasui reclined on the couch, pondering the matters at hand. It was evident that Lu Yunzheng was cornered. With Madame Lu confined and stripped of her authority, no one was left to provide him with money. Moreover, Lu Yunzheng had thoroughly fallen out with General Lu. Should she seek out the person behind this? Recently, Lu Yunzheng had endured considerable hardship and had not been transferred to the command office as in her previous life, leading Shen Jiasui to speculate that he had yet to establish contact with that individual. Now, the timing seemed right. If he were to introduce himself, Lu Yunjing's next opportunity would likely be at the welcome banquet for Princess Jiu. With this thought, Shen Jiasui excitedly turned over on the couch. This rare opportunity must be closely monitored. The following day, Shen Jiasui personally carried a bag of neat garments and, with Bai Ji, boarded the carriage to the Imperial Academy. Although she enjoyed horseback riding, she could not bear to let Bai Ji endure the cold wind with her. Meanwhile, Shen Jiarong sat behind a desk, his eyes gleaming as he focused intently on Jiang Sun, who was seated beside old Master Lin. Jiang Sun lowered his gaze slightly, his brow furrowed. Shen Jiarong was not one to conceal his thoughts, and his gaze was so straightforward that it had been fixed on Jiang Sun for almost an hour. At this moment, upon hearing this, all the students rose in unison, bowing respectfully to old Master Lin. "We will heed your teachings, Master." Only after old Master Lin nodded did they resume their seats to tidy up their writing instruments. Looking around, one could see dozens of students, yet not a single sound broke the silence. Soon, the students began to file out, but Shen Jiarong remained rooted in place. Jiasui thought Shen Jiarong was waiting for him and gently tugged at his sleeve. However, Shen Jiarong waved his hand. "Cousin Ji, you may leave first." Seeing Shen Jiarong and Appo's words, Jiasui departed as well, leaving only old Master Lin, Jiang Sun, and Shen Jiarong in the hall. Old Master Lin raised his head from the desk, clearly aware that the young man before him was Shen Jiasui and Appo's brother, and he could not help but show interest. "Xiao Ji, I have matters to discuss with the sacrificial wine. You may wait for me at the carriage." Jiang Sun responded respectfully, "Understood." As old Master Lin stood to leave, he cast several glances at Shen Jiarong. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Sun cleared his throat softly. Understanding his teacher well, Jiang Sun knew that without intervention, old Master Lin might inadvertently say something inappropriate. With a silent huff, old Master Lin walked away. Jiang Sun then took up the book bag for old Master Lin and headed outside, where Shen Jiarong eagerly approached him. "Lord Jiang, what is the matter? I heard that Prince Rong introduced you to my sister." His inquiry was remarkably straightforward. Jiang Sun paused, turning to look at Shen Jiarong, who blinked his big eyes sincerely. Jiang Sun replied, "Young Master Shen, this matter is not suitable to speak of. It would bring nothing but harm to your sister." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiarong was even more excited. "Lord Jiang, my sister is naturally beautiful, wise, and virtuous, possessing both talent and grace. She is the finest woman in the world." Jiang Sun frowned slightly. He was well aware of these attributes. However, seeing Shen Jiarong's expression, he wondered if he was unaware that Miss Shen had outright rejected this match. Miss Shen had no interest in him. Of course, this was for the best. He had no intention of accepting such a proposal, as he would not allow himself to burden others. Noticing that Shen Jiarong seemed oblivious to the full picture, Jiang Sun spoke softly, "Young Master Shen, for your sister's reputation, do not mention this in front of any other gentleman. Today, I shall consider that you have not spoken of it." With that, causing Lord Jiang to lose hope as well, Jiang Sun had walked several steps away when Shen Jiarong began to doubt if he had meddled in affairs of the heart. Jiang Sun did not halt his steps, but the phrase unexpectedly sparked a fleeting memory of a gentle, smiling face behind a veil. The moon in the sky? At that moment, he found it remarkably fitting. Shen Jiarong awaited Jiang Sun's response, but at that moment, a figure rushed toward them from a distance. Bai Mu had hurried over and only paused to catch his breath after delivering the message. Shen Jiarong's eyes widened in surprise and joy. Sister is here? Let us go quickly. He was filled with delight, hastening outside. After several steps, he remembered Jiang Sun, turning back only to find Jiang Sun standing still. Felt deflated. Yet, Jiang Sun remained in place, but his previously calm demeanor was suddenly disrupted. His eyes widened slightly, a look of shock briefly crossing his brow before transforming into a mixture of astonishment and unexpected honor. Resolute as iron. Yet after several encounters and moments of assistance, he found himself succumbing to unwarranted indulgence and desire. Such restraint proved difficult to maintain. Rarely did Jiang Sun exhibit hesitation. Chapter 90. The one who captivates the heart is Miss Shen Jiasui. The carriage of Shen Jiasui came to a halt beneath the national locust tree. Simultaneously, in an inconspicuous corner beside the gate of the Imperial Academy, a plain carriage stood quietly. Bai Ji, upon noticing her young lady lifting the curtain of the carriage, glanced towards the unremarkable vehicle several times, unable to suppress her curiosity. Miss, what is it? Is there something amiss with that carriage? Shen Jiasui's expression remained calm, and she replied softly, Bai Ji, do not gaze in that direction. There may be a person of great significance inside. She had observed that carriage earlier, finding it utterly unremarkable, devoid of any insignia. Shen Jiasui lowered her gaze, refraining from looking again, and simply stated, finished her sentence. Bai Ji suddenly tugged at her sleeve, her voice laced with astonishment. Miss, look, it's young Master Cui. He is about to board the carriage. Shen Jiasui raised her eyes and saw Cui Mingju emerging from the Imperial Academy, striding swiftly towards the carriage. The driver promptly lifted the curtain, revealing that he had been waiting for some time. At that moment, world. Exquisite pastries. However, and the depth and composure in his eyes softened, revealing a sense of intimacy. Mingju, did I not say? You may call me cousin in private. The man was none other than Prince Rui, Zhao Huailang. Upon hearing this, Cui Mingju and Appo's previously serious expression relaxed, and he sat down opposite Zhao Huailang. Zhao Huailang immediately handed Cui Mingju a white silk handkerchief, his expression turning serious once more. Mingju, cousin indeed has a matter of importance to discuss with you. Cui Mingju promptly straightened up, listening intently as Zhao Huailang continued. Today, in the Imperial study, my father mentioned a matter. Princess Jiayu yearns for her homeland and wishes to return to the capital by year-end Appo's end, accompanied by her beloved daughter, Princess Ning. Cui Mingju and Appo's had shot up at the mention of Princess Jiayu, whose reputation was known throughout the capital. Years ago, between the two nations, and instead forge a bond with the Shang dynasty. She was formally bestowed the title of Princess Jiayu, with her daughter honored as Princess Ning. 2 years ago, news of the Khan's illness reached the capital, coinciding with the announcement of Princess Jiayu's son succeeding to the Khan's throne. Cui Mingju could hardly fathom how a mere princess sent to secure a marriage alliance could gradually maneuver her way into the affections of an emperor. Remarkable skill and capability of Princess Jiayu. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chui Mingju lowered his voice to inquire, "Cousin, do you mean?" There is no need for further elaboration. Your support would naturally be advantageous. Chui Mingju ceased to speak further, simply asking, "How may I assist you, cousin?" Hearing this, Zhao Huailang's lips curled into a smile, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. This time, the princess has brought along Princess Ning. At merely 16 years of age, the princess wishes for her to find a suitable husband in the capital and remain in the Shang dynasty. With the harsh winds and sands beyond the borders, the capital and Appo's environment is far more nurturing. Moreover, the Yu kingdom follows the tradition of succession through brothers. Unless the princess has gained substantial power, she would not deviate from convention. Thus, the princess has decided to send Princess Ning back to the capital, which also aligns with the wishes of father. The latter part of his statement held profound implications, yet was left unsaid. Even though the current emperor and Princess Jiasui were siblings, they were now separated by two kingdoms, and certain means and considerations could not be overlooked. Chui Mingju's head jerked up at this juncture. His astute nature quickly grasped the underlying meaning. His cousin was suggesting that he marry Princess Ning, thereby solidifying ties with Princess Jiasui. However, at that moment, another radiant visage unexpectedly flashed through his mind. Noticing Chui Mingju's slightly furrowed brows and hesitation, Zhao Huailang, understanding his thoughts, gently inquired, "Mingju, do you already have a lady whom your heart desires?" A flicker of panic crossed Chui Mingju's eyes, and just as he was about to deny it, Zhao Huailang raised a hand to quell his protest. "There's no need to deny it. It is Miss Shen from the Shen family, is it not? You two first encountered one another outside the Imperial Academy, and the moment she appeared, your ears turned crimson, receiving a sharp reprimand from her, without any sign of anger or resentment. Later, at the residence of the Prince of Rome, you showed her particular concern, not only stepping in to help her, but also rushing to save her when you discovered she had been poisoned. And then..." Shen Jiasui was extraordinary. The moment he laid eyes on her riding towards him, a phrase echoed in his mind. The sun shines brightly, and the grass and trees flourish. She was so radiant and captivating that he instinctively felt that being with her would be lively, engaging, and comforting. His grandfather and cousin had introduced him to numerous young ladies of noble birth, all of whom were impeccable in character and appearance, and surely they were all exceptional. Yet, what he truly desired was someone with whom he could share quiet autumn days, nestled under a window with a beautiful couch, engaging in delightful conversations, laughter, and innocent playfulness. He believed that Shen Jiasui could be that person. In a moment of inspiration, he imagined her running into the courtyard, freely practicing her swordplay. As a tumult of emotions. Chui Mingjue and Appo's S-word were always spoken with Zhao Huailong and His Royal Highness, the Prince of Rue, in mind. This was the profound lesson imparted to her by her grandfather. Chapter 91. A Rivalry with Jiang's Son. Do you possess the resolve? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huailang could not suppress a sigh. Mingjue, be not hasty. Your cousin has yet to finish. His tone was gentle, tinged with empathy. If your heart is truly set upon the Shen family's daughter, it is not entirely unfeasible. As the legitimate daughter of General Shen, though she has been previously betrothed, she bears no fault. Come next spring, the Mo kingdom might once again stir with minor aggressions. We shall inevitably face them in a decisive battle. Though General Shen has lost an arm and entrusted the great Liang to General Liu, in the eyes of the emperor and the soldiers of the dynasty, General Shen remains a figure of paramount importance. A flicker of light sparked in Chui Mingjue and Appo's eyes as he regarded the Prince Rue with a mixture of doubt and elation. Zhao Huailang raised a hand, gently patting Chui Mingjue's shoulder, and confided, Mingjue, to possess an enviable lineage and a lofty status certainly brings glory. Yet it also dictates that one cannot always act according to one and Appo's desires. In the past, your cousin also failed to achieve his wishes. Though time has passed, the regret lingers, gnawing at my heart. Therefore, before coming to the Imperial College, I visited the Chui residence and persuaded your maternal grandfather. This time, The choice shall be yours. Upon hearing this, Cui Mingjue could no longer conceal his emotions, lifting his head in disbelief. Zhao Huailang, witnessing this, could not help but smile. Mingjue, I know of your innate brilliance. Your current demeanor is merely a strategic necessity, a way to bide your time. For reaching this point had been fraught with peril. However, unrequited love and lifelong regret, at least in this matter. Yet he could not resist tempering his enthusiasm. Mingjue, do not rejoice too soon. The Shen family's daughter may already have someone in her heart. Upon hearing this, Cui Mingjue and Appo's thoughts coalesced, and he wore an expression of astonishment. His cousin referring to Lu Yunzheng? He had once secretly observed Lu Yunzheng from afar because of Shen Jiasui. Lu Yunzheng was indeed handsome and imposing, but also ambitious and fickle. He refused to believe that Shen Jiasui was so blind as to still harbor feelings for him. Zhao Huailang shook his head, fixed his gaze upon Cui Mingjue, and uttered a name with profound meaning. Jiangsun. Jiangsun? Cui Mingjue could not help but raise his voice slightly, quickly suppressing it. He had never imagined it would be Jiangsun. It was Jiangsun who had stepped forward to defend Shen Jiasui at the entrance of the Imperial College. If the rival was Jiangsun. Zhao Huailang's voice echoed once more. With his extensive network, he was privy to matters unknown to others. Thus, Jiangsun of the Rhone Prince and Appo's manner saved Shen Jiasui. Such acts of kindness are enough to bind them together. If there is any hope, it lies in the fact that Shen Jiasui